The story begins inside an inn, where Gail Hamilton is occupied with taking notes on how to improve their adventuring party. His concentration is broken when the party leader calls him over and, to his surprise, informs him that his contract is being terminated. The leader makes it clear that, from that moment on, Gail is no longer a member of the Wolfpack. Later, the entire party is gathered around a table. Gail scratches his head in confusion, while the leader tries to get his attention and insists that he listen properly. One of the members, Cush Bilbor, a paladin, announces bluntly that Gail has been fired. Gail is caught off guard and can't even finish his thought. The woman in the party, Melissa, a light fighter, mocks him by grabbing his face and making fun of his reaction. Another member, Luke the thief, tries to stop Melissa from teasing Gail. She then mockingly offers to comfort him one last time. Norris, the black mage, snickers and suggests that Gail should have seen this coming. Gail stands and protests, asking them to give him a moment since the decision came out of nowhere. Cush questions his surprise and points out that Gail doesn't seem to understand why he's being let go. Gail reflects on how they've been together for 3 years, during which time he had supported the team by crafting cursed items, a niche but useful skill back when they were still low-ranked. Still confused, Gail admits he truly doesn't know why. Cush mocks Gail's slowness and explains that as a curse crafter, Gail holds the worst support job imaginable. His cursed items only debuff monsters once and are otherwise useless. Moreover, Gail is the lowest level member in the group, stuck at level 31. Gail tries to defend himself, saying that while curse crafting isn't a mainstream job, his items have helped him clear many quests with ease. He explains how he can keep curses mild, even dispel them with proper support. He presents a passive curse necklace designed to affect monsters, but the others react with disgust and ask him not to pull it out. Cush questions Gail's sense in even wearing it. Cush then tells Gail that they've already found a replacement, Moria Glaris, a new support mage who has mastered both buff and debuff techniques. Moria arrives and is welcomed warmly by the rest of the group. Gail notes to himself that she's attractive. Cush presses the point Gail is no longer needed. As Gail walks away from the table, he can still hear the others whispering behind him, saying that low-level members drag down S-rank parties, and that this was bound to happen eventually. Desperate, Gail turns back and pleads for one more chance. He tells them he has stronger cursed items he didn't show before because he didn't want to disrupt the party dynamic. But now he's willing to bring them out. His offer is met with silence. They all simply stare at him. Cush says nothing, just looking at him. Gail, with tears in his eyes, asks if they're absolutely certain they won't regret this decision. Cush confirms they are. Gail reflects on how he supported them throughout their journey. Though he never performed flashy moves, he was proud to have completed quests alongside them. He had hoped to stay in the Wolfpack forever. Cush, however, advises him to quit adventuring altogether and open a cursed item shop. Melissa laughs, saying he'd attract the kind of people who are into creepy things. Norris jokes that if Gail did open a shop, he'd tell others about it, framing it like a freak show. Luke expresses no hard feelings. Gail accepts it all with bitter finality and walks away. As he walks down the hall, he wonders what went wrong after all the time they had spent together. He remembers how Cush said he'd cover Gail's room and board and that he could leave now. But he also insisted on keeping Gail's share of all the expensive curse ingredients, meaning Gail essentially worked for free. Gail mutters to himself in frustration. Looking back at them one last time, he sees the group laughing together. By the door, Gail makes a decision. He pulls out a parchment-like material. Without telling them, he had secretly embedded some of their gear with cursed items that boosted their base stats. He hadn't mentioned it earlier, knowing they would likely complain. But maybe it was never appreciated anyway. Gail chants a dispel. A magic circle lights up, and the backlash hits him hard. His face throbs, and he collapses to the ground, gasping. Many cursed items place binding effects on their user, offering boosted stats in exchange for penalties. In this case, the curses on the Wolfpack's gear had improved their performance, but reduced the experience they earned and inflicted minor status ailments. Gail had been absorbing all of those drawbacks himself so that the rest of the party could perform better. He clutches his hands and comments on how intense the recoil was. Also says he feels much lighter now. With the curse lifted, the Wolfpack will lose the benefits they gained from it, but Gail no longer cares. They have their new support mage now. The rest of the party were around level 50, and he had taken on about 20% of their stat reductions each. After checking his own stats, he sees a dramatic change. Gail Hamilton has reached level 48. His job remains Curse Crafter. His new stats show: Stamina, 1,311. Strength, 980. Defense, 1,024. Magic, 3,402. Agility, 835. Resistance, 4,509. Status points, plus 875. Cursed items, slots 8. As a paladin, Kush had 5,000 strength and 3,000 defense, so Gale's new stats put him surprisingly high for a support role. Just then, a woman approaches and scolds him for loitering. If he's checked out, he should leave. Gale apologizes and steps outside. He stretches, trying to figure out his next move. He's broke, but he still has all his cursed gear. As he looks ahead, he spots someone attracting customers to a bustling stall. The scene reminds him of what one of his former teammates said. Maybe he should give up adventuring and open a cursed shop after all. Gale was conflicted. As much as he resented the idea of doing exactly what his former party suggested, the thought of having his own store had always lingered in the back of his mind. A quiet dream of living out in the countryside, running a tool shop. A life where he could sleep when he wanted, eat whenever he pleased, craft cursed items of his choosing, and use them freely for his own research. Now, with no obligations tying him down, that freedom was finally his. The bitterness began to fade, replaced by a spark of excitement. It was time to set up a stall, earn some travel funds, and start fresh. Back at the Silver Wolf Inn, the remaining members of the wolf pack were enjoying a meal. The atmosphere was light, even celebratory. Kush commented on how much better things felt, and Norris agreed it was a relief not having Gale around anymore. Despite Gale being a founding member, they admitted they had coddled him too long and should have replaced him sooner. Moria, the new support mage, listened silently. They turned to her and apologized for the awkwardness. Kush explained that he and Gale went way back to the party's early days, and that Gale had a habit of tampering with their gear, sometimes adding good luck charms or other minor enhancements without permission. Their conversation was cut short when lights suddenly flared above them. The enchanted gear they wore began to react all at once, glowing unexpectedly. Moria looked up, recognizing the effect of a dispel. The others were equally confused, unsure of what had triggered it. Norris remarked that his magic felt weaker, and Luke noted a strange heaviness in his body. Moria, just as startled, questioned what kind of high-powered spell they had just been hit with. Kush scoffed at the suggestion that it might have been a dispel. Melissa casually floated the idea that Gale had done something. Norris wondered aloud if it was retaliation for being kicked out. Luke, growing more agitated, muttered that they should have eliminated him when they had the chance. Moria, trying to make sense of it, reasoned that if Gale had cursed them, that would be understandable. But a dispel? That didn't make sense. Dispel magic wasn't supposed to harm a party. It simply removed magical effects. If this spell had affected all of them simultaneously, it suggested that Gale had removed his own long-standing enchantments from them. She didn't believe it was meant to hurt them. Kush dismissed the speculation with scorn. He claimed Gale couldn't possibly do anything threatening. Melissa backed him up, saying that if Gale tried anything, they'd easily overpower him. Moria attempted to explain that it wasn't an attack, but a dispel, but Kush cut her off coldly. As the party leader, he declared Gale an enemy and warned Moria to quickly learn how the wolf pack operated. Norris threatened to burn Gale to ashes if they crossed path again. Luke teased that Norris, weak in magic, might not even manage that. Their banter escalated. Luke even joked about mutilating Gale to stop him from curse crafting, while Norris sarcastically questioned his precision. Melissa commented on how low they had sunk. Kush waved her off, letting the others keep at it. Moria, however, remained thoughtful. She had felt something shift too. The moment the spell activated, it seemed their stats had dropped, almost as if a passive boost had been removed. Could it be they had been unknowingly benefiting from Gale's enchantments all this time? Melissa, noticing her unease, approached and offered her a drink. Moria accepted it gratefully, but kept thinking. She knew curse crafters couldn't normally apply buffs, especially not one strong enough to affect a whole party without them noticing. But what if Gale had somehow created cursed items that could? That would place him in a class entirely his own, beyond anything conventional curse crafters were known to achieve. She watched as the others continued to argue. Kush eventually called Norris and Luke to order. Moria remained quiet, lost in her thoughts. If someone like Gale, capable of such subtle and powerful support magic, had just been cast out, was the wolf pack truly worthy of their S-rank status anymore? She began to doubt it. Could they really call themselves elite without him? Meanwhile, outside the inn and no longer bound to the wolf pack, Gale was chasing after a bird that had stolen his cursed necklace, shouting at it to bring it back. A man was checking with Gale to confirm if he really wanted to open a market stall. Gale said yes. He wanted to set one up in the central square of the capital. He was inside the Pumpkin Seed Merchants Guild at the time. The man agreed to help, but told him that the central square was a popular spot, and renting space there would cost 4 gold coins a day. Gale reached into his pocket, but all he had were 3 silver coins, his entire life savings. The man then mentioned there were cheaper spots on the way to the square. Gale agreed to take one of those. Gail brought all of his things and set up in front of his assigned stall. The space wasn't perfect, but it was enough for him to get started. The man from the guild handed him a beginner's stall kit. It was a tall and slightly used one, but Gail was thankful and shook the man's hand. He planned to sell his extra cursed items and some things that looked cool enough to be used as decoration. He wasn't sure how much to charge for each item, but figured that if he could at least make back the money he spent on materials, it would be worth it. As Gail started setting up and clattering through his items, he started to wonder if he was showing them off in the best way. Just then, the man from the guild came back and said he forgot to tell Gail something. He slapped a paper onto Gail's face and pointed out that Gail's display was all wrong. He showed Gail how it should be done, organizing everything neatly and making it easy for customers to browse. Gail was amazed by the difference and thanked the man again. The man gave him one last piece of advice. Everyone has their own way of doing business, but if customers can't even find what they're selling, no one's going to buy anything, and Gail will end up broke. After that, the man waved and left to return to his post. Gail thought about how kind the man was. After being treated so badly by Kush and the others, it really hit him emotionally. He teared up. Underneath his shirt, he took hold of a necklace. He liked it a lot, but desperate times meant he had to sell even that. He hung it up in his stall, ready to sell it. It was time to get started. It was his first time doing anything like this, and he started to feel really nervous. He wondered what people in town thought of cursed items. Would they be willing to buy them? Would they even like them? He slapped his own cheeks to boost his confidence. Then, he raised his voice and called out to the people walking by. He announced that he had a collection of debuff items, tools for adventurers, available at great prices. A man walking by noticed his talismans and said they were rare. Another woman saw the cursed items and wondered if a debuffing mage wouldn't be more useful than items like that. Gail explained that while cursed items are usually one-time use and not as powerful as a mage's spells, they can be used by anyone and don't require magic power. That made them appealing to a wide range of adventurers. People began to take interest. A different man was surprised to find a venom talisman being sold for just 5 copper coins. That was very cheap. Gail explained that he made them using monster parts and ingredients he mixed himself, so the cost was mostly just his own time and effort. There was a lot more than just venom talismans. He also had items that caused status effects, boosted stats, and added other abilities. The man decided to try buying one. Then, something else caught his eye. He noticed a strange weapon and asked about it. Gail told him it was a cursed short sword. It lowered agility slightly, but gave a powerful anti-armor effect against monsters. It also increased all other stats by 10%. The downside? It was cursed. The man was shocked and dropped the sword. He asked for confirmation, and Gail clarified. Yes, it was cursed. The man laughed nervously, saying that while he appreciated Gail's honesty, he wasn't sure who would actually buy a cursed sword. Gail joked that maybe it could be used for decoration instead. The design was cool, after all. The man thought about it. It was creepy, but he didn't hate how it looked. In fact, he thought it might even work to scare off evil spirits from his house. They made a deal, and Gail even included 3 dispel talismans for free. The man thanked him. Gail started explaining every item more clearly after that. What the curse was, how to remove it, and what the item could do. For example, the cursed necklace boosted all stats by 50%, but came with a curse. The customer still liked how flashy it looked and bought it, with dispel talismans included, of course. The cursed boots gave 2.5 times more agility, but again, were cursed. A woman bought them for her slave. Gail gave her talismans, too. He showed off a cursed crossbow next. It increased all stats by 30%, gave the sure shot ability, and yes, it was cursed. Another person bought it to use in an upcoming hunting competition. Gail handed him 5 dispel talismans along with it and waved him off with a smile. Later, another man approached and asked about one of the items. Gail told him a story he once heard, about a legendary hero whose closest ally was a berserker. That berserker loved cursed gear, and his favorite armor was one of those cursed items. Gail knew that some people reacted badly to anything cursed, but he believed that if he explained clearly what the curse was, how to cancel it, and all the benefits the item offered, people might actually see the value in what he was selling. And from that point on, things started to sell. Gail had included the dispel talismans with his cursed items. Soon, more people started gathering at his stall. They were chatting excitedly. They had heard he was giving out free dispel talismans with purchases. That surprised them, because that kind of thing was super rare. Standing at his stall, Gail kept calling out to attract customers. He told everyone that everything was cheap and came with full sets of cursed gear, plus the free dispels. His plan worked. Eventually, every single item he had was sold. The stall was completely cleared out. His bag felt light, much lighter than when he first arrived. And it wasn't just one kind of customer. All sorts of people had bought from him. He even remembered one guy commenting that Gail's cursed gear looked death metal, really intense and edgy. That guy had pointed at one specific item, saying it stood out the most. Suddenly, Gail heard heavy footsteps. A small group of men walked toward him and asked if this was the place selling cursed items with free dispels, and if there were any left. Gail had to tell them that everything was already sold out. The three men were visibly disappointed. It was clear the offer of free dispels had really caught people's attention. One of them regretted not showing up earlier, before their quest started. The group looked at Gail again and asked, what if they brought some of their own gear? Could Gail put curses on it and give them some dispels too? Gail said he'd be back the next day, and, before they could say anything else, he quickly ran off. Meanwhile, the customers who did buy his items were already chatting among themselves. A few decided to try out their new gear. One man teased his friend, who was always scared of cursed stuff, not to faint. Despite his nerves, the second man put on the cursed ring. Right after, he checked his stats, and was stunned. The boost was real. It had raised his stats by a full 50%. He showed the results to his friend, who was just as shocked. Could a single ring really do that much? It almost felt like too much power for such a small thing. Other nearby customers were also amazed by what they got. The two men who tried the ring were thrilled. One of them said that even if the ring was cursed, who cared? He wouldn't take it off anyway. But the other had a concern. Getting a curse removed by the church was super expensive, like gold coin expensive. He even wondered aloud if they could resell the free dispel talismans they got. His friend quickly told him to keep quiet. If any priest heard that, they'd flip out. Still, they both knew the truth. The church charged way too much for dispelling curses. Whoever had made these items clearly knew what they were doing. One of them guessed that every adventurer guild and party in the area would be chasing after the guy who made this stuff. They wondered who Gail really was. Curse crafters weren't usually this cheerful or helpful. One of them even thought Gail looked familiar, but couldn't place him. As they whispered their guesses and rumors, none of them knew the full truth. Gail had once taken on the painful effects of 4 cursed items, just so he could support his team. He had done it willingly. He had helped his old party grow strong enough to reach S-rank status. And after all that, they had kicked him out, leaving him with no choice but to sell his creations at a tiny roadside stall, offering them at bargain prices. From that day on, stories about a mysterious crafter with cursed gear started spreading. People whispered about a man who appeared randomly, sold insanely powerful items for cheap, and then vanished. Gail, for his part, was feeling good. Even just a little money lifted his spirits. Things were finally starting to look up. But at the same time, far from the market, his old party was on a dangerous quest in the forest. Out of nowhere, a loud explosion echoed. A tree was ripped in half. Another boom followed, and Kush, one of Gail's former teammates, was thrown hard into another tree. He shouted in frustration. The team cursed in anger. How was this happening? They were an S-rank party, the best of the best. This shouldn't be happening. A giant monster roared in front of them. It was an ogre, and it wasn't backing down. At the beginning of Chapter 3, the group was preparing for a high-level quest. One of them, Melissa, was concerned about how they would perform with a new teammate joining them. The quest was ranked S, the highest difficulty. But Kush wasn't worried. He had chosen the new girl himself and believed she was one of the best adventurers in the entire guild. Luke, another team member, hoped she could keep up with their team's pace. The rest of the party smiled at her, and she smiled back without saying much. As they moved through the area, Kush noticed a monster nearby. He took it as a chance to warm up. They engaged the monster, but the battle quickly got intense. Even Kush began to feel the strain. Luke fired arrows from his bow, but his aim was off and one almost hit Melissa instead of the monster. He claimed something was wrong with his control. Melissa wasn't impressed. She called out the monster as being just an ogre, but before she could finish her thought, the ogre swung a large paddle and slammed both her and Luke into a tree. Kush asked Norris, their mage, how much longer it would take to cast his spell. Norris, under pressure, tried to respond, but the spell he released was barely a flicker of flame. Kush was furious. Such weak magic wouldn't help them at all. He insulted Norris without realizing the ogre had already gotten behind him. Suddenly, a spell activated. A glowing magic field surrounded Kush and lifted him out of danger. Moria, their support mage, had saved him. She asked if he was okay, but Kush was too busy shouting at her to start buffing the party already. Moria calmly explained that she had been doing exactly that the entire time and that she was running low on magic energy. She then spun her weapon and slammed it into the ground. A flash of light spread across the field, and a glowing mark appeared beneath Kush's feet. His stats had just doubled. He was now twice as powerful. She told him he should easily be able to handle an A-rank monster like the ogre now. Encouraged, Kush charged the monster, believing he had the upper hand. But when he struck, the ogre stopped his sword with one hand and didn't seem bothered at all. It lifted Kush into the air and tossed him away like he was nothing. As the monster charged again, Kush had no choice but to retreat. While running, he cursed at Moria, calling her a useless support mage. He doubted the power of her buffs and blamed her for the situation. Moria pushed back, reminding him that he was the one who originally told her not to use too many buffs early. He wanted to save them for a later fight with a stronger monster. Then she mentioned a special debuff that had been left behind for them. It was something Gail had prepared before he left the party. Kush reacted angrily. He grabbed her by the collar, furious that she would even consider using Gail's cursed items. He didn't believe they could possibly help in this situation. But Moria explained that Gail had left notes for her, passing on knowledge about their battle strategy, which they called the Wolfpack style. He even included some cursed gear she could use. Before Moria joined the team, Gail had been the one supporting everyone from the shadows, weakening their enemies with cursed items before battles began. Kush pushed her, and she fell to the ground. At that moment, something clicked. The strange magic circles from yesterday hadn't been normal buffs. They were curses. Gail had cursed them before he left. Melissa agreed, realizing the same thing. Their strange failures and weakened strength during this fight all made sense now. Luke admitted that he had felt something was off from the beginning. Finally, the group decided they would retreat for the day. While walking back, they were all angry at Gail. Kush was especially furious, thinking about how this highway was known to be packed with A-rank monsters. But skilled adventurers used this path all the time, and an S-rank team like theirs shouldn't have had trouble. They were supposed to be stronger than this. Luke tried to calm things down. He said that the curse Gail had left behind was clearly affecting their performance, and it was smarter to regroup and come back at full power. Norris agreed, calling it a strategic retreat. Melissa also thought it was best to step back, especially since the ogre didn't even seem interested in them anymore. The monster had gotten tired of waiting and just wandered off. So Kush made the call. The team would turn back for now. He told them there was no point stressing out over the curse. They'd return later and settle things properly. Moria was shocked when she realized that the party was already retreating. It felt way too early for such a strong group to be giving up. After all, they were supposed to be an S-rank party. But Kush pointed out that they were all in rough shape, and surprisingly, Moria didn't seem too hurt. The others agreed and said that she hadn't really done much during the fight. Then, they told her to take the rear guard position as they left. Moria was stunned. She was a support mage, not a frontline fighter. That kind of role wasn't meant for someone like her. It made no sense, and she felt like they were just pushing the responsibility onto her. But Kush just sent her off with thanks and told the others to move ahead. The entire party ran away, leaving Moria behind. The ogre, who had been listening quietly the whole time, stayed behind with Moria. It looked at her and made a remark about how rough her situation seemed. Now alone and furious, Moria crumpled the paper Gail had left her, threw it into the air, and shouted in frustration. But as the paper flipped through the air, it suddenly lit up with a bright flash and released a large cloud of smoke. Filled with rage, Moria took off running, screaming that she was going to destroy them all. Meanwhile, the rest of the party had walked a long way and finally stopped to rest. They were feeling sick and completely drained. Norris mentioned he had lost his favorite item along the way. They all felt like they were going to die from exhaustion. Kush couldn't believe they had been beaten down so badly by just one ogre. Melissa started blaming Moria. She pointed out that the new girl hadn't helped much at all. Normally, their team could handle several ogres without much trouble. Something felt really off about today. They were unusually weak and tired, even though they had only run a short distance. Kush said that it was obvious what was going on. Melissa kept ranting about Moria, saying she was showing off her body too much instead of doing her job. The three guys in the group looked at each other silently, thinking the same thing. How was that even relevant? When Melissa turned to them, they quickly looked away and mumbled that it was nothing. Norris pointed out that it wasn't just Moria's fault. Even before she had used any of her magic, their fighting had already lost its spark. Luke agreed. He said Norris had taken twice as long as usual to cast a simple spell. Norris shot back that Luke wasn't any better. If Luke had been in his usual form, that ogre would have been a pile of ash by now. Kush brought it all back to Gail. He was the one responsible for this mess. Now they were thinking about how they could get revenge on him. Just then, Moria caught up with the group. Kush made a comment about how long it took her and assumed she had lost the ogre. She was breathing heavily, but her eyes were focused sharply on them. Kush noticed something strange. Something was stuck to her back, and he wasn't sure what it was. Back in town, Gail was cheerfully gathering up his items. He thought to himself how much fun it was running a stall. Still, he wished more regular townspeople would buy from him. Some came by to look, but most didn't actually purchase anything. Most of his sales were to adventurers, especially those looking for his cursed equipment or the useful dispel talismans. While thinking about his next move, a familiar merchant greeted him. Gail said things were going well and thanked him. He considered moving his stall to a new location, and the merchant had an idea. The merchant thought about Gail's suggestion and realized Gail was talking about the Noble Quarter, an area just 10 yards away. While common folk cared mostly about usefulness, the rich nobles were more into fancy items that looked impressive. If nobles saw Gail's gear as stylish or artistic, he might become popular with them, maybe even get asked to design decorations for castles. That would mean he was more than just a crafter, he'd be a trendsetter. The merchant also remembered one of Gail's customers from earlier, a man with bloodshot eyes who gave off a strange and intense vibe. It made him feel like moving the stall was probably a smart move. With those thoughts pushed aside, Gail focused back on business. He set up his stall again, ready for another busy day. But what he didn't notice was that some girl, was watching him quietly from a distance. When Chapter 4 begins, Moria finally arrives at the guild, but the others are already waiting and not happy. The party teases her for being late, with Melissa making a rude comment about her body. Luke points out that she's still just a rookie and hopes she learned her lesson from the last fight. Norris tries to move things along and suggests they all head back. But Moria is confused. She doesn't understand what they're talking about. Then Kush suddenly notices something behind her. The ogre they thought she had taken care of is back, now at full size because the cursed item's effect wore off. Moria is stunned and insists she definitely didn't lose track of it. She quickly runs off, yelling that she can't deal with the monster alone and the rest of them should take responsibility. Even though she's supposed to be the rear guard, she leaves them to deal with it. The ogre begins stomping toward the party, and they're terrified. Melissa, in a panic, shoves the guys forward, saying they should handle it. They freak out and try to distract the ogre by saying something ridiculous, but the ogre isn't interested. He's actually a vegetarian. With that, the party runs for their lives. For days pass. The party is sitting at a table in complete defeat. They look dirty, exhausted, and miserable. Kush asks for water, and Melissa wishes she could take a bath. They had gotten lost in a different forest after fleeing the ogre and hadn't cleaned up since. People in the room cover their noses. The group smells awful. Behind the counter, someone asks Moria if those people are her party. She says yes, but that they deserve what they're getting. The party is still blaming everything on Gail. Kush angrily calls for the innkeeper to at least give them water or a towel. Luke says the service in this place is terrible. The innkeeper slams a glass of water on their table, saying they only get one, and even that's not free. Kush is annoyed and questions her attitude. But she calls them out for what they are, freeloaders who haven't paid for their stay. They argue back, but she reminds them that they only paid up until yesterday. If they want to stay longer or eat, they need to pay. Kush confidently says they're an S-rank party, but then checks his money pouch and finds it empty. Everyone pressures him to just pay, but when they see the look on his face, they realize something's wrong. Kush goes over everything they spent on: beauty products damaged by the ogre, a new dagger, repair costs for their gear, and even his custom sword that got destroyed. All their funds are gone. The Wolfpack party is officially broke. The innkeeper says it's 1 silver coin per person per night, plus 1 more silver if they want food. That's 5 people, so at least 5 silver coins. They sit there in silence, making awkward faces. When she asks if they can pay or not, no one answers. Melissa, dying of thirst, stares at the water. Then, ignoring everyone, she gulps it down in one big sip. The others try to stop her, but it's too late. Meanwhile, at the counter, Moria calmly orders a drink and something to eat. The 3 guys stare at her, frozen in shock. They ask her how she could afford it without putting anything into their shared party funds. Norris says that's not okay. Luke acts like he's betrayed. Moria explains that she used her own personal money. She reminds them that their shared party fund only applies when they complete a job together. But the others try to twist her words. Kush says she's being silly and that everything should go into the party fund. Melissa grabs her and says that what's Moria's is the party's, and what's the party's is also the party's. They hold her while going through her coin pouch, amazed by how much money she has. They comment that talented support mages must earn a lot. Moria grits her teeth. She's furious. Kush tries to belittle her, saying her magic attacks are as weak as mosquito bites. But before he can finish the sentence, Moria's fist slams into his face with an uppercut. He crashes to the floor. Melissa grabs a chair and yells not to get cocky just because she has a certain body type. She swings the chair at Moria, but hits only her clothes. Moria has already vanished from that spot. In a flash, she appears behind Melissa and punches her too. Luke and Norris panic, trying to calm her down. But Moria tells them off, calling them wannabes. Luke threatens her, but just then, A glowing magic circle appears at Moriya's feet. As the two try to attack, she flips into the air, lands on their heads, and knocks them both out. Everyone in the inn is shocked. Moriya calmly wipes her forehead and smiles. She apologizes to the innkeeper for the mess, offering to pay for the damage. The innkeeper is impressed and says that, if anything, she helped clean up the place. Moriya then turns to her stunned teammates and announces she's officially quitting the party, effective immediately. Meanwhile, back at his stall, Gail is doing business with a noblewoman. She's impressed by his strange and unique items, especially one with a lizard design. Gail thinks to himself that it's not a lizard, it's actually a basilisk. He compliments her taste and explains that it's a cursed oil lamp. A noblewoman visiting Gail's stall suddenly became scared. Her bodyguard quickly stepped forward to protect her. He was furious, thinking Gail was trying to sell cursed items to someone from high society. Gail quickly tried to explain. It wasn't a weapon or anything dangerous, just a decorative piece. The guard asked him to explain more. Gail sighed. Earlier, Gail had explained to other customers that the lamp had a charm effect. He had set his prices high, expecting pushback, but surprisingly, many nobles were willing to pay even more without question. Still, even if his handmade gear was popular, it was just something he made on his own. The one-time use battle items weren't getting much attention. Even so, Gail had a decent sales day. It was time to start closing his shop. He remembered how, at first, everyone had reacted so negatively to his cursed items. Nobles called them curious or interesting, but none ever actually said they liked his designs. Gail began to wonder if maybe his taste was just too unusual for high society. As he held one of his items, a voice interrupted his thoughts. Someone asked if he was closing up. When he turned, he saw a girl looking through his goods. She didn't dress as fancy as other nobles, but there was something about her. Maybe she had snuck out of a noble house. He noticed a man who looked like a guard watching her from a distance. The girl inspected his items closely. She said she liked how different everything was. Gail was surprised. This was the first time anyone had ever complimented his designs. She pointed out a ring, saying it was cute. Gail was shocked. He even blushed, happy that someone appreciated his work. He didn't know exactly what kind of noble she was, but since she had gone out of her way to dress plainly, he figured he shouldn't treat her too formally. Since he was about to close anyway, he decided to give her a good deal. The girl then mentioned something odd. She said her purse was in the cast, and then quickly corrected herself, pretending she meant at home. She winked at him playfully, saying she didn't have much money with her. Gail laughed, realizing she probably meant the castle. He told her whatever money she had on hand would be fine. After all, she was the first person to ever genuinely compliment his work, but he told her to keep it a secret from his usual customers. She laughed and handed him something in return. When Gail opened his palm, he was stunned. It was a large gold coin. He couldn't believe she was just carrying that kind of money around. Before he could say anything, she was already smiling and walking away. He thought she was pretty cute, but then he shivered. Someone was watching him from the shadows with a grim expression. He realized he had forgotten something important. He hadn't explained the item's curse or given her a talisman to cancel it. He panicked a little. Where had she gone? She had already disappeared. Thankfully, the item she bought was only a cursed memorial ring. Nothing too dangerous. Its curse wasn't that bad. It boosted defense and made the wearer resistant to instant death attacks. The only downside was that once you put it on, you couldn't take it off unless the curse was removed. But she was clearly rich, so she could just go to the church to break the curse. When he saw her again, he promised himself he'd apologize and give her a proper dispel charm. Then he thought back to what she almost said. Was she really about to say she lived in the castle? Meanwhile, the girl was suddenly grabbed and dragged into an alley by several hands. She struggled, shouting at them to let her go and asking why they were grabbing her. A woman appeared and asked the soldiers if they had caught her. They nodded, and the woman signaled for them to move. The girl kept struggling and yelling no. Later, inside the royal castle, the soldiers slumped over, exhausted from chasing her. The woman scolded the girl, asking her to please stop causing so much trouble. The young woman was reminded of who she was, Princess Kara. But the princess didn't look happy at all. Back at Gail's stall, he was walking when someone tapped him on the back. A stranger said he was looking for a young man with black hair and a blue jacket who runs a stall nearby. Someone who looked exactly like Gail. The man asked to see his face. But when Gail turned around, he casually acted confused and asked if he really looked that young. The man apologized and walked away. Once he turned the corner, he slipped into a hidden alley. Gail was shaken. The capital's military was looking for him? That couldn't be good. He decided it was time to pack up and leave town quickly. Some kids nearby who saw him disappear into the alley were amazed and asked what kind of magic trick he just did. He motioned for them to keep quiet. At the beginning of Chapter 5, a woman is scolding Princess Kara for wearing the ring she bought in town. She says it's blasphemous, something that goes against the church. But the princess doesn't see the problem. She thinks nobles should mix with the townspeople more, and that includes buying things from them. The woman looks around Kara's room. It's filled with odd, strange-looking items from the city. She clearly doesn't share Kara's love for this kind of taste. Kara points this out, and then mentions that the woman, Vivian, still has a lot to learn. Vivian ignores the comment and reminds her that she's supposed to meet a foreign envoy that very morning, so she needs to hurry and get ready. But before Vivian can finish talking, she notices something. Kara is slipping the strange ring onto her finger. Vivian panics. She knows exactly what kind of ring that is and can't believe the princess would wear it to an important political meeting. Kara says she wasn't going to wear it, just trying it on. Elsewhere, Gail is at the Adventurers Guild, sitting at a table and enjoying a warm meal. He feels proud of how well things are going. At first, he was nervous about working on his own, but it's turning out better than expected. Maybe he really does have a knack for this kind of business. Still, he knows selling repaired junk isn't going to make him rich, so he figures he should take on a few real quests and maybe head to a different town soon. As he heads downstairs to leave the guild, he spots his former party, Kush, Melissa, Luke, and Norris, standing at the front counter. Gail quickly ducks and hides. He doesn't want them to see him. At the counter, the group is begging the receptionist for money. They want an investment, saying they're an S-rank party and deserve at least 10 or 20 gold coins. But the receptionist isn't impressed. She reminds them that they haven't completed a single quest since becoming S-rank, and it's hard to justify funding people who haven't achieved anything. Kush tries to argue that they still have time, but when asked if they've even met with a client yet, they admit they haven't. The receptionist says a client already filed a complaint, angry that an elite S-rank team ignored them. The group mumbles about getting into trouble with a monster. The receptionist brings up the ogre. Sure, it was an A-rank enemy, but they are an S-rank party. Their excuse? It was a mutated version. She corrects them. It was just a normal ogre. She also knows they let it follow them all the way back to town, causing more problems. And that wasn't even their only mistake. She asks if they think the guild isn't paying attention. Kush tries to make a snide comment, but the receptionist doesn't back down. She brings up Moria, who left their party just days after joining. The Silver Wolf Inn even sent a complaint and a bill to the guild because of their behavior. The guild had to cover it, so now the group owes them money. Gail, watching from a distance, quietly thinks to himself that the group is in serious trouble. They look exhausted and beat down. Suddenly, the receptionist slams her hand on the counter. She's had enough. She dares them to say the word investment one more time. Kush grits his teeth and says everything is Gail's fault. That shocks Gail. The group accuses him of cursing them. Because of his supposed curse gear, their stats are ruined, and even magic buffs aren't helping. But Gail is confused. He thought he already removed the curses from all of them. Then Luke blames Moria for being useless, and Norris agrees. But the receptionist cuts them off. She says that Moria is ranked in the top 5 support mages in the entire capital. She only left her last party because of some problems, and the guild thought the Silver Wolf group might be a good fit. Clearly, they weren't. The team is stunned. They had no idea Moria was that highly ranked. Even Gail is surprised. He never thought she was that strong. And now she's already gone from the group. The receptionist then defends Gail. She says it's ridiculous to blame him. Curse crafting is rare, and his talent is incredible. Even just one of his curse removal talismans is worth a lot of money. Gail, hearing this, blushes. He remembers making a few of those for the guild as a side job. The receptionist makes one thing very clear. They need to repay their debts before they ask for anyone's help again. Kush tries to act like it's no big deal, saying they'll pay it back quickly. He tells the others to leave. Melissa asks what they're going to do about Gail, but Norris reminds them they need to find a quest they can actually complete. Luke agrees. No more S-rank missions until the curses are gone. Kush tells them to shut up as they all storm out. Other people in the guild whisper to each other, wondering if that group is really S-rank. They seem nothing like they expected. Gail quietly wonders what they meant about the curses. He was sure he removed all of them. Could there really still be something affecting them? He doesn't know, but he'd rather leave before they see him and take their anger out on him. He heads outside, just as a group of soldiers runs past him. They're rushing somewhere in a panic. One asks what the emergency is. The other says there's a huge fight again between Princess Kara and Vivian. When those two argue, it gets violent fast. It takes the whole army to calm them down. Gail can't believe the capital army gets called in for things like that. He walks past a merchant's shop and considers stopping by. He opens the door and hears the bell ring above him. Back at the castle, guards are nervously trying to calm Vivian down. They remind her that she's in the royal palace and needs to breathe. But Vivian is furious. She shouts that the ring Princess Kara is wearing is cursed. Everyone gasps. Vivian recalls that she warned Kara not to wear it. But Kara ignored her, saying she just wanted to try it on for a moment. Once the ring slid onto her finger, it refused to come off. Even with both of them pulling, it stayed stuck. An elderly advisor appears and tells the princess to take the ring off immediately. Kara says she can't. Vivian says there's only one option left. They'll have to cut off her finger to remove it. With sword in hand, she moves toward the princess, telling her there's no time left before the diplomatic meeting. The guards panic. Everyone rushes to protect the princess. The next day, Princess Kara welcomed the envoys and thanked them for their patience. When they saw her, they bowed respectfully and complimented her appearance. She smiled and thanked them back. One of them noticed the ring on her finger and asked about it. She laughed and made up a story, saying she had cut herself. Earlier that morning, she and the others had still been struggling to take it off when the arrival of the envoys was announced. Trying to be a good host, Kara mentioned how tired they must be from traveling and suggested they start with some tea. But the envoys politely declined, saying they had brought something better, snacks and tea straight from the Empire. They offered her a chance to try them, clearly excited to show what they had brought. They gestured toward a very large crate they had brought along. Kara was surprised at how big it was and joked about how many snacks it must contain. But when the crate was opened, her expression changed completely. Inside wasn't food. It was a group of armed bandits, hiding with weapons ready. One of the fake envoys revealed their true plan. The bandits had poison on their blades that would kill instantly and painlessly. The whole room erupted in chaos as the royal guards shouted to protect the princess. Vivian, as always, reacted fast and ordered the soldiers to attack. But it was too late. The assassins moved in. They aimed at Kara, ready to strike her down, but their weapons didn't land. Instead, the spears and blades bounced off something invisible. Everyone was stunned. The assassins tried again. Still, nothing worked. It was like a wall was protecting her. The princess herself didn't understand what was happening at first. Then, she suddenly realized something. Could it have been him? She remembered Gail, the man who sold her the ring. She had been the first person to ever compliment his designs. Could this ring have created a barrier? Vivian quickly ordered the guards to capture the fake envoys. Then she rushed to the princess and checked if she was hurt. Kara said she was completely fine. Vivian was confused about why anyone would pretend to be from the Empire. But for now, she said they needed to get the princess somewhere safe until things calmed down. Later, in a place called the Star Chamber, two men were examining the ring. They asked Bishop and Arizel, the appraiser, what they thought of it. Was it a dangerous curse? The bishop replied that it wasn't dangerous to remove, but it was incredibly complex. It had clearly been made by someone with deep knowledge of curse magic. The curse in the ring was high level. It boosted the effect the wearer would receive, but it also came with huge side effects. To fix that, the crafter had layered several counter curses on top, canceling the bad parts out. The bishop kept explaining, but Kara couldn't really follow what he was saying. It was too technical. He said there was more to explain, but passed the rest over to Arizel. Arizel, looking amazed, said the ring gave the wearer triple the defense and protection from being instantly killed. Vivian was stunned to hear this. Arizel explained that this level of power wasn't just like a holy relic. It was either a holy relic itself, or something even greater. Arizel seemed way too excited for someone looking at a cursed object. He even said he never thought he'd see something so incredible while still a teenager. Just as he got carried away and held onto the princess's hand too long, a sharp knuckle landed on his head. Vivian, annoyed, warned him to behave. Vivian then remembered something. There was another church relic called the Angel Shield, which had a similar effect. Arizel confirmed it also offered protection from instant death. But the bishop said that no other known item gave the same kind of effect and looked this ordinary. He said there was one more artifact that came close. The Empire's most valuable treasure, the Heart of the Devil. That item had a long list of powerful abilities, resistance to instant death, stat boosts, faster spell casting, and more. But it came at a price. It would slowly drain the user's life. If it wasn't removed in time, it would kill them. That was the price of such immense power. Vivian nodded. She said that in their world, great power always came at a cost. That's just how magic worked. But this ring didn't seem to have any major drawbacks. That made it even more incredible, maybe even more valuable than a relic. Kara then turned to Vivian and brought up Gail again. Vivian said she remembered what he looked like. She asked if Kara wanted her to find him and deal with him, possibly meaning to fight him or punish him. But Kara said no. She didn't want revenge. She wanted to see him so she could thank him. Cursed or not, the ring had saved her life. Either way, she wanted to meet him again. At the start of the chapter, Gail was getting ready to leave the capital. He wore a cloak that had a side pocket for carrying his gear, and he actually liked the way it felt. He was also wearing wrist sleeves made with wire lining for extra storage, and boots designed to carry items while protecting his feet. He had all his basic equipment ready, including a handmade dagger. The rest of what he needed, he planned to find along the way. With everything set, he finally decided it was time to head out. As he looked over the city, the morning air was crisp and fresh. The streets were slowly coming alive as people began their daily routines. Gail felt a strange feeling. He was really leaving the capital, and somehow, it made him pause. While walking near a shadowy alleyway, he glanced in out of curiosity, and then stopped, surprised by what he saw. It was his old adventuring party. They were huddled together, clearly cold and miserable. One of them, Melissa, was annoyed as someone touched her. Norris responded rudely, as usual. Watching this, Gail tried to tell himself that these people didn't matter to him anymore. He shook his head and walked away. The city was getting busy. Gail passed through the marketplace where he overheard people talking. One person said more help was needed somewhere. Another replied that the palace guards were already watching the gates, so there was nothing to worry about. Then he heard horses galloping. Turning to look, he saw the Royal Knight Corps, and even soldiers from the capital army. That was unusual. What were they doing out here like this? Soon, he noticed posters being put up. The sign asked if anyone had seen a man who looked to be in his late teens, scruffy, with black hair, selling cheap decorations on the street. The message said that if anyone saw him, they should contact the castle or the nearest knight or soldier. Gail listened as knights nearby talked. One knight asked if the plaza had been searched. The other replied that the capital army was already covering it thoroughly. They had checked-ins, guilds, everywhere. Gail kept calm and acted like he knew nothing, even though the description matched him almost perfectly. But he told himself it couldn't be him. After all, his items weren't that tacky. One of the knights was frustrated, saying they didn't have enough information. Then he looked at Gail. He commented that there were a lot of scruffy-looking guys around, and Gail looked like he was about the right age. He examined Gail's gear and said it looked tacky, but added that Gail didn't seem like the guy they were looking for. Gail was annoyed at the insult, but didn't say much. The knight convinced himself that the real suspect wouldn't be dressed so cleanly. He said the man they were searching for sold creepy things and looked dirtier. Gail agreed just to avoid trouble, and the knight let him go. After that, Gail leaned against a wall and sighed. He felt like an idiot for getting so emotional about the city. He told himself it was time to move on. At the city gate, many stagecoaches were lined up, ready to take people to different places. Gail considered his options. He needed to go somewhere with job opportunities. Emerance was a large trade hub, good for business. Gracias Fort was a military base. Grandstadt was an old city, full of history. Just then, a coachman shouted that there were only 2 seats left on a ride, and they were going at a discount. When Gail heard the word sale, his interest lit up. He asked where it was headed. The coachman replied that it was going to Farmage, an agricultural center. Gail thought of fresh food, and his mouth practically watered at the idea. He raised his hand to claim a seat. But someone else raised their hand too, and said they'd like one as well. Gail turned and was surprised. The person looked familiar. She removed her cloak, and yes, it was her. Moria Glaris, a girl from the Kush party. It had only been a few days since they last met. Gail recognized her and realized she stood out too much. She was attractive and had a strong presence. Moria smiled in a way that made him nervous. He was about to say something, but the look on her face made him rethink it. He felt a little guilty for what he had been thinking and blamed it on being a guy. Inside the coach, the two of them sat down. Gail tried to stay friendly and said they should at least get along for the trip. Earlier, Moria had actually punched him in the face, and now his cheek still hurt. Moria responded coolly, but clearly wasn't mad anymore. As the coach rolled away from the capital, Gail yawned. He was really tired. Moria nudged him and said he was too close. He apologized and explained that there wasn't much space. He looked around the coach. There were metal goods and imports packed in for transport. A hired mercenary was guarding the cargo. A few other travelers were also on board. And of course, sitting beside him was this intense woman, Moria, who had already left her party. That happened quickly. Gail sighed to himself. How was he supposed to get any sleep like this? He reminded himself that even though they didn't start off well, it was better to keep things calm for now. Moria said she wasn't angry. Gail thought maybe she really wasn't. After all, her joining the party had nothing to do with why they kicked him out. Most likely, Kush was just interested in her, and the others had already been planning to get rid of him for a while. She probably just came in at the right time for them to make it happen. He asked her why she left the group, called Wolfpack. She turned to him and, instead of answering directly, asked why he hadn't left the lousy party himself earlier. Then she laughed and explained what had happened. Apparently, it wasn't even a big monster that caused trouble, just an ogre, and Kush couldn't even handle that. According to her, Kush was a useless leader, and the others in the group weren't much better. They were beginners, and their magic spells and archery were weak. She couldn't understand why Gail ever joined such a terrible team. He asked if she was sure it was Kush's fault. She responded like there was no question about it. And now the guild had noticed how bad he was too. That's why she was also leaving the capital, so things could calm down. She told him that the other party members had started blaming him for all their bad luck. But honestly, to her, he seemed like the only one in the group who knew what he was doing. Gail smiled at that. Then she quickly apologized, realizing that he probably had mixed feelings since he knew those people. Gail said it was fine and apologized that her time with them turned out to be such a mess. She told him it wasn't his fault. She called him Mr. Hamilton, but he told her to just call him Gail. After that, there was a quiet moment between them. Gail looked over at her. She wasn't carrying much. Maybe she had left the group right before hopping on the caravan. Wanting to help, he pulled out a bun from his bag. He chopped up some ingredients and made her a quick sandwich. He joked that she was now officially part of the Wolfpack Victims Club. She said she wasn't sure how much of a victim he really was, but when she saw the sandwich, her eyes sparkled and she accepted it. He told her not to worry about the little things. Then he offered sandwiches to the other passengers too. Moria took a big bite and said it tasted great. She was surprised how fast he had made it. Gail laughed and said it was all about having good ingredients. He even had some wine with him. She teased that he was trying to get her drunk, but then noticed something. This wasn't just any wine. It was Romange wine, a rare and expensive type. She asked if he was really okay with her drinking it. He said yes. His market stall had been a huge success, so he could afford it. Moria brought up something she had heard. There was a big commotion in the market recently about someone selling an artifact-level item from a stall. Of course, she didn't know it had been Gail's stall. Gail was surprised. An artifact? In a regular stall? What kind of fool would sell something that rare and powerful? Moria told him that even the princess was looking for it. That made him pause. He remembered a certain moment. The castle, the princess, the time someone came for him. But he quickly shook it off, thinking that it couldn't be connected. She asked if he was the one who had the artifact, but he brushed it off, saying he didn't look like the type of person who'd be carrying one. She agreed. He didn't seem like it. He joked that she could have at least lied to make him feel cool. She said people who create artifacts usually live in temples or holy mountains. He agreed, like old hermits hidden away in the mountains. Then, suddenly, Gail pulled a funny face, wrinkling it like an old man. Moria turned to him and laughed so hard it echoed through the entire carriage. They high-fived, and she told him she was starting to like him. Gail replied that he didn't exactly hate her either. They agreed that if they weren't stuck in their current roles, him being a curse crafter and her being a support mage, they'd make a good frontline team. Still, maybe someday if they got the chance. But before he could finish that thought, something slammed into the carriage. Everything went black for a moment. He couldn't see anything. Shouts came from outside. It was an orc attack. Because the caravan had been jolted so hard, he ended up leaning against Moria's chest. He awkwardly commented on how soft it was. Moria smacked him and reminded him this was no time for jokes. Outside, things were getting worse. The mercenary guard had been taken out. One of the men rushed into the carriage, shouting for help. The passengers were terrified. The orcs spotted their wagon and began trotting toward it. Moria realized this was bad. The orcs were coming, and no one in the carriage was trained to fight except maybe her and Gail. She asked Gail if he had a weapon. He was confused for a second, but she explained there was no choice. They had to fight. She had a magic staff and a small dagger. Gail said he had a few single-use talismans that could slow enemies down and a short sword. Not the most powerful tools, but better than nothing. Moria admitted it wasn't great, but they had to try. She said she hated just sitting around waiting to die. Even though she was more used to support magic and had only fought in emergencies, she said he could trust her. Gail told her he'd take the front line, and she should back him up. She agreed and apologized. He told her not to be sorry. He would never let a girl fight alone if he could help it. Then he shouted that it was time to show these orcs what two XS-rank adventurers could really do. The orcs didn't seem worried about them. Gail figured they didn't think he or Moria were any threat. That's why he had to strike first, to at least take one down. Moria dropped some small stones onto the ground. Gail looked at her, and she swung her staff. Suddenly a barrier appeared. She said it should hold for a little while, and that she'd strengthen him with buffs as soon as possible. He nodded, thinking she really knew how to plan things. He gripped his dagger tightly. Moria noticed the weapon and shivered. There was something strange about it, some kind of dark energy surrounding it. It looked like it was covered in black magic. At the start of the battle, Moria explained their plan. It was simple, but needed perfect timing. Buff magic doesn't work right away, so she would have to activate it at just the right moment. Once it kicked in fully, She believed Gail would be strong enough to seriously injure at least one of the orcs. After that, it would be up to him. He'd have to use his curse magic to trap them in place while defeating as many as he could. Gail agreed. If they could hold out long enough, there was a chance a patrol nearby would notice something was wrong and come to help. Until then, they would have to rely on luck. Even though she had said all that confidently, Moria still had doubts. That strange weapon he had, it gave her chills. Gail told her it was just a regular dagger used for weakening enemies, but she couldn't believe he called something so creepy normal. Before she could question him more, he told her to just support him and moved ahead. She tried to stop him, but he was already gone. So, Moria knelt to the ground and began drawing a symbol with her fingers. She cast a quick spell, saying it wouldn't last long, but the effect would be powerful while it was active. Gail reacted immediately. He pulled out something shaped and threw it right at the orcs. The range was great. It landed exactly where he wanted it to. The scroll attached to the item unfolded in midair. Without wasting time, Gail rushed at the orcs. The orcs noticed him, but his curses activated just in time. Dark magic wrapped around them, confusing and disorienting them. Their armor clanked, and they grunted, unsure what was happening. Moria was stunned. Just watching it made her legs shake. What kind of curse was this? Whatever item he had thrown was clearly targeting only the monsters that meant them harm. But it was so powerful that Moria felt like even she could get pulled into it if she lost focus. Gail charged forward, saying they'd all fall together. Moria called after him. He was moving too fast. Her buff spell hadn't even finished powering up yet. One of the orcs roared, but before it could attack, Gail had already reached it. In a flash, he sliced through its neck and decapitated it. Then he was off again, attacking the others with the same speed and strength. He shouted in excitement, thinking it was all because of her buffs. But Moria knew the truth. This wasn't her doing. What she was seeing went far beyond what her support magic could achieve. The dark aura around the battlefield wasn't just dulling the enemy's strength. It was terrifying them, weakening their armor, and probably even paralyzing them. She had never seen a throwaway curse item do all that. And that dagger he was using, just by looking at it, she could tell it had special effects that were always active, like making his armor disappear and hiding his true strength. She couldn't believe he called that thing a normal blade. It had to be a legendary weapon. She held her head in disbelief. Everything about this was completely insane. Meanwhile, Gail was having the time of his life. His body was glowing from all the magic enhancements. Moria's support magic had boosted all of his abilities. His strength, speed, and reaction time were way above normal. He was amazed and thanked her for it. But Moria tried to explain that while she technically helped a little, this wasn't really her doing. Gail just laughed, saying now he finally felt strong enough to take these monsters down. Moria looked at him and realized something terrible. His boosted stats were dropping fast. The spell she had used was missing a key part, magical energy. She had forgotten to charge it properly. The buffs were fading. She quickly said she'd fix it and that it wasn't a big deal. Gail, still pumped with energy, said that together, the two of them were unbeatable. Moria was confused. Why was he acting so hyped? Without waiting, Gail jumped high into the air and slashed another orc. There was only one left now, standing in front of him. But when that one roared, more orcs appeared behind it. Gail didn't hesitate. He threw more of his cursed items at them. A loud explosion followed. The magic was too powerful. Every orc nearby had its head separated from its body. He cheered, thinking it was all thanks to Moria's support magic. The orcs had been frozen in place from his slow effect curse. But Moria frowned. That spell shouldn't have slowed them down that much. Reducing their speed by 90%? That was unheard of. She tried to get his attention and explain he had misunderstood something. But before she could say anything, she saw him sneaking behind another orc. With a quick motion, he stabbed the back of its neck with his dagger. And just like that, another deafening explosion shook the battlefield. The final orc dropped to the ground. Moria stared at it in disbelief. Had he just defeated it in one hit? That kind of instant kill was extremely rare, almost impossible without a powerful artifact. She couldn't understand it. How could Gail, of all people, make something like that by hand? None of it made sense anymore. Gail turned to look at her with a big grin on his face. He was clearly thrilled about their victory. Before she could get a word out, he grabbed her hands and tried to spin her around in celebration like they were dancing. He was still full of excitement and couldn't stop praising her support magic, thinking it had made all the difference. Moria gave him a half-hearted thank you, a little overwhelmed by how over-the-top he was acting. The other passengers, who had been hiding and watching, began peeking out. Gail waved at them cheerfully, and soon they all ran up to him, clearly thankful and amazed by what they had seen. Later that night, around the campfire, Gail admitted something surprising. This was actually his first time fighting monsters. During the battle, he had been terrified. Moria was surprised. He had been part of Kush's party, hadn't he? Gail confirmed it, saying he had been one of the founding members. But he explained that he wasn't much of a fighter, just someone who used curse magic. Moria was quiet for a moment. Then she said that Kush must have been an idiot to let someone like Gail go. Gail blushed and stuttered, unsure if she really meant that. He admitted that, honestly, he didn't blame Kush for dropping him. Maybe it was the right decision after all. Moria rolled her eyes. She couldn't believe how little self-confidence he had. She changed the topic to the coffee he had made, some dandelion blend that tasted really good. She complimented how skilled he was at so many different things. Gail tried to downplay it, but she insisted that what he had wasn't just a few tricks. It was more like being all-powerful. Gail looked flustered and told her not to exaggerate. He didn't see himself as anything special, especially not in battle. Moria sighed in frustration. They were going in circles. There was something unusual about him. He definitely stood out, and yet he kept acting like he didn't. She said she was going to bed and thanked him for the coffee. He told her good night. She went to her tent, leaving the rest of the group sitting around the campfire. Gail stayed up a little longer, thinking about what she had said. Omnipotence, huh? That was a heavy word. He never thought of himself as someone with that kind of power. He really believed that the win earlier had only happened because Moria supported him so well. But even so, something inside him stirred. He remembered being part of a guild, part of a party, and how exciting it used to be. Fighting monsters, even though it had been scary, was kind of fun. He laughed quietly to himself. Moria was really kind to him. The next morning, the caravan continued moving along the road. The driver called out that their destination would be in sight soon. Moria, now awake, nudged Gail, who was still half asleep. He groggily asked if they were there yet, and she confirmed it. They looked ahead. They had arrived. They walked toward their next stop, Farmage, ready for whatever came next. At the beginning of Chapter 8, Gail and Moria arrived at a place called Farmage. It was a typical countryside area, filled with open fields, animals, and farms everywhere. Gail mentioned they were just an hour away from the border. They got off the wagon because it was clear this place was all about farming. It was just fields and pastures as far as the eye could see. Gail had a plan. He was going to head to the local adventurers guild, trade in the parts he had taken from orcs to earn some money, and then start picking up quests. Moria decided to go with him to the guild because she wanted to find a party to join. Gail, however, said he wanted to work alone for now. Later, at the Farmage Adventurers Guild, Gail began checking out the quest board. Moria was surprised at the one he was considering. It seemed way too difficult to do solo. Gail was confident, though. Even so, he ended up asking Moria if she would help. The quest involved hunting undead creatures, and it was ranked A, which meant it was very tough. But Moria reminded him that they were both support-type adventurers, not frontline fighters. She didn't think this would be as easy as their last mission with the orcs. Gail just smiled, as if he already had something in mind. Then, a dark elf suddenly appeared and greeted them. Neither of them had noticed her before. She was curious about Gail because she hadn't seen him around before. He told her he was new, having just arrived from the capital, hoping to try his luck in this region. The elf explained that Farmage was mainly a farming and trading town, and there weren't many adventurers around, which made things tough for the locals. She even grabbed Gail's hands and thanked him for showing up. Gail's heart skipped a beat. She was pretty, and he definitely noticed. Meanwhile, Moria stood behind him, not looking too happy. She coughed, catching the elf's attention. The elf asked if she was his friend. Moria said no, they were just traveling in the same direction. She introduced herself as a support mage, also from the capital, and said she'd be glad to help out however she could. The dark elf's eyes lit up. Support mages were in high demand here, so she was excited. Then she looked at Gail, noticing he wasn't wearing heavy gear. She guessed he might be a thief. Gail corrected her, saying he was actually a curse crafter, someone who uses support magic with curses. He explained that while support was his main focus, he could handle himself in a fight too. The elf was a bit surprised. Curse crafters were rare in this area, and she wasn't sure if there were any quests suited for someone like him. Gail blushed at her reaction, while Moria looked even more annoyed. Gail said he planned to take a couple of quests to get used to the area. But the elf was shocked to see that the one he picked was a lich hunt, a job that had been sitting untouched for a while. She called it a cold case because nobody had taken it up. There weren't enough strong clerics around to handle it, and without them, the undead were taking over. Families couldn't even visit their loved ones' graves. It was a bad situation. She was concerned. If Gail was only a curse crafter, this mission could be a death trap. Moria told her to be more gentle with her words, but Gail said it was fine. He was used to it. Moria wanted to argue more, but Gail reassured her that he'd be okay. The elf warned him again. No one had completed that quest yet, and if he got into trouble, no one would be coming to save him. Still, Gale said he'd go ahead with it. He asked for a map of the area. The elf offered him holy water and magical items too, but he only wanted the map. She confirmed the quest was his and told him how to prove he completed it by bringing back lich jawbones. Gale already knew that. He had experience using them before, which surprised the elf. She found it funny and asked him to be careful. As she leaned closer and told him how badly the town needed adventurers, Gale started blushing again, until Moria stepped on his foot, hard. She was clearly annoyed. The elf laughed, saying the two of them got along really well. Then she added one last thing. She welcomed them to Farmage. The woman in charge of the Adventurers Guild in this farming town introduced herself as Gimli. She greeted both Gale and Moria politely, bowing and saying she looked forward to working with them. Gale nodded back, saying the same, and then, as if suddenly remembering something, he pulled out a sack. It was filled with the remains from his previous quest, parts taken from orcs. Gimli was impressed by what he had collected. He then said they would begin the new quest tomorrow. Gimli made a comment about how casual he was acting, like moving from town to town and taking on tough jobs was nothing to him. Gale thanked her, but she made it clear she wasn't exactly complimenting him. Once they were outside, Moria brought up how he had been staring at Gimli. She teased him for getting all excited just because someone showed him a little attention. He smiled and pretended not to know what she meant. Moria told him to forget it, but it seemed like she was deciding to join him on this quest after all. Gale pointed out that she had already planned to, hadn't she? She didn't respond, and he joked about how not saying anything kind of confirmed it. Moria snapped that she wasn't worried about him or anything. She claimed she was just there to be his backup, like a safety net in case things went wrong. Gale stared at her, surprised. When she blushed and asked what he was looking at, he said that having her around made him feel a lot better. She blushed even more, wondering how he could say something like that so seriously. Gale admitted this was his first quest on his own, and he was nervous. Moria said people who go on undead hunts should be nervous. But instead of acting scared, he looked excited, because to him, undead monsters were like walking treasure chests full of ingredients. He couldn't wait to collect them. That night, the dark elf from the guild was thinking to herself. She was surprised. Gale didn't seem like any ordinary curse crafter. There was definitely something different about him. The next day, when Gale finally woke up, he said he slept really well. Moria corrected him. It was more like oversleeping, since it was already past noon. Gale mentioned that from the moment they arrived, he felt the difference in the air. Like Gimli had said, this place was all about farming and trading. Seeing armed people like adventurers was rare, so no wonder the locals found them interesting. Moria told him not to let it get to him. Later, they arrived at the entrance of the crypt where their quest would begin. Gale tried to stay cheerful, hoping the quest would go quickly. Moria was busy checking all her gear, her silver knife, anti-undead incense, and holy water. Gale called her a worrywart, but she said she was just being prepared. He told her everything would be fine, since he was kind of an expert when it came to fighting the undead. That only made Moria worry more. She warned him that if things got bad, they should run. He agreed. He understood that being in the rear guard position was hard for her. Moria insisted they both run if it came to that. Then Gale noticed a door nearby. It opened to a large graveyard. He was impressed by the view, but Moria reminded him that they weren't there to sightsee. She thought the place looked awful. Gale guessed that the undead had caused all the damage. He started tossing around some skeletons, and Moria questioned what he was doing. He pointed out that the skeletons had left footprints, like clues. Moria remembered that this cemetery had been built on top of an old dungeon. It must have been ancient, judging by its size. She asked if what they were doing counted as disrespecting the dead. Gale didn't think so. How else were they supposed to explore deeper into the area? Moria tried to show respect by pressing her hands together in prayer. Gale teased her for being so serious about it. She said compared to him, anyone would seem respectful. He pointed out that the skull she was praying over was actually an undead creature. The only reason it wasn't moving now was because the sun was out. At night, it would probably rise again. To prove it, he held the skull up to her face. She looked at it closely, then suddenly smashed it and turned away. He asked about her respect for the dead. She answered that undead weren't truly the dead. They were just monsters. She hated all of it. Gale thought she could have just waited outside if she felt that way. He told her the cemetery wasn't fully turned into a dungeon yet. The upper floors would only have weak monsters. That didn't make Moria feel any better. Gale said he would go deeper into the dungeon alone. He wanted better quality materials. He told her there was no need for her to waste her supplies like holy water, handed her a lantern, waved goodbye, and walked off, excited to find what he needed. Moria stood there alone, annoyed. She thought to herself, why are members of his guild, the wolf pack, always so selfish? He had just walked off and left her there. She looked around. noticing how dark it had gotten. Then she heard a sound, and, even though she was scared, she forced herself to keep going. Eventually, she caught up with Gail again in the cemetery. She told him she really wanted to get out of there. Suddenly, a strange noise echoed in the dark. Moria screamed, and Gail flinched from the sound. She felt something brush past her and panicked, saying it wasn't just her imagination. Tears started to form in her eyes as she grabbed onto Gail, clinging to him out of fear. He blushed slightly from the sudden closeness. Then, out of nowhere, a loud explosion boomed nearby. Moria hugged him even tighter, trembling and yelling from the shock. While she clung to him, Gail tried to stay calm and looked around for the source of the explosion. He couldn't help but notice that her chest was pressing into him. Just for a moment, it distracted him, but he shook it off quickly and focused. Then he spotted the cause of the sound. It was just a bat flying by. Moria, pretending she had known that all along, shoved him lightly. She admitted she only acted like that to get back at him for teasing her earlier. She tried to laugh it off, saying that undead were just piles of bones anyway. But as she turned around, she heard that same eerie clacking sound again. This time, she came face to face with an actual skeleton. Frozen in fear, she screamed and jumped into Gail's arms, completely panicked. Gail was now holding her while she yelled that the skeletons had arrived. He winced at the noise. She was yelling directly into his ear and tried to calm her down. But she was in a total panic, with tears falling down her cheeks, saying she couldn't calm down no matter what. He at least begged her not to scream right next to his ear. When Moria opened her eyes again, another skeleton had appeared right in front of her, its mouth hanging open. That pushed her over the edge. In a burst of fear and desperation, she swung her arms and smashed the skeleton with surprising force, shouting at it to stay away. Gail watched, stunned by her sudden strength. Moria then stood up, still shaking, grabbed the lantern, and hurled it straight at the undead. The fire caught, and the skeletons began to burn. As the flames spread, more of the skeletons came closer. She shouted again, then shoved Gail toward them, causing him to stumble into the burning mess along with the skeletons. A little later, after the chaos settled, Gail asked if she had calmed down. Moria, still a bit shaken, apologized for the outburst. He asked her why she even came along if she was that scared of undead. She looked away and admitted that she had been worried about him. These hunts were too dangerous to do alone. Gail reminded her again that he was a curse crafter. His abilities were built specifically to deal with undead enemies. Still, he appreciated her concern and thanked her for coming. He reached out his hand to help her get back on her feet. Since they were now deep inside the crypt, it would be too dangerous for her to head back up alone. He asked if she could hang in there just a bit longer. Moria said she would try. He told her that if she got too scared, she could just close her eyes. She answered that if she did that, she might get lost. Gail said it was fine. She could hold his hand, and they'd move slowly. They both blushed a little as they reached for each other's hands. Gail realized that, even though he had been joking about that part, they were now actually holding hands. Just a little while before Gail and Moria had left the capital, a group showed up at the forge looking for the blacksmith. It was the Wolfpack party. They asked if he ran the forge there because they wanted to sell some of their gear. But the smith wasn't interested. He told them straight that he didn't serve rough, rowdy types like them. Later, they were back in some alley, cold and hungry, with their armor clinking and their stomachs growling. Another night spent out on the streets, trying to figure out how to make money. Luke, one of the members, announced that he'd picked up some quests from the guild. But they weren't anything special. One job was rank A, take down ogres on the highway. Another was rank C, defeat a horde of skeleton knights near the old church. There was also a rank E quest, beat up some goblin soldiers. And a rank D1, hunt down some orcs in the wild. When he read these out loud, the others stared at him like he was joking. They were an S-rank party, after all, one of the highest tiers among adventurers. Why were they being handed such low-level work? They wondered if Luke was trying to insult them. Norris, the calm one, told everyone to settle down. They were barely hanging on as it was. They didn't have the strength or supplies right now to take on high-level missions. He reminded them of a saying. Even a lion uses its full strength to catch a rabbit. They needed to take what they could get. Kush complained about how cheap the quests were, but he admitted the ogre one paid the most, 60 gold coins. Still, they all remembered what happened the last time they fought an ogre. None of them wanted to go through that again, even if they claimed they weren't scared. Melissa suggested they try the Skeleton Knight quest. The goblin and orc missions paid too little to be worth the effort. Norris pointed out that the quest mentioned a horde of skeletons. Maybe the orcs were a better option? Kush snapped at him, reminding him that it was just a C-rank mission. Melissa argued that skeletons were easy for them. Then she turned to Luke and asked why he even brought these jobs to them. He said he hadn't expected things to get so bad that they'd be stuck starving on the street. Still, Norris tried to keep their spirits up. He told them they'd just have to do what they could. Luke agreed. Skeletons weren't exactly terrifying undead anyway. The only concern was how long their magic would last. He asked if Melissa and Kush would be okay since they were the team's frontliners. Norris pointed at the two of them, saying they'd be the first ones hit if things went bad. Luke agreed. They had to look out for themselves. Later that day, they reached the old church grounds, just outside the capital. Luke scouted from above the walls and reported what he saw. Around 20 skeletons hiding in the shadows just beyond the gates. Kush laughed. 20? That was nothing. Melissa agreed and suggested she and Kush charge in first. Kush raised his sword confidently, saying this was what paladins were made for. He lifted his weapon high, pointed it toward the sky, and chanted a holy spell. A flash of light burst out, and the skeletons began to stir. Melissa dashed ahead and wiped a few out. She gave the signal. Norris began casting magic while Luke leapt over the skeletons, slamming down on them from above. They managed to take some down in that first wave. Kush said that this was their usual strategy, his holy skills leading the way, Melissa's quick strikes during the charge, Norris burning groups of enemies, and Luke dealing finishing blows. It had worked before. Norris figured this would be manageable. Luke and Norris stayed back for now, waiting to jump in if needed. Kush and Melissa moved to the front. The cleric's protective barrier faded as they entered, and the skeletons started rising. The two charged forward without hesitation. Kush was fired up, confident they'd wipe the enemies out quickly. Luke, watching from behind, commented how dumb the skeletons were for being out in the sunlight. Kush laughed, saying the reward money was practically theirs already. But before he could even finish the thought, one of the skeletons swung its weapon and smacked him hard in the face. Another one struck Melissa. Both of them went flying through the air and crashed to the ground. Norris and Luke stood there, shocked. As the two frontline fighters sat up, more undead enemies began closing in. The skeletons started beating them while they were still down. Luke called out to Norris in a panic, saying they were going to die if they didn't act fast. Norris quickly began chanting a fire spell. He called for an inferno, summoning a tight ball of flame. But instead of a massive blaze, it was a small, compact flame. Luke was confused. What good would a tiny fireball do? Norris explained it was condensed heat. It should still hit hard, even if it looked small. He sent the flame toward the skeletons. It hit, but barely did any damage. The undead weren't even slowed down. And now, they were turning their attention toward Luke and Norris. The group ran away quickly and locked the church gate behind them. Their mission to defeat a horde of skeleton knights at the old church, a rank C quest, had ended in failure. The next day, they tried again, this time, going after the orcs. Melissa leapt into action as the orcs approached. She landed on one and stabbed it with her sword, but her blade got stuck. She was surprised it didn't fall immediately. Before anyone could react, the orc grabbed her by the arm and swung her into the air. It looked like it was trying to take her away. She was left almost in her underwear as she struggled, calling for help. The orc looked at her for a moment and then dropped her, turning around and walking away. Norris and Luke started laughing, saying she wasn't even the orc's type. She was furious and embarrassed. Kush saw the orc's back turned and thought it was the perfect chance to strike. He slashed at it with his sword, but the blade just bounced off. The orc, now feeling the hit from behind, turned around angrily. It was furious. Before Kush could react, it slammed him and Melissa hard, sending them flying. The rank D orc hunting quest had also failed. A few days later, they were back at the capital's Adventurers Guild. They all looked completely defeated. They were still blaming Gail for all their recent failures. Kush agreed, especially because he'd been forced to sell his favorite gear to stay afloat. Around them, other adventurers were whispering about how far the once great wolf pack had fallen. Norris said that once they had some gold again, they'd go after Gail. Luke joked that maybe Gail really was just selling goods at a market stall. Kush agreed and asked what the quest was for the day. The goblin one, maybe? Melissa said that it at least sounded doable. But when they came back from that mission, they looked even worse than before. Beaten, worn out, and barely able to walk, they returned to the guild. The guild receptionist asked if they had failed again. They snapped at her. Kush cursed, saying the whole thing had been unfair. Thinking back to when they accepted the goblin quest, the villagers were shocked and thankful that an elite S-rank party was handling it. They said they'd support them however they could. Kush assured the villagers that they would take care of everything. He told them they wouldn't even need to lift a finger. Later on, the villagers arrived, riding horses. Things went badly from the start. The S-rank wolf pack was completely overwhelmed and beaten by the goblins. Back at the guild again, Kush explained what happened. The villagers had refused to pay them and had called them lazy and useless. The guild receptionist replied that maybe they should give up their S-rank license. Kush got angry and grabbed her collar, demanding an easier quest. But she wasn't scared. She grabbed his hand and slapped him hard across the face. Kush fell to the floor. The other 3 members of the party just stood there, unsure what to do. Meanwhile, far away in the cemetery, Gail was deep underground, facing a new group of undead. The lower he went, the thicker the wandering souls became. There was a lot of valuable material in this crypt, and he was planning to collect it all. Moria was beside him, tugging at his arm. She asked if something was nearby. He told her nothing was there, but she could hear the clicking of bones and didn't believe him. She clung to him tightly, eyes closed, as they walked forward. He told her to stop holding on to him like that. She insisted she could feel something around them. Right then, something did appear. A bony arm pushed its way up from a grave, followed by a normal skeleton. Then a much larger skeleton crawled up too. She asked if she could open her eyes, saying it would feel less scary if she could see. Gail thought that might make things worse for her. He told her there was nothing there and started a countdown. As he said the final number, he waved his hand and cast a spell. Dispel. The magic worked, and the skeleton dissolved into dust. When she opened her eyes, the undead was already gone. She asked if he had really used a dispel spell to defeat it. He said yes, it was easy. She was shocked. Dispelling a curse to defeat an undead? She had never heard of that working before. He explained that it was similar to what priests do. She argued that priests use holy magic to purify evil, but Gail's magic wasn't the same. He admitted it wasn't exactly holy magic and wasn't even a good idea to use most of the time. She asked him why, and he tried to think of the best way to explain it. First, he wanted her to understand that what he was doing wasn't about driving the dead away. It was more like he was listening to their stories. Gail was holding a skull in his hand while Moria stood nearby, looking unsure about what he had just explained. She didn't fully understand what he meant when he said he listened to the undead. To help her understand, he asked her what she thought caused the undead to rise and walk around. She guessed it might be magic or malice. He said she was right. Just then, an undead rose behind her, and she screamed in fear. Gail quickly turned around and defeated it. He explained that this was a common thing in crypts like the one they were in, undead showing up out of nowhere. He pointed out that undead usually don't like being purified or banished. He used a dispel spell again to demonstrate, showing how they reacted. He asked her to imagine things from the undead's point of view. These were beings that returned to the world of the living because they had grudges or regrets. Then someone shows up, yells at them with some holy command, and tries to erase them, without even listening to what they wanted or why they came back. Moria still wasn't quite getting it. So he asked her to think back to when she was a kid, if she ever got scolded by her parents without being allowed to explain herself. A memory came to her. Her father had once yelled at her for wanting to become an adventurer. He insisted that girls shouldn't dream of things like that. Even when she told him that other girls were doing it, he had slammed his fist in anger and told her to stop. Gail brought her back to the present. He told her that undead often have emotional leftovers, feelings they couldn't deal with when they died. Some died hungry and are still chasing that hunger. Others died alone and now feel completely abandoned. Sometimes, the grudges were stronger, like someone tortured to death for a crime they didn't commit. These feelings are what keep them from passing on. He explained that just listening to those feelings and showing some understanding can help those spirits let go. Then, he led her to a coffin and opened it. An undead rose up. Moria shivered in fear. A dark skeleton knight emerged. It was a very dangerous type, not something people in support roles could handle. In fact, at close range, it was even more dangerous than a lich. Without realizing it, Moria had clung tightly to Gail. His face was now pressed into her chest, and he told her he couldn't breathe. He lifted her a bit higher, so he could see the skeleton knight. Since she wasn't letting go, he just walked forward with her in his arms. The undead drew its sword and stared them down. Moria began crying in fear. Gail calmly pointed his finger at the undead and cast a spell. The spell worked, light shone, and the undead crumbled to pieces. He put her down, telling her it was over. As she looked at where the skeleton had stood, a ghostly figure of a young man appeared. He wore a knight's uniform. He bowed his head toward Gail and then faded away. Gail smiled. Moria was shocked. She hadn't understood what had just happened. That skeleton had been a B-rank monster. And yet, after it vanished, that young man's ghost had appeared. Gail explained that the man had likely died before he could say goodbye to someone important, his fiancée. That lingering regret might have been what turned him into an undead. Moria asked how he could be sure. Gail said he had learned to read the subtle signs, the tiny clues the undead left behind. He'd become good at that while crafting cursed gear. Usually, if he listens to their story and responds kindly, they move on peacefully. Moria realized that all the undead wanted was sympathy, not advice, just understanding. Gale agreed. The undead were once human too. That's how he dealt with them. Not by fighting, but by helping them pass on. As a bonus, since he wasn't purifying them with holy magic, he could collect better quality materials. Holy magic removed all cursed energy, which wasn't great for his kind of work. Then a stronger undead appeared nearby, and Moria was overwhelmed. She realized that everything Gale was saying went against what she'd been taught about the undead. They walked deeper into the crypt, and she looked at him thoughtfully. She asked if he saw undead as just easy targets. He admitted that to him. For now, they were just materials. She got mad, grabbed his collar, and shook him furiously. She yelled at him, saying he was treating the undead like objects, like they were easy fights, and demanded he apologize to all the priests in the world. Gale was stunned by how suddenly she snapped. He didn't understand why anyone would be upset with him. From his perspective, it was a win-win. He helped the undead move on and got his materials too. Moria couldn't believe how casually he treated the whole thing. Her head throbbed from thinking about how weird Gale's way of doing things was. He asked her to stop yelling in his ear. Then, gently, he asked if she wanted to hold his hand. She said yes. They continued down the stairs and reached the lowest level of the crypt. This area was different. It was much brighter than the rest. Around them were strong undead, skeleton knights, ghoul archers, and dark spirits that looked like they could be connected to the afterlife. She even saw wights. She counted at least 50 enemies. Moria realized that if enough of those undead's pale souls were gathered in one place, they could light up a room like this. Gale asked if she was okay keeping her eyes open. She said she was fine. She was used to it now. Moria tensed up all over. Gale could tell she was lying. She wasn't very good at it. He started looking around, curious. She asked what he was doing, and he turned to say he was just wondering why there weren't any liches in the crypt. Moria suggested maybe that meant they'd have to turn back and come again another time. As she spoke, she didn't notice her staff slipping from her hand. It fell with a loud clang that echoed through the crypt. All the undead nearby suddenly turned toward the sound. Fear took over her. She thought they were doomed. But instead of attacking, the undead just stood there, trembling. Confused and nervous, she pushed Gale to hide behind a pillar. Then, a new undead figure appeared from behind a large door. This one was different. It carried a horn and radiated power. This wasn't an ordinary undead. It was a sorcerer, one of the most dangerous types. These were classified as disaster-level threats. A single one could raise an entire undead army and spread fear and destruction across the land. Seeing one here was terrifying. But to her surprise, Gale was excited. This was exactly the kind of creature he had been hoping to find. Moria was horrified. To fight something like that, you'd need a high-ranking priest. And Gale? He didn't even go to church on his days off. Before she could say anything else, an explosion shook the crypt. The pillar they were hiding behind collapsed into rubble. Even in the thick dust, Gale calmly mentioned he didn't go to church. He just stayed home making cursed gear and spell charms. Another blast struck. Moria quickly ducked behind him as more magic tore through the air. She looked toward the sorcerer. Its power was flowing out toward the other undead, almost like a wave. Now the other undead started walking toward them. They ran. Moria shouted for Gale to stop running around randomly. They needed to get out fast. Just one hit from the sorcerer would be the end of them. But Gale begged her to wait, saying he needed just one more moment. She asked what he meant. He pulled something from his bag and stabbed it into the ground. Suddenly, a powerful wave of light spread out. The undead caught in the blast burned with holy energy. Gale chanted a spell, Dispel Blessing. Moria gasped. That was a spell only high priests could use, meant to save people from deadly curses. He had created something that powerful on his own. The black mist covering the undead vanished. For a moment, they could be seen in their human forms again. Then, they slowly faded away, leaving a peaceful silence behind. Later, Gale stretched out and said the air felt fresher. Moria sat down, overwhelmed. She covered her face with her hands and swore she would never go into a crypt again. Who beats an entire army of undead like it's nothing and calls it a day trip? That just doesn't happen. Gale thought she was exaggerating. To him, undead sorcerers could be found in crypts like this all the time. He figured this one was probably a noble in life who once ruled the place. Moria asked if he'd been to a lot of crypts. Gale smiled, clutching his bag excitedly. Crypts were thrilling for him, especially when he found materials to make cursed gear. He loved crafting new items. Moria gave him a tired look. He really was obsessed with cursed stuff. Gale proudly wrapped up his new treasures. His necklace jingled. It was made from the sorcerer's sword and staff. He thought it looked awesome. Moria said she didn't get his taste in art. He was shocked. She was clearly missing out. He wished more people appreciated cursed gear like he did. He said he even ran a stall before. She asked how that went. He lit up, remembering a girl who really liked his designs. A lot of people said they were creative. Cursed gear, after all, could serve as home decor that also offered protection. There was definitely a market for it. Moria still wasn't impressed. Gail pointed out she was the one who asked. He shrugged and said he didn't mind. People would come around eventually. Moria told him that wasn't happening. He insisted he'd prove her wrong, with his gear and his shop. That made Moria think back to when she first heard about Gail. She had gotten an offer from a party at the guild. The woman behind the counter told her the group was called the Wolf Pack. They were S-rank, very skilled, but didn't have the best attitudes. She saw a man getting scolded harshly by the others. They called him lazy and said he was too soft. That was Gail. At the time, Moria agreed to join because the pay was good. Gail got kicked out of the party that day. When she first met him, he was quiet, stressed, and unsure of himself. But now, with no one holding him back, his eyes sparkled with hope. She could see it. He was excited for the future. She smiled. Maybe things were okay like this. Gail asked what she meant. She told him it had been kind of fun spending time with him. He teased her about nearly crying earlier. She got mad and said that didn't count as crying at all. He laughed and thanked her. Getting kicked out of his party had led him to this small farming town. Alone, even with money, it would have been a lonely life. But having someone to laugh with meant a lot. And that was all thanks to her. Moria looked at him and blushed. She shouted, asking why he was suddenly being so sweet. It totally caught her off guard, and she panicked, scrambling away from him. But then, in a quiet voice, she said she was okay with it too, and thanked him. Gail asked what she just said, but she didn't answer. In her mind, she couldn't believe how clueless he was. At the start of the chapter, Moria brought up the reward money. She asked what Gail planned to do with it. Gail assumed they'd be splitting it evenly, but Moria disagreed. She felt she hadn't earned any of it. In her mind, all she did was slow him down. Gail didn't see it that way. To him, being in a party meant sharing roles. But Moria was unconvinced. All she had done was carry a few of his things, and she pointed out how much gear Gail had. It was way more than even a top-level porter could handle. When she asked how he was managing it, Gail lifted his hand and revealed a skull bracelet he wore. Moria was disgusted. It looked creepy. He explained that the bracelet was cursed. It gave him a bunch of effects, extra storage space, enhanced strength, and even stress relief. He had made it himself, just so he could carry more gear. Moria was shocked. A tool like that could completely change the way wars were fought, she thought. She covered her face with her hand in disbelief. Curious, she asked if he had ever seen any normal magical items, the kind sold in stores. Gail insisted that he had. As a curse crafter, he said it was important to stay up to date with trends. But he also admitted he thought most of them looked boring. Moria reminded him that appearance wasn't the point. If he really had seen how magic tools worked, he should know that most of them only provide one single effect. That's how they're supposed to be. Otherwise, people can't handle the energy, and the tools become unstable. Even the best store-bought magical item might only give a 10% improvement in one area. Anything beyond that, items with multiple powerful effects, were extremely rare. Legendary, even. Items like that were known as artifacts. Gil just laughed. He compared them to national treasures and said they all looked lame. Moria felt frustrated. He clearly didn't understand, or care, about how serious this was. In her mind, the gear Gale created was undeniably powerful, but his way of thinking was completely off the rails. He had no taste, no sense of balance or common understanding. She clenched her fist, annoyed. Gale didn't see the big deal. To him, it was all about innovation. If someone could be creative enough, they could build items with any effect they wanted, even stack multiple effects together. That's how cursed gear worked, after all. Moria thought differently. If it was that easy, people wouldn't spend so much money on store-bought magic gear. She turned to him again. To Gale, ordinary magical items were basically toys. He offered to make her one, just for fun. She declined. In her head, she started thinking more seriously about cursed gear. The downside was that it always came with risks. Once someone wore cursed equipment, they couldn't take it off on their own. It required a special skill to safely remove it. Not only that, but the curse always demanded a price. Some items might boost your attack power, but make you weak under sunlight. Others might scramble your mind and make it impossible to tell allies from enemies. But then she imagined, what if there was a curse crafter who could actually control all of that? What if they could leave the curse on purpose, and even reshape what it took and what it gave back? What if they could control both the risk and the reward? Moria shivered at the thought. If that was possible, then maybe Gale really was a genius, a master craftsman capable of changing the world. Gale clearly believed so. He was proud of his designs and thought they looked amazing. Moria gave him a sarcastic smile and said forget it, no one would ever appreciate them. Gail playfully accused her of building him up and then tearing him down. In her mind, she agreed. As long as Gail kept designing gear the way he did, the world would never understand how talented he really was. Then, Gail pointed ahead. The town was finally in view. He spotted a cart nearby and called for Moria to hitch a ride. As he ran ahead to ask the cart owner for help, Moria looked at him and thought to herself, Gail the curse crafter. He was kind of an oddball, but a neat one. She wouldn't mind being in his party again someday. Later, they arrived at the Adventurers Guild. The receptionist, Gimli, greeted them in her usual cheerful way, but she was surprised to see them back so quickly. She asked if they gave up on the quest. Gail said it was the opposite, and he placed several heavy bags on the counter for her to inspect. He told her to verify that everything was real. Inside the bags were the remains of black skeletons, dark skeletons, knights, and even signs of a powerful sorcerer. Gimli was impressed. She offered them a 10% bonus, then raised it to 30%. Moria stepped in. She reminded Gimli that the job was supposed to involve just liches, but the dungeon had expanded and ended up containing a sorcerer, something much more dangerous. It could have easily killed them. She stared at Gimli seriously. First, the guild had given them faulty information. Now Gimli was offering a bonus as if that made up for it. Was that really how a proper guild should operate? Gimli apologized. She explained that their guild was small, and sometimes their information wasn't accurate. She asked if 20% would be okay. Moria reluctantly agreed. Gail looked at her, confused about why she was so upset. Moria told him that this kind of thing mattered. Proper preparation was everything in an adventure. What if they had prepared for fire monsters and ended up facing ice monsters instead? That could be fatal. Gail responded by saying that she was kind to care so much. Moria answered back sharply. She wasn't trying to be. Before she could continue, Gimli cut them off. Gimli apologized to Gail, explaining that she still wasn't used to working in a guild. Gail didn't mind, since most people don't usually go deep into dangerous crypts. Gimli admitted it was her own fault for trusting a grave digger. She looked down, clearly feeling bad. In Gail's head, he couldn't help but think she looked really cute when she was feeling guilty like that. He reassured her that it wasn't a big deal anyway. Exploring crypts was something he was pretty good at. Even though Gail wanted to protect her, he tried to hold back the feeling. Gimli's eyes lit up when he mentioned he'd be patrolling the area sometimes. She gave him a hug to say thanks. Gail was surprised again. Gimli didn't look like it, but she was actually a guild master. That's when Mora suddenly pulled them apart, telling Gimli to let go of Gail. Gail turned to Gimli and asked if she was ready to start evaluating things. Gimli said yes. Mora then made a weird comment, asking Gail if he liked girls who looked really young. Gail was confused and denied it completely, asking where that even came from. Mora pointed out how kind he was to Gimli, and even accused him of staring at her too much. Gail blushed and insisted that wasn't true. Mora brushed it off, saying it wasn't her business, but turned away with an annoyed look. Gail asked why she was acting like that. Mora said she wasn't, and then revealed something surprising. Gimli wasn't as young as she looked. In fact, Gimli was probably around 100 years old. Suddenly, something sharp hit the ground near them. Gimli said her hand slipped, but it seemed pretty clear she'd thrown it on purpose. She acted innocent and changed the subject, saying she'd give them their quest reward and share what she had evaluated so far. Gail and Mora were both caught off guard, realizing that Gimli had aimed at them earlier. Gimli placed the reward on the counter. Gail said he and Mora should split the reward, but Mora tried to refuse since she thought Gail deserved all of it. He insisted, so she accepted and thanked him. Gimli told them they could come back for the rest of the reward later. She waved goodbye, and once she was alone, she thought about what just happened. She couldn't believe Mora had casually revealed a girl's real age. Then someone called out to her. Gimli was surprised to see the person and asked what they wanted. The voice said they had some important information. Gimli agreed to listen since the guild was closed at night. The person came forward and delivered the news. There had been an attempt to kill Princess Kara, but she had survived. Apparently, she was wearing a piece of cursed gear that stopped her from dying instantly. Gimli was surprised it wasn't a holy artifact like an angel's shield. The person confirmed it wasn't anything from the Holy Church. It was some unknown cursed item. Gimli found that really interesting. She asked who the attackers were, and the person didn't know for sure, but based on how they operated, it looked like a military group. Gimli thought it could be something planned by the Empire. She laughed softly, thinking it was quite a complicated situation. The person said they would share more details later. Gimli thanked them and said this might be connected to her own mission. She asked if there were any other interesting stories, but the person said that was all for now. Gimli tossed them a coin in thanks. The person replied respectfully and disappeared. Gimli spoke to herself, thinking the Empire wasn't playing around. Going after Princess Kara, one of the top heirs to the throne, meant there might be trouble within the royal family. Between the Empire, the capital, and that mysterious cursed item, something big was clearly going on. Then her thoughts drifted to Gail. She had noticed something strange about him from the beginning. He had an alarming amount of cursed gear hidden under his cloak, and yet it didn't seem to hurt him at all. That wasn't normal. Plus, he had managed to defeat a powerful sorcerer with just one support mage. That meant someone on his team was treating curses like they were nothing and undead enemies like they were weak. Later, while bathing, Gimli kept thinking about Gail. He was probably a curse crafter, someone who made and handled cursed items. Gimli herself was a dark elf, and her kind were also cursed. The only way to break their curse and regain their strength was to find the heart of the devil, which the Empire possessed. For now, Gimli was working undercover as a guild master. Her goal was to collect information and look for a way through the Empire's tight defenses. If there was a fight between the Empire and the capital soon, it could be her chance to slip through. And now, she had just met someone like Gail, who might be the key to everything. She thought to herself, what if that cursed item used to protect Princess Kara was actually something Gail created? She smiled at the thought. Later, she opened a door and looked over some items, thinking again how fascinating Gail really was. Meanwhile, back in the capital, a priest had just told Gail's former party something shocking. None of them were cursed anymore. They were confused. The priest said they were completely clean, with no trace of a curse at all. One of them, Kush, didn't believe it. He told the priest they came there to remove the curses Gail had supposedly put on them as revenge, so they could return to full power. But now, they weren't sure what to believe. The priest explained to the group that there were definitely signs that they had once been cursed. But based on what he saw, they had been completely free of any curses ever since the day Gail left their team. In fact, it was a miracle they even survived the powerful curses that had once affected them. Later, as they were leaving the church, they started talking among themselves. It seemed like what the priest was really saying was that the strength they had now might be the true extent of their natural abilities, and that the curses were never holding them back at all. Kush didn't want to accept that. He clenched his fist in frustration, refusing to believe it. He thought the priest must have been incompetent. Luke admitted he didn't want to believe it either. But he couldn't deny the thought creeping in. What if he was just a below-average mage all along? Kush tried to shake the idea off and said they needed to focus on finding Gail. He assumed Gail must be broke and living on the streets now, so they should start searching alleyways instead of main roads. But Luke was done. He apologized, said he couldn't keep going, and started walking away. Kush shouted after him, confused by what he meant. Luke explained that they had sold almost all their equipment just to pay for food and the priest's help. They were completely broke now. They didn't even have enough money to stay at an inn, which was why they looked so worn out. According to him, they were the ones who belonged in alleyways now. Kush couldn't believe Luke would say that to his face and grabbed him. Luke struggled to get free, asking Kush to let go. Then, suddenly, Luke froze in place. Kush got concerned, asking what was wrong. Luke didn't respond at first, but then said maybe it was actually a good thing they hadn't found Gail yet. Kush was totally confused, not understanding what Luke meant. Luke told him to take a look at the notice board nearby. Kush ran to it and snatched a paper from it. Melissa and Norris were nearby, watching curiously, wondering what had caught Kush's attention so suddenly. Luke chuckled, saying that Kush might not have been so wrong after all. Kush burst out laughing as he looked at the paper. He told the others that their luck was finally turning around. The paper was a royal wanted poster. It showed a picture of Gail and said that he was wanted, dead or alive, by the royal government. There was a promise of a reward for anyone who brought him in, and even those who had helpful information could earn money. The notice told people to report to the nearest royal government office if they saw Gail. It was signed by Gurman de Gherkinfor, the chief of the royal office. Kush couldn't believe what he was reading. Gail had actually become a wanted man. They all started laughing, feeling like they had just gotten their big break. Kush pointed out that even just sharing what they knew could earn them some money. But if they actually captured Gail and brought him in themselves, they could be rewarded with riches, noble titles, maybe even land or expensive jewelry, anything they wanted. Now they were more excited than ever. They decided they needed to act fast and take advantage of the opportunity. Even though the royal office wasn't open yet, they didn't care. They had more than just rumors. They had been Gail's former teammates. That meant they could give way more useful information than anyone else. And in return, they were sure they'd get a reward that was more than just a little bit of gold. At the beginning of Chapter 12, Princess Kara questioned whether the informants Vivian had found were really trustworthy. She suspected they might just be scammers trying to earn the reward money. Vivian responded confidently that they weren't fakes. In fact, they were a group of S-rank adventurers from the capital's guild. Their identities had already been confirmed. According to them, they had been working with the man in question, Gail, until recently. Before Vivian could explain more, loud laughter came from the room where the adventurers were waiting. One of them even had his feet up on the table, acting disrespectfully. Luke was looking at the fancy carpet and joking about how expensive it must have been, saying it was a waste of taxpayer money. Norris was eating tea cakes and said they were delicious. Melissa agreed and asked for more. Kush complained about how long the royals were making them wait and joked that they should charge the palace a late fee. From outside, Princess Kara was secretly watching the group and commented to Vivian that they didn't seem very polite. She even questioned whether they were really S-rank adventurers. Vivian replied that, more or less, they were. Inside, Kush noticed them watching and called out, asking what they were staring at. He saw Kara and referred to her rudely as the fancy lady. Kara quietly asked Vivian to confirm his identity. He was Kush, right? Kush walked up to Kara without realizing who she was. He spoke as if he were the most important one in the room, saying that if she meant him, she should refer to him as Mr. Kush Bilbor. He bragged that his party was the best group of adventurers in town, and that only royalty had the right to call him by his first name. Just as Vivian was about to step in, Kara gently stopped her. Kara calmly apologized for not introducing herself earlier. She revealed her full name, Kara de Gherkin. She explained that she was the princess of this country, even if things didn't always look like it. She admitted she had made Kush wait because she had been watching and studying them first. Then she politely asked him to accept her apology. After that, when the princess sat down, Kush and his whole party dropped to their knees, bowing with their heads all the way to the ground. Kush apologized for how rudely he had acted earlier. Kara said she didn't want to dwell on that, and told them to move on to the real reason they were meeting. Kush was then asked whether he really knew the man on the wanted poster. The group looked at one another and smiled confidently. They said that, of course, they knew him. Vivian asked them to describe the young man they were talking about. Kush answered that he had black hair, dark eyes, and an average-sized build. Vivian replied that description could fit thousands of people. Melissa added that the guy also dressed very badly. He wore a strange bluish-green jacket. The princess's eyes lit up with interest, and she urged them to go on. Norris mentioned that the accessories he made were really lame too, completely lacking any sense of fashion. The princess disagreed silently. To her, the items Gail made were wonderful, not lame at all. The party was confused by her reaction. Norris got a little nervous and asked for a moment to explain. He told the princess that the person they were talking about was named Gail. He was their former companion, a curse crafter. Norris asked them to look at some of the things Gail had created. Vivian was surprised, wondering what the items were. When she examined them, there was no doubt they were cursed items. Kara asked her what she meant by that. Vivian explained that during the investigation, they found out something interesting. People said this curse crafter would sell items at his stall and include talismans like these as extras in customer purchases. Kara was surprised. She had bought something from Gail, but didn't receive one of those talismans. Vivian guessed that maybe it was because Gail had been about to close for the day, or perhaps he forgot because Kara had been in a rush. Vivian turned to Luke and questioned him about the items. She asked if he was sure they were really made by Gail and not something he'd picked up somewhere else. Luke quickly confirmed that they were indeed Gail's work. He almost admitted to stealing them, but then corrected himself and said he had received them directly from Gail. Luke then presented 3 of Gail's unique cursed items: the Dark Skeleton's eye-tooth ring, the Carnivorous palette knife, and the Witch powder necklace. Kush was surprised that Luke had been carrying so many of Gail's cursed items all this time. Norris wondered if maybe those cursed objects were the reason for all their recent bad luck. He also noticed that even Princess Kara looked offended. But actually, the princess was just covering her mouth in shock. Then she quickly calmed herself. A moment later, her excitement took over and she declared she was in heaven. She hugged all of Gail's items tightly and smiled with delight. Then she gasped, realizing the others were watching. The adventurers were stunned by her unexpected reaction. Trying to act more composed, she sat down again and said it seemed like at least some of what they'd told her was true. Kush assured her it was all true. Kara then told Vivian to give them their reward. At the sound of that, the party's eyes lit up with excitement. Vivian asked Kara if she was really sure about rewarding them, or if she was just dazzled by all the strange junk they brought. Kara confirmed that she meant it. She handed Kush a bag of coins as an advance payment for their work. She said she needed to thank Gail in person, and made it clear she expected Kush to take the mission seriously. Kush dropped to one knee and promised her that she could count on them. He, Kush Bilbor, leader of the S-rank adventurer group known as the Wolf Pack, would stake his life on completing the task. Later, outside the palace, Kush was already imagining the rewards they'd receive: money, a royal retainer job, maybe even more. Melissa congratulated him for doing a good job. Norris reminded the group that they needed to start searching for their old friend Gail right away. Luke said it would be easy. They would split up and search all over the capital. Kush laid out the plan. They had spent 3 years together, so he felt confident he could figure out what Gail might be doing now. Melissa would check out the merchant stalls and the local guilds. Gail might have started running a stall again. Norris would look into the Adventurers Guild and nearby taverns. Since knowing Gail, he might still be hanging around the same places. Luke would head to the carriage stations and check if Gail had left the city. Kush didn't think Gail would run off, but he wanted to cover every possibility. Kush also noted that the princess seemed to have her own motives. She had really emphasized that she wanted to thank Gail. Melissa wondered what kind of situation Gail might have gotten into with the royal family. Luke joked that once they found Gail, they'd be sure to thank him properly for everything they'd suffered since he left. Norris agreed. Their idea of thanks included roughing him up, turning him over to the palace, and imagining all kinds of punishments like skinning or burning. They laughed, completely misunderstanding what Princess Kara actually meant by thanking Gail. Meanwhile, back at the castle, Vivian asked the princess whether they had trusted the Wolfpack party too much. She hadn't expected Kara to be so serious about tracking Gail down. Kara pointed out that the royal palace hadn't managed to find him yet, and that it was worth trying something different. Vivian looked over at the updated poster of Gail's face. Kara said that since the Wolfpack was officially ranked S, it was time to see what they could really do. Still, she trusted Vivian to keep an eye on them. Vivian promised she would. Kara then flipped the poster over, repeating Gail's name to herself. Gail, the curse crafter. She looked down at the cursed ring she wore and said that she was truly eager to learn more about him. She smiled softly to herself. Far away in the city of Farmage, Gail suddenly sneezed. He wondered if someone who liked his work had just been talking about him. Then he got excited again and went back to work, talking to himself happily as he prepared another powerful item. He was polishing the rib bones of a lich to give them magic resistance and stronger dark element power. That would lower their protection against light magic and melee attacks. But he had a plan. He would mix in powdered dark skeleton bone, which would boost melee strength and cancel out the weakness. To finish it, he added a Thunder Wisp core to give it a light element enhancement. The result was a powerful new sword. He crafted it from a sorcerer's dropped weapon and customized it with his own talismans. It was a masterpiece, a souvenir of his time spent in Farmage. He named it the Divide, a greatsword crafted by a cursed sage. It had all sorts of enhancements, a blood effect on the blade, an ability called Bloodsucker to boost the user's stamina, plus 150% slashing power, increased resistance to magic, lighter weight, and extra dust-proof protection. Suddenly, Mora stormed into Gail's room and slapped him, clearly annoyed. Gail was confused about why she was there. Mora explained that her room was right next door, and she could hear him all day and night. She also complained about the darkness and terrible smell in his room, and then she opened the window to let some fresh air in. She reminded him that today was the day he was supposed to start selling his goods at the market. Since the weather was nice, she said she would be going with him. Gail agreed, and later he was out in the market shouting loudly, trying to get people's attention for his stall. He was proudly calling out to customers, advertising his cursed items made from freshly harvested undead materials. Around him, other vendors were also working hard. Some were selling fresh bread, others were offering rice balls for breakfast. Their stalls were clean and inviting. Mora watched Gail with a tired, unimpressed look. The marketplace was crowded and lively, with stalls packed on every side. One rice vendor attracted a customer who was impressed by some new ingredients being used and bought a rice ball. Meanwhile, Gail kept calling out, trying to sell his cursed items, even suggesting that his gear could go well with the food people were buying. No one was interested. Other customers were complimenting a butcher who had the softest, juiciest turkey legs. Gail jumped in again, telling them to enjoy their food using his cursed skeleton chopsticks, claiming they could help soften tough meat. The men turned him down again. Next, Gail tried to convince a merchant to check out his cursed sword, made from a sorcerer's blade. The merchant found it disgusting and quickly ran away. Mora, watching all of this, asked him grimly what exactly he was doing. Gail thought maybe Mora was interested in the sword and offered her a discount, but she denied it and tried to take it from him. He hugged the sword protectively, refusing to hand it over. He insisted it was valuable, and not even Mora could make him give it up. Mora warned him that if he kept this up, the whole town would start turning on him. She was frustrated that he was selling strange, cursed junk at the crack of dawn, especially right next to food stalls. Gail argued that the Merchants Guild told him the best times for sales were early morning and evening. Mora replied that might be true for food stalls, but no one looking for breakfast wanted cursed weapons or dangerous magic items. She asked if he even understood how supply and demand worked. Gail responded that he did, It was simply about people wanting things and merchants selling them. Mora told him to think harder about what people in a farming town actually wanted. He needed to adjust his business to fit the town better. When she asked what might sell in a place like Farmage, Gail began listing off ideas: poison talismans, paralysis scrolls, slowness darts, cursed daggers, and bucklers. Then he got excited and added cursed headbands to the list. Mora had had enough. She grabbed Gail and began dragging him away from his stall. He protested, worried people would steal his stuff if he left it unattended. Mora told him not to worry. His goods were so creepy, no one would even want to steal them. Later, a woman named Gimli was laughing, saying Mora must have a hard time dealing with someone like Gail. Both Mora and Gail quickly shouted that they weren't partners, but Gimli just teased them more, pointing out how perfectly in sync they were. Gail told Gimli that he had paid good money to the Merchants Guild to get a spot at the market. Gimli asked how much. Gail said he paid 1 gold coin. Mora was shocked. That was a huge amount. She asked if that was really the going rate for a stall in Farmage. Gimli said absolutely not. Gail had been ripped off. Gail didn't believe it. He said the Merchants Guild told him that it was the busiest area of the market. Gimli shook her head. Selling things wasn't just about being in a busy place. She explained that most of the people in Farmage were farmers who traveled between their homes and the fields. They needed farming tools, not cursed items. Gail felt discouraged and said the situation was ridiculous. Gimli replied that it wasn't like there was no market for cursed goods. Adventurers who worked with their guild might be interested. Gail's eyes lit up with hope. But Gimli warned him that adventurers alone wouldn't be enough to fix his situation. First, he needed to move his stall somewhere else. She asked if he had tried to get a spot in one of the nicer districts. Gail said he was told those areas were already full. Gimli asked if it really looked that way to him. Gail admitted that he and Mora had passed by that part of town earlier, and there had definitely been space. Mora said she didn't see any open spots. Gimli smiled knowingly. Things were starting to make sense now. She explained that while Farmage wasn't a huge city, it was big enough that even powerful guilds from the capital had set up branches there. Then, she suddenly said they were going out. Mora asked where they were going. Gimli smiled again and said they were heading to the Smith's Guild. Mora was confused and asked why. At the start of Chapter 13, Gail wondered why they were visiting the Smith's Guild instead of the Merchants Guild, especially since the goal was to find him a better spot for his stall. Gimli explained that in Farmage, the balance of power was a bit unusual. The Merchants Guild didn't have much influence. The Smith's Guild, however, was the strongest. It had more people, more resources, and way more importance in this town. That's why Gail needed to properly introduce himself to them. Mora figured out that this meant the Merchants Guild basically answered to the Smith's Guild. Gimli praised her quick thinking, joking about her being a support mage. Then she explained that in a farming town, metal tools were in high demand. People needed smiths to build and fix things. The Smith's Guild had deep roots in Farmage, and they made tools tailored to the local environment. That's why they had so much power here. Gail asked if meeting the boss of the guild could get him a spot in a better part of town. Gimli said yes, but reminded him he'd better bring a good gift. Gail's eyes lit up. He had something ready: a cursed necklace and his prized weapon, a sword he called the Divide. When he took out the sword, people nearby were terrified. Gimli trembled, and Mora, annoyed, grabbed Gail by the hair and told him to stop causing a scene. Gimli asked what kind of sword it was. At that moment, Mora realized why Gimli had them buy a bunch of things from the market earlier. It was to bring suitable gifts. Mora offered to carry the presents herself and told Gail he only needed to be respectful and bow his head. Gail wasn't sure why. He thought any smith would immediately appreciate the quality of his sword. Mora pointed out that people inside the guild were literally hiding when they saw it. They were scared, not impressed. They entered the Smith's Guild and saw just how busy it was. Everyone inside was working hard, hammering metal and forging items. The place was loud and hot. Mora started to complain about the heat, while Gail's eyes sparkled. He was clearly fascinated by the sight of so much crafting happening at once. Mora asked if there was a service counter anywhere, but Gimli explained that even though it was called a guild, it was really just a giant forge where smiths worked. A man passed behind them, warning them as he moved through. Gail apologized, noticing how incredibly hot it was inside. He asked if they were just supposed to invite themselves in, but Gimli figured that yelling loud enough would get the boss to show up. Mora didn't love that plan, but she gave it a try. Her voice wasn't loud enough over the sound of metalwork, so Gimli decided to show her how it was done. She took a huge breath and shouted the name Sharana. Immediately, someone flung open a door and threw something at them. A loud explosion followed as a huge hammer came flying their way. A figure stepped out, grumbling about the noise. This was Sharana, the one they had called. She yelled at them, clearly annoyed by the interruption so early in the morning. Mora was shocked to see that Sharona was a dwarf, while Gail was surprised that Sharona was a woman. Gimli just laughed at both of their reactions. Sharona recognized Gimli and made a snide comment about her being a dark elf from a gloomy forest. Gimli shot back with her own insult, calling Sharona a cave-dwelling shut-in. They clearly had a long-standing rivalry. Mora quietly told Gail that elves and dwarves usually didn't get along, and she started to wonder if they had made a mistake coming here. But Gimli smiled and reassured them. She had brought them here for a reason and would support them all the way. She introduced Sharona as the guild master, although she also called her a bit of a thick-headed brute. Sharona greeted them properly, though she reacted to Gimli's insult with irritation. Gail stared at Sharona as she shook his hand. He noticed right away that her hands were large for her size, rough and covered in small cuts, signs of someone who had spent years working at a forge. Her arms were strong, and her skin had been darkened by the heat of the furnace. She was clearly a master of her craft. Mora called out to him, but Gail and Sharona were still locked in eye contact. They had silently recognized each other as fellow craftsmen, people who had both worked hard at their skills. They smiled at each other, understanding each other in a way words didn't need to explain. Gimli noticed their gaze and asked why they were staring at each other. Both Gail and Sharona denied it, saying she was making things sound weird. Mora frowned, while Gimli smirked, enjoying the awkward moment. Mora reminded everyone to get back to business, and Gimli laughed, already on the same page. Gimli introduced Gail as the new guy from the capital who wanted to set up a stall and was there to meet the guild's leader. Sharona, the guild master, wasn't impressed at first. She was already having a tough day. There was a serious shortage of materials, and she had been busy since early morning. She thought they were just wasting her time. But then she realized something important. If Gail just set up a stall wherever he wanted without going through the proper steps, it could create problems with the Merchants Guild. That could cause trouble. Sharona said it was good that they were doing things the right way by showing respect and checking in first. She made it clear the Smiths Guild wasn't trying to control the whole town, but because they handled so many repairs and were involved in people's daily lives, they'd naturally become deeply connected to the community over time. Unlike the capital where things were often thrown away, this town preferred to fix and reuse. And somehow, through all that, Sharona had ended up as one of the most important people in Farmich. Sharona sat down and asked for Gail's name. She warned him not to take everything Gimli said too seriously. According to her, Gimli had a big mouth and liked to exaggerate. Gimli joked back, pretending to be offended, while Sharona rolled her eyes and said she'd go ahead and write up the paperwork for Gail. Gail was grateful, and Mora cheered that they had succeeded. She and Gail celebrated with a high five. But Sharona told them not to get too excited yet. It wouldn't be that easy. She made it clear she wasn't doing favors for free. If they wanted official approval from her, she expected something in return. This wasn't a charity. If they scratched her back, she'd scratch theirs. When she mentioned sincerity, Gail and Mora were confused. Mora responded first by offering a bottle of strong liquor as a gift. Sharona liked that. Gail got excited and said he had something too, reaching for his sword. But Mora pushed him aside before he could pull it out, warning him not to turn this into a personal art show. She didn't think the sword was an appropriate gift in this situation. Gail insisted that Sharona would love it, but Mora wasn't having it. She even slapped him to stop him. Sharona was surprised at how often Mora slapped Gail, but suddenly she stopped talking. Her eyes went wide as she noticed Gail's bag. Sharona walked over and held the bag Gail was carrying. Gail was confused about what she was doing, but then Sharona pulled the bag open and saw the sword inside. Her excitement showed right away. Gimli, watching them, made a playful comment about how Gail and Sharona were clearly both crafting nerds and were now in their element. Sharona held up the sword and said it was incredible, definitely not an ordinary blade. She could tell just by looking at it. Gail was thrilled that she could recognize its value. He thanked her, calling her guild master, but Sharona told him to just call her Sharona. She didn't care much for fancy titles. Gail happily agreed and praised her skills. He felt deeply moved to finally meet someone who understood his work. A single tear rolled down his cheek. He cried out of joy. Sharona held the sword with pride. Mora cleared her throat loudly, clearly bothered by how close Gail and Sharona seemed to be getting. Gail asked if she had caught a cold. Mora said no. Gimli noticed Mora's mood and teased her about it, saying it was obvious what she was feeling. Mora snapped at her to shut up. Sharona noticed too and asked if Mora found the place too dusty, suggesting she could wait outside if it was bothering her. But Mora said that wasn't it. She pointed out how close Gail and Sharona were acting. Both Gail and Sharona were surprised and asked if it really seemed that way. With confidence, Gail said that Sharona absolutely deserved to be the leader of the Smiths Guild. He said he always believed the right people would eventually appreciate his work. Sharona explained that she was a forger herself, and she lifted the sword toward the furnace to get a better look. She guessed that the sword's base had come from a monster drop. That alone made it rare and valuable. Then she noticed it had added effects, blood-sucking abilities, enhanced slashing power, and dark elemental properties. She was seriously impressed. Gail smiled and said Sharona had a good eye, but there was actually more to the sword than even that. Sharona was intrigued and said, "Wait, don't tell me. I think I know." Sharona noticed how light the sword felt and guessed it had a lightweight enchantment on it. Mora saw her swinging it around and pointed it out, but not in a happy way. Gail explained that since Sharona was a craftsman, of course she'd want to test the sword. But Mora had meant something else. Sharona agreed with Gail, though. There was no way she could resist giving the sword a few swings. If it could slash enemies, absorb their blood, and keep healing the user's stamina during battle, that would make it perfect for someone fighting on the front lines. Even though it was the size of a great sword, it was light enough to swing with one hand. You could fight all day without getting tired. It wasn't just good for teams. Even a solo adventurer could survive a battle with a weapon like this. Gail added that the sword also had magic resistance and was made to be dust-proof. But more than anything, he thought it looked super cool. Oh, and it was cursed too. Sharona smiled and said that magic resistance was really useful for people who couldn't use magic. And the dust-proof part? That showed Gail really thought of everything. Proper maintenance is super important for weapons. But then she stopped and asked about the last thing Gail said. When he mentioned how cool the sword looked, she said that wasn't what she meant. She didn't exactly agree with his taste in design either, but that wasn't the issue. Then her eyes went wide. Suddenly, Sharona realized she couldn't let go of the sword. Her hand was stuck to it. Mora rolled her eyes, thinking here we go again. It was the cursed sword problem all over. Sharona yelled that she couldn't get her hand off. Gail seemed more concerned that she didn't like how the sword looked. He reminded her that she was a guild master. Sharona snapped at him, saying that wasn't the point at all. She changed her mind. This sword wasn't good after all. Mora told Sharona to calm down and asked Gail to remove the curse. Gail was annoyed and asked why she didn't like the sword. He thought it was awesome. Mora shouted at him for not taking this seriously. Gimli watched the chaos and laughed. Everyone else was in total panic trying to remove the sword from Sharona's hand. Gimli thought to herself, despite the curse, Sharona had only said good things about the sword. Gail clearly had skills. He might even be more than just a curse crafter. Eventually, Sharona was able to pull her hand free. She blew on it and muttered about what a mess this turned out to be. Mora apologized and reminded Sharona that she did warn Gail. Sharona disinfected her hand and said it was too late for apologies now. She told Gail that if the sword was cursed, that should have been the first thing he said. It was the most important detail. Gail didn't think it was a big deal since he could lift the curse anytime. But Sharona disagreed. Just because he could remove it didn't mean other people could. She asked if he thought the world revolved around him. Then she looked over at Gimli and asked what was up with these two. Handling them was exhausting. Gimli told her to calm down, saying she didn't think Gail had meant any harm. Sharona felt foolish for falling for the sword's features and picking up what she now called a tacky weapon. If this was how Gail wanted to run a stall, she wasn't going to allow it. Gail protested, saying that wasn't fair. Sharona tried their gifts too. Mora pointed out that she had bought the gift, and now Sharona had used it to disinfect her cursed hand. Sharona agreed. She said she couldn't enjoy the gift now. She was barely breaking even after this mess. If she wasn't such a nice person, she might have already called the town guards. Gail was hurt, especially since he had worked so hard on the sword. Sharona was frustrated and asked if he had ever heard of thinking about what the customer needed. Then she answered her own question. Clearly not. She said no way was she going to let him open a stall. If he started selling gear like that around town, it would be a disaster. She said he'd already sold stuff in the capital, and just giving him more chances might make things worse. Still, Sharona admitted to herself that Gail reminded her of a killer shark. You give him an inch, and he takes a mile. But she wasn't completely heartless. She turned to Gail and asked if he really wanted to run a stall that badly. Gail smugly replied yes. What did she think? Mora didn't let that go unchecked and pinched him from behind. Then Gail quickly bowed and begged Sharona to let him open a stall. Mora apologized again, saying that Gail was definitely a little unusual. But he had his good sides too. He was a really skilled curse dispeller, as Sharona had seen, and if you ignored his odd design style, his gear was actually very well made. Sharona said if Mora was willing to go that far for him, then maybe, but she still didn't see why they needed her help. If she was going to send a message of support to the Merchants Guild, that meant taking some responsibility. She asked Gail if he really understood that. Gail said yes. But Sharona wanted more than just words. She needed to see what kind of people they were. Mora asked what she wanted from them. They didn't have money. Sharona replied that she wasn't that petty. Who would ask a newbie for cash? But she did have a favor to ask. She asked Gail to guess what kind of favor someone would ask from an adventurer. There was a mine nearby, Doghell Mine. It was the only one close to Farmage. Sharona wanted to send them there to deal with a monster problem. But this wasn't a regular quest. Everyone who had gone in so far had disappeared. They didn't even know what kind of monsters were inside. The mission was to make the mine safe again. It was a AA ranked quest. Sharona looked at them and asked if they were willing to take it on. At the beginning of Chapter 14, inside the castle, Kara was confused by the report she'd just heard. At first, she thought a group of thugs pretending to be from the Empire had attacked her. But the truth was that it really was the Empire behind the attack. Vivian confirmed it with a grin. The Empire had finally managed to force the captured assassins to talk. There was no doubt now. Kara had a strange feeling that Vivian meant they literally forced the assassins to talk. The old man beside her agreed with her suspicions. He explained that the attempt on her life was connected to a power struggle inside the Empire. According to what he had learned, the attack was ordered by the Empire's crown prince, who had hired the assassins. The Emperor of the Empire had fallen ill, and now the first and second princes were in conflict. The crown prince was the son of a concubine, while the second prince was a legitimate heir. Kara asked what any of this had to do with her. Vivian reminded her that the king had chosen Kara to be the future bride of the second prince, as part of a political alliance between their two nations. Kara had never agreed to the marriage, but the old man, who served as her chamberlain, explained that it wasn't really up to her. The marriage arrangement had been made between two countries, so her personal feelings didn't change the agreement. Vivian explained that the people who tried to kill her were likely supporters of the crown prince. They saw the marriage as a threat. If the second prince married Kara, it could make him look stronger and hurt the crown prince's chances of gaining more power. So, the assassination attempt was probably meant to stop the marriage and create more chaos. If the truth came out and it damaged relations between their kingdoms, the crown prince wouldn't care. He'd probably even be happy about it. With the empire now torn between two heirs, Vivian said two things were likely to happen. First, the second prince would probably make a goodwill visit to Kara's kingdom to smooth things over. Second, the crown prince would probably send another assassin. Kara was shocked. More assassins? Vivian said they'd gotten the current group of attackers to confess, but there was still no solid proof tying the crown prince to the crime. If the empire denied involvement, there wouldn't be much their kingdom could do in response. They might file a protest, but they couldn't take serious action unless they were ready to go to war, and they weren't. Frustrated, Princess Kara slammed her hands down on the table. She declared that the marriage had to be cancelled. She stood up, then threw herself onto her bed, hiding her face. Vivian reminded her that international agreements couldn't just be called off like that. Kara muttered that she hated everything, especially since she already had a perfectly fine engagement ring. Meanwhile, far from the castle, outside the Doghell mine near Farmage, Gail was trying to clarify the situation. He confirmed that he was a curse crafter. Mora, who was traveling with him, said she was a support mage. But Gimli, who was also there, told them she wasn't going to count herself in this. She wasn't actually part of their party. Gail pointed out that both he and Mora were rear guards, magic users who fought from the back lines, and Gimli wasn't joining them. So, shouldn't they get another team to handle this quest? Sharona cut in, reminding them they'd already discussed this. There was no other party. That's exactly why this quest had turned cold. Under normal circumstances, this job should have only been a B or C grade quest. But because no one had succeeded, the danger level had increased over time. Since they were already standing in front of the mine, Sharona told them to just suck it up and do the quest. Gail and Mora hesitated, pointing out that they had only just arrived in town. Gimli smiled and reminded Sharona that they both helped define how quests were ranked. When a job goes unfinished for too long, the danger rating rises. Sharona reminded Gimli that she had worked with her on those ranking rules and told her not to make it sound like she was the villain for enforcing them. Mora finally understood. Because the quest had gone on for so long without being completed, it had jumped all the way to AA rank. Gail asked if that meant it would go even higher if they messed it up. Gimli chuckled and said it could reach S rank. Mora didn't think that was funny at all. Gimli went on to say that a lot of adventurers had gone missing recently. Mora guessed that this mine must be the reason. They all looked toward the cave entrance. Mora could hear faint sounds, probably just the wind, but she was sure there were dangerous monsters inside. Both she and Gail shivered. They were getting nervous. Sharona snapped at them, asking why they were acting scared. If they were really adventurers, then they should be charging into that mine and getting the quest done already. If the mine stayed closed, the town would be forced to keep importing materials from other places. That wasn't sustainable. Gail pointed out the obvious. Every group that had entered the mine so far had never come back out. Mora noticed that the previous adventurers who took this quest had all been killed. The reward for completing the quest was only 10 gold coins, which seemed way too low for something this dangerous. Sharana explained that the quest had started out as a simple one for low-level adventurers. That's why the reward hadn't changed. Mora now understood why no one local wanted to take it on. Gail said he couldn't go through with the mission unless they had someone strong to fight on the front lines. Mora reminded him that he had defeated a powerful sorcerer and his army all by himself not long ago. But Gail replied that fighting undead was completely different, especially when they didn't even know what kind of monster they were dealing with. Sharana complained that people from the city were too soft. She suggested a solution. If they needed someone to take point in the party, she could do it herself. That would fix everything. Mora and Gail looked at her in surprise. Sharana didn't understand why they were so confused. She said she had already offered to guide them anyway. Gimli, standing nearby, agreed that Sharana had said so. But she pointed out that it was unusual for a client, the person giving the quest, to actually join the party and fight on the front lines. Still, she admitted it wasn't really a problem. Gail and Mora looked at her, unsure. Was it really not a problem? Sharana jumped in and said that everything was settled. She could handle herself just fine. She even flexed her arms to show them how strong she was. Mora admitted that Sharana definitely seemed strong. Gail still questioned if she was capable of taking a frontline role in a party. Sharana firmly said she was. This was her job now. Mora glanced around at the group and commented on how unbalanced their party was. They had a curse crafter, a support mage, and a blacksmith. It wasn't exactly a traditional adventuring team. But even with that strange mix, Mora didn't think they were doomed. They might not know what they were walking into, but with Gail's odd magical skills, they might just be able to manage. Sharana declared that it was time to start the quest. Mora agreed, saying they'd finish this quickly and then help Gail get his stall set up in a better part of town. Gail still wasn't feeling confident. This place didn't feel like a regular dungeon or crypt. As they entered the mine, Gimli waved at them, wishing them good luck. The group stepped inside. Almost immediately, Gail jumped at a strange sound echoing through the tunnel. He asked what it was. Mora muttered that she knew barging in without a proper plan was a bad idea. Sharana told them to relax. If there weren't any monsters nearby, this mine was basically like her backyard. Gail asked if she was serious. Sharana explained that the miners had dug several ventilation holes. When the wind blew through them, it made a howling sound, like a dog. That's how the place got its name, Dog Howl Mine. She pointed out some of the stones they could mine there and tossed a sample to Mora. Mora caught it and admired it. Sharana said it was iron, but they could also sometimes find lead or even mithril. She told them to look around and take in the view. This was a high-quality mine. Mora and Gail looked around, impressed. There were many glittering stones embedded in the walls. The whole place seemed rich and full of potential. Sharana explained that she had set up her shop nearby because of this mountain. It was a really important place to her. So she asked them to stop acting so nervous. Mora nodded and said she understood now. She apologized to Sharana. This wasn't a creepy tomb after all. There were no undead around. No reason to be scared. Just then, she bumped into something. Confused, Mora turned to see what it was, and came face to face with something strange. A face. She screamed and shouted that something was there, an undead creature. Sharana didn't believe it. She looked around and said she didn't see anything. No monsters in sight. Gail got excited and asked where the undead was. Sharana was confused by his reaction. Why was he so thrilled? Gail explained that if there was an undead here, it might be a really special one. Then they all turned to look more closely at what Mora had seen. It wasn't a living creature at all. It was just a statue. Sharana observed that it was incredibly detailed. The stonework was so fine, it almost looked like the figure was alive. Sharana was impressed by the statue. She called Gail over to see it, and he was just as amazed. He admired the craftsmanship, saying it was a real piece of art. Mora rolled her eyes at the two of them, thinking they were acting like nerds obsessed with crafting. Sharana kept wondering what kind of skilled artist could have made something like this. As Mora turned to explore further, she came across another door. When she opened it, she was shocked by what she saw inside. She called out urgently to the others. But Sharana and Gail were still too focused on admiring the statue. Gail mentioned that he didn't get to see this kind of artistry very often. Not wanting to waste any more time, Mora grabbed both of them and dragged them over to see what she had found. When Sharana looked inside the room, she was stunned. The entire space was filled with statues, dozens of them. They weren't just random shapes either. They looked like real people frozen in place. Sharana pointed out how strange it was, and Gail noted that each statue looked different, like they were individuals. Mora immediately realized something was very wrong. This wasn't just strange, it was dangerous. She suspected they were in serious trouble. Sharona stepped closer to examine one of the statues. She was shocked. She recognized the face of one of the figures. Gail and Mora asked her what she meant. Sharona confirmed that she wasn't guessing. She truly knew some of these people. She recognized several of the statues. They were adventurers from the nearby town of Farmich. The people who had gone missing, they were right here, turned to stone. The group realized with horror that these weren't sculptures. They were real people who had been petrified. That's why the detail on them was so lifelike. It was chilling. Sharona couldn't believe it. What could do something like this? Gail had an answer. It had to be a monster. They all understood the danger now. Mora quickly took charge and ordered everyone to stay alert. She decided to scout out the exit and told Gail and Sharona to cover the front and side paths. Gail was deeply uncomfortable. There were only a few monsters known to turn living people into stone. All of them were extremely dangerous, ranked A or higher. He and Mora discussed the possibilities. It might have been a basilisk or a gorgon, but then something didn't fit. There was no smell like a chicken coop, but there were large feathers scattered around, and the petrification was definitely magical. Then it hit Gail. This wasn't just any monster, it was a cockatrice. Just as he realized this, a strange sound echoed through the cave. A loud boom followed, and then the monster appeared. It was a terrifying creature, part chicken, part snake. This was a cockatrice, a beast considered disaster class in many regions. Its body could deflect arrows and other projectiles. It had razor-sharp claws, poisonous attacks, and a deadly breath that could turn people to stone. Worse, it was fast and smart, capable of fighting with strategy, not just brute force. Mora realized too late, they were being attacked from behind. Their formation had been broken. The monster had slipped past them and was now coming from the rear. Their front and back positions had been reversed, and they were vulnerable. Gail saw Mora was in danger and shouted at her to get back. Without hesitation, he ran to protect her. As he charged forward, he came face to face with the cockatrice. Gail jumped at the cockatrice, holding sharp darts. The snake half of the creature lunged at him from behind. Gail quickly leapt backward and threw a dart, which exploded on contact and pierced the cockatrice's body. The blast stunned it for a moment. It had opened its beak, trying to peck at Gail, which made it an easy target for his attack. Sharona was surprised that Gail's dart had actually managed to get through the monster's tough skin. She was also shocked that the creature's natural resistance to paralysis wasn't working. Normally, a creature this powerful would have been immune. This cockatrice was on the level of a dungeon boss. But Gail made it clear that none of that mattered right now. They had to attack while it was vulnerable. He explained that the dart he used was a one-time weapon, with a curse that stunned and temporarily removed armor. It wouldn't last long. Sharona agreed and rushed in with her massive hammer. She charged the cockatrice and landed a series of powerful strikes midair. Mora counted the hits. Sharona had landed 5 consecutive blows. Gail was amazed at how Sharona smashed the monster's head. It flew off from the impact. Sharona celebrated briefly, thinking it was over, but it wasn't. The snake tail of the cockatrice suddenly reared up from below and opened its jaws wide. Before it could bite, Mora cast a spell. Magical energy surged around Sharona, strengthening her muscles. The spell was meant to act fast, giving her a quick boost in power, though it wouldn't last very long. Sharona was fine with that. She jammed her hammer vertically between the snake's jaws to force them apart, then reached inside. With all her strength, she pulled the snake's jaw open and ripped it downward, splitting the snake from mouth to body in one brutal motion. She laughed, satisfied with the win. Mora pointed out how close that had been. They were lucky the cockatrice had been moving more slowly than normal, thanks to Gail's cursed dart still taking effect. But she couldn't help but ask again, what was with Gail and his strange curses? Sharona agreed. It made no sense that a single-use curse item had worked so well on such a powerful monster. Gail explained that it was actually pretty simple. He had crafted the dart using a talisman made from the ashes of a ghost-like monster from the capital. The ghost had a skill that let it pass through walls, and he used that property to add a zero armor effect to his dart, along with a stun ability. Mora was completely confused. Sharona asked why passing through walls would equal zero armor, and what kind of ghost lived in the capital anyway. Gail tried to describe it. He said it looked like a skeleton in a black cloak. That made the girls pause. Mora asked if it had a scythe. Sharona added, maybe an old creepy lantern too? Gail's eyes lit up. That was it exactly, a huge skeleton with those things. He casually mentioned how he'd seen it coming through walls and crypts. That's when the girls lost it. They told him that was a Grim Reaper, a disaster-class monster. It was a legendary being, known as the Reaper of Souls, a literal demigod. They couldn't believe Gail had casually faced something like that. Gail said it wasn't a big deal. He just dispelled it and turned it into cursed gear. Mora stared at him in shock. She couldn't believe he had fought a demigod and used its remains to create weapons. That explained how his dart had worked so well against a boss monster like the cockatrice. Sharona looked at Gail in disbelief, wondering who he really was. Gail simply reminded her to be more careful next time. In a serious tone, he said that even one careless moment in battle could cost someone their life. That was something every adventurer on dangerous quests had to understand. Sharona admitted that she had come really close to dying in the last fight. Anyone would have dropped their guard in a moment like that, but she was determined it wouldn't happen again. As she said that, Mora suddenly realized something. She turned to look back at the cockatrice's body. With the monster defeated, Gail noted that Doghowl Mine was safe once again. That meant the dangerous AA ranked quest was now complete. They were all excited by the success. Gail wasted no time and hurried to collect feathers from the fallen cockatrice. They planned to let Gimli know about the rescued adventurers, but for now, the mine was clear and could be used again. Sharona agreed. The danger was definitely gone. It hadn't been an easy fight, but it was obvious that the cockatrice was the monster causing trouble. Now that it was taken down, the mine was safe. She looked at herself and realized that after everything, she'd pretty much become an adventurer too. Gail exhaled, worn out but satisfied. This was the first time he had ever seen a cockatrice as part of a quest. He wondered if any parts of it were edible. Mora didn't know, and honestly, she didn't care. She was more focused on taking proof back to complete the quest. She was surprised Gail even wanted to eat it, considering it was full of poison. Gail was a little shocked it was poisonous. It looked so much like a giant chicken. Mora agreed, but she was also curious why a creature like this would hide out in a mine. She asked Gail where to cut it open. That made Gail think. Mora had a point. This mine was kind of small for a monster that size. Maybe it had been using the place as a giant birdhouse. It was hard to tell what monsters were thinking. Gail sniffed the air and realized it did smell like a chicken coop, like old droppings or rotten eggs. Then, he heard a crack. He asked Mora if she had stepped on something. She had, and she looked down to find something strange under her foot. It was a broken eggshell. Gail leaned in to look. It was way too big to be a regular egg. Then he thought about chicken coops and what they were used for. Mora reminded him, there were hens lay eggs. That's when Sharona realized something horrible. They weren't just in a random hiding spot. This was the cockatrice's nesting ground. A high-pitched chirping sound filled the air. Then it got louder. From the shadows, a massive chick emerged, part bird, part snake, just like its parent. But it wasn't alone. More of them were coming. A whole group of baby cockatrices was heading toward them. Mora stared in horror, realizing that this entire place was the monster's nest. Sharona and Mora both yelled for Gail to run, but he hesitated. He wondered if this was like one of those cases where baby animals imprint on the first thing they see and then follow it around. Maybe they weren't attacking. Maybe they just saw him as their parent. Mora didn't believe that for a second. These little monsters looked like they wanted to eat him. She grabbed him and dragged him away just as the baby cockatrices rushed after them. Sharona shouted for everyone to run as fast as they could. If those things caught up to them, she wasn't going to be held responsible for what happened next. The three of them took off running, with a whole bunch of sharp-beaked, snake-tailed chicks chasing them down the mine tunnels. Mora suddenly realized that the tunnel ended in a dead end. There was nowhere else to go. Sharona figured this part of the mine must have been shut down a while ago, probably blocked off. Gail was nervous and asked what they were supposed to do now. Sharona knew they had only one choice left. She would take the lead and fight off the enemies while the others stayed behind her and kept her safe. The baby cockatrices were quickly closing in, and there wasn't much time. Sharona swung her hammer with full force and slammed one of the chicks, knocking it away. She hit another with a loud crash. Her hammer was strong enough to smash through solid rock. But looking at the group of chicks charging toward them, she realized something. The attacks didn't seem to bother them. They just kept coming. Even after seeing their siblings get smashed, the others didn't back down. Mora asked if Sharona could keep fighting a bit longer. Sharona said she could handle it for now, but Mora was starting to get really worried. These baby cockatrices might be young, but they were already bigger than an average person, and there were at least 100 of them. It didn't even make sense. How could one bird lay so many eggs? Then she remembered, cockatrices weren't just birds. They were part snake too, and snakes were known to have lots of offspring at once. That might explain it. But that wasn't even the worst part. These chicks were already as aggressive as their mother, and they were clearly starving. If they were fighting adult monsters, maybe taking down a few would scare the rest off. But these babies didn't care. They had no fear or hesitation. They just wanted to eat whatever was in front of them. Sharona kept counting as she fought. 1 down, 2, 3, 4. She was getting frustrated. They just kept coming. She even joked about it, asking them to stop, but knowing they wouldn't. Mora had finally finished her spell. She activated a powerful magic combination that flooded Sharona with energy. Unlike the earlier muscle boost spell that faded quickly, this one would keep getting stronger the more magic power she poured into it. Sharona could feel the difference right away. Her blows became much more powerful. Now she could knock a baby cockatrice out with a single strike. Mora added a speed boost on top of that. Then more buffs followed, increasing Sharona's strength, defense, and agility. Sharona felt like a one-woman army. Her hammer spun like a tornado, smashing anything that came near. With Mora's magic supporting her, she was a blur of motion, fast, strong, and nearly untouchable. But the chicks just kept coming. There were so many. Too many. Sharona was starting to get tired. Her body ached, and her mind felt overwhelmed. She admitted that she couldn't keep this up much longer, not physically and not mentally either. Mora was also exhausted and desperate. She turned to Gail, asking if he had anything left to use, some kind of curse, like he'd used before on those orcs. But Gail shook his head. He'd run out of those special tools a long time ago. And besides, those tricks wouldn't work here. Baby cockatrices were too different. They weren't orcs. They didn't have strong enough minds or spirits for curses to affect them. Sharona didn't understand, so Gail explained it like this. A curse is like showing someone a lemon to make their mouth water. It relies on them knowing what a lemon is. But these chicks were too young. They didn't understand fear, or pain, or illusion. Spirit-based curses only worked on monsters smart enough to feel afraid or be tricked. That meant all of Gail's usual methods were useless here. Unlike their earlier fights, his magic wouldn't help at all. The chirping sounds of the baby cockatrices were getting louder and louder. Sharona stood in front of the group, completely worn out from the fight. Mora, looking concerned, asked Gail if there was anything he could use on himself, something that might help them now, even if it wasn't meant for the enemy. Gail dug through his tool bag. Most of what he found in there were strange items he had crafted himself, things he originally made just for decoration, not actual battle. There was a cursed bandana, a creepy-looking darkness mask, and a pair of horns called the Horns of Lamentation. Gail was proud of his designs, but they weren't meant to be used seriously. Sharona, hearing all this, thought it sounded like they were doomed. But then Gail casually mentioned that the gear had some effects, like tripling defense, doubling agility, and giving resistance to fatigue and poison. Sharona's eyes lit up. That was exactly the kind of help they needed right now. Mora quickly created a magical barrier to hold off the baby cockatrices for a few more moments. Meanwhile, Sharona shoved Gail aside and grabbed the items from him. Gail warned her not to expect too much. The gear wasn't really combat grade. As Sharona held the bandana, she noticed the gross, bumpy texture of it. It looked like it had skin pores. Disgusted, but desperate, she convinced herself to wear it anyway. As soon as she put it on, the bandana's magic kicked in. Her body felt like all the exhaustion had just melted away. Gail then handed her the darkness mask, which could cancel out poison and help her see in pitch blackness. She looked around the mine and was shocked. There were even more baby cockatrices hiding deeper in the shadows. Mora was clearly grossed out by the weird mask, but she warned them that the barrier wouldn't hold for long. They needed to hurry. Then came the final piece of gear, the Horns of Lamentation. According to Gail, they doubled her agility and gave her 5 times her regular arm strength. Sharona was stunned by that number. But the moment she put them on, she could feel the insane power flowing through her hands and fingers. The barrier shattered. The chicks broke through and charged. Mora shouted out a warning. One was already right behind Sharona. But Sharona turned and, with her now superpowered hammer, crushed it in a single blow. The strike shook the whole mine. Even though Mora's support magic had worn off by then, Sharona was stronger than ever. Sharona couldn't believe what she was experiencing. She felt invincible. Overwhelmed by the power, she even came up with a new special move, Eternal Smash, and swung her hammer wildly, laughing like a maniac. Mora worried something might be wrong. She asked Gail if maybe the gear was messing with Sharona's mind. But Gail explained that what was happening wasn't a side effect. It was the result of combining the powers of all the cursed gear at once. When certain pieces of cursed equipment are used together, they create a reaction, like mixing chemicals. And that reaction can make the effects way more intense. In this case, the Horns of Lamentation and the Darkness Mask were totally compatible, which meant Sharona was feeling the full force of all that power at once. Mora compared it to a runner's high, where someone pushes themselves so hard that their brain floods with feel-good chemicals. Finally, after crushing the last of the baby cockatrices, Sharona slammed her hammer down one final time. Blood dripped from it, and her face was glowing from adrenaline and excitement. Gail stepped forward and quickly dispelled all the cursed gear she was wearing. Sharona took a deep breath and groaned with relief. The cursed items were finally off. She said that if she had gone back to their town, Farmage, looking like that, covered in creepy gear, she would have been super embarrassed. Gail was confused. Just moments ago, she had been praising all that gear. Sharona clarified. She liked what the gear did, not how it looked. Gail, checking over the equipment, sighed. The items were all pretty worn out now. Sharona teased him, saying that since she had worn them, their value probably just went up. People would pay premium for gear used by someone as pretty as her. Then, suddenly, her balance gave out. She collapsed flat onto the ground, confused and in pain. Her entire body was throbbing. She didn't understand. She thought the gear had cured her fatigue. Gail explained the truth. The gear didn't actually erase her tiredness. It just tricked her body into feeling fine. Now that the gear was off, the full cost of everything she'd done hit her all at once. She had fought an entire swarm of giant baby monsters with 5 times her normal strength and double her speed. No wonder her body was screaming. And it wasn't just the fatigue. While the gear had protected her from poison earlier, that protection was gone now. Any poison that had gotten into her wounds would start spreading like normal. Sharona groaned in disbelief. Mora thought to herself that it made sense. Not many people were crazy enough to use curse gear willingly. And most people thought curse crafting was a useless job. But if gear like this could take down both an adult cockatrice and dozens of its babies, then it was actually incredibly valuable. Even if Gail didn't seem to realize it yet. Mora scolded Gail for not warning them more, but he just said the soreness would pass soon. Sharona just needed to rest. Sharona stretched out on the ground, completely done. Mora asked what happened to her big talk about being embarrassed. Sharona replied that she didn't even have the strength to care anymore. Mora agreed. Her own magic power was completely used up. It would take a while before she recovered. Gail admitted that he'd used up a lot of his resources too. Then Sharona said it. This time, they were sure of it. The danger was over. Mora looked around and agreed. They had done it. Doghowl was safe again, and the dangerous AA-class quest was finally complete. But she admitted to herself that if she had known this place was actually a cockatrice nest, she never would have come anywhere near it. Gail felt the same way. If he could have predicted this kind of chaos, he would have just stayed at his stall and sold his wares in peace. Sharona laughed along with them. If she had known what they were getting into, there was no way she would have agreed to join this mission in the first place. But just as they started to relax, something hit Gail. Something was still off. He remembered that strange feeling he had earlier, the weird vibe he got when he first saw that giant eggshell. He realized there was something else, something worse. Then, heavy footsteps echoed through the mine. The ground trembled. Something big was approaching. It was a rooster, but not just any rooster. This one was massive, even larger than the first cockatrice. It was stomping toward them, its eyes locked on the intruders. Gail suddenly understood what was happening. The cockatrice they had already defeated must have been the hen. And now, this one, the enormous rooster, was the mate. That meant they hadn't just cleared out a nest. They had destroyed its home and killed its babies. No wonder this creature was furious. Sharona stared in disbelief. This rooster was way bigger than the first one. And now, it was charging straight at them. The battle wasn't over. This was round 3. Mora could hardly believe it. After everything they had just gone through, now this? Sharona tightened her grip on her hammer. She was angry too, exhausted but unwilling to back down. She reminded the others that just because they were tired didn't mean the enemy was going to go easy on them. The walls of the mine trembled under the force of the rooster's steps. Bits of rock crumbled to the ground. Sharona realized something. The rooster had just come back to its nest, probably bringing food for its young, only to find the nest destroyed and the chicks dead. That would make anyone furious. The rooster let out a loud, echoing crow. Sharona glared at it. She didn't care how angry it was. This mine was guild territory, not some chicken's nest. It had no right to take over their space. Suddenly, the rooster reared its head back and let out a strange cloud of smoke. Gail saw it and froze. Something about that mist set off every alarm in his brain. A bad feeling hit him like a punch. He sprinted forward, realizing what was about to happen. He yelled for Sharona to move. Just in time, he managed to tackle her to the ground. The mist passed over them. Everything it touched, rocks, dirt, and old tools, crackled and turned to solid stone. Gail recognized it now. He'd heard rumors, but never seen it in real life. This was the petrifying breath of a cockatrice. That's how all those other adventurers had failed. That one move alone could wipe out entire parties if they weren't ready for it. And then it happened again. The rooster puffed out a second wave of that deadly mist. The group scrambled to run from it. Mora, watching everything, noticed something. The rooster's breath didn't go very far. It had a short range, and there seemed to be a delay between each blast, like the creature had to recharge. But the bad news was that they were trapped in a dead end. They were deep inside a mine, and there wasn't a lot of room to move. They couldn't just run away. While Sharona and Gale tried to distract the massive creature and dodge its attacks, Mora knew she had to come up with a plan, fast. Then, she saw them racing toward her at full speed. They had made a sharp turn and were heading back in her direction. She braced herself for whatever came next. Mora was surprised that the rooster monster had chased them all the way to where they were. Gale had kind of expected it, so he wasn't too shocked. Behind the rooster, a huge snake tried to reach them. Suddenly, something hit them and they were all thrown back, crashing onto the floor. The rooster then closed its eyes. The three of them stared at it, realizing they had no more rocks to hide behind. They needed a shield, but there wasn't one in sight. Sharona's hammer had been blown away, and the minecart nearby had been completely crushed. Sharona said she had a shield. Gale and Mora didn't understand what she meant. Then, Sharona opened her arms wide and told them to take cover behind her. She reminded them that she said she would fight at the front while they supported her. It was now their turn to step up. But just then, Gale noticed that Sharona was starting to turn into stone. He reached out to grab her. A cracking sound echoed around them. Gale was shocked. Sharona smiled. Even though she was turning to stone, she couldn't bring herself to let Gale get hurt. She told him to use her as a shield, get Mora out, and survive. She said she wanted them all to stay together. Before she completely turned into stone, she asked Gale for one last favor, to take care of everyone at the guild for her, especially Gimli, who was doing a great job as an elf. She had never said that to her face before. Suddenly, Gale shouted for her to wait a second. Something happened. He used a dispel magic spell. A bright light shone around them. Sharona's stone body slowly turned back to normal. She looked at her hands, totally confused. Gale explained that when he touched her during the petrification, he had a feeling he could break the curse. So he tried, and luckily, the spell worked. Mora and Sharona were too shocked to say anything. Gale went on to explain that he had thought the cockatrice's breath was poison, but it worked more like a Gorgon's curse. A Gorgon is a female monster with snakes for hair. If you look into her eyes, you get cursed and turn to stone. Gale realized that maybe his magic could be used against more types of monsters than he thought, even animal ones like the cockatrice. Sharona pointed at the rooster monster. It looked exhausted, with its red comb drooping. Its petrifying breath must have taken a lot out of it. Mora pointed out that now that Gale could undo the petrification, the cockatrice's biggest threat was useless. The situation had completely flipped in their favor. Mora had just enough magic to power up one last spell, so she used it to boost Sharona's strength. Sharona got ready to fight. Mora told her to hold off the snake while Gale attacked the rooster. They all moved quickly. The snake hissed and attacked, but Sharona ran straight into its mouth and held it off like she was told. Meanwhile, Gale got into position to go after the rooster. Sharona said the surprise attack plan was clever and that the rooster never expected its best weapon to be useless now. Gale dashed in from behind. Sharona told him not to hold anything back. He moved in close to the rooster and got ready. He cast every curse spell he had: poison, petrify, confusion, zero armor, blood drain, pain, binding, and hoped at least one of them would work. He called it a clearance sale of curses. As the magic hit, Mora ran to Sharona. Gale jumped out just before a huge explosion went off. He said the rooster could keep the change, joking about the massive attack. Tons of skulls burst out and buried the cockatrice. The whole area was filled with them. Mora asked if Gale had actually used every curse spell. Gale said yes. He had no idea which ones would work on a boss monster, so he just used them all. Then, by the pile of skulls, a bright light began to shine. Mora was frustrated. She thought Gale had gone way too far by launching all his curse spells. If he kept doing stuff like that, she joked, the entire world might just fall apart. Gale found her reaction funny and laughed it off, saying she was exaggerating. But then, rays of light started shining from underneath the pile of skulls left from the attack. Sharona was alarmed. She remembered telling Gale not to hold back, but now she realized this had gone way too far. A bright flash lit up in front of them, and then a massive explosion ripped through the area. The blast was so strong, all three of them were thrown through the air. Sharona yelled in frustration. Blood splashed everywhere from the exploded cockatrice, soaking all of them. Its insides were scattered across the ground. Everything was a mess. Sharona called out to Mora, checking if she was okay. Mora replied that she was, just barely. She felt filthy, covered in blood and dirt. Her cloak was ruined, and she knew it would be impossible to clean. She asked where Gale was. Sharona pointed to where he had landed, sprawled out on the ground. Suddenly, the ground began to tremble. Gale blinked and looked around, realizing the place was starting to collapse. Rocks were falling. The girls confirmed his fear and blamed him for it. The three of them took off running toward the entrance. As they sprinted, the cave around them started crumbling. They passed the room with the stone statues and kept going. Larger rocks were falling now, some even covering the entrance. But just in time, they managed to get out of the collapsing mine. Once outside, Mora and Gail dropped to the ground, breathing hard, relieved they were alive. But that didn't last long. Suddenly, they were both smacked on the head. Sharona stood over them, furious. She couldn't believe what had just happened. They were supposed to take out monsters, not destroy the entire mine. She scolded them hard, asking who told them to bring down a mountain. Gail tried to defend their actions. He said it should still count as completing the quest. After all, they did defeat all the monsters. Mora agreed. She figured they were definitely owed some kind of reward now. Sharona was shaking with anger. A reward? She said they should be the ones paying her. She reminded them how she had to shield them from the cockatrice's breath and how she lost her hammer. The mine was destroyed, and she had no idea how she was supposed to explain this to anyone. Gail tried to make a deal. He reminded her about the stall spot he wanted in the Merchants Guild. She had promised to help him with that. After everything they'd gone through, it didn't seem fair for her to back out now. But Sharona reminded him that she had taken the biggest risks. She had stood right in the blast zone, shielding them. She yelled at them to stop talking. She started ranting again. What was she even going to tell the merchants? Hey, here's the guy who blew up the local mine with his curses? It was ridiculous. She was in full armor, lost her hammer, and the whole place was a disaster. She said this had to be the worst day of her life. Gail shrugged it off, teasing her again. But Sharona shouted at him to shut up. Then, from a distance, a hand rose from the ground. Someone was crawling out from the rubble, coughing. She said she really thought she wasn't going to make it. She had been following Gail from afar, curious about the strange items he made. But she admitted that what she saw today was way more than she could ever have predicted. She had hoped to observe him safely from the shadows. But when Gail destroyed the whole mine, she realized there was no way to avoid that kind of power. Still, she admitted something important. His cursed items weren't just random tools. Each one was powerful enough to be considered an artifact. Now, after seeing it with her own eyes, she understood what Gail really was. Later on, they returned to the mine. Gail walked up to the statue of a man, the very first one they had seen when they entered the place. He began chanting his dispel magic. The stone began to crack and break apart. Slowly, the petrification lifted, and the man was free again. Next, they moved on to another statue, a woman who had looked especially joyful, as if she had been about to see someone she cared about. As the curse was removed, she came back to life. It was Penelope. The moment she was free, she spotted someone nearby and ran to him. Charlie was stunned to see her. She had gone missing, and he'd been worried sick. But somehow, thanks to the adventurers, she had been found and brought back. Penelope hugged him tightly, crying in relief and joy. Sharona watched from the side, raising an eyebrow and making a snarky comment about how intense their reunion was, almost like it was hotter than the forge she used to work in. Mora, meanwhile, reminded everyone that their job wasn't done yet. They still had to restore the rest of the mine and rescue the other people who had been turned into stone. Charlie thanked the group, overwhelmed with emotion. He said that if he and Penelope made it through this alive, he had promised to marry her. Now, it looked like that promise could come true. Gail reached into his pocket and pulled something out. He offered it to the couple as a gift, no repayment needed. They stared at him, surprised and unsure of what to say. He simply asked if they could stop by his merchant stall sometime. Before he could say more, Sharona jumped in, scolding him for giving out cursed items as gifts during emotional moments like that. Mora added that whether it was free or not didn't matter. Those items always had strange effects. Despite their reactions, Charlie and Penelope didn't seem bothered. In fact, they just kept smiling, holding each other close. Back at the Travelers Guild, Gimli excitedly called out a welcome as the door opened, until she saw it was just Sharona. Her face immediately dropped with disappointment. Sharona noticed the reaction and sat down at the front desk, commenting on how empty the place always was. Gimli, clearly annoyed, asked if Sharona came to pick a fight again. But Sharona just grinned, saying if Gimli wanted one, she should just say so. Gimli grabbed a dart from the counter and asked what the strange object was. Sharona told her to go ahead and inspect it. Once Gimli took a closer look, she was stunned. It wasn't just any weapon. It was an artifact-level item. Sharona nodded knowingly. It was real, no doubt about it. At first, Gimli had thought it was some kind of joke, but now she realized it wasn't. Sharona explained that Gail had made it. He was giving away gear like this as if it was nothing, like he was holding a clearance sale. She didn't understand what was up with him. Gimli smiled and shared what she'd heard. That Gail was a wandering adventurer from the capital, possibly once part of a top-level S-rank party. Sharona just stared at her, stunned. She gritted her teeth in disbelief. wondering aloud why someone like that would wander into a small, sleepy town like theirs. Then she changed the subject, saying that all the adventurers who had been turned to stone in the mine by the cockatrice were now restored. Even the priests had given up trying to cure that curse, but somehow Gail had managed it. Gimli asked about the curse, and Sharona explained further. Even she had been petrified by the cockatrice's breath. Yet here she was, alive and well. As the mine reopened, they kept finding more stone statues of adventurers deeper inside. Unfortunately, some didn't survive. The cockatrice had already partially eaten them. But the ones Gail saved were recovering in the town church's infirmary. Because of this, the local church was in a state of panic. They didn't know what to make of Gail's powers. Sharona said she had tried to calm things down for now, but she had to admit, Gail's ability to remove curses was off the charts. Gimli became more curious. She asked Sharona about those dispelling skills, and Sharona told her just how wild they really were. Gail had figured out that the cockatrice's petrification was a kind of curse, not poison. Once he realized that, he cured the entire group, no medicine or church help needed. Sharona rubbed her head, then asked Gimli if she still seriously believed that Gail was just some random wanderer. Gimli laughed. Whether wanderer or not, Gail was still a new member of the guild. But after saving all those adventurers and helping with some long-stalled quests, she admitted that she might need to file for a rank promotion on his behalf, even if he was working solo. Sharona teased her for being sneaky as usual. Gimli replied with a sly grin, saying she didn't need advice from a fox like Sharona. Then she turned the question back. What was Sharona doing for Gail? Sharona thought for a moment before admitting that she had let him join the Smith's Guild. She said his sense of design was questionable, but his skills were the real deal. Gimli completely agreed. And that was fine. There was no rule stopping someone from being in more than one guild at the same time. They both smiled slightly at each other, then quickly looked away. Sharona suddenly stood up and said she had to leave. Gimli replied that she wasn't fooling anyone. Sharona told her to be quiet. Meanwhile, back at the mine, Gail sneezed loudly. Mora, nearby, scolded him for not turning away first. Gail apologized, saying the mine was still dusty. He added that Sharona was being really rough on her workers, but if this made them even, then maybe it was worth it. Mora commented that he was too optimistic. She pointed out that everything happening now was because of all the curses Gail had launched at once. She said she couldn't even tell if he was a heroic adventurer saving lives or a disaster waiting to happen as she playfully squished his cheeks. Not far away, the miners were busy again, filling carts with stones. The mine was back in operation. Mora then asked if it was true that Gail had joined the Smith's Guild. He confirmed it and showed her both his guild tags, one for the Smith's Guild and one for the Adventurers Guild. Sharona had helped him out with his market stall in exchange for him joining. Mora was surprised. The Smith's Guild was known for being full of serious craftsmen. They rarely let just any adventurer join, and they usually hired outside help from mining instead. She asked what Gail was doing for them. Gail replied that they weren't really making him do anything. They had just given him a corner of the guild to make his cursed gear in. Mora raised her eyebrows and wondered if that meant they had fully accepted him as one of their own. Gail started thinking about Sharona. No matter what he created, she always had something negative to say about it. It was starting to get on his nerves. She didn't like that he kept making cursed swords and dangerous artifacts. So, Gail assumed she wanted something more practical, maybe even decorative items. With that in mind, he had started working on those kinds of things. He showed one of his new creations to Mora. It was a vase made from a bleached skull, turned upside down, with flowers sticking out of it. Mora was totally grossed out. To her, it looked like something no one should be carrying around in public. Gail insisted it wasn't just a random idea. It had taken him an entire day to finish. Not because flipping a skull upside down was hard, but because he spent hours polishing it and making sure the colors had a nice sheen. Mora told him not to go around polishing someone's old skull like that, and guessed he probably added some kind of crazy effect to it. Gail claimed it didn't have any wild effects. He was focused on design this time. Still, if someone placed the vase in a room, it would automatically give them constant magic recovery. And if they used it as a cup, it would even grant high-speed healing. Mora was stunned. That kind of item was something mages would desperately want. A mage's survival often depends on how quickly they can recover their magic power. Normally, they have to use potions that taste terrible or meditate in the dark for long hours to regain their energy. But with Gail's vase, all they had to do was keep it nearby. Gail didn't think it was such a big deal. After all, anyone can recover magic by resting, right? But Mora shook her head in frustration. Magic recovery wasn't that easy. Just like physical strength, it depended on a person's diet, sleep, and even how much alcohol or sweets they consumed. It could slow down if they got sick or if their body wasn't in good condition. That's why mages were usually very strict with their lifestyle. The idea that something as simple as a vase could replace all that effort seemed almost unfair. Mora imagined what it would be like to actually put that creepy skull vase in her room. She realized she could never do it. No wonder Sharona was always scolding Gail. Just then, Sharona showed up, clearly annoyed. She warned them not to be so loud, or they'd risk another cave-in. When she asked what was going on, Gail explained that Mora had gotten upset after seeing his latest creation. Sharona took one look at the skull vase and immediately told Gail she'd kick him out of town if he ever tried selling that thing. Gail reminded her that she told him to go wild with his ideas, but Sharona snapped back that she never told him to make creepy junk like that. What she wanted were useful tools that everyone could benefit from. To change the subject, Sharona handed him something large. It was the head of the cockatrice they had defeated. She told Gail to take it to Gimli's place because she would pay for it. They had just dug up the body too, so it was a good time to make some money off the materials. Gail asked if she was sure, since she was the one who had taken down most of the monsters. But Sharona admitted she only beat the first one and all the smaller ones. The big final cockatrice? That was all Gail. She told him to split the payment with Mora. Gail paused for a moment, caught off guard by the gesture. Sharona laughed and teased him not to start catching feelings for her now. Then Gail remembered something. He still hadn't received any kind of reward from Sharona for everything he did. Sharona brushed it off, saying a simple thank you should be enough. But Gail reminded her that he only took on the quest in the first place because she promised to help him set up a market stall. Sharona admitted she wasn't trying to get out of it, but explained that they were all pretty busy trying to rebuild the mine after the chaos that had happened there. Once everything was finished, Gail was told he could name the setup anything he wanted: a market stall, a rental space, even a full-on shop building. Gail immediately said he wanted a real building. That seemed a bit greedy, but before going any further, Sharona said there was something she wanted to show him. In front of them was a large cart with a heavy cover on it. When Gail looked underneath, he saw the organ that produced the cockatrice's petrifying breath, the very thing inside the monster that created the stone-turning mist. Sharona reminded him that he had said it himself. This breath was like a curse, similar to the deadly gaze of a gorgon. Since he had managed to reverse the petrification effect on both the adventurers and Sharona, he believed that proved it really was curse-based. Sharona confirmed that it was his now. She figured he'd like something like that, and suggested he might want to make some items using it. Gail hesitated, thinking the organ might sell for a lot of money, but Sharona insisted he could have it. However, there was one catch. She mentioned that giving it away for free might not be the best idea. She planned to teach him a little lesson in supply and demand. Meanwhile, far away from the town of Farmage, word of Gail's strange and powerful cursed gear was spreading, so much so that even the capital had taken notice. Deep beneath the imperial palace, in the dark vaults beneath the emperor's throne, a voice rang out in disbelief over what they had learned. A young woman knelt on the ground, confirming that yes, it was true. Someone out there had created an artifact. But the prince standing before her, Prince Virial, was furious. He wasn't interested in excuses. Grabbing the young woman, Liznette, by the jaw, he made it clear that he didn't believe her. She was, after all, merely the leader of the Empire's assassins, while he was the crown prince. He yanked her by the hair, dragging her across the room as he scolded her. After all the promises she had made and all the confidence she had shown in her team, the operation had failed. This, he said, was what he got for trusting her group of killers. He stopped in front of a chest, an ancient and cursed treasure box. It was called the Heart of the Devil. Inside was something terrible, the core remains of a demon king who once terrorized the world. Even just being near it released a horrible energy. Liznette trembled at the poisonous aura leaking from it. The prince explained that this artifact could suck the life out of anyone, and right now, it seemed to enjoy feeding off people like her, weak and useless. He shoved her face toward the chest and asked if she knew why she had been called to that secret chamber. She didn't. She begged him to stop. He laughed, pointing out how no one would ever willingly step into a cursed vault like this, making it the perfect place for a private talk. He whispered that the cursed object inside could kill an ordinary warrior with just one touch. Liznette pleaded for her life again. Finally, the prince closed the box and released her, leaving her crumpled on the floor. But he still demanded an explanation, everything, in full detail. Liznette told him what happened. The mission had gone smoothly at first. Their spies had paved the way, and the elite assassins had been deployed. But everything fell apart during the final stage. Their target, Princess Kara, had something with her, an artifact Liznette had already described once before. Every single assassination technique used against her had failed. The attacks bounced off as if she had some kind of defense. The prince was stunned. Was Liznette seriously suggesting that this helpless princess had managed to survive every hit? He couldn't believe it. But Liznette insisted it was true. Kara had resistance to instant death effects, and the artifact she carried granted her several other defensive abilities as well. It was a strange reality, but the only explanation that made sense after losing so many assassins. This revelation hinted at a much bigger problem. The prince realized that this meant the artifact was new, unknown, and possibly part of the kingdom's growing strength. In the world of politics and war, artifacts were more than just powerful objects. They were tools that could tip the balance of power between nations. Knowing where each artifact was, and who controlled it, was essential. Somehow, this one had escaped the Empire's intelligence networks. That was bad. Very bad. And this couldn't be the only one. Liznette confirmed that. No, there was more. The prince cursed the situation. The kingdom already had him on edge, and now this? Worse still, it looked like his rival, his own younger half-brother, Cardes, was planning to marry Princess Kara. Virial hated the idea. If Cardes got his hands on this kind of power, it could change everything. Virial, the first and more powerful prince, would be outshined. He couldn't let that happen. He muttered a curse on Kara. Where in the world had she found those artifacts? Liznette then added something else. They had recently discovered a new lead. This particular artifact had apparently been obtained through a young man, someone who was running a store, from a simple market stall. In a corner of a busy tavern in the capital, the kind of place where adventurers like to gather, someone shouted in disbelief that Gail was in Farmage. It seemed unbelievable that he'd have the guts to go that far. One of the others warned him to keep his voice down, pointing out that people might overhear and act on the information. They continued their conversation quietly. The rumor they'd heard came from the coachman outside the city gates. Someone guessed that maybe Gail had snuck onto a stagecoach. One of them called over the waitress, annoyed at how slow the drink refills were. She came to the table, and he demanded more ale, this time, by the barrel. The poor waitress apologized and hurried to get it. Someone at the table said maybe it was time for him to stop drinking for the night. Another changed the subject back to the story. Apparently, there was a stagecoach headed to Farmage that had been attacked by a bunch of orcs. According to the rumor, Gail had taken them all out. It seemed he'd had help from someone skilled. That sounded impossible to one of them. If Gail, a guy known for doing rear-line support, could defeat orcs, then why even have a front line or back line in a party anymore? But they were told to let the story finish. The tale went that Gail used a weird, ugly dagger to wipe out the orcs, probably a cursed weapon. That definitely sounded like Gail's kind of thing. Still, the man couldn't believe it. Orcs were tough even for them. There was no way Gail could pull that off. It had to be someone else. Others at the table chimed in with more details. Someone had actually seen Gail, or at least someone who looked exactly like him, running a stall. He had been selling creepy cursed items at really low prices in the outdoor market. And for some strange reason, the royal guards had ended up confiscating everything he was selling. That made everyone laugh. Of course, Gail's stuff would either be junk or cursed in a way that freaked people out. Still, apparently he had made some decent money from it. More people added to the story. Gail had been spotted staying at a nice inn and wearing new clothes, far from his usual scrappy self. That meant he had enough money to pay for his stagecoach ride, at least. And if the royal guard was searching high and low for him and still couldn't find him, maybe he really had made a clean escape. If all the rumors were true, it sounded like Gail had taken his earnings and moved away from the capital. Knowing how stubbornly hopeful he could be, he probably thought he could open a real cursed goods shop somewhere. He'd always been obsessed with making weird and creepy things, and now he had enough stock to start a business. Everyone at the table started to agree. Another person confirmed that someone looking like Gail had even filed paperwork with the Merchants Guild to start a market stall. When she asked about it and showed the mission contract she had received from Princess Kara, the guild leader gave in, despite grumbling about privacy, and told her the man hadn't been seen recently. So Gail had probably moved on. The group figured it all made sense. Gail had tested out running a stall, gained experience, and then moved his cursed item business elsewhere. Whether anyone actually liked his weird creations or not, Gail would definitely open a cursed shop if he had the money to do it. As one of them looked down and realized his mug was empty, he complained again about how slow the service was and shouted for his ale, saying it was all being paid for by Princess Kara anyway. Then, without warning, a large shadow appeared beside them. It was the waitress. She was carrying 2 massive barrels, one in each hand. Just as the man was about to complain again, ready to say he wanted to drink as much as he could tonight, he turned and saw her standing there. The waitress slammed the barrels down onto the table with a heavy thud, clearly being sarcastic as she thanked Kush for waiting. Kush wasn't happy about it, complaining about how customers should be treated better, but she just pointed out that these were the barrels he had asked for. Norris noticed how strong the waitress must be. Just one of those barrels would be super heavy. The group quickly returned to their main discussion, trying to figure out where Gail could be hiding. What they didn't realize was that the waitress had been secretly listening to them. Another server quietly whispered to her, praising her good work. She wasn't just a waitress. She was Lady Liznette. Liznette already knew that this group was being watched. Her job now was to gather information. Still, she couldn't help but feel annoyed. Why, of all places, did she have to take on a part-time job in such a shabby tavern in the kingdom? Her fellow spy agreed it was frustrating, but asked if they were sure this was the right group to follow. Liznette answered that it almost certainly was. Based on their intel, these people were just as mean and grumpy as expected. What bothered Liznette most was that Princess Kara had actually chosen to hire them. The conversation they overheard confirmed it. They were talking about farmage, and the name Gail came up too. According to the information Liznette had gathered, this was an S-rank party called the Wolf Pack. Their mission was to find a man named Gail Hamilton. Apparently, Princess Kara was absolutely desperate to locate him. Rumor had it that he was the one who created that powerful artifact everyone was talking about. One of the other spies found it hard to believe. An artifact creator running from an elite S-rank team? Who was this guy, really? Liznette admitted she didn't know much, but what she could tell was that he was clever. She learned that Gail used to be a member of that same S-rank team, but now he had completely disappeared. There were no real clues about him, just gossip about how bad his designs looked and other random trivia. Liznette was convinced all that nonsense was meant to mislead people and hide Gail's true identity as the artifact's creator. To her, Gail was like a ghost. She couldn't even figure out what he had been doing before all of this. The thought of being tricked like this made her feel sick. Even so, the information they were collecting about the Wolfpack team might still lead somewhere useful. If they could get even the smallest clue about where Gail was, it would be worth listening to the party's rambling. Once the Wolfpack started moving, Liznette's group would follow. They planned to track them and take Gail the moment he was found. Her team was also helping out with their limited budget, scraping together whatever resources they could. Inside, Liznette was burning with anger. She cursed Gail Hamilton with all her heart. Meanwhile, deep within the Smith's Guild, the sound of metal clashing echoed loudly through the workshop. Mora stood watching Gail as he hammered away at a project. Gail was thinking about whether it was time to tell her something important. He turned to her and said he was thankful for the help she gave him during the Doghouse Mine quest. That mission had nothing to do with her, but he had gotten her involved anyway. He was really grateful. Having her around made him feel more confident. Mora's face turned red with embarrassment. In her mind, it was like being hit with a sudden emotional fastball. Gail reached out and shook her hand, and Mora tried to sound confident. She reminded him that she was one of the capital's top 5 support mages. There wasn't anyone she couldn't help. That had been her job, at least until Gail got his own shop in a better part of town. Gail agreed with her, saying that thanks to her help, his dream of running a proper store was finally coming true. Mora blushed even more and, with a shy smile, suggested that maybe she could keep supporting him going forward too. Just then, Gail suddenly sneezed. Mora scolded him, reminding him to turn his face away when sneezing. Gail apologized and said he had no idea why he was sneezing so much. Maybe people were spreading rumors about him? Sharana entered the workshop and said the sneezing was probably because of mine dust getting into his nose. Gail was surprised and happy to see Sharana. He said the workshop she had lent him had been a huge help. Sharana asked if the item Gail was working on was a finished piece. Gail answered that it was, and that he had built it exactly to her request, but he thought it looked kind of lame. Sharana replied that if he thought it looked lame, then it probably meant that most people wouldn't think so. Gail was confused and shouted, asking what that was supposed to mean. Sharana wanted to know how the device worked. Gail asked her to hand it over. When she turned the key, it suddenly made a strange sound. That was when Gail explained what it did. It fired a petrification beam, powered by an organ from a cockatrice, a magical creature. Sharana quickly ducked, frustrated that Gail had actually activated it while pointing it at her. She reminded him how dangerous it was, especially since she'd already been petrified once before. Gail, not too worried, said he could just remove the curse again. Still, he wondered if something like that was even useful. Sharana, on the other hand, saw it as a brilliant and practical invention. She reminded him about the basic rules of supply and demand. They looked around. The area was mostly plains, mountains, and forests. While there were some rocks around, they couldn't just dig up the town. Getting good stone or metal was really difficult. But if someone could get the right kind of stone, it would sell for a high price. She even pointed to a drawing she'd made, showing how deserts lacked building materials. That made Gail question what kind of situation they were getting involved in. Sharana kept going, asking what someone would do if they wanted to build a stone structure in a desert. Gail guessed they'd have to either solidify sand into bricks, dig them out of the ground, or transport them from far away. Sharana agreed. Those were the typical options. But each of them came with serious problems. Making bricks required water and extra materials, which were hard to come by. Digging was backbreaking labor. And transporting heavy materials over long distances just wasn't practical. Gail understood. Mora added that in a desert, it was hard to even make strong bricks, and water was far too valuable to waste. That's when Sharona pointed back at the petrification beam. What if they had that? Gail realized what she meant. If they packed sand into a mold and then hit it with the beam, they'd have solid stone bricks right away. Mora caught on quickly too. Sharona told Gail that while he had incredible crafting skills, he had no clue how to use them effectively. That comment made Gail blush. Sharona explained further. In farmage, there was a serious shortage of stone materials. They could either dig them up or haul them from the mines, but neither method gave them the quality they needed. With this tool, though, that whole problem could be solved. If it worked well, Gail could make a lot of money from it. Gail was still unsure, but Sharona repeated herself. He had talent, real talent, but no sense. Gail insisted he did. Mora teased that he also had no ability to read the mood of a room. Sharona admitted that she usually wasn't interested in cursed items, but she found this one surprisingly cool. Gail smiled shyly at her compliment. Sharona smirked, calling him a pushover for blushing just because she liked one of his cursed tools. Then she mentioned they had materials from another cockatrice. Could Gail make another one of those devices, without any extra gimmicks this time? She added that using cockatrice chicks for materials wouldn't work. Gail agreed. He had tried it before, but the organs in the young creatures weren't developed enough. Their tails had poison, but it wasn't the kind powered by curses. Sharona joked that a poison-making machine would be nice, but you couldn't have everything. Gail wondered if a poison-making device would even be helpful. After all, it was just venom. Sharona pointed out that they were in a farming region. There were tons of pests and insects to deal with. The right kind of venom could even be useful for hunting. She guessed Gail had no clue about how to use poisons effectively. Gail offered to make something for her if she wanted. That surprised Sharona. Gail explained that it wasn't hard if he had the right materials. He used to make poison talismans all the time. Sharona still wasn't sure he was serious and asked what kind of materials he needed. Gail listed a few. Venom glands from ghouls, stomachs from undead creatures, mummy bandages, and zombie clothing. All of these were useful for making talismans. Sharona pointed out that those weren't exactly easy to get. Gail agreed. He rarely saw them for sale, so he just went and gathered them himself. After hearing all that, Sharona was convinced he could actually do it. She felt excited and said she'd go ask Gimli to help get the materials they'd need. She also told Gail to use the stuff he'd already collected and build whatever came to mind. She promised to buy everything he made for a fair price. Gail pulled out a strange-looking perfume bottle. The moment the girls opened it, they realized it smelled horrible. Sharona guessed he'd used zombie intestines, but Gail clarified. It was actually from a ghoul. Mora didn't even want to ask what else it could do. Sharona, getting a bit annoyed, told him to only make what she specifically asked for. She handed him a pile of papers as a request list. Gail, blushing again, got excited and said he'd get started right away. Sharona said she was looking forward to seeing it and took the cockatrice device with her, planning to get used to how it worked. Gail agreed. Mora offered to join Sharona, figuring she'd have trouble opening doors while carrying the large device. Sharona teased her, asking why she was still hanging around. Mora admitted she just wanted to check in on Gail. There hadn't been any good quests for her today. Sharona laughed, saying she was only joking, and mentioned that Gail and Mora had been completing quests together as a temporary team. Gimli had been happy to see some old cases finally getting cleared. If Gail and Mora were starting to feel comfortable living here, Sharona figured she couldn't ask for anything more. Loud laughter filled the inside of the carriage as Kush and his party celebrated. He joked about how royalty didn't mess around. They had run up a huge bill at the shops, but no one seemed to care. Kush proudly showed off the sword he bought, a beautiful mithril blade worth 500 gold coins. Melissa had chosen a weapon crafted from a wyvern's bone. Norris was excited about his new magic book and staff, which now let him shoot spells rapidly and blast out powerful magic with ease. Luke had equipped himself with armor made from the hide of a magical beast. Kush pointed out that it didn't even matter whether Gail had cursed their items or not. With this kind of equipment, their party could finally unleash their full power. Nothing could stand in their way now. The whole group burst out laughing again. But then Kush quieted them down. There was one thing bothering him. If their party was so powerful, why hadn't any new support members reached out to join them? Norris reminded him that they were an S-rank party. Not many adventurers could keep up with their level. Luke added that's why they had to settle for people like Gail and Mora in the first place. Other people in the carriage whispered behind their backs, saying nobody in their right mind would want to team up with people like Kush's crew anyway. Kush shrugged it off and said that, in the end, Money could fix everything. He turned toward the other people sharing the carriage with them and called out to one of the quiet ones. He asked the gloomy-looking girl and her group to remind his party what their jobs were. One of the hooded figures pulled back her hood. It was Liznette. She smiled politely and explained that she and her team were hired to apply item buffs and debuffs for the S-rank Wolfpack, acting as stand-ins for their usual support crew. They were also tasked with carrying equipment and supplies. Kush agreed with her summary. That was the only reason they were there. He teased that it was lucky his party was generous enough to help out poor nobodies like Liznette's group, since they clearly had no money. Liznette gave a fake laugh, but deep inside, she was boiling with rage. She swore to herself she would get revenge. One of her subordinates quietly reminded her that they had to be patient. Their real goal was to find the artifact maker. Liznette admitted that at least being close like this gave them a perfect chance to observe everything. Another teammate sighed, sadly agreeing that Kush was right about one thing. They really were poor. Liznette fumed silently. In her mind, she was already planning how to completely destroy Kush and his team. Meanwhile, Melissa decided it was time to eat and drink until they reached Farmage. Kush called Liznette over again, asking her to bring over a bag. They laid out all the fancy food and wine on a table inside the carriage. Kush grinned, saying that Princess Kara was footing the bill for everything. Could they even believe their luck? One of the others said Kush didn't need to rub it in. They already knew. The route was scenic too, passing through the kingdom's central farming region. Liznette, still calm on the surface, asked to confirm that they had officially accepted an escort mission for this caravan heading to Farmage. She warned that drinking too much might interfere with their duties. Kush snapped back at her, telling her to be quiet. He said that just seeing her gloomy face made the wine taste bad. He told her to just throw a tarp over herself like the rest of her group. Kush's group laughed at the insult, while Liznette quietly whispered to her team. She listed off all the things they still needed: lodging, intel, communication with the Empire, and so many other growing expenses. One of her companions added that Kush's group wasn't about to share anything with them, not even a single coin. At least the tavern they stopped at earlier had given them some free meals. Suddenly, a sharp, loud screech echoed in the air. It was a high-pitched tweet, unnatural and alarming. Liznette's group immediately went silent. Something was coming. Outside, the caravan guards raised their voices, warning everyone that monsters were approaching. Mercenaries were ordered into their combat formations. Adventurers were told to protect the wagons. Confused voices asked where the enemy was. Everyone turned toward the forest. That's where the sound had come from. And then, the monsters appeared, an entire horde, charging out of the trees together. The mercenaries shouted, trying to keep everyone calm. After the recent orc attack, the caravan had brought in more guards. They should have been ready. But the monsters hit hard and fast. In a flash, the very first wagon was tossed into the air like it weighed nothing. A lookout reported that they'd spotted the leader of the attacking monsters. It was a behemoth, a monster classified as S-rank. Normally, these creatures never left the border between the Empire and the kingdom. Back inside the carriage, Liznette reminded her group that they were trained to fight people, not monsters. Liznette quickly assessed the situation. If they tried to face the monsters directly, they'd probably lose. She saw killer wolves, massive grand boars, and red grizzlies mixed in with the horde. These were all powerful monsters ranked B or even higher. Running might be their only option. She glanced behind her and saw Kush's party still laughing and joking, completely unaware of the danger. Time was running out. They needed to either escape or act now. But their mission was critical, and unfortunately, Kush's group was their only lead for it. Frustrated, Liznette swore under her breath, then ordered her subordinates to get ready to retreat if things went bad, but to fight the monsters as long as they could. Her team nodded in understanding. Still, a question bothered her. Wasn't there supposed to be a monster hunt sent out by the Empire? Why hadn't these beasts already been taken care of? One of her team members explained that a similar quest had been issued in the kingdom too. But the adventurers who took the job, a supposed S-rank party, had canceled the mission right after accepting it. Liznette was furious. What kind of irresponsible S-rank adventurers would do something like that? Then it hit her. An idiotic S-rank party? She slowly turned to look at Kush's group again, putting the pieces together. It couldn't be, could it? Her subordinate asked what they should do about Kush's team. Liznette made a decision. If they really were an S-rank party, then they had the power to take on a behemoth. And now, like it or not, they were technically part of the same team. She would push them into fighting, whether they liked it or not, for the sake of her own crew. A loud shout suddenly echoed through the caravan. Someone was yelling about a behemoth. Luke from Kush's group finally noticed something was wrong. He looked around, but Liznette and her team had already disappeared. Liznette's voice cried out dramatically, and Kush reacted by angrily snapping at her. thinking she was just whining. But she continued putting on an act. Luke mentioned how loud things were getting outside. Norris replied. Realizing something was off, the wagon wasn't moving anymore. They peeked outside and saw that the driver was gone. And then it happened. A gigantic mouth opened in front of the carriage. Norris and Luke froze in fear, completely shocked. Meanwhile, Liznette thought back to something she had heard earlier. That orc attack Kush's party had mentioned? It made sense now. The orcs had probably been driven out of their territory by this very behemoth. Forced to flee, they had ended up near the highway, where they attacked the wagon. That showed just how powerful this behemoth really was, strong enough to cause chaos across miles. The ground shook as the massive creature let out a roar. Inside the wagon, Kush shouted in surprise as the entire carriage was tossed around. Everyone inside tumbled and crashed into one another. Outside, Liznette and her team leapt from the wagon with practiced grace, landing firmly on their feet. In contrast, Kush's party flopped to the ground in a heap. Liznette turned and scolded them, thinking that if they really were an S-rank team, they should at least know how to avoid getting knocked over like that. Then the behemoth growled. Its voice was deep and terrifying. It opened its mouth and roared again, so loud, it seemed to tear through the very air. Liznette trembled. The sound was more than just loud, it was overwhelming. It felt like the world itself cracked under the force of that roar. While chaos unfolded outside, Kush was frozen with fear, unable to believe what he was seeing. His brain scrambled for an answer. What was that monster? Melissa tried to guess, maybe a giant boar, or a cow, or even a rhino. None of those felt right. Liznette, however, already knew. Kush's whole party stood there, stunned and useless. Norris, staring at the massive creature, commented on how unfair it was for something so muscular to also be that fast. Even Luke was shivering. Liznette knew without a doubt, it was a behemoth. And not just any monster. This was the very target their mission had been building up to. The realization hit Kush's party hard. They were shocked and confused. Luke seemed like he didn't even want to ask how Liznette knew that. But now that he'd seen it, this truly was a behemoth. Norris, still trying to stay calm, laughed nervously. Sure, it was a bit larger than expected, but they were S-rank adventurers, right? Surely this thing wasn't a real threat? The people nearby began murmuring, pointing at Kush's group. That was the famous wolf pack, the legendary S-rank team. Their presence brought hope to the caravan. People were cheering now. Smiles broke out on the party's faces, proud and smug from all the attention. One of Liznette's subordinates was impressed. Their presence alone had lifted everyone's spirits. Another whispered that they should prepare support items for the party. Then, without warning, the behemoth charged. Kush's group called out their attack like they were the heroes of some grand battle, claiming they were about to unleash the combined strength of the strongest team in the capital. Liznette's heart pounded with excitement. Finally, she'd get to see the full strength of an S-rank party. But it didn't happen. In one massive swing of its tail, the behemoth casually wiped out the entire wolf pack. They were knocked flying like dolls. Everyone watching, including the mercenaries, Liznette's team, and Liznette herself, stood in stunned silence. She couldn't believe it. Was that really all the strength an S-rank team had? Now, the behemoth turned its attention toward them. Panic exploded across the battlefield. People began to run toward the forest, hoping to escape the monster's wrath. Liznette cursed. They couldn't allow themselves to be taken down there. Her subordinate reassured her. They still had escape and attack routes prepared. But Liznette hesitated. Could they really run away now, even if it meant abandoning their mission? She remembered the prince. The thought of giving up made her sick. She refused to be made into a joke. She gripped her dagger tightly. They weren't just any group. They were the Empire's best, its deadliest team of assassins. She gave the order to draw weapons. As much as she hated it, they would fight. They'd protect Kush's useless team and finish the job. But above all, they would not let anyone know who they really were. Her team agreed without question. A monster's attack came her way, but she dodged it with ease. She declared that she would handle the behemoth herself and told her team to prepare the setup she needed. Her subordinate wished her luck, hoping they'd all live through this. The behemoth let out another fierce growl. Using the cover of the forest, Liznette leapt into action. She moved quickly and silently, launching herself above the beast, aiming for a vulnerable spot. She struck at what should have been a blind spot. But the behemoth moved, it dodged her. She realized the terrifying truth. This thing didn't see like a human. It didn't rely on sensitive eyes or predictable patterns. It was far more advanced. And as an S-rank monster, sneak attacks were nearly useless. She made a decision. A direct strike might be the only way. She gripped her wyvern bone dagger. It was laced with a powerful poison that worked instantly. If she could get a clean hit, it would be enough to kill even something this strong. She darted forward and kicked at the behemoth. But again, its tail lashed out and knocked her back. Still, she saw her chance, a small opening. She aimed for the monster's throat, hoping to tear it open. She got into the perfect position and slashed. But it didn't work. The dagger couldn't pierce the hide. Liznette quickly pulled back, thinking fast. The throat was too tough, but the eye wouldn't be. She struck again, this time at the eye. The blade sank in. She'd done it. The monster had lost an eye to her poisoned weapon. She thought it was only a matter of time now. The poison would spread. It would numb the creature. It would fall. She wanted to hear it scream. But instead, the behemoth responded with something unexpected. It released a strange breath toward her. She thought it was poison mist. But something felt off. She realized this thing had resistance to poison, which meant the dagger's secret weapon wasn't enough. There was only one option left. She would have to use her final resort, the heart of the devil, a gift from Prince Virial himself. She remembered his words, that when the moment came, she should use it, that it would become her blood, her strength, her muscle, that her body would become the vessel it desired. She had no more choices. She would embrace the power and become the nightmare the behemoth never saw coming. In the royal castle, the day's lesson was to cover the proper etiquette expected at a royal tea party. The instructor, Duchess Melinda, began the session by addressing the princess and explaining the importance of today's subject. She inquired whether the princess was prepared. Melinda then instructed that, when seated at the table, the princess must maintain her chin level, never tilting it upward, which would imply condescension, nor downward, which would signify self-abasement. The correct posture was to keep the chin parallel to the floor, conveying equality between herself and her guest. As the lesson continued, Melinda explained the next rule of decorum. When seated, the princess must cross her legs at the ankles. She must ensure that the left leg was placed in front, as it was a sign of friendship, while positioning the right leg forward would imply hostility, regardless of whether or not the legs were visible beneath the table. Later, Melinda placed a cup on the table as an example. She demonstrated the correct actions to take once tea is served. The lesson included instruction on sweetening the tea. Melinda made it clear that only 1 or 3 sugar cubes should be added, never 2, as even numbers suggested a desire to part ways with the person one is conversing with. The instructions continued with the etiquette of holding the teacup. A refined lady, Melinda insisted, must extend her pinky finger when lifting the cup. However, the finger must not be rigid. An overly stiff gesture would be considered uncultured. The pinky should remain slightly flexible to maintain grace. As Melinda went on, she noticed the princess's head drooping and drew attention to it, remarking that her tiara was slipping. It was essential, she emphasized, that the tiara be worn at the proper angle at all times. A princess, no matter the setting, must be capable of impeccable conduct, as her behavior reflects not only on herself but on the kingdom. The mention of Prince Cardis, the princess's fiancé, caused her to freeze. She reflected on being forced into engagement with the second prince, a man she did not know, and resented the criticism she faced from the crown prince, another stranger. The entire situation felt deeply burdensome to her. Melinda then spoke of the significance of the princess's behavior to the stability of the kingdom. As one of the chosen, the princess bore great responsibility and was expected to think carefully before speaking in public. In response, the princess reflected on how she would rather live a life of her own choosing. Though she acknowledged the privileges she had received, she could not escape the sensation of being crushed beneath the expectations placed upon her. It felt, to her, like she had been born under a curse. Turning her gaze to the birds outside the window, she wondered if Gail the curse crafter might be able to lift the burden she felt upon her. At that moment, her butler addressed her, reminding her that continued peace with the empire would prevent the kingdom from descending into bloodshed. He encouraged her to take an interest in the empire, suggesting that learning even a little about them might be meaningful. She mused aloud about interest and turned toward Vivian. She asked about a rumor involving the empire, specifically whether the devil's heart they supposedly possessed truly came from the body of an actual demon king. Vivian, hearing this, expressed resignation at the princess's tendency to fixate on the most eccentric details. The princess, however, believed Vivian misunderstood her intent. As a princess, she pondered whether something as catastrophically dangerous as a demon king could truly exist. The notion was treated as more of an oral tradition than a historical certainty. It was not quite a fairy tale, but not entirely regarded as factual either. The stories, passed down from those who had suffered under the demon king 1,000 years ago, were intended to convey the anguish of a bygone generation. Yet, with the passage of time, the raw horror of those ancient accounts had become difficult for people to accept as truth. As a result, The brutal memories of that era gradually transformed into stories told in the form of fairy tales. The historical accuracy of such tales remained uncertain. However, one thing was undeniable. The fact that such narratives even existed implied that the so-called heart of the devil, if it were capable of inspiring legends so vile and dark, must indeed be one of the most malevolent and cursed objects still confirmed to exist in the present world. Elsewhere, deep in the forest, blood scattered across the foliage as the beast seized Liznet. She was quickly succumbing to the effects of poison, her strength fading. The creature opened its maw, and she prepared for the end. Her subordinates, witnessing the scene, cried out in alarm. One among them paused briefly, then threw an object into the air. The orb-like device ignited and emitted a blinding light. The intensity of the illumination forced everyone to shield their eyes. Vision became impossible in the radiance. Seizing the moment, Liznet slowly reached toward the beast's flesh. With great effort, she drove her claws into its skin and slashed at its grip, freeing herself. She had not expected a monster ranked S-class to be susceptible to something as basic as one of their flash bombs. Still, the opening it created was enough. She used the time to fasten a bracelet onto herself, an item she once discussed with the prince, created through alchemy, and infused with a sixth of the heart's power. She had called it her parting gift. Landing on the forest floor, Liznet saw the behemoth stagger from its injury. Rage flared in its eyes as it charged forward. Her subordinate recognized the threat immediately. Such a massive creature, moving at high speed, with horns honed to razor-sharp precision, could rip through nearly anything. As the beast closed in, Liznet held her ground. She raised a hand in front of its horn, then, in a shocking display of strength, caught the beast's momentum and halted it entirely. Her subordinates stared in disbelief. She had brought the behemoth to a stop. Liznet felt her pulse pounding as power surged through her. Her eyes altered in hue, her body responding to the intensity. They faced off, beast and warrior, both snarling. She drove her claws into its hide again, but she knew her strength was waning. It was time to bring the battle to a close. She stepped back, gathered every ounce of force remaining in her, and lifted the behemoth into the air with a single hand. Then, with a thunderous crash, she slammed it down against the earth. The impact echoed across the forest floor. The beast did not move. All who had witnessed it stared at what had just occurred. Slowly, the behemoth began to rise again, dragging its wounded form away from her. Liznet, overwhelmed by a mixture of exhaustion and madness, erupted into wild, uncontrollable laughter. The monster horde scattered in retreat from the battleground. The lingering aura of the heart of the devil had taken hold, leaving one of the subordinates uncertain about who the true monster was anymore. Liznet surveyed the aftermath, her gaze scanning the ravaged terrain. One of her subordinates managed to catch up to her. She reflected on the nature of the S-rank monster they had faced, acknowledging its overwhelming strength and the reality that she had not been able to completely bring it down. A harsh cough escaped her, racking her chest, and immediately the others rushed toward her in alarm. One among them shouted for the dispeller to be brought without delay. She clutched at her chest, struggling for breath, fragments of words forcing their way from her lips. Mention of the Demon King and the heart again. Her hand seized the dirt beneath her, gripping it with pain and desperation. Confusion rippled through the group as they watched something shift violently inside her body. Another member of the team commented on their fortunate timing and assured them he had exactly what was needed. He reminded the others how expensive the item had been to acquire and expressed his cautious hope that it would function as promised. He opened a specialized container, revealing a dispelling ritual sanctioned and produced by the church. Raising his voice, he began to chant, invoking the god of Rouge. As the words left his mouth, a radiant circular glow enveloped the group. The light intensified. Liznet coughed violently once more, and from her hand, the bracelet containing the cursed essence flew loose. A small, devil-like creature emerged from it, squealing as it writhed on the ground. It crawled toward Liznet, its grotesque form dragging across the earth. In her mind, she recalled the prince's words, that she would become the vessel long sought by the heart of the devil. She cried out in defiance. What it had done to her had been more than enough, and she would not allow it to happen again. But her body continued to tremble with spasms of coughing. Others reminded her that once such a cursed item is used, there is no complete purification. The elements of the heart of the devil were still inside her, burrowing deep, untraceable. In that moment, she understood why the prince at the palace had failed to give her a dispel talisman. The realization struck her hard. Of all the terrible artifacts she could have drawn upon, it had been this one. Still, she could not deny the relief she now felt. The behemoth had been defeated. They would call this a victory, for now. The caravan, however, had taken a brutal beating. Though there were survivors among the adventurers and mercenaries, most of the wagons had been reduced to rubble or ruin. It was clear that travel would not resume anytime soon. Liznet acknowledged the delay and concluded that they would simply have to wait until a patrol arrived from the capital to reach the outer district of Farmage. Then she paused, observing the hands, faces, and tattered garments of the people before her. They had all suffered. Without a word, they dropped to their knees before her. She realized how much they had endured as well. She offered them a word of recognition for their efforts. One of them humbly responded that it was nothing compared to what she had endured. Her attention shifted. She looked to the side and remarked with disdain on the supposed strength of the guild's S-rank members. They had proven too weak, embarrassingly so. Her eyes drifted toward the sealed container. She reflected on its contents. The myth-class cursed artifact fashioned from the heart of the devil. At last, it had been subdued, thanks to the many seals they had placed upon it. One of the men confessed that he would never have believed it, had he not seen it with his own eyes. Another remarked with ambition, suggesting they might even overpower the artifact's original creator, no matter how formidable he was. Liznet clenched her fist. One name filled her with renewed hatred, Gail Hamilton. Her contempt for him now burned hotter than ever before. Meanwhile, far away at the Smith's Guild in Farmage, Gail sneezed repeatedly. Morris stood nearby, remarking with exasperation that Gail had managed to cover himself with remnants of undead matter from all the sneezing. In Gail's mind, the cause was clear. Someone, somewhere, was undoubtedly talking about him. He turned his attention to a crate nearby, one containing something he had constructed by following a specific blueprint and set of instructions. It was an item imbued with a curse, not particularly bright in appearance, but he faltered as he revealed it. Inside was a glowing skull, faintly illuminated, its form unmistakably skeletal and deeply unsettling. The two girls observed with keen curiosity. Gail presented his latest creation, questioning whether it aligned with what they had requested. It was a mystic lamp generator, fashioned in the shape of a skull. He explained its function. Similar mystic flames were frequently found within crypts, where they remained fixed in place for centuries without ever extinguishing. These lamps drew energy from ambient soul fragments lingering in the atmosphere, fragments as minuscule as those left behind by weeds or insects. Because of their ethereal nature, the flames posed no risk of fire, making them highly efficient and safe. Gail basked briefly in his own ingenuity, considering how impressive the application truly was. However, he also pondered whether a street illuminated by skull-shaped lamps would present a visually appealing spectacle. Perhaps initially unsettling, but a design they could refine and validate over time. The girls exchanged hushed murmurs and whispers, clearly discussing something between themselves. When Gail confronted them about it, the guildmaster deflected, stating vaguely that it was nothing. Nonetheless, her mind was already occupied by the broader potential of the lamps. She considered the prospect of using these mystic lights to replace all the central street lighting in town as a starting point for larger implementation. Sharona, curious about Gail's other ongoing projects, inquired whether he had completed any of the items she had requested. Gail confirmed that he had indeed finished some. Among them was another iteration of the cockatrice petrification beam. Additionally, he had been busy creating several pieces of enchanted agricultural equipment. These included the cursed thresher, the wailing grinder, the crying saw, and the shivering soul sifter. The two girls, hearing the list, were startled to realize Gail had already completed all of them. Sharona asked if they were ready to inspect the place. Mora and Gail looked at her. Gail asked if that was finally what they were talking about. Sharona confirmed it, saying she had found the perfect location for him. It was only 1 block away from the central main street. Gail asked if that meant he could turn it into his shop. Sharona explained that the place still had all the fixtures from when it was an alchemy shop, so it wasn't too far off from what Gail wanted to do. Mora remarked that Gail couldn't ask for much better. Gail responded, agreeing with her. Sharona said that once they cleaned it up, stocked it, and replaced the sign, the shop would be his. When Sharona looked back, she saw Mora nudging Gail and teasing him about being Gail the shopkeeper. Gail blushed. Sharona added that she had also informed everyone in the guild that he would still have access to their furnaces and other equipment, so they should keep stopping by. The exhausted caravan pushed onward. 10 days had passed since the behemoth attack. Half the wagons bound for Farmage had been lost or severely damaged, but once the highway patrol guards rescued the group, their journey resumed. To everyone, it seemed that the behemoth and the monster horde it led had been entirely repelled by Kush's team. Kush appreciated the praise the mercenaries offered them. Melissa believed they were due a massive reward. Luke insisted he had played a major part as well. Norris added that his own support shouldn't be forgotten. Melissa assured them that their contributions were essential, though she admitted she couldn't recall exactly what they did. Luke cursed, pointing out that even the others had said they had no idea what role they played. Norris agreed, but claimed that without their steadfast support, there's no way they could have driven the monsters off. After all, they had taken the behemoth's eye, severed its tail, and even chopped off one of its powerful horns. Kush suggested it was Melissa's wyvern dagger that had taken the creature's eye. As for the severed tail and horn, he claimed it could only have been a strike from his mithril blade. He could still feel the moment, he said, touching the sword. Nearly all the other adventurers and hired guards had been beaten so badly they couldn't remember anything about the behemoth's retreat. Liznette and her group simply listened to the chatter. She noted that there wasn't a single drop of blood on Kush's mithril blade and questioned how he could deceive himself so thoroughly. Every member of the guild had been unconscious. Kush had woken first and gone searching for the behemoth. Norris wondered why the entire monster horde had vanished. Then Melissa ran up, claiming ownership of the recovered eye, with her dagger still lodged in it. Luke kicked something nearby and revealed one of the behemoth's horns. Kush pointed out the tail was also lying on the ground. They had all been so consumed by the battle that their memories were clouded, but based on the physical evidence, he was convinced they had driven the monster off. The wolf pack had collectively falsified their memories. One of Liznette's subordinates quietly asked whether they wouldn't tell the truth. Liznette questioned what purpose it would serve. Defeating the behemoth had never been part of their mission, and for an assassin, attracting attention was only a liability. Suddenly someone pointed ahead, announcing that the agri-hub of Farmage was in sight. The passengers exclaimed in relief and gratitude, offering thanks as they approached the escort party, who now stood grinning with pride. The travelers said they hadn't known an S-rank party had been assigned to protect them. What an assignment it had turned out to be. Another added that the casualties and cargo loss had been kept to a minimum, thanks entirely to the group. Luke, full of bravado, declared that with them on the job, even one or two behemoths were nothing to worry about. From a distance, Liznette's group watched with visible irritation. One of them remarked on the irony that the true heroes of the day sat silently, ignored, while the idle, boastful frauds soaked in the praise. Liznette replied that such a scene was all too familiar within this guild. Kush asked what their next move would be. Melissa said they'd look for an inn. She wanted to sleep in a real bed for once. Norris wondered aloud if there were any taverns nearby with charming barmaids. Liznette commented on their usual behavior with restrained exasperation, then forced a smile and suggested they stop by the guild first. Kush agreed, admitting it was a hassle, but they needed to get paid for the behemoth parts. Luke added that if they left the task to those broke misfits, he feared they'd run off with the goods. Though Liznette smiled outwardly, internally her stress reached its limit. Kush looked up and asked what was going on with the town. Skulls lined the streets, mounted atop poles and illuminated eerily. Luke questioned the strange decorations. Why were skulls everywhere? Melissa noted that the locals didn't seem fazed by them at all, wondering if this was somehow normal here. Norris hesitated, then asked if they hadn't seen similar things before. Gasps followed as realization struck. That twisted, macabre aesthetic, it had to be Gail's work. Someone questioned aloud, if it was, then what exactly were those things? Gail's inventions? Luke doubted it, asking whether they truly believed Gail had been embraced that thoroughly by this place. Melissa was skeptical too. She pointed out that Gail only ever made cursed equipment. There was no way this bizarre townscape could be his doing. Norris countered that they shouldn't be so sure. This was a remote town, after all. Kush smirked. If Gail was here, then that was fine. With this many strange creations in view, it likely meant Gail had opened a shop somewhere. Another chimed in that at the very least, Gail must have passed through the local guild. They all knew how ridiculous he was. Norris remarked that leaving such blatant clues in broad daylight was just like him. They all shared a knowing smirk and agreed to head to the guild first. Liznette observed that it seemed they'd stumbled upon something valuable. One of her subordinates confirmed that it did indeed look like Gail Hamilton was living here. However, Kush's group appeared to hold a low opinion of him. If Liznette had to guess, Gail didn't trust his former teammates much. Another guessed that Gail had likely kept his identity as an artifact crafter hidden and used that third-rate party as a front for his real activities. They eventually arrived at the Adventurers Guild. Gimli greeted them at the entrance. As they stepped inside, Luke noted that the place wasn't exactly buzzing with life. Melissa remarked on how old the building looked. Norris doubted they'd find any worthwhile quests here. Heavy footsteps echoed as Kush strode quickly to the front desk. He demanded to see the guild master, introducing his party as the Wolf Pack, ranked S. Gimli laughed and informed him that she was the guild master. and asked how she could assist. Kush cursed, clearly shocked by the revelation. He then called to Liznet, snapping his fingers as a signal to bring the cart forward. Liznet and her subordinate dragged the remains of the behemoth to the front, laying the pieces out for Gimli to inspect. Kush stood, waiting for her verdict as she calmly examined the monstrous parts. Gimli smiled and, after a pause, asked what exactly he was expecting. Caught off guard, Kush responded with a confused grunt, demanding she not play games with him. He asked Gimli if she recognized what the remains were. Gimli replied that it was a behemoth, she supposed. Luke jumped in, pointing out the significance. Didn't she realize what that meant? It was an S-rank monster. Norris agreed, noting that it was high-quality alchemical material, worth a fortune in the capital. But Gimli explained that when it came to a behemoth, one needed at least the entire head or its heart for it to count as valid proof of having slain one. That was the standard, even in the capital. From the look of things, she added, the behemoth had gotten away, hadn't it? The party members fell silent, swallowing hard. Kush scowled, irritated, and muttered that they'd see who was laughing later. The group turned and began walking toward the exit. As they left, Gimli called out to Liznet, suggesting that next time, she should be the one to finish the hunt. Liznet, too disgusted with the others to care, merely scoffed at the remark. Her subordinates began collecting the leftover behemoth parts and turned to follow her. Gimli then addressed Liznet directly, asking what organization she belonged to. Liznet froze, stunned, and slowly turned around to find Gimli smiling knowingly. Gimli pressed further, saying it was clear they were the ones who had actually wounded the behemoth. Why pretend that such a clownish group had done it? If Liznet was trying to cover things up, Gimli said, she'd better come up with a better story next time. Liznet was speechless. In her mind, Gimli was either in the same line of work as her, or very close to it, and clearly highly competent. Liznet simply stated they were leaving, and the rest agreed without protest. As they departed, Gimli thought to herself, an S-rank party from the capital, just like Gail. Things were starting to move. The shop stood one street over from the city's central main road. In front of it, a sign had been posted. Gail wiped the sweat from his brow, announcing that everything was ready. He asked Sharona how it looked. Sharona responded that it wasn't bad, still a little creepy, but it definitely had Gail written all over it. Gail thanked her again, expressing how grateful he was to have a professional fixer helping him out. Sharona replied with a half-hearted thanks, saying she didn't really want to be called that. The sign out front read, Curiosity Shop, Gail's Cursed Goods. Sharona added that, personally, as long as he was still open to accepting jobs from their side, she had no complaints. Gail replied that she was one of his best clients. She'd led him to the location and helped him get the place running. He said he'd still be dropping by the Smiths Guild from time to time. His grand opening was set for the next day. He asked Sharona if she wanted to celebrate that night. Sharona asked if he was thinking of having a drink. Gail confirmed, saying he'd let Mora know too. Mora appeared from behind, asking if they were already finished. Sharona greeted her, saying her timing was perfect and that Gail's shop was ready to go. It was a rental, but a good one. Mora said she had meant to help Gail get things set up, but it looked like she was too late. It had been a real turnkey setup. The place had once been a tool shop run by an alchemist, which had allowed Gail to get everything ready much faster than she'd expected. Gail asked Mora if she had been working quests with other parties lately. Mora said she had, and on that note, Gimli had mentioned that Gail had been taking solo quests in nothing but crypts, abandoned churches, and similar places, right? Gail said he'd been gathering cursed materials, and no one wanted to team up with him for that sort of work. Sharona added that it made sense. Not many people were putting up want ads for curse crafters. Gail acknowledged that the situation was difficult for him. Though he was glad to have the shop, he still considered himself something of an adventurer. He didn't intend to stay a full-time shopkeeper. His plan was to keep adventuring on the side. Eventually, he hoped to hire someone to watch the store while he was out in the field. He needed time to craft items and gather more materials in crypts and ruins. But at the moment, he didn't have the capital to hire a helper right away. Mora's eyes widened. She suggested that she could watch the place sometimes, and that maybe the two of them could form a party again. Gail turned his head in her direction. Mora explained that even though they were both rear guard members, that arrangement had worked fine for their previous quests. Blushing slightly, she admitted that when she was with him, she felt like she could overcome anything. Gail looked away and stepped aside, not acknowledging her feelings. Mora closed her eyes, expecting a response, but Gail's focus was entirely elsewhere. He was preoccupied with an item. He muttered that something needed fixing. A mummy-wrapped artifact on a nearby shelf was starting to come undone, its bandages loosening. Gail rushed over, noting the issue aloud. He hadn't even heard Mora's words. Embarrassed, Mora realized she had just lost to a mummy for Gail's attention. On the side, Sharona observed the whole exchange and smirked with amusement. Later, once they were outside, Mora mentioned they'd meet again after sunset. Sharona agreed, adding that she'd bring something for Gail as well. She asked if he had any requests. Gail told her no, whatever she felt like bringing was fine, and he'd make something to go with the drinks. As they walked away, Mora whispered to Sharona that the Curiosity Shop, part of the name, had been Gail's idea. Sharona confirmed it, noting that labeling it as a cursed goods shop alone would have narrowed down his customer base too much. No one would have come by unless they knew exactly what they were looking for. Gail overheard their laughter in the distance. He looked back at his shop, and smiled faintly. With friends at his side and a place to belong, it was hard to put into words just how comforting it all felt. Then the bell on the door chimed, a soft, pure sound that echoed far beyond its volume. It was an undead bell, a small enchanted charm once used by crypt watchmen to soothe and guide the spirits of lost children. Its tone could be heard for miles around. Behind the door it hung from, there was no massive inventory, just shelves lined with artifacts and curiosities one couldn't find anywhere else. Later that night, the bell rang again while Gail was in the back, preparing something. He stepped toward the front of the shop and greeted the visitors, apologizing and saying the store wasn't open yet, but he was caught off guard to see Kush standing there. Kush greeted him sarcastically and cursed his name. Gail froze, baffled by Kush's presence. Kush went on, saying that after all the trouble Gail had caused them, he now found him running a cheerful little cursed shop out in the countryside. A loud bang sounded. The door was kicked open. Another voice called out Gail's name, and the rest of the group stepped inside. Gail stood stunned. He could hardly process what was happening. Then he noticed someone standing behind the party. It was Liznette. He asked what they were all doing there, showing up out of nowhere, especially when the shop hadn't even officially opened yet. Norris turned to Liznette and asked if she and her team would mind keeping watch outside. They didn't want any interruptions. Gail was confused. Was Liznette a new member of their party now? And why had they brought such a large group? Liznette and her team moved to stand near the entrance, keeping their eyes open. Norris said this arrangement should make things easier to handle. Trusting Gail understood what he meant. Gail glared at them. He reminded them they were the ones who had cast him out in the first place, and even told him to start a cursed goods shop. So what were they doing there now? He was upset, his voice unsteady, and his legs felt weaker just seeing them. Kush got straight to the point. He said they wanted Gail to remove the curses from them now. Gail blinked in confusion. He asked for clarification. Outside, one of Liznette's subordinates leaned over and asked if they should really just be standing guard. Liznette asked what he meant. The subordinate replied, "It was Gail Hamilton, wasn't it? Why let that party handle him? They could approach him directly." But Liznette disagreed. If that really was the Gail Hamilton, the artifact crafter, then this would be the perfect opportunity to observe his skill firsthand. The subordinate accepted the logic. Still, Liznette privately wondered, was this man truly Gail Hamilton? He looked so ordinary to her. Back inside, the party continued staring at Gail. He asked again, curses? He thought back. Did Kush mean the curse-based buffs Gail had placed on their equipment back when they were a team? What were they going through that they needed them removed? He had been careful. He was certain he hadn't put any negative effects on their gear. He had used advanced techniques to ensure that only the positive effects stayed on them. All the negative side effects had been transferred to him instead. He clenched his fist, remembering. That was what had earned him a reputation for being dead weight. He'd accepted it at the time, thinking he was helping his teammates by protecting them from the burden of the cursed gear. But now this? He told them flatly. He had already removed those curses a long time ago. Gail repeated the word, curses? Still trying to grasp what they meant. Kush snapped, accusing him of playing dumb. He claimed that Gail had cursed them as revenge for being fired from the party. Gail questioned the logic of such a motive. Why would he ever do that? Without answering, Kush seized a nearby item from the shop. When Gail didn't respond how he wanted, Kush hurled the object. It shattered against the floor. Gail dropped to his knees in disbelief. The item was one of his most valuable, his big-ticket piece. Melissa observed the broken artifact and asked if that was the prized item. She scoffed, saying it was better for everyone that it was destroyed. Gail's expression tightened, his brow furrowing. Norris affirmed their intent. They were going to wreck all the so-called junk Gail had stocked. Luke followed up, flinging daggers into the shelves, hitting more items. Gail protested, trying to stop him, pointing out that those pieces weren't meant as targets. Norris had already readied a spell. Gail turned to him in alarm and shouted not to cast anything dangerous indoors. If he triggered a fire, it would destroy everything. Gail ran toward the shelves to salvage what he could, but before he got far, Kush yanked him back by the collar. Kush sneered, saying he was tired of talking and wanted action. He demanded again that Gail remove the damn curses. Gail replied that their stats might have gone back to normal, but he hadn't debilitated them. Not once had he done them harm. Kush blinked, confused by the implication. Was Gail saying they were just weak to begin with? Gail met his stare, unyielding. That only made Kush angrier. He shoved Gail hard into the corner of the room. Kush growled that he didn't care what the princess had asked of them anymore. He drew his sword. The implication was clear. If Gail wouldn't lift the curses, then maybe they could break them by killing the caster. Norris agreed. It sounded like a brilliant solution. Melissa chimed in, saying if Gail was gone, there wouldn't be any more creepy junk to worry about. Luke added he'd finally shut Gail up. Kush was fuming. He shouted that they had come all this way, forced to be surrounded by ignorant backwater hicks, and now they wanted out of this dump. He raised his sword above his head to strike. Gail looked up and asked him to repeat that. What did he say about this town? In an instant, Gail's fist struck Kush's face in a clean, hard punch. Kush had not expected it. As a curse crafter, Gail's reaction was instinctual. He didn't even think. In a confined space like the shop, where heavy weapons were slow and cumbersome, a fist moved faster and landed truer. Kush went flying backward out of the shop's door. Gail stood tall and shouted after him. He told Kush that if he was going to keep wrecking the shop that Sharona helped him get, he wasn't going to tolerate it anymore. In fact, now was the perfect time. Gail had endured every insult they'd thrown at him. But now, they dared to insult Farmage, the city that had given him a second chance. That crossed the line. Gail declared they'd settle this outside, once and for all. He was so filled with rage that it gave his strike the strength of iron. The party stepped out into the open. Watching from a distance, Liznet's group quietly prepared. Once Gail engaged with his former party, they would finally witness his true capabilities. Depending on what they saw, they'd decide. Either kidnap him or kill him. Either outcome suited their plan. On paper, the Wolfpack party were S-rank adventurers. Liznet planned to use that reputation to her advantage. They'd make perfect scapegoats. Kush dusted himself off and barked at Gail that if this was how he wanted to play it, then fine. He'd give it everything he had. Melissa called out to make sure he was ready for what was coming. Norris declared that Gail would regret getting carried away with them now. They'd recently come into a bit of luck, a windfall, and just to be safe, they had spent it on the most expensive buff items money could buy from the capital. In his hand, he held a potion-like container, glinting with potent magic. Melissa scoffed at the extravagance of using such rare and powerful items on someone like Gail. They uncorked the containers and downed the contents in a single gulp. Gail watched closely. Kush coughed, and immediately there was a visible flash of light that erupted from him. Gail's eyes narrowed. He recognized that kind of radiance. These weren't just ordinary potions. These were elite power enhancers, so potent their stat boosts could be seen with the naked eye. The smell alone was enough to tip off a trained crafter. No, this wasn't some cheap stimulant. These were top-tier guild-approved boosters. Kush explained as much. These were one-use, high-end, ability-enhancing elixirs, drink and unleash. Items of such quality were completely out of reach for someone like Gail, he boasted. And with them, the party had restored themselves to something close to their pre-cursed prime. Still, Gail muttered to himself that he had never cursed them. Before he could react, the wolf pack surged forward. Kush led the charge, rushing in like a berserker. To Gail, the movement looked monstrous, like an ogre charging from the front. But it was the formation that caught Gail's eye. He recognized it instantly. This was the pack front, the formation that had always been the pride of the wolf pack. As a former rearguard, Gail had never directly participated in it, but he had watched them practice and execute it countless times. He knew its rhythm. One member attacked directly to draw the opponent's focus, while another slipped in behind. Shift attention, and the formation rotated. One threat always in front, another always at the flank. If he assumed Kush was the sole threat and focused only on him, he'd open himself to a clean strike from another direction. His instincts flared just in time. Melissa suddenly burst forward and attacked from the side. He dodged, but barely. She sneered, mocking his distraction. Gail's eyes darted between them. Their stats had skyrocketed. Their speed was faster than he expected. But still, he had dodged the opening attack. That gave him some ground. He knew how to read movements. He could still react. But then came the daggers. A volley of throwing knives soared toward him, forcing him to duck and roll. He barely managed to avoid them. Luke laughed in the distance, warning that the next barrage would skewer him. In Gail's mind, Luke's weapons were no joke. Individually, they were cheap knives, but each was tipped with a poison Gail didn't fully recognize. Even the smallest scratch could prove fatal. The danger level was no less than if Kush and Melissa were bearing down on him together. Kush charged again, calling out to ask if Gail was giving up already. Gail watched his movements. His form hadn't changed. He could still read the lines of Kush's attacks. But it was Norris he had to be most wary of. The magic user was already preparing an inferno spell, something deadly, indiscriminate. If that missed its target and veered into the town, the collateral damage would be catastrophic. Kush taunted him, challenging whether he thought he could dodge everything. Then came a flurry. Kush unleashed his signature move, Garage Slash, a barrage of rapid swings. Gail danced back, weaving and dodging, but the tight angles gave him little space. Kush barked out an order, surround him, cut off every route of escape. The other members obeyed without hesitation. Gail's eyes narrowed. Then his hand slipped into his pocket. He whispered under his breath, "Got you." Something rustled. He had pulled something out. Scrolls. They were all within range now, exactly where he wanted them. Gail activated the scrolls. A gust of power pulsed outward. They thought he was trying to hold out against their attacks. But that wasn't it at all. He had been luring them in. If they had buffed themselves up to absurd levels, then he would simply drag them back down. For all their jeering about his tools, for all the disdain they showed him for being a curse crafter, now they would see what it was like to be on the other end of the enchantment. He unleashed anti-boost, a countermeasure to their enhancements. He snapped his fingers. From the heart of the scrolls emerged a crafted talisman. Its design bore the mark of a master, subtle, deliberate, and merciless. It was an object of equilibrium, meant to shackle unfair power surges and redistribute balance. It was called the Talisman for the Innocent Prisoner. A vast, prison-like magical structure erupted into existence, enveloping the area in an ominous glow. The party stared in disbelief. None of them had seen anything like it before. What was this bizarre spell? Gail stood calmly amid the reaction. This was no ordinary curse. It was a single-use tool, Gail knew, an artifact that activated only after the user had designated its targets. Its range was relatively limited, just several yards around its placement, but within that space, its effect was overwhelming. Any target caught within was subjected to a devastating weakening curse. The item was built from the ashes of a man imprisoned since youth for a crime he never committed. He had spent his entire life confined, alone, and died in that same cell, soaked in silent resentment. That lifelong grudge had been captured in the item, concentrated, weaponized. The result, a curse that didn't just sap strength. It carried the weight of a spirit bound by injustice and time. Gail remembered exactly where he had acquired the ashes. He lit the torch along a wall of a ruin. An undead had been fused into the stone there. Unlike most undead, this one didn't move. It remained still, embedded into the structure itself, its presence radiating a powerful, hateful aura. Its curse was potent, but passive, more an echo of what had been than an active force. There was a story here, Gail thought. He activated a bit of his magic, not destructive, but sympathetic. He asked silently if the spirit would tell him its tale. The curse lightened. The undead's decaying features shimmered, shifting back into the form of an elderly man. The man blinked, astonished. Gail was the first to come, not to fight, not to rob, but to listen. When the man was alive, no one had cared. No one had spoken to him. He had been forgotten, even before death. To Gail, the truth became painfully clear. The old man had become part of the wall because he had merged with his solitude. The silence and isolation had shaped his very undead form. And when the spell faded, so too did the man, dispersed without a trace. Back in the present, Gail understood what his item was doing. Kush and the others had used a rare potion, an elite enhancement serum that boosted all attributes. Designed for S-rank adventurers, it brought physical, magical, and resistance stats to their peak. But the item Gail had planted was built to cut through enhancement. It didn't nullify it, it eroded it. Slowly, steadily. He wasn't sure how far the reduction would go, but it was enough to force an opening. Kush mocked it all. A curse? No way it could overpower a capital-made booster. The others agreed with a mix of irritation and disbelief. This couldn't possibly be enough to counter their overwhelming strength. Gail turned to the side, looked beyond them, then sprinted away. Kush shouted, confused. Where the hell was he going? But Gail had no intention of standing his ground there. Not in town. The curse had already weakened them. It was working, and now he needed to draw the battle out and away from civilians. He called for them to follow. That was the plan. He had dropped their stats just enough. So far, so good. He couldn't risk getting the townspeople involved. They had nothing to do with this. A change of location was critical. Though he hadn't lived in Farmage long, he had memorized the key places, the underground crypts, the old church on the edge of the district, and, actually, the abandoned hospital might be closer. It had wide, open interior spaces and strong old warding left behind. That would do. He glanced back. All four of them were on his heels, pursuing him. Perfect. He needed them all. Later, the chase lost momentum. Kush came to a halt, his body bent over and heaving for breath. The others collapsed nearby, panting heavily. Something was wrong. Norris growled that they had used the finest alchemical weaponry the capital could offer, potions custom-made for adventurers of their tier. And yet, Luke admitted it was strange. Melissa nodded. None of this made sense. Kush clenched his fists, confused and angry. Why was the supposedly useless crap Gail made so damn different from what they had prepared for? In a burst of frustration, he shouted toward Liznette, demanding to know whether she had brought any dispel items. But there was no reply. The wolf pack froze. They looked around, realizing Gail was nowhere in sight. Neither was Liznette. The area was empty, quiet. Kush cursed, bellowing into the night in frustration. All they could do was stand there and stare into the darkness, watching Gail disappear beyond their reach. Just before Gail made his attempt to flee the shop, Liznette realized the truth. She should have known. Gail Hamilton was genuine. The number of artifacts he carried without a second thought was alarming. Her subordinate asked what their next move should be. The townspeople had begun to notice the disturbance. Even in a rural town, the guard wouldn't take long to arrive. Liznette intended to secure the area and keep spectators at bay, but it was already too late. The sound of approaching guards' footsteps echoed in the distance. She gave the order for the three of them to handle crowd control. Unaware, she stood with the curse of Gail still clinging to her. A shiver ran through her. Had it just now activated, the sixth fragment of the Devil's Heart? She gave a sharp command for everyone to take cover. There were questions about the onlookers, but she dismissed them. They no longer mattered. They had to recover the heart, but a cough escaped her. She grunted in pain, drawing concern from her team. Could the seal on the heart have been undone? They had applied a durable, continuous seal on that sixth fragment. It shouldn't have broken so easily. Yet, something was wrong. She sensed a presence with power equal to the heart's, something resonant. A gasp. Now, was the heart of the devil reacting to Gail Hamilton's curses as though they were equals? Were they resonating? She looked up, panic striking her. She called for cover again. Black smoke began encroaching, reaching for her. Her companions were baffled. Was it a ranged debuff? Liznette felt her stats nosedive from a mere brush with the dark smoke. The power was overwhelming. Was this the effect of an artifact, one belonging to Gail Hamilton? A chill ran down her body, cold sweat soaking her. This wasn't an ordinary debuff. Something deeper, more insidious, had taken hold. She struggled for breath. It wasn't just slow, it included anti-armor effects, fatigue beyond normal bounds. She stumbled. No, there was more, terror masked in innocence, the deceit of sheep's clothing. Her subordinate remarked that, with their training as assassins, few were more knowledgeable in status ailments than they were. Yet even they couldn't decipher this one. Liznette admitted she had never encountered such a potent combination of debuffs. Even a glancing touch of that dark light had sapped her energy. A direct hit would unleash far worse. They were on track to meet the same end as Kush's team. She issued a new command. The siege was over. No more engagement with that light. Another wave of dark smoke surged toward them. Liznette cursed. Her subordinate reported that the target had escaped. Liznette questioned. If Gail was using artifacts this powerful to weaken Kush's team, why would he even bother fleeing? What was he planning? She cut off her own thoughts. There was no time to think. He had to be pursued. Any adventurer would consider that kind of artifact a final trump card. Yet Gail had unleashed it right at the start. Her companion agreed. There was no doubt left. They had found him at last. Gail Hamilton was indeed the artifact crafter they had been hunting. Liznette reminded her team that the odds would be 1 against 4. There was no room for hesitation. They affirmed their readiness. One of them asked about Kush's party, but Liznette dismissed their relevance. Their eyes followed Gail as he left town, heading toward the old hospital ruins. That place had been sealed off with the plague dead. The entire site had been buried along with its history of disease and death. Liznette gave a crooked smile. For someone like Gail, aligned with the shadows, to flee toward such a desolate, lifeless place for refuge? It was laughable. She pressed forward, and they followed. Yet, despite their skills, far beyond those of ordinary men, they found themselves straining just to keep Gail in sight. Their stamina and speed were formidable, and still, they faltered. Who was this man? Liznette observed Gail's pace. It was unnatural. Perhaps he was using enhancement drugs. One of the others speculated that Gail might simply have high agility, innately. They had not taken a direct hit like Kush's party had, but they likely remained under the influence of the cursed artifact encountered earlier. All they had done was observe the battle between Gail and Kush's group from a distance, a grave tactical error. If their hesitation now cost them the target, they would carry the shame forever. That was the weight of Gail Hamilton's importance. They could not afford to let him escape. The order was clear. Capture him alive if possible, but if not, they were not to hesitate to kill him. Despite their determination, the group found themselves falling further behind. Even with all their might focused on the chase, Gail remained out of reach. Their tunnel vision on the pursuit led them to neglect their surroundings, something they would normally never do. That oversight slipped entirely past Liznette and her team. Nor did they sense that their commotion had drawn attention from a particular monster, one that was familiar with them, lurking just beyond the town's perimeter. Elsewhere, back with Kush's party, the mood was sour. Kush voiced his frustration. They were supposed to be the wolf pack, predators, hunters, but they were moving like a pack of tortoises. Amid the commotion, someone arrived, asking about the noise. The state of Gail's shop was brought up, a complete wreck. She speculated aloud if the chaos had been caused by them. Kush confirmed it. Then he hesitated, taken aback by her presence, her voice, her appearance, particularly her chest. It was Mora. She stood there, wine in hand, dressed in an eye-catching outfit. The members of the wolf pack stared in disbelief. Melissa bristled with anger. Mora had left their party. Why was she here now? Norris was stunned. First, Gail, exiled from their group, and now Mora, who had betrayed them. Both of them, here, in the same remote village? That couldn't be a coincidence. A realization formed in his mind. He stepped forward, declaring that he understood everything now. Mora blinked in confusion as Norris explained. First they find Gail, then they find Mora. This wasn't chance, it was conspiracy. He accused her. She and Gail must have been plotting against them from the beginning. The accusation left the group tense and silent. Mora responded with mocking disbelief. Was this truly their line of thought? The suggestion was so absurd it didn't even warrant engagement. She had suspected they were fools, but this was beyond warped. She didn't even want to dignify it. One of the party members muttered in understanding. So that's how it was, they thought. Norris was praised for connecting the dots. He basked in it, claiming he had known the truth from the start. Mora attempted to speak, but Norris dismissed her. He laughed smugly, claiming that with his level of intellect, he could easily decipher the inner workings of a woman with a brain no deeper than the valley between her breasts. He finished with smug certainty. He had her completely figured out. Mora shifted, transformed, into something unrecognizable. The very idea that the wolf pack could believe even for a moment that her alliance with Gail was plausible struck her as utterly absurd. Kush, sweat breaking across his brow, asked in disbelief what she even was. She told them plainly, urging them to observe, to listen. These were the very people who had expelled Gail from their ranks. She herself had only joined after receiving their invitation. And now, suddenly, they were spinning a narrative of conspiracy? She turned the accusation around. How, precisely, was she supposed to have formed some secret alliance with Gail? And for that matter, what exactly had she ever done to deserve this? Kush faltered, drenched in sweat, his voice stumbling. She smiled at him, at the situation. Either way, it was cutting. Her? He let out a weary sigh. Mora turned her back on him. She told him to consider what he'd done. He'd wandered all the way out to the remote corners of the countryside, broken into someone's store, left it in shambles, and now, here he was, having a conversation with someone he had once driven out. She questioned him, as if to a child. Had he never learned the basic rule? Kush asked, learned what? She scoffed. Simple. If you don't want something done to you, then don't do it to anyone else. Then came a brilliant flash, Mora's energy, raw and unfiltered, illuminating the air. Kush called for them to switch back into full formation. They began their assault, launching coordinated attacks. Mora evaded effortlessly. Kush shouted, desperate to rally morale. So what if they were slower than usual? It was still all of them, against her. She was alone. Then, abruptly, he cursed aloud. His arms wouldn't move. He couldn't lift his sword. Mora coldly questioned if that flurry of slashes was his idea of a barrage. No matter. His sluggish reaction time had gifted her the moment she needed. She had already finished empowering herself. Full elevation, immense strength flowing through her. Now, she would show him what a real barrage looked like. She clenched her fist. She said as much. She would engrave the truth into his flesh. A storm of punches rained down upon Kush, overwhelming him. Just before he crumpled, Mora seized him by the collar. He would receive the same level of destruction he had dealt to Gail's shop. Perhaps then, he would finally begin to comprehend how his actions affected others. Melissa lunged from behind, calling out, warning Mora not to turn her back. But before Melissa could land a single blow, Mora's fist connected with her face. Melissa crumpled. Mora flung Kush away. She looked over the scene. Gail, it seemed, had laid some serious debuffs on them all. This was no longer a 1 versus 4 fight. Now, it was 2 against 4. Luke sneered. Laugh while she could. They didn't need to get close to her anyway. They had a full arsenal of projectiles at their disposal. And unlike Kush and Melissa, they wouldn't go down so easily. Mora stared them down, her gaze sharp, unwavering. Luke and Norris moved in, circling Mora, confident and ready to take her down. Luke made a taunting remark, signaling an incoming attack, but as he reached for his knives, he suddenly froze. They were gone. He realized too late that he'd already used too many earlier. That brief moment of hesitation cost him everything. In the blink of an eye, Mora was beside him. Her fist sank into his gut, knocking the wind from his lungs. Luke groaned in pain and was sent tumbling across the ground. At the same time, Norris completed his spellcasting. It was his turn for retaliation. He cast Inferno. But what emerged wasn't a raging blaze, only a weak puff of flame. Before he could comprehend what went wrong, a wine bottle came flying at him, hurled with precision. Mora's voice followed, dryly thanking him for lighting her way. The bottle struck him in the face and shattered on impact, dropping him to the ground. She noted aloud that his weak flame made it a lot easier to hit him. All 4 members of the wolf pack now lay sprawled on the ground, defeated and bruised. Mora stood over them, calm, unyielding, untouched. Around them, onlookers began to murmur, awestruck by the spectacle. Yet Mora wasn't done. She approached Kush's party again, her steps heavy with purpose, her expression unreadable. They flinched and pleaded for her to stop. But Mora reminded herself, and them, that Gail had also asked them to stop, hadn't he? And they hadn't listened. No, she wasn't finished with them yet. Their cries echoed into the sky as another round of punishment fell. The shattered remnants of the wine bottle littered the ground. Mora bent to pick up a piece. She'd brought the wine to celebrate with the party. Now it was wasted. Her anger faded into quiet worry. A new question crept into her mind. Where was Gail? She turned to his shop and let herself inside. The destruction inside was heartbreaking. Gail's inventions, his meticulous work, lay in ruins. She picked up one of the devices, broken and twisted. Her memory conjured the image of Gail gently placing it on the shelf, telling her it was his best work for now. Everything set just right. She held the object in her hands, thinking to herself, why was she doing all this for him? She placed the mummy-like item carefully on the table, as if restoring a piece of order. Suddenly, someone entered, muttering curses. It was Sharona, dragging a barrel and carrying an unreasonable amount of liquor. She looked around the wrecked shop and demanded to know what had happened here. Mora told her. They had to find Gail. Sharona blinked, confused. What did she mean? She grabbed Mora by the shoulders and asked her to explain. Mora gave her the simple truth. Gail was missing. They had to go after him. Sharona agreed, but questioned where he could have gone. Mora thought aloud. Gail wouldn't have let Kush's party beat him so easily. It didn't make sense. But she knew Gail. He wouldn't want innocent townspeople caught in the crossfire. He must have led the fight away on purpose. Sharona nodded, adding that Gail likely underestimated how powerful his cursed artifacts really were. He probably assumed they'd catch up to him fast, so he must have run somewhere farther than they expected. That's when Gimli appeared. She spoke plainly, the outskirts of town, the old hospital ruins. Everyone turned to her in surprise. Mora asked if it was true. Sharona pressed her. How did she know? Gimli claimed it was just by chance. She gestured outside. Some strangers had dumped garbage near the guild, so she'd gone out to give them a piece of her mind. But in doing so, she discovered another group, different ones, also pursuing Gail. Mora's eyes widened. More of them? Gimli couldn't say for sure if they were with the same faction, but whoever they were clearly far more competent than the group Mora had just finished beating. Mora's worry deepened. She thanked Gimli, made her decision on the spot, and ran off in pursuit. Sharona raised a brow, incredulous. Mora was really going to dash off like that, all dolled up with no weapons? Mora insisted there was no time to change or gear up. They had to move now. Sharona groaned, rubbing her temples, then gave in. She decided to join her and told Mora to wait just a second. She returned with Kush's sword and handed it over. It wasn't much, but better than nothing. Mora accepted it. This was now a full-blown operation, an emergency mission to take back Gail Hamilton. Gimli stepped in, offering to lead the way. She admitted she wasn't too familiar with the old hospital ruins either, and she glanced at Sharona. They both only heard of the place, never scouted it properly. But something about it made her uneasy. Mora asked if her concern was the second group pursuing Gail. Gimli nodded, but added it wasn't just them. She could sense something else, something non-human. She pointed out the garbage those strangers had dumped. Some of it was part of a behemoth's body. Mora's expression hardened. A disaster-class creature? Gimli confirmed it. The group lying beaten back at the guild, and the ones pursuing Gail now had encountered the monster on their way from the capital. They'd managed to wound it, but not finish the job. And a monster like that, A creature type of such rank never forgets. If wounded, it takes things personally. And this one was S rank. Not only was it immensely powerful, but it was intelligent, capable of strategic strikes, of leading coordinated attacks. Worse, it had a sharp sense of smell and could track those who heard it across great distances. Now, it might be following the scent of its old enemies. It could be converging on Gail, and fast. Sharon paled. So on top of everything else, they might run into an S-rank disaster beast? She muttered that the quest just got bumped up to AA classification. She was already fed up with high-class monsters. Those cockatrices had been a nightmare on their own. Sweat trickled down her brow as reality settled in. Meanwhile, Gail had arrived at the ruins of the hospital. He'd made it. He took a breath and braced himself, ready to face the wolf pack. But instead of them, it was Liznet's squad that appeared, staggering and breathless. They asked for a moment to catch their breath. Gail, somewhat bemused, gave it to them without hesitation. He recognized them. They'd been outside the shop during the earlier scuffle with Kush. Liznet scowled when he mentioned that. She snapped that there was no way she'd be friends with those clowns. Gail apologized for the assumption. She admitted, yes, technically they were associated with them, but it infuriated her to be grouped in the same breath. She looked at Gail with suspicion. How could someone like him be so fast? He explained that they were chasing him, so he'd assumed they were part of Kush's party. Liznet scoffed. Did he really think those fools could keep up with someone like him? Her irritation flared. All that shouting was making her thirsty. Gail, trying to calm the situation, asked for her name. He admitted he didn't have water, but he did have this. Before he could finish his sentence, Liznet grabbed the vial from his hand and drank it down. She immediately gagged. The taste was foul, the smell worse. She retched and doubled over, nauseated. Gail calmly told her it was a depetrifying potion he'd been experimenting with. The main ingredient? Amniotic fluid from a cockatrice. Liznet violently threw up and then whipped around, flinging an object at Gail. He ducked it easily. She screamed at him. Why in the world would he give her something like that? Her companions tried to interject, pointing out that she'd grabbed and drank it without checking. She told them to shut up. She couldn't help herself. Gail remarked that it was rather rude to vomit up something someone had gifted her. She snapped back that he was the one giving her monster fluids. He shrugged it off, assuring her that it was safe. If anything, the worse it tasted, the more effective it was. Real medicine often worked like that. Liznet glared at him. Did she look like someone who needed a potion to undo petrification? Gail reminded her. She had said she was thirsty. But Liznet had no patience left. She cut the act, drawing her daggers with sharp finality. They were done talking. She and her companions were taking Gail in. The rest of her group followed suit, pulling out their weapons as Gail held up his hands, asking them to wait. They ignored him. Orders were given. Surround him, dead or alive. Gail asked if things were really that bad between them. He apologized again, but Liznet cut him off. They were far past the point of apologies. She lunged. Gail stumbled backward, tripping. Liznet caught him, thinking he was trying to run. Gail warned her to look out, but she was fixated on keeping hold of him. Her companions told her to stay focused. This guy wouldn't be taken down that easily. Gail kept slipping away, dodging with swift steps, and breaking free. Liznet called for backup, and this time they rushed him all at once. Knives flew, 3 of them, aimed straight at his face. Then, an explosion. Smoke and debris burst into the air, obscuring vision. When it cleared, Gail had escaped the worst of it, sliding to a safer position and catching his breath. Liznet admitted he was good at dodging. Gail wasn't sure about that, but told her to look down. She glanced down cautiously. Underfoot, she saw them, skeletons, crushed beneath her boots. Bones littered the space. Her companions saw them too, now realizing what kind of terrain they were really in. Gail explained. The dark was hiding all this debris. Navigating it without familiarity was nearly impossible. Liznet was stunned. An adventurer accustomed to graveyards? It sounded absurd, but he moved like someone who knew this ground well. Agile, unshaken. One of her comrades complained, too many obstacles. Another insisted they still had numbers on their side. But Liznet countered. This terrain kept splitting them apart. Gail asked if they could just give it a rest already. Their strikes, charges, coordinated attacks, nothing was landing. Every time they moved, bones cracked underfoot, debris shifted, giving away their positions before they could execute. Liznet threw another dagger. It grazed him, close enough to make him pause and glance back. But she was watching too. Gail didn't look fazed. He was analyzing, waiting, searching for the right moment. She could tell. This hospital, decaying, broken, a forgotten place battered by years of rain and wind, wasn't just a hiding place. He had chosen it for something. He knew this land. The strange hush in the air, the darkness, the bones, it all felt intentional. Gail broke the silence. He told her plainly. He wasn't trying to dissuade her, but she needed to fall back. Her footing might be improving, but that wasn't why he brought them here. This location, so close to town and scattered with usable materials, was ideal for him, not just as a terrain advantage, but as a battlefield. He had come here often, gathering supplies. He knew its every twist, every hollow. And now, it was almost time. His eyes lit up. He said it was the perfect arena for a curse crafter. The ground was ideal. Bones littering the soil, patches of disturbed earth, wandering spirits that had never truly passed on. Everything here catered to his craft. He smiled and offered to send her and her team home. Then it began. From the ground, the undead began to rise. Liznette and her team reeled. Panic broke out. An ambush? No, something worse. Liznette could feel it. The foulness in the air. The sickening stench. The rot and decay soaking through the soil. And above all else, that unmistakable aura. This wasn't just a trick. It was the undead. In her chambers, Princess Kara sat alone, gazing at a portrait of Gail. Her expression was wistful, hopeful. She longed for the wolf pack to return with him already. Her thoughts remained consumed by the memory of that man. Vivian voiced her frustrations to Bishop Eli and Arizel. She gestured toward the princess, remarking on how Kara remained fixated on Gail Hamilton. Vivian couldn't grasp it. How could someone fall so deeply for a man they had only met once? Eli offered an explanation. He reminded her that, in that one meeting, Gail had saved Kara's life. That kind of intense, harrowing moment could alter the heart. Whether through fear or love, such an event could stir the soul. Arizel added to the thought. Perhaps, in the haze of danger, the princess's fear had shifted into affection, her mind associating one powerful emotion with another. Vivian questioned the idea, suggesting that Kara, rather than losing her life that day, had instead lost her mind to this love. Eli countered again, pointing out that Kara and Gail had shared some peculiar, even unusual, tastes. Arizel nodded, adding that, with so much time having passed since that encounter, it was inevitable that Kara had built him up in her mind, idealizing him, turning him into something grander than he likely was. The two older figures exchanged a knowing look and gently patted Vivian on the shoulder, as if to say that some matters of the heart defy reason. The undead surged forward, surrounding Liznette and her group in a chaotic swarm. As one of the rotting corpses lurched toward her, Liznette recoiled instinctively, then immediately drew her weapon. With swift, fluid precision, she severed the creature's head, sending it spinning through the air. She took a moment to assess the situation. So this was it. She realized Gail hadn't been fleeing. He'd been luring them. More ghosts and ghouls continued to pour from the shadowed portal. One of Liznette's comrades shouted in alarm, overwhelmed by the numbers. Another cursed furiously, calling out Gail Hamilton by name, demanding if this had been his scheme from the start. Gail casually replied that, more or less, it had been. He noted that 4 against 1 wasn't great odds for him, so he stirred up the undead in the forgotten graveyard as a form of balance. As he affectionately patted one of the ghosts drifting by, he admitted he had originally meant Cush's group when he said 4, but this worked out just fine too. Liznette clenched her jaw at his cavalier tone. She yelled back that they were nothing like those bumbling fools. She reminded him, hers was a team of assassins, dwellers of the shadows. With that, she and her comrades sprang into action, tearing through the undead with clean, practiced violence. Even as the ghastly horde pressed in, Liznette shouted defiantly that this sort of chaos wouldn't shake them. From his vantage point, Gail observed their skill and determination with a mix of awe and tension. But he muttered to himself that the undead weren't going to go down that easily. Liznette was forced back as a particularly large group bore down on her. One of her team members cried out for assistance, only to be told that his partner couldn't hold the line either. In the midst of the melee, one sliced through a cadaver, warning the others to tighten formation, no blind spots. Liznette gave quick, commanding orders. They were to form a mobile circular defense. The goal was to trap Gail in the center. Her team responded in unison, acknowledging her lead. The sound of blades clashing against bone echoed as the undead fell around them in heaps. Gail continued to observe silently, the intensity of the moment keeping him still. Liznette pressed forward, cutting down another creature with efficiency. Then, with a confident grin, she addressed Gail once more. Was this really all he had? The idea had been clever, she admitted, but not quite clever enough. Inwardly, she was already preparing for her final move, her trump card, the heart of the devil. But it wasn't something she could use carelessly. It came with dire restrictions. She would only have one chance, and it had to be the moment the last undead fell. As she steeled herself for that moment, Gail watched, still and quiet, weighing his next move. Then, in the distance, a voice called out, calling for Gimli. As they ran through the bleak landscape, Mora brought up the situation. It seemed seasoned assassins were after Gail. Sharona confirmed, 4 of them, at least. Mora emphasized that they needed to catch up fast, just to even the numbers at the start. Sharona agreed, but noted grimly that for now, Gail would have to hold on. Sharona then reflected aloud, still running, how people never realized the value of someone truly important until that person was gone. She continued, bitterly recalling how Gail had been working on a cursed staff for her. They had intended to ignite an agricultural revolution in Farmich. Now he was gone, off who knew where. She angrily called him a valued partner and lamented the situation. Gimli agreed. She had the sense that losing Gail would come with serious regret. Mora chimed in, flustered, saying that included her too. Inwardly, she vowed that next time she saw him, she'd make him understand, no matter how much of a clueless S-rank he was. She blushed, silently acknowledging the depth of what he meant to her. Sharona returned to the immediate problem, the wounded behemoth that was still roaming around. She asked what they were supposed to do about that, on top of everything else. Mora could only agree. Between the behemoth and the assassins, it was all too much. Gimli responded with a note of cautious optimism. She said that with Gail around, things might still turn around. Curse crafting, while often dismissed as a weak or disappointing profession, held hidden potential. She asked if they truly understood the unique and exclusive skills available to those who mastered it. Startled, Mora asked what she meant. What kind of skills? Gimli gave an example, a rare ability to turn misfortune into fortune. The ultimate evasion technique, shock luck. Mora and Sharona's eyes widened. They asked incredulously, shock luck, like shockingly good luck? Sharona asked if it really worked against any misfortune. That kind of ability was just unfair, she said. Any adventurer would kill for it. It could save you in life or death situations. Gimli nodded, but explained that while it was real, it was rare, and it couldn't be activated at will. At the moment, she added, it was little more than a fragile thread of hope. Meanwhile, back at the ruined hospital, a skull thudded to the ground. Liznette and her men stood exhausted, having finally defeated the undead horde. Liznette was panting, unable to catch her breath. She acknowledged aloud that she'd managed to wipe them all out, but now, she didn't have the strength left to take another step. Raising her hands in surrender, Liznette admitted that none of the undead had been particularly powerful on their own, but the sheer number had overwhelmed her. And unlike them, Gail had no trouble dodging every strike. That broke her will. Gail responded with a casual remark, agreeing to end things there. Liznette agreed. She admitted defeat. She extended her hand toward Gail. Gail, surprised, wondered silently. Was she really offering a handshake? Liznette smiled patiently, her hand still outstretched. Gail reached out cautiously, their hands about to meet. Then Liznette smirked. She revealed that all of it, her surrender, her defeat, was contingent on her not having one last move. A man tossed her a jar. She declared that the time had come. The jar landed perfectly in her hand. Panicking, Gail demanded to know what it was. Liznette laughed, holding up the jar, the final ace up her sleeve. She opened it and poured the contents into her hand. With an eerily calm tone, she told Gail that before his death, he should at least know what he was dealing with. Gail watched, tense and anxious. Liznette explained, the substance in the jar would consume the user's life force, but in exchange, it would push every physical capability to its maximum limit. She began to declare the item in her hands as the greatest, most fearsome of artifacts, but Gail interrupted her. He wasn't reacting to the artifact. He was pointing behind her. Liznette froze. A heavy thudding echoed through the forest, measured, powerful steps. She slowly turned, her senses alert. From between the trees, a massive figure emerged. A monstrous growl tore through the air as the behemoth charged out of the forest and thundered toward them. Both Gail and Liznette shouted in alarm. The behemoth was upon them. Liznette's thoughts raced. It was the same beast from before, the undead creature that had interrupted them earlier. She realized too late that while she'd been preparing her final strike against Gail, the behemoth had been preparing to strike her. Just as she'd waited for her opportunity, so had he. Panic overtook her. She couldn't dodge in time. Gail shouted her name, and in one motion, shoved her to the side. Liznette tumbled away, and Gail stood alone in the creature's path. The behemoth struck him head-on, sending his body flying through the air like a rag doll. Liznette watched, stunned. Her eyes widened as she tried to process what had just happened. A direct hit. From that monster. No one could survive that. She stared at the place Gail had landed, her thoughts scattered. After all the chaos and trickery, he had willingly taken a blow meant for her. Died to save her. She couldn't believe it. He really was the most unbalanced, irrational man she'd ever known. Then her reflection was interrupted. The behemoth snarled again. She looked up at it, bitterly acknowledging that she and Gail had nearly gotten to face each other properly. That he had chased her this far, through trap and danger, like a master assassin. Still, she had to respect the beast's relentlessness. Its tracking was exceptional, an incredible nose on that thing. But, she added with a smirk, as a woman, she couldn't stand when things got too pushy. Her smile twisted into something wicked. She raised the jar once more and declared it was time. The heart of the devil was released. From the cracked earth, long black tendrils erupted. They writhed and slithered like living shadows, coiling up her legs and torso, binding and fusing with her body. The cursed energy began to consume her. She laughed, the sound distorted, wild. A voice echoed through her consciousness. Resist instant death. Ignore fatigue. Boost muscle strength. Infinite magic. Nullify pain. Enhance spirit. Her eyes burned with power. She looked at the behemoth with dark satisfaction. Whatever chance it might have had, it had lost it with that last sneak attack. She asked it silently if it was ready for a rematch now. Because this time, she wouldn't let it escape. And then she charged, launching herself toward the beast. Meanwhile, Gail lay sprawled across an old, creaking bed deep within the ruined hospital. He groaned in pain, stunned. He muttered that he'd honestly thought he was dead for sure. Somehow, he'd been blasted through the roof and landed right on a hospital bed, by sheer luck. If he'd hit the concrete instead, he'd be a shattered mess. Maybe he really was spiritually attuned to this place after all. Still catching his breath, he pondered what exactly that creature was. He hadn't gotten a clear look, only fleeting impressions in the chaos. But one thing was clear, it was an animal zombie. It had only one eye. Its tail looked like it had been torn off. One of its horns was missing too. He lay there for a moment, staring up at the ceiling. A wild animal, turned undead. A boar, maybe? Sharana had once mentioned that Farmage was dealing with rampant problems from wild animals trampling their fields. It made sense now. Maybe this one had died there and transformed into something worse. Gale slowly pushed himself upright. Whatever it was, he needed to get moving again. That monster was still out there, and it might shift its focus to Liznette and her crew. And besides, when the undead were loose, it was a curse crafter's duty to act. He moved to the edge of the ruined structure, peeking past a broken wall. He muttered to himself. He'd been blown far. It was pitch black now. He couldn't even be sure he was heading the right way. But one thing lingered in the air like a cold wind. Would he make it back in time to help Liznette? And worse, would he realize just how wrong he had been before it was too late? Liznette launched herself at the behemoth, slashing at it with her twin blades. The creature countered with a powerful punch, but she twisted out of its path. Her eyes widened as she realized the sheer force behind its attack. The behemoth glared at her with primal fury. Her three companions watched from nearby, tension etched on their faces. Liznette leapt from above, aiming to strike down. But as her sword collided with the creature's body, the blade snapped cleanly in two. Shock flickered across her face. The behemoth growled, eyes locked onto her, and lunged forward in retaliation. She kicked off its horn, propelling herself backward, trying to maintain distance. One of her men called out to her in alarm. She gritted her teeth, trying to maintain composure. She had aimed for its remaining eye, but even while empowered by the heart of the devil, this foe was formidable, far more so than she had anticipated. One of the men offered to arm her with a new weapon, but she refused, shouting that it wasn't necessary. She reminded them she'd ripped off its tail before using nothing but brute strength. This time, she intended to take its head, rip it off with her own hands. But in the middle of her defiant cry, blood erupted from her mouth. Her body faltered and crashed to the ground. A sharp, agonizing pain exploded in her chest. Her heartbeat became erratic, each throb of pain more intense than the last. Sweat streamed down her pale face as another jolt of searing pain overtook her, and she cried out, helpless. Her men rushed to her side, calling her name with desperation and confusion. Liznette lay there, unmoving, her vision blurred and unfocused. Her breathing came in ragged gasps, every breath laced with pain. Within her, she could feel it. The enhancements from the heart of the devil were vanishing one by one. Her immunity to death, her enhanced muscle strength, her limitless stamina and magic, even her pain suppression, each crumbled in sequence. Her whispered voice trembled as she admitted it aloud. Her power was fading. One of the men deduced the truth aloud. After a second use, the burden of the curse had overwhelmed the benefits of the artifact. The heart had turned on her. Another man lifted her into his arms. He looked grim. At this rate, the curse would keep consuming her until nothing remained. Behind them, the third man demanded they dispel it now. They couldn't allow it to take her completely. But the man carrying her replied that he couldn't focus on both tasks. The other two would have to hold off the behemoth. The behemoth charged again. The two men met it in battle. Liznette, still gasping in pain, tried to cry out. She knew what was coming. She tried to shout for them to stop, to pull back, but her body wouldn't let her finish the warning. The behemoth struck. Its massive blow sent both men flying, their bodies battered brutally. Liznette watched in horror as one of them coughed up blood. Another spat crimson from a crushed mouth. Even as the behemoth raised its limbs for another devastating strike, Liznette found her voice. With everything she had, she screamed at the top of her lungs, demanding it stop. She begged the man carrying her to hurry, to dispel the curse now. But his hands trembled. He tried. He truly tried. He poured the blessed potion over her body. It hissed and fumed, thick smoke rising from her skin. But nothing changed. In desperation, he cried out that the divine artifact, crafted by the most powerful church, wasn't working. The sacred blessing of the god of Gouge had no effect. He cursed over and over in disbelief. Liznette's eyes widened. Her mind spun. Had the curse consumed so much of her already that it was now beyond salvation? Another wave of agony tore through her chest. She screamed again. The man holding her shouted her name, frantic, unable to help. Her body writhed as the corruption continued to eat away at her from within. After countless days of relentless training, Liznette had built an unnatural resistance to pain, so absolute that she could no longer lose consciousness, no matter the agony. Her screams and guttural cries echoed endlessly through the cursed battlefield, like a dirge dragged from the edge of death. Her wailing harmonized with the quickening pulse of the heart of the devil within her and the mountains of undead corpses strewn across the land. Together, they created an irresistible pull, not only for the behemoth still lurking, but for something else. Something worse. A new intruder sensed the weight of death permeating the area. Drawn to the grave-like stillness and the presence of uncountable cadavers, it recognized the place as one of the nearest gateways to the afterlife. Its dark essence began to manifest, congealing and rising through the skyscraping heaps of rotting corpses. And then, a voice. Smooth, cold, and ancient. A voice spoke. One that described the death-cloaked domain as a spectacle, a fitting vista steeped in finality. Liznette heard it. The voice rang with an eerie, unplaceable age, yet thundered as though it echoed through her very bones. Her gaze shifted toward the gathering shadows. Amidst the inky blackness, something deeper than black emerged, more opaque than the shades cast by the piled corpses. A dim lantern swayed in the gloom, its light barely alive. Beside it glinted a sinister curved sickle, gleaming coldly in the dark. Her eyes widened. A skeletal figure stepped forward from the abyss. It wasn't merely a ghoul, nor a spirit of the dead. It was something far beyond. A creature of ancient myth, death itself. A divine entity, drawn from another plane by the suffocating density of death surrounding the ruined field. Its divine mission was clear, to reap souls and ferry them to the realm beyond life. Liznette's thoughts raced. The behemoth had been unexpected. A brutal opponent, yes. But this transcended all comprehension. The presence now descending upon them wasn't just powerful. It defied reason. It was an entity rarely glimpsed by mortals. One who walked the earth only in times of extreme imbalance, a demigod. And now, of all times, she found herself standing before the very personification of death, the folkloric figure said to command souls. The god of death raised both skeletal hands, invoking his power. His voice was few in words, but the sound alone sent a deathly force surging through Liznette's body. She and her companion stood frozen, as though the very concept of mortality was pressing into their skin, binding them in place. But they weren't the only ones. Even the behemoth, a beast that had overwhelmed opponents time and again, a monster of unmatched brutality, stood still, trembling, immobilized by terror. The god of death tilted his skull-like head and spoke again. His voice turned curious. He observed Liznette. Something about her caught his attention. She was no ordinary mortal. There was something deeper, something fouler, more profound. A piece of devil, nestled above all wickedness. He laughed, a rasping chuckle from beyond the grave. Even the heart of the devil, once wild and pulsing, shrank inward, silencing itself as though trying to avoid his gaze. Death looked at Liznette and her companion, then turned his glowing sockets to the behemoth. His joy grew. He spoke of the sweetness of such a feast, the rich aroma of gathered souls. It was the kind of offering that begged for celebration, worthy of praise sung to the skies. Liznette's thoughts spun wildly. Her eyes locked on the massive, glinting scythe. She feared he'd already taken her soul. But no, not yet. And yet, even if she could somehow dodge that blow, if she avoided the scythe, what then? The heart of the devil, now eerily subdued, would devour her from the inside out. But if they succeeded in dispelling the heart, she'd be left defenseless against the behemoth who could tear her and her fellow assassins limb from limb. Every path led to death. No matter how hard she fought, she saw the outcome clearly. Her end awaited her here. But then, a mirror appeared before her, unbidden. Death conjured it, announcing its power to reflect the thoughts of mortals. He granted her 2 sessions with it. In the first, she would revisit the road she had walked, the life she had lived. Liznette, now half-crippled by pain and paralyzed by dread, thought in disbelief. Now, even this, now, he's going to flash her life before her eyes. A memory surged to the forefront of Liznette's mind, a fragment of the life she tried to bury. She remembered being born into poverty, her earliest years marred by scarcity. From what she could recall, her family had put her to work young, not out of malice, but out of desperation. One less mouth to feed. She had been given over to serve in a noble household. There, she was never seen as human. Her existence was a utility. Day after day, she was scolded, punished, ordered, ignored. Among those nobles was a girl around her own age, who stared at her with cold, glassy eyes. Liznette had often watched her nervously, always aware of her gaze. But even then, her eyes couldn't help lingering on the girl's beautiful dress. Each glance reminded her of her own lowly place, of how everything was decided at birth. Eventually, Liznette could no longer endure the abuse, the daily humiliations. She longed for freedom. That desire led her to a lifeless body sprawled before her, an early turning point. She had taken her first life. From there, she slipped into the alleyways, vanished from the world of the nobles, and entered the shadows. The world of assassins became her home. As she grew older, she shaped herself to fit that cold, ruthless world. She convinced herself it didn't matter where she died, or how, that her life was already forfeit. She had whispered those lies to herself for years. But now, with death itself standing over her final moments, the weight of it crushed her. A reaper come not just to collect, but to judge. And as someone who had taken countless lives, perhaps this grim visitation, was only just. She thought of her life as futile, a shadow stretching behind her, barren and cold. Death spoke. He acknowledged her story with a simple response. Then came the second session. He told her to picture her life from now on. Liznette reeled at the words. From now on. There was no from now on. What could he mean by that? She had no future to imagine. Her story was done. But then, the thought took root. Yes, she had grown tired of this life. Tired of the noble family that had trampled her in childhood. Tired of how Prince Virial had used her. She had tried to claim freedom by abandoning the chains of nobility and entering a life of killing. But that was a lie too. There had never been freedom. Just different kinds of cages. So what if she had made a different leap? Her mind turned toward the light. She followed it. What if, instead of throwing herself into the shadows, she had chosen a place like Farmditch? A remote, Greenland. She wouldn't be rich, but she would be surrounded by wide skies, honest people, and the kind of peace that city life could never provide. People who found joy not in wealth or status, but in simple things, growth, family, quiet mornings. She looked toward a door in her mind, imagined opening it, imagined stepping through. And what if someone there, just one person, were willing to accept her? She would love that. A quiet life. A modest one, but a free one. She opened the door, but her thoughts were ripped apart. The memory shattered. Death bellowed in fury. No, not at all. He declared her dream a delusion. Even now, he said, she still cried for a past that could never be reclaimed. She clung to a fantasy of a future that would never come. It was her soul that he had come to hunt. And that wavering, that hesitation, that hope, was what made the moment most delicious to him. Tears streamed down Liznette's face. And in the depths of her fury and grief, she cursed him with all her heart. God damn him. Damn them all. Death raised his scythe toward Liznette. She closed her eyes, bracing for the inevitable strike. Her breath halted, waiting for the cold edge to land. But it never did. A hand caught the scythe mid-swing, bare, unarmored. Gail stood between her and the blow. The scythe halted inches from her face. Liznette's eyes snapped open. Her expression twisted into disbelief, then overwhelming relief. She stared at Gail, stunned. Death, too, was taken aback. He demanded to know what was happening, confused by the interruption. Liznette's thoughts spiraled. Gail Hamilton, still alive. Against all reason, he was standing. Even more impossible, he was moving under the crushing pressure of death's divine aura. Gail's response was calm, almost indifferent. He seemed unaware, or simply unbothered by the oppressive weight of death's presence. Around his wrist was a cursed bracelet, one that massively amplified strength. For someone like Gail, a crafter of curses, this kind of atmosphere wasn't just tolerable, it was strangely comfortable. Death's tone shifted. Panic crept into his voice as he recognized him. Gail Hamilton, the master of curses, a rare and dangerous individual. He questioned why such a figure was here of all places. Gail let out an exasperated sigh, displeased, but not surprised. He muttered about how death just had to appear, again, always showing up whenever undead were involved. A nuisance. A pattern. Gail's tone made it clear. This wasn't their first encounter. Death, enraged by his casual attitude, roared and lunged at him with the scythe. But Gail easily avoided the attack. Raising his hand, he invoked a powerful dispel. Magic surged around him. A violent flare of flames erupted, engulfing Death. Fire raged upward, climbing the heavens like a sacred pillar of purification. Liznette and her companion stood frozen, eyes wide in awe. Death, a demigod, a divine reaper, was being consumed. She could scarcely believe what she was seeing. Death, sent skyward, reduced to nothing. Gone in a flash. Gail, ever composed, gave a nonchalant farewell, bidding Death to take care until next time. The flames licked higher and higher, until the last of Death's skeletal body collapsed and crumbled with a final crash. Silence followed. They all watched the bones hit the earth. Liznette could hardly find the words. Disoriented and stunned, she stammered in disbelief. Had he really just defeated Death? She questioned reality. Was that even possible? A god beaten? Gail offered clarification. It wasn't exactly victory, he said. More like dispelling. If he had truly defeated Death, after all, there wouldn't be anything left to harvest. And for someone like him, that would be a waste. He casually reached down and grabbed Death's scythe. Liznette covered her mouth, overwhelmed. He was touching Death's weapon, barehanded. Shouldn't he be cursed beyond reason for that? Shouldn't something terrible happen? But Gail showed no fear, no hesitation. He examined the remnants, muttering to himself. Death always just showed up like that, out of nowhere. A recurring pest. Liznette watched in awe. Was that all it took to startle him? Even the heart of the devil, something that had overwhelmed her utterly, had gone silent in his presence. But the silence didn't last. A jolt of pain shot through Liznette's chest. She gasped. The man beside her rushed to her side, calling her name in concern. The heart was reviving again. Even with Death gone, the cursed item inside her reawakened. She tried to brush it off, insisting she was fine. Her priority was the two men the behemoth had crushed. They needed treatment more than she did. Gail looked at her thoughtfully, then asked, almost as an afterthought, if he should go ahead and dispel her as well while he was at it. Liznette blinked. She was confused. His tone made it sound casual, but the implications. He stepped closer, saying he hadn't gotten a proper look at it last time. But now that he had a clear view, he recognized how rare the cursed item was. Liznette responded, it wasn't just rare. It was unique. One of a kind. And even then, what she carried was only a fragment, 1/6 of the whole. It was a portion of the heart of the devil. Gail froze. Shock rippled across his face. The devil? He leaned in, eyes gleaming with curiosity, a barrage of questions already forming. Who had made it? How? What kind of materials could come from a devil? It didn't even resemble the undead. He was fascinated. Gail examined the cursed object embedded in Liznette with gleaming eyes. His excitement was palpable. He noted that it resembled a demon type, but it was too closely tied to living beings to be classified the same way. A powerful specimen, certainly, but what fascinated him most was its saturation with layered, ancient curses. It was something he hadn't encountered before. A rare, intricate artifact. He paused, noticing the incomplete nature of the object. It had clearly been divided, a fragment of a whole. Yet, even in this state, its presence was overwhelming. Gail's voice trembled with awe. It was like a curse given form, one that lived and breathed the essence of all curses. Liznette, watching him, asked if he truly found it that interesting. She challenged him. If he was that curious, he could try to take it. Not even the church's most powerful dispellers had succeeded. But she warned him. Touching it carelessly would bring him under the curse next. Gail grinned and accepted the challenge without hesitation. He told her there would be no takebacks. Suddenly, Liznette cried out in pain and collapsed. Gail caught her before she hit the ground, muttering that he'd better hurry. Raising his hand, he summoned his power. The curse responded, appearing violently before them. Gail gave a command, dispel. A blinding flash erupted, engulfing the cursed fragment. Liznette watched, uncertain what would be left of her afterward. As the light faded, a glowing essence oozed from her body and slowly evaporated into the air. What remained was a solid, spherical object, pulsing with unstable power. The curse wasn't finished. The object flared to life and attacked. Gail's expression lit up with interest. Laughing, he observed its ferocity. The cursed item kept striking at him again and again, but he deflected each assault with ease. He was more fascinated than threatened, eager to research it, disassemble it, and replicate its construction. Lisnette could hardly believe it. He made it look effortless. The heart of the devil, the same fragment that had tormented her and silenced even the devil's core within, was attacking relentlessly. Yet Gail stood firm, brushing its violence aside like a breeze. He crouched in front of her, holding out a vial, and said she needed to drink the cockatrice amniotic fluid, for real this time. It would counteract the lingering effects of petrification and help restore her stamina. Lisnette hesitated, then admitted she felt guilty for spitting it out before. Gail smiled and explained. Fluids like albumin and amniotic substances were packed with restorative nutrients. If she had them, she had to make good use of them. A low growl rumbled nearby. Gail's eyes turned toward it. The behemoth was approaching, its massive form still wounded, but no longer stunned. Lisnette slowly rose to her feet, thanking Gail with sincerity. But she told him he should run while he still could. Though she had escaped death's grip, he had been exposed to its presence too long. The behemoth was after her, not him. Surely he understood that. She asked if he recognized the beast, the same one that had hurled him clean across to the next town. Gail replied without hesitation. Yes, he knew. He called it an animal zombie. Lisnette blinked in disbelief. What was he talking about? He explained. It was missing parts of its body. That's what defined an animal zombie. From what he could tell, it had been a wild boar once. Lisnette was dumbfounded. He was looking at a behemoth and calling it a zombie boar. Was he mad? The behemoth growled again, more aggressively this time. Lisnette begged Gail to run. The beast was moving faster, the paralysis clearly wearing off. But Gail stepped forward instead. He recalled Sharona talking his ear off about the dangerous animals plaguing the farmlands of Farmich. After all the kindness he'd received from the farmers, he couldn't allow this thing to run loose. He lifted Death's scythe with both hands. This wasn't about escape. It was time to exterminate the threat. The behemoth roared and lunged toward him. Lisnette cried out in panic. Why was he holding that cursed scythe with bare hands? Gail reminded her calmly. He was a curse crafter. She could only watch, wide-eyed, as he took his stance. Gail inhaled, steadying his grip on the scythe. He swung slowly, preparing. The behemoth charged at full speed, its fury unleashed. Then, in one swift, precise motion, Gail moved. The scythe cut through the creature like it was air. The blade, crafted to be unstoppable, sliced not just flesh but through the very nature of things. Through flame, storm, and even light itself. Blood erupted from the behemoth's neck as its head was cleanly severed. Lisnette stood frozen, eyes wide in utter shock. In that moment, she realized, this man had dispelled death. He had purged the heart of the devil. And now, he had felled a behemoth. He had saved her life, 3 times. Her heart pounded. Gail Hamilton. He turned and smiled at her. Lisnette's knees gave out beneath her. She collapsed, dazed, breathless, thinking, what a lovely man. Gail, puzzled, asked if she was all right. But as they stood in the aftermath of the battle, the behemoth's severed head twitched. Its dead eyes suddenly opened and glared. Gail raised his hand in a casual wave and called out to Lisnette. The gesture caught her off guard. She gasped, her face flushing deep red. Quickly composing herself, she apologized and assured him she was fine. Calling him by name, she acknowledged what he had accomplished. He had truly done it. She still couldn't believe he had defeated the behemoth. But her amazement was cut short. Her eyes widened in sudden terror. Behind Gail, the behemoth's body moved. Without its head, the monstrous corpse had somehow dragged itself back into the fray. Lisnette cried out to warn him. Reacting instantly, Gail spun around and swung the scythe in a wide horizontal arc. The blade sliced clean through the reanimated body. The attack severed it with finality. Gail took a breath and muttered to himself that the creature had genuinely surprised him. He offered Lisnette his thanks for the warning. Lisnette watched, still stunned by the persistence of the beast. In her thoughts, she acknowledged its strength. It was formidable even when fused with the heart of the devil. Its tenacity was astounding. It had used its instincts to track them down, and even when decapitated, it retained enough will and power to launch a final attack. A truly fearsome enemy. She reflected on their previous confrontation. That battle had ended in a draw. But now, in this rematch, Gail Hamilton had been the one to save her. Out of 10 such encounters, she believed Gail would survive 9. The creature had been a savage force, born for battle. Lisnette offered a solemn hope. May such a beast now find peace. Even in death, its eyes remained open. Liznette shuddered at the thought. One mistake, one slip, and she would have been the one to die instead. She looked toward Gail. He had already moved on to others nearby, calling out to them. He announced he had amniotic fluid for everyone. Liznette watched him, her heart full. He had returned alive, and just the sight of him brought her comfort. She remembered her original mission, capture him, dead or alive. But somewhere along the way, she had forgotten that entirely. The other men, who had fought alongside them and suffered in the process, finally managed to stand. Gail laughed. Liznette observed him in silence. Then she turned to the group and addressed them clearly. She declared that the mission entrusted to them by Prince Virial had ended in failure. From this moment forward, she said, they would surrender themselves to him, to Gail Hamilton. The three men, bruised and exhausted, smiled at her words. Without hesitation, they knelt before Gail in deference and responded, "Yes, my lady." Gail, clearly caught off guard, stammered at the unexpected display. Then a voice rang out in the distance, loud and familiar. "Yo, Gail." Startled, he turned. "Huh? Sharona." Sharona confirmed it wasn't just her. Mora stood nearby, visibly anxious. When her eyes landed on Gail, they widened. Her heart swelled with relief and emotion. She had been desperate to see him, truly desperate. Tears welled in her eyes as she whispered his name in her thoughts. He was alive. Gail turned toward her. "Oh, Mora." To Mora, the time apart had felt endless. Every moment since they'd separated had been a quiet torment. Now, unable to contain herself, she ran to him. Her mind held only one thought. She would cling to him and never let him go again. Around them lay a battlefield drenched in blood. The death scythe still dripped red. Assassins knelt in surrender. Corpses of the undead sprawled like ruins. A behemoth, slashed to pieces, lay still at their feet. A scene Mora could hardly stand to look at. Turning back to Gail, she flushed a deep red and blurted out, flustered, that there was absolutely no romantic mood to this setting. And yet, overwhelmed by emotion, she flung herself into Gail's arms, ignoring everything around them. Only now did the absurdity of the situation begin to hit her. Sharona, standing off to the side, blinked and asked in bewilderment, "Oh wow, what is this place?" Gimli responded that it was simply too much to take in all at once. Meanwhile, Gail, visibly cheerful, showed Sharona the scythe and commented on how incredibly sharp it was. "Sharp enough," he said with enthusiasm, "that he could probably forge some excellent farm tools from it." Sharona replied half-heartedly, unsure how to respond. Her eyes drifted toward the carcass of the behemoth, cleaved cleanly in half along its length. She wondered silently, what on earth happened there? That kind of destruction wasn't just about sharpness anymore. That was something else entirely. Gail suddenly quieted. Sharona turned to him, puzzled. He asked her to listen. He had something to confess. It was about the storefront she had helped him find. Sharona acknowledged with a soft, uncertain yeah. Gail admitted, clearly guilty, that some people from his old adventuring party had broken in and trashed the shop, deliberately. He managed to prevent them from damaging any neighboring properties, at least, but still. He trailed off again, eyes cast downward, and offered an earnest apology. But Sharona laughed it off. She told him not to worry about it. With a smile, she said she'd get the best carpenter in Farmage to repair the place for him. Gail looked at her in amazement and gratitude, thanking her sincerely. Sharona assured him it would be back to its usual spooky, uncanny aesthetic in no time. Mora added with a teasing smirk that it would look just as tacky as before, and she encouraged him to cheer up. Gail looked at them with uncertainty and asked if they were trying to cheer him up or drag him down. Sharona, amused, replied that they were doing both. Gimli observed the exchange with a warm smile. She turned to Liznette and greeted her formally, addressing her again as assassin. But Liznette shook her head and corrected her, no longer. She said she was leaving that life behind. The events of the past day had completely altered her perspective. She no longer wanted any part in that world. Although, she admitted, she didn't have any new career path in mind just yet. Gimli gave her a sidelong glance. Liznette respectfully addressed Gimli as guild master and asked if they could stay and rest for a little while. She explained that her men were injured, and so was she. They needed a place to recover. Gail, who had remained quietly listening nearby, turned his gaze toward her. Gimli responded with warmth. She said it would be no problem at all, as long as they could feed and shelter themselves. Then Gail stepped in and offered a suggestion. How about Liznette work at his shop? Liznette was stunned. She asked him if he was serious. Gail explained his reasoning. The shop was newly opened, and his finances were unstable, especially now that it had been ransacked. He couldn't offer much in the way of wages, not until things stabilized. But he believed that helping run the store would give Liznette and her men a sense of purpose during their recovery. They could take the time they needed to heal, physically and otherwise. Liznette stared at him in astonishment. In her heart, she thought, if someone was truly willing to accept her here, then perhaps, just perhaps, she could finally live a simple and peaceful life. Was this the answer to the wish she hadn't dared to speak aloud? Tears streamed down her cheeks. Overwhelmed with emotion, Liznette cried, not from pain or fear, but from joy. Gail, alarmed by her sudden tears, rushed to her side. He asked in a panic if she was hurt, if she was in any kind of serious pain. Liznette wiped her tears, shaking her head. Gail, still flustered, told her apologetically that he was out of cockatrice amniotic fluid now too. Liznette smiled gently, her tears still streaming down her cheeks. She remarked on how off-kilter Gail was, a comment made with warmth rather than criticism. Mora observed them in silence, her expression softening into a knowing smile. She reflected inwardly. She had always known how kind-hearted Gail could be. He was such a compulsive do-gooder, someone who'd even stop to listen to the voices of the undead. But as she watched him, a subtle pout formed on her lips, her cheeks flushing slightly. In her thoughts, she admitted that, for now, she wouldn't tell him how she truly felt. Not yet. Sharona grinned at the moment, stretched her arms overhead, and with a sigh, remarked that it seemed the night was wrapping up with a happy little ending. Gimli smiled in agreement, her tone light as she echoed the sentiment. Gail, still holding something in his hands, said he ought to show it to Sharona. Gimli's eyes widened when she recognized the artifact. She asked if it was what she suspected. Gail confirmed it. It was the heart of the devil. He turned to Liznette to confirm its nature. Liznette responded that it was indeed so, specifying that it was 1/6 of the full heart. She explained she had brought it with her from the Empire, and it had been affixed to her body, until now. Gail Hamilton had purged it from her before it could fully consume her soul. Gimli studied the artifact with disbelief. Even if it was only 1/6 of the whole, the artifact was unmistakably of demonic origin, containing elements from the king of demons himself. Any normal fighter would die from the mere touch of it. Not even high-tier relics could neutralize its effects. And yet, there he was, Gail, a cursed item crafter, handling it as if it were nothing at all. Gimli swallowed her awe. Suddenly, a commotion erupted from the side. A voice shouted in protest. Kush, from the disgraced adventurer group Wolfpack, was yelling indignantly about their rank, insisting they were an S-rank party and deserved better treatment. He complained about being ignored, mistreated, and left to beg for sympathy and attention. Mora sighed at the noise. She remarked that they hadn't quieted down even to the very end. Gimli acknowledged that it worked in their favor, however. After all the chaos the Wolfpack caused that night, there was no way they would walk away without consequences. A town meeting was swiftly convened to pass judgment on them and determine their punishment. But just as the process began, a message arrived from the capital. Apparently, Kush owed several debts in the capital, and the request was made for Farmage to delay any sentencing. Normally, Farmage could have ignored such a request. The crime had been committed on their soil, after all, but this particular message bore the seal of the kingdom's central government. That changed everything. While they could have refused if it had come from the Adventurers Guild, a decree from the royal office was another matter. It couldn't be defied. Still, the capital promised ample compensation in return for the delay. Sharona, the most powerful figure in the town, reluctantly restrained her anger. Later, Gimli commented on Gail's absence. He'd been secluded in his workshop and storefront for some time now, clearly absorbed in some new creative pursuit. She turned to Mora and teased her, suggesting that lonely look on her face might be because she hadn't seen him in a while. She pointed jokingly at her nose and questioned her again. Mora panicked, denying it loudly. She said it wasn't like that at all. Just, well, you know, that sort of thing. Gimli pressed her again, asking what that sort of thing even meant. She played dumb, grinning. Embarrassed, Mora jumped up and hurried over to a nearby shelf. She called out loudly, drawing attention to a new quest that looked interesting. She said she'd go and complete it quickly. Gimli watched her with a smile, quietly wishing Mora could be more honest with herself. Still, she reflected, it was hard to believe even a fragment of the Devil Series artifact could be so easily bested by a human. A man with such talent was bound to draw admirers. She understood perfectly well why both Mora and Liznette were so taken with him. Gimli smiled again, but then the smile slowly faded. Her thoughts turned somber. She admitted quietly to herself that the woman who longed for Gail more than anyone else right now was definitely her. Elsewhere, events of greater magnitude were beginning to stir. The 1,000-year curse placed upon the Dark Elves by the King of Demons remained a looming threat, one that could mean their extinction. But now, it was time for defiance. The fragment of the heart of the devil she sought had fallen right near her. And now, she had access to someone who could undo its curse. In his workshop, Gail muttered to himself. After so many sleepless nights, he was nearly finished. What he had created now was not just a replica. It was an enhanced version of the heart of the devil. A true masterpiece. He had used materials dropped by a particular entity, substances that suppressed the negative effects of the heart while preserving its benefits. He spoke aloud, explaining how the opposing elements within his mixture balanced the artifact's power, allowing its good effects to remain while dampening the destructive ones. Though when worn, the heart would still lash out with its tendrils, seeking life force to consume. He had crafted an intricate set of talismans to subdue that hunger. He gazed at it with pride. This was his work, pure Gale craftsmanship. He had named it Heart of the Devil V2, his newest cursed item, and without a doubt, the greatest creation he had ever forged. At Prince Virial's office, a heavy tension filled the air. A man stood before the prince, watching him with visible nervousness as Virial read a letter in his hands. The prince trembled, his brows drawing together in confusion and disbelief. The letter, sent by Lisnette, bore a simple yet devastating message. Due to personal reasons, I hereby resign from my job. It was signed by Lisnette. Frustration surged through the prince as he stood up abruptly. His voice rose in anger, his thoughts consumed by the heart of the devil, one of the Empire's most powerful relics. He had lent it to Lisnette for a specific mission. As he scanned the letter again, he noticed a note that hadn't caught his eye at first. Lisnette had accepted 1/6 of the heart of the devil as her severance pay. Struck by betrayal and disbelief, the prince collapsed to his knees. His disappointment was overwhelming. Muttering bitterly, he reflected on how she had dismissed one of the Empire's greatest treasures as mere severance. The weight of her decision drained the color from his face. Witnesses would later say that his pallor was so severe it surpassed that of an ordinary undead. Elsewhere, in the Imperial Palace, Princess Kara and her knight confronted the infamous S-ranked wolf pack. They faced the squad with stern expressions, their anger barely contained. The squad remained silent under their gaze. Kara scrutinized them, unimpressed, noting their slow reaction and hinting that they still hadn't realized they had been under surveillance. She revealed that she had been watching them the entire time and was fully aware of everything that had transpired. Though unsure of the Wolfpack's motives, she held them responsible for a significant disturbance. They had destroyed a shop and caused such a commotion that the local garrison had to intervene. Her knight acknowledged that no official mission had been issued to them, but the chaos they caused in Farmage partly stemmed from the kingdom's negligence. After discussions with local authorities, the knight informed them that an agreement had been reached. Their crimes would be pardoned. However, she clarified that the royal house would not defend them beyond this point. Their behavior risked tarnishing the honor of the kingdom. Kush reacted with disbelief, trying to defend the squad's actions. He insisted they had done nothing wrong. Melissa supported him, arguing that all they had done was destroy cursed goods from a foolish merchant's store. Luke agreed, and Norris joined in, dismissing the incident as merely taking out the trash. The princess stayed quiet for a moment, then suddenly covered her mouth, feigning shock as she sarcastically lamented the destruction of Gail's so-called wonderful works. She sharply criticized their actions, questioning their logic. If they regarded cursed items as trash, then what did that make them? Her voice took on a threatening tone as she made her point. The squad fell into nervous silence under her stare. The knight struck Kush with a notebook in reprimand. She reminded him of the large tab he had run up in the capital's shops and the assumption that the palace would cover it. Princess Kara then announced that, while they would not prosecute the group for the chaos in Farmage, they had accumulated a debt of 2,310 gold coins and 82 silver, an amount they were now responsible for repaying. She recounted their expenses, accommodations at the Silver Wolf Inn, multiple high-end dinners, and questioned Luke about the expensive gear he still had in his possession. She demanded to know what had happened to the other equipment they had purchased. The knight informed them that while the palace had initially covered all these costs, repayment was now due. Everyone present knew the squad could not pay. The knight stated outright that they had already spent their mission payment and had no savings. When the squad tried to argue that those were mission-related expenses, the knight cut them off furiously, demanding to know where exactly it said those costs would be reimbursed. The knight informed the guards that the squad claimed to be assisting in an investigation, but their excuses were irrelevant. She ordered the guards to take the group away. Kush, caught off guard, asked where they were being taken. The knight explained plainly, since they could not pay their debts, they would work instead, not for pay, but to repay their debts through labor. It wouldn't be easy work either, After all, few were willing to employ people with their kind of reputation. The knight told them they should consider themselves lucky that anyone was willing to take them at all. Kush, still stunned, questioned the prospect of working for free. He wondered how many years it would take to clear their debt. The knight returned the question to him, asking how long he thought it would take. She made it clear it would take decades. The squad's composure crumbled, and they broke into complaints and protests. To them, it was nothing short of a life sentence. Unmoved, the guards began to drag them away as they cried out in protest. The knight instructed the guards to begin their work that very day. The guards acknowledged her command. Norris, struggling to process the situation, asked what sort of work awaited them. The knight smiled, a sarcastic edge to her expression. She told them that, given their circumstances, they should be grateful she wasn't being cruel with their tasks, at least not until their transfer. They would do well not to squander her fleeting generosity. The squad continued to weep as they were forcefully taken away by the guards. Once they were gone, Princess Kara turned to her knight and asked if the group had been taken away. The knight confirmed it. Kara exhaled in relief. Reflecting on the group, she admitted to herself that they had indeed committed monstrous acts. Yet, despite everything, they had done one good thing, and that singular deed was enough for her to let them live. She stood in quiet contemplation, smiling faintly as she gazed into the distance. Her silence stretched. Slowly, she raised her hand toward the sky, thoughtful. She spoke aloud, as if confirming a revelation. The town of Farmage, that was where he was. Gail Hamilton. Her expression changed as she clenched her fist, declaring that she had finally managed to track him down. Now, however, another problem presented itself. He would need someone to watch over him. Turning to her knight, she called her by name, Vivian, and instructed her to contact her father. Vivian, catching on to the implication, hesitated. But the princess, cheerful and satisfied with her decision, told her to go ahead. She declared that it was time the royal family gave some serious thought to their agricultural policy. Meanwhile, in Farmage, the sharp clang of hammer against metal rang through the air. Within a workshop, Gail lifted his goggles and muttered a curse. He called for Lisnette. The door opened to reveal Lisnette, a former Imperial assassin now working as a store assistant. She responded to his call, curious. Gail apologized to her. He had become so absorbed in his work that he hadn't noticed how late it had gotten. Her work hours had already passed. He apologized again for keeping her longer than necessary. Lisnette, however, dismissed his concern. She told him not to apologize and added that she was glad she hadn't interrupted his work on cursed gear. Gail stretched, acknowledging how helpful it was to have her around. Her presence allowed him to focus. She handled customers when he couldn't afford to step away. That day, he had been working on a particular item, a laughing skull. It was crafted from the skull of a grim reaper and had the unsettling trait of laughing eerily at anyone who visited. Gail admitted to himself that he genuinely liked the work he was doing, immensely, in fact, but acknowledged that it was always better when there was an actual person around. Lisnette, with a hint of shyness, mentioned that the barmaid outfit she was wearing was borrowed from her previous job. The establishment had deducted the cost from her very first paycheck, a detail that had infuriated her. The wages had been pitiful, and she had assumed she would never have a use for the outfit again. To her, it had been a blatant violation of labor laws. And yet, here she was, putting it to use once more. With that, she told Gail she would be heading out for the night and said her farewell. Later, in the evening, Gail let out a long sigh. He then burst out in triumphant excitement, finally having completed his work. He regarded it as a true masterpiece. Not only had he retained all of its ability-enhancing functions, but he had also ingeniously incorporated its tentacles, originally intended for attack, to stimulate acupuncture points on the user. Delighted, Gail embraced the heart of the devil. He celebrated its brilliant design, marveling that the concept of using the tentacles in this way had never even crossed his mind before. He tapped the artifact playfully, reminding himself, of course, that it was cursed. He opened the door, exuberantly explaining that unlike ordinary cursed objects, this one could speak, though only in a low voice, and only on rare occasions. Ecstatic, Gail danced with a nearby skeleton, thrilled by the thought that he would never feel lonely again, even during solo missions. The mere fact that this was only 1/6 of the full heart made it all the more impressive. He was overwhelmed by how vast and fascinating the world must be, certain that even more extraordinary cursed artifacts were out there waiting to be discovered. Stepping out of the room, he resolved to continue his pursuit, to hunt down new, unknown components and craft even more cursed creations. Proud of his recent success, he was ready to begin his next project. Humming a tune to himself, he pondered what that next endeavor might be. He considered the upgraded heart and questioned what to do with it. Selling it was an option, if a suitable buyer appeared, but for now, he decided to place it by the window. A voice interjected, marveling at how the Demon King likely never imagined he would one day become a top-shelf item. Startled, Gail asked who the speaker was referring to. The voice confirmed, yes, the heart had once belonged to a Demon King. The voice questioned why Gail had even repaired something so dangerous, arguing that such an artifact should have been sealed away or destroyed. Gail, somewhat nonchalant, replied that he didn't have a specific reason. It was simply a hobby. But as he voiced this out loud, he hesitated and realized something was off. He turned his head and saw Gimli. His eyes widened in alarm. Gimli stood calmly, watching him. Gail exclaimed in shock. She returned a calm greeting. Still stuttering, Gail asked how long she had been there. She answered, since the moment he had called the artifact a real winner and praised its incredible design. Embarrassed, Gail covered his face, mortified she had heard nearly everything. Gimli admitted that, given how much he'd been talking, she had assumed someone else was with him in the room. That was why she hadn't announced her presence right away. He protested, saying that was cruel. Regaining some composure, Gail asked how she had gotten inside. He was sure he had locked everything up. Perhaps Liznette had forgotten? But that seemed unlikely. Gimli laughed. She explained that she had simply let herself in and returned the heart of the devil to him. Gail, confused, asked if she really had done that. Realizing the implication, he chuckled, acknowledging it would explain why he hadn't noticed. But then he paused. Had she really just entered on her own? Gimli flashed him a mischievous grin. He told her to stop looking at him like that. Inwardly, he thought to himself that this certainly qualified as breaking and entering. Still unsure of her intentions, he asked what she wanted. Was she there to buy something? Perhaps she had been too busy earlier with her duties as guildmaster? But Gimli said no, she wasn't there for that. What she was seeking was him. Gail turned to her, clearly puzzled. Gimli then knelt before him. He grew more confused. What was this about? Gimli remained still for a moment before she finally addressed him by his full name. With solemnity and purpose, she spoke of his immense expertise in curses. She humbly asked if he would listen to the desperate plea of the dark elf race. Gail was taken aback. Her usual light-hearted demeanor had vanished. Her expression was deeply sorrowful as she made her request. Meanwhile, at the local tavern, Mora was drunk and declared she was completely wasted. Sharona, more energetic, called out to Gail. Mora slurred a warning that they weren't at his shop yet, but Sharona was too excited to care. She expressed disbelief at having run into Mora at the tavern and lamented that they still hadn't thrown a proper celebration for Gail. Mora, swaying, agreed and proposed they go to his shop for a second round. Sharona scoffed and brought up Liznette's unexpected appearance, questioning how oblivious Gail could be. He was a curse crafter, after all. Mora nodded, but claimed that with the amount of wine she had in her, she had nothing to fear anymore. Arriving at Gail's workshop, Sharona banged on the door, calling out for him. Mora added her voice, demanding he open the door. When Sharona tried the knob, she found it unlocked. They exchanged smirks. Mora, chuckling, decided to just let herself in. She entered with enthusiasm, calling out Gail's full name and announcing that it was time to party. She demanded that he join them for some drinks. Sharona cheered her on, encouraging her to go for it, and jokingly asking for a kiss in her honor. They stepped inside. What they saw stopped them cold. Inside, Gimli was hugging Gail. Gail, startled by the sudden intrusion, turned toward them in confusion. When he saw Mora, he called out her name in disbelief. Mora froze, stunned by what she was witnessing. Mora questioned what was happening, seeing Gail being awkwardly hugged by Gimli, who was only in her undergarments. Gail, flustered and confused, mirrored the same question, wondering aloud what exactly was going on. Later, the group gathered for dinner. The table was full, piled with food, yet none of the four said a word. A tense silence hung over them. Gail observed inwardly how the atmosphere had grown unbearably heavy. Eventually, Gimli began to speak. She explained that 1,000 years ago, the Demon King cast a curse upon the Dark Elves, a curse designed to endure for a millennium. Sharona, clearly not thrilled about the somber topic interrupting her night of drinking, voiced her annoyance but encouraged Gimli to continue regardless. She downed another drink as she listened. Gimli went on. The Demon King, though supposedly defeated by a group known only as the Heroes 1,000 years ago, was not truly vanquished. He was, in truth, nearly immortal. The battle had not ended him. Instead of sealing him away or destroying him completely, the heroes had taken an alternative measure. They dismantled his body and crafted each part into cursed artifacts, portable devil items, and scattered them across the world. Mora interjected with a realization. The heart of the devil wasn't just a symbolic name, it was literal. It was the Demon King's actual heart. Gimli confirmed this with a knowing smile. She explained further that the Demon King was now working from the shadows to reassemble his fragmented body. His ultimate goal was resurrection, and the scattered artifacts were key to that ambition. But he wasn't acting alone. He had pawns. Those pawns were magical beings with deep ties to his essence, beings now known as Dark Elves. Even while sealed away from the physical world, the Demon King's magical influence remained immense. Faced with extinction or servitude, the Dark Elves had no true choice. They submitted, forced into allegiance with their ancient master, despite the looming danger that collecting all the items might lead to his resurrection. Gail mulled over the implications. It was grim news, but it also made him question why Gimli had come to him. If such legendary threats still loomed, were there no other figures alive today who could take up the mantle like the heroes from 1,000 years ago? He wondered aloud whether he could really do anything about it. Gimli continued her explanation. Many of the cursed artifacts, devil items, had already found their way to the Dark Elves' homeland. The intense curse energy they radiated had left the land horribly polluted. Gimli's mission wasn't solely to gather the cursed items. She was also desperately searching for a way to cleanse the land of its affliction. At last, she told Gail that her search had led her to him. He was a curse crafter capable of suppressing even something as formidable as the heart of the devil. Sharana and Mora turned to Gimli, prompting her with silent expectation. Their eyes asked the question, what did she intend to ask of him? Gail, caught off guard by the sudden seriousness, grew contemplative. He had never appeared so deep in thought since Gimli first met him. Her heart wavered with uncertainty. Had she done the right thing by laying this all bare? Had she wasted her time? Everyone feared the cursed artifacts. People avoided them at all costs. Even the ancient empire had treated the heart of the devil as a dormant catastrophe, dangerous enough to be locked away forever. Was she foolish to believe anything could be done? Were her hopes meaningless? Would anyone even consider her plea? And then, Gail broke the silence. With a small smile and a spark of interest, he echoed back her earlier words. There were more cursed items like the heart of the devil out there, hidden among the Dark Elves' homeland? The question hung in the air, filled with intrigue. Gimli flinched slightly in surprise. She noticed how Gail's eyes gleamed with excitement. She affirmed his realization. Yes, all of the devil items the Dark Elves possessed were indeed of the same kind and caliber as the heart of the devil. Gail, thrilled, exclaimed his eagerness to examine them. His mind was already racing with the possibilities of crafting even greater cursed masterpieces. Inspiration surged through him like a tidal wave. Without hesitation, he bolted from his seat, already consumed by thoughts of design and potential. Mora, watching this unfold, commented with some disbelief that Gail seemed to care more about his cursed creations than the actual looming threat of the Demon King. Gimli, unfazed, responded that whether Gail saw this as a dire mission or a personal pleasure trip, it didn't really matter to her. His involvement was all that counted. Gail's voice echoed from a distance, where he had hurried off to grab something. He shouted back, asking them to wait while he wrote everything down. He didn't want to forget a single detail. Gimli took the moment to clarify something more serious. She stated that, contrary to what some might assume, the Dark Elves had never sworn loyalty to the Demon King. Her people had allied with him in a conflict against humanity, but that was a war long past. She bore no lingering bitterness toward the humans for it. In fact, given humanity's short lifespans, most had already forgotten the war entirely. These days, almost no one treated Dark Elves with suspicion or prejudice. Many had even forgotten that Dark Elves had once been considered purely magical beings. Mora agreed. To humans like her, all that business with the Demon King had become little more than a fairy tale, a piece of old folklore. Gail returned, now armed with his notes, and expressed his belief that his comrades would surely welcome Gimli to their side. He was hopeful that she'd feel the same way. Sharana, however, didn't share in the enthusiasm. She suddenly interrupted, tension stiffening her posture. She grit her teeth and voiced her displeasure. The whole affair made her uncomfortable, and more specifically, she didn't like the way Gimli and the other Dark Elves operated. Gimli, curious, asked what was wrong. Sharana's intensity only grew. Mora was alarmed as her friend stood abruptly. Sharana asked Gimli whether she understood the real source of her anger. They'd known each other for a long time, long enough that Sharana couldn't understand why Gimli had kept this all to herself until now. Had she and Mora not shown up at precisely the right moment tonight, she still wouldn't have known any of this. Sharana was visibly furious. Gimli closed her eyes and explained. The devil items were considered top-secret artifacts outside their homeland. Even speaking about them like this was a kind of sacrilege, a deep cultural taboo. Before divulging the truth to Gail, she needed time. She had to carefully observe him, test his capabilities, and determine whether he was truly someone who could handle such knowledge. Sharona clenched her jaw, fists tightening, then slammed the table in frustration. Gail, observing the situation, felt a strange sense of déjà vu, like he'd seen or experienced this intensity from Sharona before. Sharona, overwhelmed by irritation, let out a heavy sigh, then downed an entire mug of drink in one long swig. She turned her attention to Gail and posed a new question, asking what his real thoughts were about Farmich. Gail blinked in confusion, not quite seeing where this question came from. Sharona clarified, pointing out that he seemed to have settled in there pretty comfortably. Gail agreed. Yes, he had grown fond of Farmich. The town had its charm. The food was excellent, the local dungeon was just the right scale for him, and importantly, there was no shortage of undead parts for his crafting. That alone was a huge advantage. At that, the three women were left momentarily speechless. Sharona watched Gail thoughtfully and reflected on how he never seemed to change. Gail murmured that it would be nice if he could increase sales at his shop. Sharona responded with encouragement. Even if business was slow, she noted how the infrastructure around town had clearly benefited from his presence. Having overseen the local craftsmen for a while now, she could recognize real talent when she saw it, and Gail had it. Gail was flattered to hear that. Sharona continued, noting that although they had been collaborating on various projects for some time, he was still the first curse crafter she had ever met. Gail explained that the job carried a reputation for bad luck. Most who had a knack for it gave up eventually, switching to something else after picking up a few essential skills. Still, no other job bore greater fruit once it was mastered. Sharona considered his words and conceded he may be right, but she argued that she never saw it as a bad luck job in the first place. Professions weren't something you ranked by hardship. Mora chimed in, agreeing with Sharona's view, though she observed that Gail's life still seemed pretty rough when she saw them out adventuring. Gail admitted the profession wasn't a glamorous one. Curse crafters operated from the rear, support roles only. They couldn't fight alone. Mora pointed out that he still fought impressively, to which Gail replied by recalling what his old comrades, Kush and the others, had always told him. He just wasn't built for battle. As a curse crafter, he was essentially a specialized artisan, tossing debuffs at enemies from behind. Because of this, Kush had ordered him to stay quiet and keep out of the way. Mora was surprised, but Gail continued. Looking back, he should have left their party long before they eventually cast him out. But at the time, he had been timid, so much so that it had never occurred to him. His outlook back then had been terribly narrow. Suddenly, he felt a hand gently patting his head. It was Sharona. She told him not to let what they'd said keep dragging him down. If their words had eroded his sense of self-worth, it wouldn't come back quickly. But that didn't mean it was lost forever. No matter what, he was now a citizen of Farmich. He could stay for good. She even offered to make the arrangements for him. Gimli then remarked that she was glad to see Sharona acknowledge Gail's talents, her own way of showing appreciation. Sharona acknowledged that and redirected the conversation. Gimli had to understand. She wasn't the only one who needed Gail. If he left Farmich, it would be a painful loss. Sharona then questioned why Gimli didn't just ask the church to handle the curse. Gimli answered that it was beyond the abilities of any ordinary priest. Once, they had mustered the courage to try. They had forcibly, aggressively, brought in a noted priest to attempt the dispelling, but even he had failed. Mora reacted with disgust at how Gimli didn't even try to hide how shady that had been. Gail interjected, asking if Gimli at least returned the priest alive. Sharona followed up, confirming Gimli really intended to bring Gail to her homeland. Gimli affirmed this. It was the only viable path forward for her people. Sharona, conflicted, admitted she would hate to see Gail go. She asked Gimli not to expose him to danger and added that there would be conditions to his journey. Mora confirmed this, formally stating that she, Mora Glaris, a support mage, would accompany Gail. Sharona added that she would take care of the front line for them. Gail was surprised. He turned to look at them, but both Sharona and Mora quickly told him not to look at them like that. Gimli chuckled at the scene, amused by the dynamics. She supposed they now had a 4-person party to embark on a mission to break the curse of the Demon King. Gail grabbed his thighs, sensing it all coming together. He accepted it. The more, the merrier, he figured. Sharona raised her drink, formally initiating their new journey. She toasted the launch of their brand new party. Sharona, Gimli, Mora, and Gail, united against the challenges ahead. Their glasses clinked together as they all shouted their cheers. The night carried on with good food and pleasant conversation. They drank heartily, each enjoying the meal and the camaraderie. At some point, Sharona even broke into song as her drunkenness settled in. Gail, in a quiet moment, reflected on it all. Back when he had been with Kush's party, he had rarely, if ever, been invited out for drinks like this. The contrast struck him. Someone called out to him, teasing him for looking melancholic. He responded to Mora that he wasn't sad. Inwardly, though, he acknowledged that his days with that former party already felt like a distant memory, despite how recently they had ended. Still, he had new work ahead of him. Gail commented that he had more cursed items to craft, ones for their journey, and perhaps others to leave behind. Mora encouraged him. They were counting on him. That night, Gimli returned to her residence and climbed into her bed. Before she could settle in, a voice called out to her, addressing her formally. She acknowledged the voice, waving it off with fatigue, expressing that she was too tired to engage in conversation. However, she made a request. She asked the other woman to retrieve an object for her. It was a cursed chest, one steeped in ominous power, overflowing with riches, yet entrapping anyone who dared to touch it with a binding curse. The woman hesitated, swallowing hard. She questioned Gimli's certainty. After all, Gimli had gone to great lengths to extract the object from their homeland, removing it at considerable personal cost. Gimli confirmed her intent with weary disdain, dismissing the effort as a waste of time. She thought of Gail, the curse crafter. She let out a small laugh, remarking internally on how peculiar a man he was. She had even been willing to offer him all the treasure she had, perhaps even offer herself in exchange for his cooperation. But it hadn't come to that. At least things were progressing well now, she mused. Gimli gave the woman a new directive: prepare to welcome Gail to their homeland. The woman acknowledged the order and handed over a stack of papers, her regular report. Afterward, she disappeared once more into the hidden passage, parting with a brief farewell. Left alone, Gimli sat up in bed, reading the contents of the report. Her eyes scanned the lines quickly. Monsters were becoming more active, it said. She muttered aloud that it was unlikely to be a coincidence. No sooner had she finished reading than the paper burst into blue flames, consuming itself completely. Fortunately, Gimli had already committed its contents to memory. She began piecing things together. A flock of sorcerer cockatrices, a rampaging behemoth, and now even the Reaper himself appearing unbidden. That, on top of the scattered devil items, every single event was connected. There was no way the Demon King had been lying dormant for 1,000 years without external influence. Something deeper, something hidden, was unfolding behind the scenes. As the wooden floor creaked underfoot, Gimli moved toward her desk. She pulled open a drawer, muttering to herself about the stakes. They couldn't afford to make mistakes now. She resolved to leverage both the Dark Elves' covert network and her guild affiliations to uncover the truth. She thought again about Gail. His abilities as a curse crafter were indisputable, but his skills were extremely lopsided. In direct combat, he was next to helpless. Yet the equipment he produced had the destructive capacity to level disaster-class ships. He embodied both extremes, the weakest and simultaneously the most powerful. As she contemplated this paradox, her hand clenched, snapping the pen she held. The contradiction gnawed at her. How could someone so fragile create such overwhelming force? She stood abruptly, struck by the weight of her responsibility. It would be too dangerous for her to escort Gail alone. Forming a party with Sharina and Mora had been a wise move. Their route would mostly follow a river highway leading down to a port, from which they would cross the inland sea by ship. But beyond that lay the Forest of Darkness, an immense, untamed expanse teeming with peril. Entering that place without meticulous preparation would be a death sentence. The curse they sought to break could very well kill them, but even reaching the cursed site would test them beyond limits. To her leader, Lady Minerva, Gimli made a solemn vow. She would safely escort Gail Hamilton to their homeland. Far from where Gimli made that oath, a figure watched quietly. She bore a strong resemblance to Gimli, another of her kind. It was Lady Minerva. Morning arrived. Gail prepared for departure. Liznette observed him, expressing regret that her condition hadn't improved enough for her to accompany him. Gail, however, assessed that the Demon King's curse still lingered within her body. It would take time for it to fully dissipate, and resting would be the wisest course of action. She expressed gratitude, while Gail reached into his bag and presented a reconstructed version of the heart of the devil. In its altered state, it no longer indiscriminately assaulted its user as it had with her. However, despite his improvements, the artifact remained largely unstudied. He warned that any ordinary individual who so much as touched it would almost certainly be consumed. Mind, body, and soul. That was the extent of the curse's severity. To Gail, the shop they stood in was more than a workplace. It was an extension of his own being. Its value to him equaled that of his life itself. Knowing that Liznette would be there to watch over it brought him comfort. Still, he worried their inventory might be depleted before his return. If that happened, He instructed her to accept any orders and reassure customers that he would craft more once back. Liznette smiled, but inwardly, she was skeptical. With their current lack of customers, she sincerely doubted such a situation would arise. Nevertheless, she responded positively, offering a small, reassuring lie to ease his concerns. From the door, she watched him go, waving as he left. She stared at his retreating figure, reflecting on his remarkable character. Despite having confronted a curse of staggering power, he now ventured toward a land filled with even worse afflictions. And yet, he bore no fear, no hesitation. Gail Hamilton's resilience and purpose placed him beyond any comparison in her eyes. Silently, she wished for good fortune to accompany him. Gail walked off, leaving the shop in Liznette's care. As he arrived at the rendezvous point, Mora greeted him with a wave, which he returned. Sharona noted that their party was now fully assembled. Gail asked whether it was acceptable for her to abandon her guild master responsibilities for the trip. Sharona reassured him. The guild would not crumble from her temporary absence. Furthermore, she reminded Gimli of the promise she had made, a promise instrumental in convincing the Smiths Guild to allow her to leave. Gimli acknowledged this, albeit somewhat dismissively. Curious, Gail inquired about the nature of the promise. Gimli revealed that her homeland would provide the guild with a supply of their indigenous metals, an extremely rare concession. These materials were usually never exported under any circumstances, but due to the current situation, an exception was being made. Both Gail and Mora were stunned by the magnitude of this agreement. From the side, Sharona commented that she still held suspicions that Gimli might renege on the deal. That was part of her reason for traveling personally, to ensure the arrangement was honored. Mora asked whether the offer had been enticing enough for Sharona to personally verify it. Gail questioned what kind of metal could be valuable enough to prompt all this. Gimli, grinning, admitted that they would all soon find out for themselves, so there was no harm in revealing the name now. She called it orichalcum. The name sparked immediate curiosity. Both Mora and Gail reacted with questions. Then Mora suddenly recognized it. She repeated the name, astonished. Gail, puzzled, asked whether it was supposed to be a big deal. Mora challenged him, pointing out his indifference toward anything that wasn't cursed. She then elaborated. Orichalcum was a metal of legend. A sword forged from it was said to rival the worth of a castle. If used in armor, it could render its wearer near invincible, able to survive 1,000 battles. It was known as the hardest and most precious metal in existence. Gail responded with genuine surprise. He acknowledged that although they were undertaking this journey for Gimli's cause, both Sharona and he stood to gain incredible benefits. Sharona, through access to orichalcum, and himself, through acquiring rare cursed artifacts. He then expressed a hopeful wish that Mora too would discover something equally valuable during the course of their quest. Mora was confident. There was no need for Gail to concern himself. She would obtain what she sought. Gail pondered her determination, curious about its depth. Sharona took charge, declaring that it was time to depart. Their journey began with the familiar jostle of a wagon ride, the first they had taken in a long while. Together, they traveled in their wagon. For Mora, this experience, more than any mythical treasure, was what truly mattered. No amount of orichalcum could compare to the value she placed on time spent adventuring beside Gail. That thought lingered in her mind as their modest caravan rolled steadily onward. A procession of several wagons followed the winding road, leaving the town of Farmage behind. Their route took them toward the city of Imbalance, a sizable settlement situated slightly northwest. Positioned close to the empire's borders, Imbalance functioned as a bustling hub of commerce and trade. Within the wagon, the repetitive rocking motion lulled Gail into a yawn. The soothing rhythm affected Mora as well, prompting her to yawn in turn. She mused that this gentle swaying had an uncanny ability to make one sleepy. Sharona, in high spirits, commented cheerfully on the pleasures of the road, how travel seemed to make alcohol taste all the better. Mora, half exasperated, remarked on Sharona's lack of noble refinement. Sharona brushed the criticism aside, pointing out that they had rented out the entire wagon for themselves. While much of its interior was filled with supplies, leaving it far from luxurious, she saw no harm in enjoying the journey in her own way. Gail, noting the early hour, advised moderation. There was still a long road ahead of them. In response, Sharona teased that her drinking was simply a way to pass the time. There wasn't much else to do while in transit. From her place in the wagon, Gimli acknowledged the inconvenience of it all. She expressed quiet regret that her homeland was situated in such a distant and secluded region. Mora inquired about the exact destination, prompting Gimli to reveal that it lay within the Forest of Darkness. Mora acknowledged the daunting distance. They would need several days, regardless of their pace. A sudden realization struck Mora. She questioned the name again, pressing Gimli to confirm that it was indeed that Forest of Darkness. Gimli affirmed it, stating that as far as she knew, there wasn't any other by that name. Gail turned to Mora, curious if she recognized the name. Mora recalled the chilling tale of an entire kingdom's army disappearing within it. Gimli nonchalantly responded that it was no mere legend. It was established historical fact. Mora followed up with another infamous association, the forest where the elder dragon was said to sleep. Gimli corrected her, clarifying that the dragon was not asleep at all, but rather actively building a den for himself. That revelation stunned Mora. She associated the forest with the grim myth. No one who entered it ever came back alive. Gimli added that it wasn't just a legend either. The elder dragon had devoured that army division. Mora, now connecting all the terrifying pieces, was visibly shaken. Gimli remembered the scene vividly. How voracious a growing dragon could be. Mora, still shocked that Gimli had personally witnessed it, asked what such a creature would rank on the adventurer's scale. Sharana, drawing her own conclusions from the tales, leaned in and whispered to Mora her estimation. It was far beyond even an S-rank quest. Upon hearing that, both women hung their heads in grim resignation, feeling that their odds were hopeless. Gimli, however, offered them a smile of reassurance. They would not be going near the dragon's lair. The route she planned was the safest one she knew of to reach the Dark Elf homeland. That, at least, was self-evident to her. Sharana, with her mood dampened, commented that her wine suddenly tasted much more bitter. Declaring she had enough, she turned in to sleep. Mora soon followed suit. Gail, however, had one lingering thought. He raised a question. If they avoided the dragon's lair, wouldn't that mean they would end up crossing paths with the undead remnants of that vanished army? Gimli smiled privately, observing that Gail truly hadn't changed at all. Mora dismissed his worries, joking that perhaps he should greet those undead in his dreams instead. Sharana abruptly rose, telling Gail to quit his rambling. With that, the wagon rocked on as their journey continued into the night. Gail, Mora, and Sharana drifted into sleep. Gimli, ever alert, affirmed to herself once more that she would indeed guide them along the safest path she knew, though what constituted safe was always a matter of perspective. She could not promise them complete security, and she hoped that was understood. Eventually, the time came to switch transportation. Gimli clapped her hands, calling for everyone to wake up. Their wagon leg was over, and now they had to change rides. The group stepped outside and found themselves surprised. Before them were riverboats. Gimli explained she had made arrangements for this part of the journey in advance. As before, once their supplies were loaded, the group would use the remaining space for themselves. Gail was surprised that she had reserved a ship, but Gimli confirmed it. This riverboat would be far more spacious than the cramped wagon they had left behind. Gail and Mora appeared delighted by the prospect. Gimli went on to explain that the boat would follow the Cactus River, a broad stream not far from Farmage. It flowed from the kingdom directly into the inland sea. Hearing this, Gail remarked to himself that it truly felt like the beginning of a new adventure. Everyone boarded as instructed. Sharana hesitated, irritated at being hurried and refusing to run. Gail, curious and a bit amazed, noted he'd never traveled down a stream in a boat like this before. Mora agreed. It was a new experience for her as well. As Gail stepped onto the wooden deck, it groaned under his weight, swaying slightly. He commented on the unsteadiness. Gimli reassured him that the movement would lessen once he was seated. Water splashed rhythmically against the boat's sides. The sail unfurled fully, catching the breeze with a loud whoosh. Mora commented on how pleasant it felt to sit under its shade, and Gail noted the calming effect of the water's sound. Gimli decided it was an opportune moment and reached into her bag, looking at something intently. Someone peeking over her shoulder remarked in surprise at the high-quality guild map in her possession. Gimli warned them not to spread it around. It wasn't meant for public eyes. She was giving them a rare privilege. Mora mentioned how costly guild information like that could be. Gail noticed additional markings and annotations. Gimli confirmed they were extra notes. He asked if the map included data on dungeons and items as well. She admitted it did. Surprised, he questioned whether it was wise to share something so classified. Gimli admitted it wasn't normally allowed. Under ordinary circumstances, she'd have charged him for it. Mora, poring over the map, was impressed. It held a comprehensive amount of data, perhaps even beyond what the local guild currently knew. Sharana pointed out that the map looked quite ancient, and she didn't recognize some of the places marked on it. Mora expressed astonishment that there could be areas even Sharana didn't know. Gimli brought their attention back, stating there were multiple paths to the Dark Elves' homeland. As she had explained before while they were on the wagon, the route they were taking was less direct, but much safer. Sharona asked what path Gimli would take if she were alone. Without hesitation, Gimli replied she'd go the most direct way. Sharona pressed further. How would she manage that? Gimli explained she'd sneak past the various border patrols and fortifications that lay ahead. Sharona immediately dismissed the idea as impossible for their group. Mora clarified their planned course. Follow the river to its mouth, switch to another vessel, sail across the inland sea, and then head into the forest of darkness on the far side. Gimli pointed out 3 critical danger spots within the forest, which they would make sure to avoid on their approach to the homeland. Sharona remarked it was like slipping in through the back door. Mora sighed, realizing how long the journey was going to be. Gimli agreed. It was indeed a lengthy trip. Though the route through the forest was winding, most of the travel would be by wagon and boat, minimizing the walking. Mora acknowledged the amount of planning Gimli must have put into it. Gimli emphasized the importance. This might be their best opportunity to break a 1,000-year-old curse placed upon their people. Mora agreed with the significance of that mission. Watching Gail, Gimli silently thought to herself that if she truly wanted him to be the one to lift the curse, she would need to ensure he was in peak condition for the entire journey. Sharona pointed to a location on the map and asked about a structure in Gimli's homeland. Gail joined in, curious about the castle nestled in the forest. Gimli clarified. It had once been the Demon King's castle. This revelation caught everyone's attention. She nodded, but explained that the castle no longer stood, only its foundation remained. The rest had been dismantled over time to construct other buildings, roofs, walls, and so on. Gail reacted with surprise. Mora noted the resourcefulness. Nothing went to waste. Sharona pieced it together, realizing that the Dark Elves had established their homeland around the ruins of the Demon King's stronghold. Gimli confirmed this, noting the historical relationship between the Dark Elves and the Demon King from ages past. Looking back at the map, Gail was struck by the vastness of the inland sea. Mora responded. It was something children knew from a young age. But Gail pointed to something unusual in the center of the sea and asked about it. Mora leaned in and guessed, maybe a squid? Sharona observed a detail on the map and noted its implication, suggesting good fishing in the area, which she imagined would pair well with alcohol. Mora and Gail turned their attention to her. Gail remarked that he had anticipated they'd be foraging and cooking along the journey, and had therefore packed the sharpest kitchen knife he could find. Sharona approved. Mora mentioned that Gail was actually a skilled cook, which made Gail feel pleased. Gimli acknowledged that the idea wasn't bad, cooking while traveling, but she expressed doubt that the squid in question would make a suitable meal. This raised eyebrows. She clarified that the marking on the map denoted a kraken. Everyone reacted with shock. Mora connected the term with the infamous shipwrecking sea monster. Sharona was surprised to learn that the map contained information on monsters too. The kraken, a legendary sea creature resembling an enormous squid, was known for unleashing a relentless onslaught with its multitude of tentacles. Any vessel targeted by it was almost certainly destined to sink. The gravity of the situation began to settle in. Gail considered the scenario of encountering such a beast at sea and realized there would be no hope of escape. The mood changed. Fear replaced their earlier excitement. One panicked, insisting she didn't want to die yet. Another exclaimed that she was done. She was turning back, going home immediately. Gimli urged them to remain calm, reminding them they were a sturdy party. Still, Gail seized her with urgency, wanting to know if there was a way to avoid such a threat. Mora joined in, demanding to know whether Gimli had included that in her planning. Gimli explained that their route would follow a major trade path, frequently used by ships that pass without incident. That gave the others a glimmer of hope, until Gimli added with a smile that they'd simply have to pray their ship would be one of the lucky ones. Gail called her out, recognizing that this wasn't a plan, it was blind optimism. Sharona cursed the boat. Mora insisted she was serious this time and demanded to disembark. Gimli informed them that once aboard, there was no getting off. The others, pressing her further, asked if she had accounted for this situation as well. Internally, Gimli admitted that if they were to come across a kraken, there would be no escape and no viable way to defeat it. But avoiding this route wasn't an option, not if she intended to bring the entire party to her homeland. Still, she took solace in one advantage. She had a master curse-breaker in Gail, someone with freakishly good fortune and unmatched evasion skills. A monster that couldn't be defeated wasn't a problem, so long as it was never encountered. Secretly, she was placing a great deal of hope and trust in Gail. Later that same day, the quiet sounds of water trickling could be heard. They had stopped at a hot spring. Someone warned Gail not to peek where he shouldn't. Gail, already soaking in the warmth of the spring, responded lazily, noting that there wasn't even a single gap in the fence to peek through anyway. The moment was pure bliss. He hadn't expected to find a hot spring in along the journey. Two men entered. One commented that Gail looked to be enjoying himself. The other mentioned that it was the perfect opportunity to have a drink and unwind. Where people gathered, commerce and buildings naturally followed. The Cactus River was dotted with ports that served as rest stops, primarily catering to downstream sailors. The area was full of tents and vendor stalls, like a small, traveling town. Gail, observing the surroundings, remarked on how lively it was. One of the men picked up on the name the woman had called him, Gail, and asked where he came from. Gail answered that he was from Farmage, a town focused mainly on agriculture. The man explained that he and his companion were traveling merchants. Curious, Gail asked about their business. He mentioned that he had started a shop bearing his own name. It wasn't easy work, and he acknowledged the challenge. The conversation turned to what kind of store he was running. Gail explained that his establishment was a sort of curiosity shop, unique and filled with items unlikely to be found elsewhere. However, business had been slow. The two men beside him exchanged looks. One of them acknowledged that simply having quality goods wasn't always enough to guarantee sales. He sympathized, explaining that sourcing and stocking the right items was only half the equation. What truly mattered was how effectively one could promote the shop. As they poured drinks, the man continued, stressing that spreading awareness was the real key. Gail accepted the offered drink and expressed gratitude, noting that it was a valuable lesson. He intended to focus more on marketing when he returned. At the moment, a woman named Liz was overseeing the shop while recovering from an illness. The lack of customer traffic, he added, might actually be a blessing. Less pressure on her while she convalesced. One of the men splashed away in the spring, making a remark about leaving a beloved wife behind in pursuit of new inventory. The other teased, questioning whether Gail was there to complain about her or boast. Gail clarified, he was indeed on the lookout for items, but Liz wasn't his wife. He appreciated the advice and asked for their names. They waved off the question, insisting they weren't anyone special. Gail said he hoped to meet them again. As he walked off, one of the men turned to the other and asked if he had caught the detail. A curiosity shop filled with rare and unique goods. It sounded like a promising opportunity for their next target. His brother agreed. Their next destination would be Gail's shop in Farmage. What Gail didn't realize was that he had just encountered the Walther brothers, infamous bandits who disguised themselves as traveling merchants. Their method was to pose as friendly traders while secretly plotting their heists. Their next intended mark was the very store being watched over by Liznette. At that same moment, Liz felt a strange sensation, something off, and turned her head, eyes alert. Meanwhile, back at the hot spring, Gimli splashed water onto herself. Sharona, her curiosity piqued, wondered aloud about the nature of Mora's relationship with Gail. Mora was taken aback, asking where that question had even come from. Sharona replied cheekily, reminding her that love was a common topic on the road, and poked fun at the idea. When Sharona had first encountered them, she had assumed they were a young couple from the capital running away together. Mora pushed back against the suggestion. She explained their meeting had been purely by accident. She had happened to replace him in his old adventuring party, happened to leave that party because it had been awful, happened to board the same wagon as him, and happened to give Farmage a chance afterward. But then, Mora questioned herself. Had it really all just happened? Sharona wasn't convinced. That many just happened, if Mora thought about it. Their situation practically resembled an elopement already. Mora firmly denied it. She insisted it wasn't anything like that. Gail wasn't a bad man. In fact, he had helped her a lot. Gimli, now joining the conversation, noted with amusement that after surviving several brushes with death together, it sounded like the beginnings of a blossoming romance. She sat grinning, clearly enjoying the moment. Mora groaned in protest, exasperated that even Gimli was now teasing her. Mora submerged herself deeper into the warm water, her cheeks flushing. She insisted that if their relationship had to be defined, then it was simply that they were friends. Just friends, nothing more. Sharona and Gimli exchanged knowing glances. Mora caught them looking and demanded to know why. Sharona, grinning, said they'd remember that, take her word for it. Gimli then posed a teasing question. If Mora and Gail were just friends, did that mean other people still had a shot at him? Sharona agreed with the thought, casually mentioning that Gail was talented enough that he might even inherit her guild one day. The suggestion startled Mora. Inherit the guild? She wondered aloud. If Gail were to inherit the Smith's Guild, did that mean Sharona would adopt him? She asked the question directly, much to Sharona's outrage. Irritated, Sharona splashed water at her. Mora quickly apologized. She explained that it was just a thought. After all, dwarves and elves lived longer than humans, didn't they? It would just make sense age-wise. Sharona snapped at her to shut up. From the sidelines, Gimli let out a snicker. Sharona turned her frustration toward her next, asking what she was laughing about. She pointed out what was obvious to everyone. Lately, Gimli had been eyeing Gail, and it was impossible not to notice. She reminded them of that night when she and Mora had visited Gail's shop, implying that whatever Gimli had been trying back then remained a mystery. Gimli admitted it with a chuckle. She did find Gail charming. But, she added slyly, if Sharona or Mora wanted to claim him first, they were welcome to try. She herself was busy dealing with a 1,000-year curse. Waiting was second nature by now. She turned her gaze on them both, eyes sharp and daring. Sharona looked annoyed by the boldness. Mora quickly reiterated what she had said earlier, that she and Gail were just friends. The cold breeze drifted across the surface of the hot spring, and the women all shivered slightly from the contrast. Mora attempted to steer things back to comfort. She reminded them that they were at a hot spring, so they might as well enjoy it. She gestured toward the drinks, cautioning that while relaxing was fine, it was important not to overindulge in alcohol when bathing in public. Her thoughts lingered quietly. Yes, they were friends. That's what she believed. And under the soft glow of the moonlight, she told herself that's how it would remain, so long as Gail never turned his gaze in her direction. Before setting off on his journey, Gail had asked Liznette to watch over his store. Since then, she hadn't seen a single customer. Sitting alone in the quiet shop, she murmured to herself that there wasn't any point keeping it open if there was nothing to do. She considered closing up, but then something crashed. One of the strange curios, the laughing skull, had fallen and broken all by itself. She stared at it uneasily. Why had it fallen? Why now? The air turned heavy with foreboding. She couldn't shake the feeling that something was about to go wrong. Maybe for Gail, maybe for herself, or possibly both. Far from the shop, Gail and the others were on the river, holding fishing rods during their continued journey. Someone jerked their line after feeling a tug, but when Gail reeled his in, the hook was empty. Sharona pointed out that after 3 days on their second boat ride, he still hadn't caught a single fish. Gail shrugged it off, noting none of the women had any better luck. Gimli reassured him it was nothing to worry about. They were saving their luck for more critical things, like avoiding a kraken. Mora agreed, adding that they had already gathered enough provisions. She turned to Sharona to ask if she was hungry. Sharona answered from her reclined position on the boat's floor, saying she always had an appetite for anything she caught and prepared herself. Gail chimed in that if he had caught something, he was ready with a knife to clean it. He pulled out a long blade, prompting Sharona to joke that it looked capable of cutting even a giant fish. But then she eyed it suspiciously. Was that knife cursed too? Mora's expression shifted as an eerie feeling overcame her. She recognized it. That presence, that energy, wasn't it the same as the Reaper's scythe? Gail admitted it was made from the very same weapon. Mora had seen how he reforged the scythe into a farming sickle, and now, he had used leftover materials to make this knife. Both women recoiled in disgust. Gimli laughed at their expressions, saying it was probably for the best that no fish had taken the bait. If Gail tried using that knife, he might slice straight through the ship. Sharona muttered that there was something just a little off about Gail. Then she glanced around and suddenly noticed something. The river had widened dramatically. She hadn't realized it before. Mora looked as well. The opposite shore was no longer even visible. Gail said it felt like they were already out to sea. Gimli encouraged them to breathe deeply. Sharona took in the air and caught the faint scent of the sea. Mora smiled. It was a good sign. If the river looked like this, it meant they were nearing the sea. But then, mingling with the salty breeze came another scent, rotting flesh. The stench of decomposition began to spread, emanating from the box that held Gail's knife. It was the odor of undead remnants. Gail commented that it was probably the undead parts he had brought with him. Sharona scolded him to close it at once. Gail defended himself, saying he'd been aging them for a long time. Mora snapped that it wasn't wine. As birds flew overhead, Gail looked up. A harbor bell rang, a signal that a ship was preparing to depart. New sounds layered over the rhythmic sloshing of the water. The lively voices of fishmongers called out their wares, mingling with the drunken quarrels of sailors. Gimli informed them that they would be dropping anchor soon, at the harbor located at the mouth of the river. The port they'd been aiming for was just ahead. As their boat passed through the river gates and approached, the others looked on in awe. Gimli laughed. They all wore the same amazed expression. She told them to wait a moment, and then leapt from the boat with her bag in hand. Sharona's eyes narrowed suspiciously. Was Gimli leaving them behind? But Gimli called back, asking them to remain close to the wharf while she checked for a merchant vessel they might hitch a ride on. They had arrived at Port Nanan, a lively town where the cries of seabirds echoed through the air. Known as the kingdom's front gate, it connected the great inland sea to foreign lands beyond. Gimli returned, announcing that she'd quickly found a merchant ship worth boarding. Luck had been on their side. Along with that, she'd also caught wind of a few rumors. The moment she said so, the others immediately perked up. The biggest rumor was that the Kraken had appeared just recently, attacking and sinking a warship belonging to some unknown force. The others reacted with grimaces, unimpressed by what Gimli called a juicy rumor. Gimli clarified that it wasn't the attack itself that was fortunate, but what followed. According to the captain of the merchant vessel, the Kraken didn't attack frequently. Once it struck, it usually stayed quiet for a while afterward. Mora mused aloud that maybe the Kraken just needed to release tension or get some exercise. Gimli replied dryly that such a thought was little comfort to its victims. Still, the incident had cleared the sea route, for now. The ship she had arranged was already preparing to take advantage of the lull and set sail. She pointed it out across the harbor. The vessel in question had a patched-up sail and a heavily worn appearance, signs of many journeys and countless repairs. It looked rather doomed from a distance. Its captain, standing near the ship and smoking calmly, was a man named Captain Nick. Mora and Sharona studied his face, their expressions twisting with uncertainty. Mora quietly remarked that his look suggested a man determined to turn the situation into profit, gambling on the Kraken staying away. Sharona muttered that he was likely the type to squeeze lemonade from whatever lemons fate handed him. Gail, undeterred, said they should get their gear loaded onto the ship and offered to handle the transport. He asked a nearby worker where their storage was and headed off to gather the party's supplies. With Gail momentarily preoccupied, Sharona leaned in and lowered her voice. She proposed they use the moment for a more serious conversation. She confirmed what they all knew, that this sea route was their only viable option. Gimli affirmed this with a nod and a hint of sarcasm. Sharona reminded them that she hadn't run a guild for nothing. She knew her way around logistics. Mora wasn't sure where Sharona was going with the point. Sharona continued, explaining that unlike dark elves, most of them couldn't sneak across borders undetected. They wouldn't be getting an official pass from any nation either. Their destination was the Forest of Darkness, a place buried deep in political and magical territory. Sharona's voice lowered further as she took a sidelong glance at Gimli. A pair of guards walked nearby with stern expressions, alert and serious. There were more guards around than usual. Sharona noted that there were rumors circulating. Rumors that the military presence was increasing, that the kingdom was acting strange, or that the empire was becoming more active. Mora looked surprised. Both the kingdom and the empire? What could be happening to draw them both into motion? Sharona admitted it was still all hearsay, but supposedly someone had made an attempt on a high-profile figure in the capital. The incident was part of the broader conflict brewing between the two nations, and at the heart of it were powerful artifacts. Mora pressed her to explain further. Sharona nodded. The artifacts in question were said to be powerful enough to destabilize entire nations. No one seemed to know their exact nature, but the items were beginning to surface in markets, black or otherwise. At that, Mora gripped Sharona's shoulder in protest, deeply unsettled at hearing the word market used in that context. Sharona rolled her eyes and told her not to give her that nervous look. She wasn't the one selling them. But she confirmed that the kingdom and empire were indeed both staring each other down over these relics. Gimli added another detail. The warship that had been sunk by the Kraken? It was connected to the whole situation as well. Mora blinked, asking if the matter was serious enough to send the Navy out. Gimli answered bluntly. No matter the details, it was obvious. Both countries were doing everything in their power to prevent the artifacts from falling into outside hands. Mora gave a small nod. It made sense. Hence all the increased security, and even the Navy's presence. Gimli affirmed it. That warship likely had been on patrol, meant to keep any of the artifacts from leaving the continent by sea. Mora frowned. That spelled trouble for their group. There were no viable land routes near the border, were there? That meant their only option, truly, was this one ship, right now, their lifeline. Sharona confirmed that point. Mora followed up, laying it out plainly. Given the situation, the sea route wasn't just the best option, it was the only one. Sharona added that they'd be passing through several different nations on their journey to the forest. Still, she doubted any of those countries would go so far as to shut down all regular travel. Trade would still have to flow, even in tense times. Mora dropped her gaze, her brows furrowing. Something felt off. Until recently, hadn't the kingdom and the empire enjoyed relatively stable relations? Gimli agreed. From what she knew, even if there were political maneuvers happening in the shadows, outwardly, everything had appeared to remain in equilibrium. Sharona nodded. Exactly. And then, right when that balance started to crack, here came the rumors of the artifacts. The kingdom and empire had long been in a tense but manageable stalemate, evenly matched in strength. But the sudden introduction of such powerful items could shatter that delicate balance. Gimli shifted tone slightly. Right now, there were two individuals moving at the heart of it all, both without exaggeration standing at the center of the world's upheaval. One was the Demon King, seeking his own resurrection and dominion over all things. The other was an anonymous figure spreading the artifacts, disrupting global power in ways no one could yet fully predict. Sharona let out a frustrated breath. Who would even think to do such a thing? Mora sighed, voicing what the others felt. She wanted no part in national affairs. None of them did. Gimli acknowledged the sentiment. For their group, the Demon King remained their focus. Even with all they knew about Gail and the cursed gear he created, they couldn't bring themselves to see a connection. The man with the strange job, the awkward charm, the eccentric inventions, none of that aligned with the idea of someone influencing the world on a grand scale. Not in their eyes. Gimli broke from her train of thought and mentioned they'd better fetch their own supplies. Sharona agreed. They shouldn't make Gail haul everything alone. Mora nodded. It was best to get everything aboard before the ship departed. She called out, asking the others to wait a moment. Then came the unmistakable sound of thudding, heavy footfalls, and shifting weight. All three women turned in unison, startled by the noise. Their eyes widened in unison. There was Gail, hauling the entirety of their supplies behind him. Bundles of gear stacked and secured. He looked like a beast of burden in motion. Gail glanced over at them with an expression that was both confused and expectant. The three stared silently, their reactions frozen somewhere between awe and disbelief. Sharona quietly noted that what he was carrying amounted to the full adventuring loadout for 4 people. Gail stammered in response. Gimli leaned in slightly, bewildered. Was this really the carrying capacity of an average human? Mora remembered something. Of course, he had his self-made, cursed gear-lifting bracelet on. That explained it. He wasn't just walking. He was practically a human horse-drawn wagon. Or perhaps more accurately, a living, breathing supply line. Yet even compared to their past experiences, this exceeded expectations. Sharona spoke again. A proper adventuring party was supposed to share the burden, to stick together through every trial. But looking at Gail, she found herself at a loss for words. She couldn't even bring herself to make a sarcastic remark. Mora chuckled knowingly. She understood exactly what Sharona meant. Gail gave a sheepish groan. He wasn't trying to be weird or anything. He was just trying to help. Gimli stared at him in silence. Even Gail's supposedly general-purpose, cursed goods had the capacity to go far beyond ordinary expectations. Everyone considered him quirky, eccentric, even. But what if? What if the things he created truly had the potential to reshape the world? Gail noticed her gaze. He asked if something was wrong. Gimli snapped out of her thoughts. No, she told herself. That kind of future would never come to pass. She shook her head and dismissed the notion, replying casually that she was just lost in thought. She was ready to go. Meanwhile, 2 guards made their way toward the group. One of them was visibly suffering the effects of the previous night's heavy drinking, while the other acknowledged that he had indeed overindulged, complaining about how patrols under the scorching sun were proving unbearable. Elsewhere, Gail and the others were diligently checking their surroundings. As the guards approached, they requested to inspect the group's luggage before boarding the ship. Gimli regarded the situation with interest. Being questioned by guards was an unexpected development. Sharona volunteered to go first. Upon inspecting her belongings, the guard noted the presence of tools and deduced she was likely a blacksmith. Satisfied, he thanked her. Next, the guard called for Gail. He stepped forward with an amiable demeanor. During the inspection, the guard uncovered a collection of dismembered body parts and reacted with visible shock, quickly covering his mouth and nose. He suspected Gail to be either a curse crafter or something far more sinister. Despite the morbid discovery, Gail's artifact class cursed gear was allowed onto the ship. The cursed items, now aboard, would inevitably influence the fate of everyone on the vessel. The guard, clearly unsettled, urged him to put the items away, warning that merely looking at them felt dangerous. Sharona rebuked the guard's reaction as unnecessarily rude. Later, the group was assembled on the ship, the rhythmic sound of the sea splashing around them. Gimli noticed a crew member approaching. The man greeted her politely and expressed regret for not speaking sooner. He introduced himself as the ship's bosun and welcomed them aboard. He remarked that the vessel, though old, had weathered many long voyages and still remained reliable. Gimli responded positively to his reassurance. He added that while the sails looked worn, they were expertly rigged to catch any wind. Gimli observed the ship's considerable storage capacity, and the bosun confirmed that the heavy cargo helped stabilize the vessel in turbulent waters. Gimli also took note of a finely made ballista on deck, to which the bosun replied with hope that it would not be needed. As another crew member called him away, he excused himself, promising to continue their conversation later. Gimli waved him off and remarked inwardly that the ship didn't seem as unpleasant as she had initially assumed. Gimli turned to see Mora and Sharona visibly seasick. Mora mentioned how the ocean waves were more disorienting than the river's motion. Sharona expressed nostalgic discomfort, admitting she missed the toss and turn of riverboat travel. Gimli then checked on Gail, who appeared unaffected. He smiled and explained he was wearing a necklace with an anti-shake effect. Mora remarked that the necklace resembled a pair of women's hands strangling him. Gail explained its origin. It had been crafted from the hand bones of a woman married to a sailor. Every day, she had knelt at a cape, praying fervently for her husband's safe return from across the sea, regardless of the weather. Mora interpreted the necklace as a symbol of prayer, but Gail corrected her. The full story was far more complex. The sailor had led a double life, gambling recklessly in every port and maintaining relationships with various mistresses. Eventually, the consequences of his actions reached his wife through debt collectors and scorned women. Upon his return, thinking his deceit successful, he was met with his wife's fury as she grabbed him by the throat. Mora, disturbed, signaled for him to stop, admitting she had asked but didn't want to hear all the grim details. Sharona observed that the necklace seemed to be a symbol of rage rather than devotion. Gimli concluded that regardless of whether it symbolized longing for a distant lover or wrath for a faithless one, it was keeping Gail steady just the same. Gail suddenly remembered something and expressed regret. He had only brought one of the anti-nausea charms. He chastised himself for such a mistake, muttering with quiet frustration. Sharona dismissed his guilt. Mora, still clearly affected by the motion of the sea, acknowledged that while seasickness was unpleasant, Gail remained the only one unfazed thanks to the charm. A sudden rush of hurried footsteps echoed behind them. Two men, part of the crew, approached in haste. One immediately set to work adjusting the sail, while the other pointed ahead, indicating something visible on the horizon. Sharona, trying to make sense of the urgency, speculated whether land was near. Gimli corrected the assumption. Their journey still had at least 3 days remaining. Sharona let out a sigh of disappointment. Then, she noticed something out at sea, an object or silhouette in the water that caught her attention. Gimli, intrigued, squinted toward the distance but couldn't yet identify it clearly. Perhaps another ship, she wondered aloud. Sharona noted that being on a trade route meant encounters with other vessels were likely. Gail speculated darkly that it might be a pirate ship. Mora dismissed the idea, unconvinced. Suddenly, a bell rang out across the ship, its sharp clang reverberating with urgency. It sounded on every vessel in earshot. Gail questioned whether it was a warning. Sharona groaned. Her head already pounded from the seasickness. The bell rang again. This time, the announcement came. A large and suspicious object had been spotted. All crew were ordered to assume positions. Immediate movement swept through the ship. Sailors mobilized with practiced precision. Arrows were loaded, weapons positioned, and battle stations assumed. Sharona, taken aback, noted the sheer seriousness with which the crew responded. Mora questioned aloud whether pirates were indeed active, even after the recent Kraken attack that had sunk a Navy ship. Gail's worry deepened. Facing pirates was no laughing matter. Then it happened. Tentacles broke the surface of the water. Gimli recalled her informant's warning that sea monsters had become more active lately. Her nerves tensed as she tried to maintain composure, letting out a shaky laugh. The captain, focused and alert, declared that a mysterious object had come into view. Upon examining it through his telescope, he confirmed the worst, the Kraken. The very beast responsible for destroying the naval ship was now bearing down on them at alarming speed. Gail voiced disbelief. It wasn't supposed to appear again so soon. Mora, skeptical from the start, said the earlier reassurances were clearly false. Sharona cried out, shocked by the monster's rapid approach. As it emerged further from the sea, its sheer size stunned them all into silence. A massive splash followed its surfacing. Gail was overwhelmed. It wasn't just massive. It was colossal, likely the size of their own ship. He speculated whether the Demon King's revival was exerting an influence not only on landbound monsters, but on those lurking beneath the ocean as well. The captain, recognizing the threat, ordered the crew to gather and ready the sails. Full speed was their only hope. Panic tinged his voice as he questioned why the Kraken would attack again so soon after the last incident. But this was not the time to search for reasons. Gimli understood. Thinking about origins or causes could come later. Delays now could cost lives. Their priority was survival. A crew member volunteered to face the beast, though it was clear that direct engagement was futile. The captain insisted, full starboard. The sails snapped taut in the wind, and the ship surged forward with renewed speed. Yet, the Kraken emitted a deep, unnatural sound and vanished beneath the waves, only to resurface moments later directly in front of the vessel. One of the sailors realized the gravity of the situation. The Kraken had not merely caught up, it had outmaneuvered them. The captain acknowledged its terrifying speed. Gimli recalled that squids were among the fastest creatures in the sea. With their lateral fins, they could both hover and accelerate with stunning agility. Now, the Kraken stood before the merchant ship, an immense and otherworldly force. Its terrifying presence threw the crew and passengers into disarray. Without pause, its massive tentacles began to slither aboard the vessel. The Kraken's full form emerged with horrifying clarity. 2 elongated feeler arms and 8 massive tentacles stretched outward from the depths. Their numbers seemed endless, writhing with a grotesque fluidity. The beast reached toward the ship's pillars. Then, with a sickening crack, they snapped. Gimli recognized the implication instantly. The ship was doomed. Screams erupted across the deck as panic swept through the passengers and crew. The Kraken had destroyed the main mast along with its sail, crippling their ability to flee. The vessel would now be far slower, barely maneuverable. From behind, the crew shouted out in desperation, declaring that all was lost. The captain cried out for aid, his voice rising in helpless terror. Despite the chaos, Sharona stood her ground. She couldn't accept abandoning their posts regardless of how grim the situation had become. Mora reminded herself that the ship had been armed for situations just like this. Surely they could mount a defense. But one of the sailors cut in with brutal clarity. That was madness. The deck's ballista was designed to repel sharks, not combat sea monsters of legend. No merchant ship would ever be equipped to face a Kraken head-on. Gail's attention was drawn to the sound of splashing nearby. Several crew members had begun leaping overboard. Sharona was stunned by their actions, horrified at the idea of people throwing themselves into the freezing sea. But Gimli, ever observant, explained that in their panic, those people weren't capable of rational thought. Either that, or they had chosen death in the sea over being torn apart by monstrous limbs. Sharona made her decision. She seized her warhammer and declared that they would have to face this threat themselves. Mora affirmed her resolve, while Gail signaled he had heard their plan. Gimli acted swiftly, ascending to the highest point of the ship. From there, she would be able to observe and call out the Kraken's movements in real time. Sharona turned her gaze toward the beast and charged with defiance. But as she met the Kraken's stare, she faltered. Its eyes were immense, alien, and unervingly intelligent. A chill ran down her spine at the sight. Gimli, watching from above, shouted a warning. Sharona needed to be careful from the side. Mora channeled her magic. She invoked a spell, Overlap, a strengthened version of her usual enhancement magic. It surrounded Sharona, its energy intensifying her physical power. The magical burst flared outward in an explosion of light and heat. Gimli and Sharona both recognized it immediately. Overlap was a refined, high-tier reinforcement spell Mora had discovered during her journeys. Its effects were doubled, but so was the cost in mana. Sharona understood the implications. If she was going to make it count, she'd have to strike hard. She acknowledged Mora's support and readied herself for what was to come, recalling their previous battle with the cockatrice. With her warhammer now empowered by a scorching enchantment, she surged forward with the intent of delivering a devastating blow. The Kraken retaliated, launching several of its tentacles toward her. Sharona deftly leapt between them, bounding across their slick surfaces with impressive agility. She reached its head and lifted her warhammer high above her. Her target was clear. She would flatten those grotesque sensory organs that had likely guided its attacks. Just as she struck, something pulled her attention away. There was a strange sensation, a resistance she hadn't anticipated. The Kraken recoiled slightly, but the damage was far less than expected. Sharona paused, confused by the result. Mora observed that the Kraken had shrugged off what should have been a massive impact. Gimli quickly pieced it together. The creature's slimy outer coating had absorbed most of the strike, dispersing the force harmlessly across its surface. Sharona clenched her teeth, realizing a grim truth. Even with magical augmentation and coordinated tactics, none of their attacks were having any real effect on the Kraken. Sharona approached one of the Kraken's tentacles and attempted to strike. She swung her warhammer with force, but the Kraken reacted swiftly, catching the weapon mid-swing. She remained suspended in the air, gripping the hammer's shaft as the Kraken held it fast. Gimli, observing from above, warned her that the next move would target her directly. This creature did far more than simply seize and crush its victims. Tales spoke of it swallowing its enemies whole. Recognizing the danger, Sharona released her grip on the hammer and dropped through the air. As she fell, she braced herself, knowing it would be a painful landing. Below, Gale called out to her, and the ship's captain, with his assistant, rushed forward. They used a large torn portion of sailcloth to catch her mid-fall, cushioning the impact. Her hammer now remained lodged in the Kraken's grip. Gimli watched from her vantage point, recalling the old legends, but now, reality confirmed them. The creature was methodically using its limbs to snatch everything in its range, advancing through raw destruction. Its strategy was merciless: seize, crush, and discard. It turned its targets to pulp and cast their remains into the sea. Being caught was a death sentence. Gimli urged everyone to avoid that fate at all costs. Mora stood paralyzed, her gaze locked on the massive sea beast. Her legs trembled under her. This monster was far larger than the cockatrice they had once defeated. Sharona's hammer had felled that beast, yet it hadn't so much as fazed the Kraken. Worse still, they fought on its home turf, at sea. The creature had every advantage. Then the Kraken turned its eyes on Mora. Its focus narrowed, its intent clear. Gimli recognized what was happening. Squids were not only physically formidable, they possessed intelligence and could learn rapidly. This creature had intentionally taken out the mast and sails at the outset, a tactical move. And with only a few exchanges of blows, it had already discerned Mora's importance to the group. Sensing imminent danger, Gimli shouted a warning. Gale and Sharona both moved to protect Mora, but the Kraken was quicker. One of its tentacles shot out and coiled around her, lifting her from the deck. Her breath caught as she was constricted. Sharona immediately charged, but was met with another tentacle whip aimed at her while the first continued to squeeze Mora. With her hammer still in the Kraken's grasp, Sharona was unarmed. To engage it barehanded would be suicide. She would be captured just as easily. Frustration built in her as she realized how powerless they were in that moment. Then Gale, standing beside her, sprang into action. He rushed toward the Kraken with uncharacteristic speed and aggression. Gimli's eyes widened in recognition as she saw the blade in his hand. Despite the Kraken's intelligence, it could not have anticipated someone like Gale. He had not fit the mold of a frontline combatant. In a blur of motion, Gale closed the gap and sliced through the tentacle, constricting Mora. The limb was severed cleanly. Mora dropped free. The Kraken recoiled, stunned. The Kraken's severed tentacles withdrew beneath the waves as Mora dropped through the air. Gale had acted with precision, and now stood holding a knife of his own making. Efficient, lethal, and clearly forged with a purpose. The Kraken, long regarded as the sovereign of the ocean depths, found itself shocked, disoriented by the unexpected loss of one of its limbs. This marked its first encounter with a successful counterattack. Mora, having been freed, recovered on the deck. Her near-death experience snapped her out of her earlier paralysis. As Sharona rushed to her side, Mora mentally reassessed the situation. Now, she could see a path forward. The blade Gale used was forged from the Reaper's scythe, one of the strongest materials known. In her eyes, there was likely nothing it couldn't slice through. The proof lay in the damage it had already inflicted on the Kraken's previously impenetrable limbs. However, the blade's effectiveness was dependent on close proximity. A strategy formed. Gimli would stay elevated, observing the Kraken's movements. Sharona would provoke and lure out the remaining limbs, creating an opening. If she could hold off the retaliatory strikes long enough, Gale would be able to close the distance and attack. While this happened, Mora would cast support magic on both Sharona and Gale simultaneously. Mora had honed her skills to an expert level, developing her magical multitasking ability. She placed her hands on their foreheads, preparing the enchantment. The spell would suppress the instability of the wet, swaying deck beneath their feet, maximizing their mobility. As she activated the incantation, her expression grew resolute. This was Terraformer, multitask, a dual enhancement spell, advanced and rare. Their footwork became sure, their bodies synchronized to the rhythm of combat. With the plan in motion, Gale acknowledged his role. If he could sever the remaining 9 limbs, the Kraken's offensive capability would be neutralized. Sharona shared his determination, already envisioning the reward, an abundance of squid meat. The Kraken stirred, regaining its senses. Gimli alerted them. Its tentacles were now lashing out in unison, targeting both fighters at once. Gale barely avoided the first strike. Sharona braced herself as another tentacle came for her. She countered with a well-timed kick, a Sharona-specific technique she had developed. Gimli was momentarily stunned by how the force of the Kraken's whip attack had been turned aside by sheer footwork. Meanwhile, Mora continued her support. Her heart pounded in her chest. Channeling magic for 2 warriors at once drained her rapidly. The question loomed. Would they defeat the Kraken before she ran out of strength? Sharona tried to maintain her concentration. With one of its limbs destroyed, the Kraken's movements had become slower. She sprinted forward. On the other side of the deck, Gail wavered for a moment. Gimli knew Mora and Sharona were relying on him, and Mora's support spell was empowering his every step. He had acted instinctively before, fueled by the urge to protect Mora, but facing the monster now, fully aware of its power, even he hesitated. It wasn't like fighting undead. This was beyond his usual domain. Normally, someone like him would never be placed on the front line. That was why Gimli stepped in. She would provide support of a different kind. Those looming, grotesque eyes of the Kraken unnerved her, but they also made for easy targets. She prepared her slingshot and fired, not for damage, but to obscure its vision. A smoke bomb detonated on impact, clouding the monster's sightline. Gale leapt forward, seizing the opportunity. Gimli urged him on. This moment had been created for him. Once engaged, Gale demonstrated why he was paradoxically the party's weakest and strongest member. His strikes were precise, unstoppable. Another limb sizzled as it was sliced from the Kraken's body. The monster made a strange, low sound, its pain audible. Sharona celebrated the progress. The limbs were falling one after another. Mora remarked mentally on Gale's proficiency. He was always deft with a blade, even in mundane contexts. Gimli noted that they were now halfway through. 5 limbs remained. But the Kraken, regaining some sense of itself, roared once more. The smoke was clearing. Gimli warned Gale to retreat. He was within range. Gale agreed and immediately disengaged, sprinting away. But the Kraken erupted from the sea with fury. Gale looked back, locking eyes with the beast. It glared at him, then spat a massive torrent of ink. The dark sludge blasted toward him. Gale attempted to shield himself with his weapon, but the pressure was overwhelming. His blade was torn from his grasp. He crashed onto the deck, body sprawled across the wooden planks. The ink coated him. Mora called out, concern sharp in her voice. Sharona, seeing what happened, was alarmed. Gale had taken the full force of the attack. As he tried to rise, he coughed violently. The ink had seeped into his eyes. He was blinded, unable to see. Gimli realized the situation had worsened. They were up against a giant squid. Naturally, it could attack with ink, and now it had blinded Gale. Gimli glanced at Gale, who was struggling. The assistant, fixated on the cursed knife, offered to take Gale's place. He was ready to wield the blade and attack the beast. He told the other man to stay behind, but the man refused. He pointed out the weapon's ominous aura. It was clearly cursed. Gimli affirmed it had once been a reaper's scythe, later modified. If anyone but Gale used it, the consequences could be catastrophic. The weapon could drive the wielder mad, making them attack indiscriminately, even friends, even themselves. The man was visibly shaken. It was, after all, a blade of immense power and immense danger. Sharona then directed everyone's attention to the Kraken. It was trembling, visibly quivering, and slowly retreating into the sea. Yet it had regrown its severed tentacle and arm. Sharona was in disbelief. They were back to square one? But Gimli noted that regrowing such massive limbs had visibly exhausted the creature. They were wearing it down. Still, Sharona pointed out a grim truth. Gale was blinded, and no one else could safely wield the blade. Mora concluded there was no way left to hurt the Kraken. The creature turned its fury on Gale, the source of its pain. Gale announced his vision was slowly returning. But before he could react, the Kraken seized him. A tentacle coiled around his body, lifting and crushing him. Gimli recognized it, another deadly finishing move. Mora feared Gale would end up like the shattered hammer from before. Sharona rushed toward the tentacle, shouting at the creature and clawing at it with her bare hands. The Kraken struck her, sending her flying. She hit the ground hard. Gimli was struck with regret. Why had she involved Gale in this mess? He had no ties to the Dark Elf conflict. If not for her, he'd still be safe, working peacefully at his shop. She stared in horror, whispering apologies. Mora rushed to Sharona's side, lifting her injured body. This couldn't be happening, not now. Mora never even got to tell Gale how she felt. She cried out his name in anguish. A chant rang out, deadly destruction. The 3 women stared in shock as an explosion detonated where Gale had been held. Then came another chant, deadly destruction reversed. Their jaws dropped. Gimli asked, reversed? Mora noted the Kraken had exploded into pieces in an instant. Sharona, baffled, wondered what had just happened. Gale landed steadily back on the ship and turned to them with a smile. He reached for his neck, referencing what had saved him. It was the choker he had mentioned earlier, the one crafted from a dead woman's hand. As he spoke, the choker disintegrated into fragments. Mora and Sharona were stunned. It had been that cursed item all along. Gale confirmed it. When caught in a crushing attack, the choker would activate once, reflecting the move back at the attacker with twice the power. Its special effect, Wife's Revenge Grudge. Sharona and Mora could clearly picture it now. Sharona chuckled, noting how fitting the item's name was. Gail went on to explain. The Kraken, drained from regenerating its limbs, had launched its strongest move at him, only to be struck back with double the force. No wonder it had been torn apart. Who knows how many ships the creature had destroyed, and now it was the one left in pieces, scattered across the sea. Sharona questioned whether the entire outcome had been part of Gail's plan. It hadn't been. Gail was overwhelmed just keeping up with his unfamiliar role in the strategy. Defeating the Kraken in that manner had never crossed his mind. If the creature had chosen to strike or swallow him instead of using a crushing move, the choker's effect wouldn't have been triggered at all. Mora, relieved, embraced him tightly. She didn't care about the ink staining her face. She only imagined how painful being crushed by that monster must have been. She clung to him, wanting to offer a more comforting form of contact, something gentler. She pressed into him, sniffling, grateful that he had survived. Gail didn't know how to respond. He began to sweat under the pressure, both physically and emotionally. Awkward and blushing, he slowly raised his hand and patted her hair. Sharona watched the scene with a warm smile. Gimli landed beside Sharona, a light chuckle escaping her lips. She reminded Sharona that the Kraken had been the dominant threat in this region. She doubted any others of its kind would challenge these sea routes now. Perhaps they could all thank Gail's inexplicable streak of luck or evasive prowess for securing the safety of everyone who would sail these waters from here on. Gradually, the bystanders who had hidden during the battle emerged from their shelters. One man, confused, remarked that he didn't understand why, but the Kraken had exploded. Another quickly dismissed the need to understand, saying the only thing that mattered was that they had survived. The crowd erupted into cheers, grateful to be alive. Unfortunately for Gail, Gimli didn't believe he'd receive much credit. A sudden splash drew the captain's attention. Alarmed, he asked if the Kraken had somehow survived. Sharona and Gimli reacted with immediate concern, but relief quickly followed. It turned out to be survivors, those who had been thrown off during the chaos, now being hoisted back on board. The captain called for the skiff to be lowered to help them. Sharona asked if fixing up the ship would mean they were in the clear. The assistant interjected with unwelcome news. They couldn't locate the blade that had wounded the Kraken. No one had dared touch it because of the unknown curse it carried. They had left it on the deck, but when the Kraken exploded, the blast likely sent it flying into the sea. Sharona acknowledged the loss without too much concern. The explosion had even torn away the mast the Kraken had ripped earlier. Still, better that than death. Gail agreed. There was nothing to apologize for. He explained that the materials for the blade were easy enough to find, and he could always craft another back home. More importantly, he had already neutralized 99% of the curses in the weapon's components. It would have been safe for anyone to wield. Everyone around him stared in disbelief. Gail admitted he must have been too focused on clearing the ink from his eyes to mention it earlier. The assistant silently processed what he had just heard. Cancel out? Sharona pressed the point, incredulous. Were drops from a Grim Reaper really that easy to come by? Mora knelt beside Sharona, both equally stunned. Could Gail truly negate 99% of a Reaper Blade's curses? Sharona grabbed him and began shaking him in frustration. They were already exhausted. She told him not to mess with them like that, not with absurd jokes. But Gail insisted he was telling the truth. Gimli watched him, silently reflecting. Gail exceeded every expectation, defied all reason. She rested her arms on the ship's rail and looked out at the horizon. Muttering under her breath, she addressed Minerva, suggesting that they would never find another man like Gail Hamilton. And soon, Minerva herself would meet him. Elsewhere, far from the sea, a woman raised her hand to welcome a butterfly that fluttered down upon it. She sat atop a stack of stone boulders in the heart of a forest. Minerva, the dark elf chief, as though hearing Gimli's thoughts, whispered to herself in response. Oh really? Back aboard the ship, the moment of calm was deceiving. Just as the saying goes that bad news arrives in clusters, not even Gimli could have predicted the next horror. From within the very ship itself, a new aquatic threat began to emerge. This time, it was the undead of the sea. Gail held the remains of the shattered choker in his hand. It had been one of a kind, something he genuinely liked, and now it was gone. Behind him, Sharona saw no reason for him to mourn its loss. Mora added that, after all, it had played a vital part in defeating the Kraken. Why sulk over something that had saved them all? But Gail wasn't mourning its utility. He missed the aesthetic, the craftsmanship, the design. There was an elegance to it that no one else seemed to appreciate. That thought sparked an idea in his mind. Maybe even the most remarkable works of art live and perish without ever being truly understood. He let the sentiment echo in his head, twisting it to suit his own introspection. Sharona and Mora had enough. They turned away, exasperated. Gail muttered that perhaps the only one who had ever really appreciated cursed things like that was that girl from the town. He hoped she was doing all right. Elsewhere, inside the grand halls of a castle, a call rang out for Princess Kara. Vivian, composed and decisive, announced she would be joining Kara on her trip to Farmage. Kara questioned it. Why couldn't Vivian stay in the castle? But Vivian made it clear. No, she would not be left behind. Back on the sea, a bird soared high above the damaged vessel. Sharona worked diligently on repairing the ship. The assistant thanked her, expressing his gratitude that, despite being just a passenger, she had helped with the repairs. Sharona said she wasn't a ship's carpenter, but as a blacksmith, she could still contribute. Her work wouldn't make the vessel seaworthy, but it would prevent it from leaking, at least for now. The assistant reminded her that the Kraken had torn off the main mast and hurled it into the ocean. That was beyond any patch-up job. Gimli inquired whether that meant the ship was completely immobile now. The man admitted that they were effectively stranded. Gail commented that the vessel was more of a floating tub now than a functioning ship. Mora acknowledged that, considering the danger they had faced, it was a miracle the ship hadn't sunk altogether. Gimli agreed, for now. But they were trapped in the open sea, in a closed space with limited supplies. Time would turn that confinement into pressure. Day by day, hunger would begin to weigh on everyone. With dwindling resources, minds would fray. Tensions would rise. People might even grow violent over what little remained. Something would have to change soon, or things would get worse. At that moment, the captain entered with dramatic flair, announcing he'd heard the leaks were repaired. He declared it time for Captain Nick, beloved by the seas, to take the stage. Mora asked if he actually had some way to control the ship. He told her to watch. Later, the crew watched as a bundle of leaves was tossed into a shallow pan and lit with a candle. The fire crackled as smoke began to rise. The captain explained it was a smoke signal, a call for rescue. Now they waited. Luck would have to bring salvation. Mora asked why he had to act so dramatic over lighting a fire. Sharona questioned the odds. What were the chances of a ship happening to pass through this stretch of the vast ocean? Gimli noted the still air. If there was any advantage, it was that the calm wind kept the ship from rocking too violently. But without sails, they couldn't flee from a storm if one arrived. They'd be sitting ducks. Sharona added that her repairs were just temporary patches. If bad weather struck again, the damage could worsen beyond repair. Mora looked at the clouds. The sky didn't look very friendly. Then Gail saw something. He pointed and called their attention to it. There was a ship approaching. Mora's voice lit up with hope. They were saved. Sharona playfully nudged the captain, impressed by the quick result. Maybe the sea really did love him. The captain grinned smugly. They all began shouting and waving toward the distant vessel. The sound of the waves grew clearer. As the ship neared, the creaking of wood and the flap of damaged sails reached their ears. Mora's excitement faltered. Those weren't the healthy sounds of a sturdy ship. Sharona agreed. It looked to be in worse condition than their own. Gimli examined it closely. Despite its disrepair, it was sailing straight toward them, cutting across the sea with unnatural precision. A ship in that condition shouldn't be moving like that. Something else was at work here. Or perhaps, no, it wasn't just a ship. It was a ghost ship. Several ghost ships, abandoned long ago, still roam the seas. Despite hulls scarred by time and battle, they remain afloat. Sailors whisper tales of ruin befalling any who cross their path. Now, such a vessel loomed in the distance, approaching fast. The assistant rang the ship's bell with urgency, declaring the presence of a ghost ship on their starboard side. Fresh from their ordeal with the Kraken, the sight of this new threat sent fresh waves of dread through everyone on board. Mora and Sharona clung to each other in horror. The ship's battered exterior came into view, its hull marked by age and violence. And then they saw it, the crest upon the prow. Gimli recognized it instantly. It bore the battle flag of the Imperial Navy. She recalled hearing just recently about a Kraken attack that had claimed a warship. That ship, struck down not long ago, must now be the very ghost ship before them. The vessel once belonging to the Imperial military had been resurrected by the sea, twisted, corrupted, undead. The captain stared grimly at the approaching vessel, noting the angle of its bow and its unnaturally smooth movement through the water. It looked poised to perform a ram attack, an aggressive, deliberate maneuver. Mora asked about it, and the assistant elaborated. The ship's sharp bow was designed to drive into an enemy hull like a charging bull's horn, a brutal but classic tactic of naval warfare. Whether launching volleys of ballista bolts, unleashing catapult fire, or boarding ships for close combat. It all began with that first devastating strike. The captain confirmed their fears. If the ghost ship successfully rammed them, their own hull would split open, water flooding in before they had any chance to react. They watched the ship draw closer. The way it moved, silent and determined, sent chills down their spines. Gimli realized what was happening. This ghost ship now had them in its sights. Their crippled vessel couldn't maneuver. With no mast and no sail, they were helpless. The Kraken had drained their strength and morale, leaving them barely standing. A fight now was unthinkable. In such a desperate situation, only one option remained: negotiation. Diplomacy. Somehow convincing the dead not to strike. Gimli considered the logic. If the ghost ship truly was crewed by sailors who had perished at the Kraken's hands, then wouldn't they recognize that this merchant vessel was the one responsible for slaying it? Wouldn't they see them as avengers, not enemies? The captain rejected the idea outright. Reasoning with the dead? That was foolishness. The dead did not listen. He pointed toward the ship approaching through the rain, urging them to take a closer look at who was on board. Rain began to fall in heavy drops. The captain explained. Those aboard the ghost ship were no longer the people they had once been in life. Stripped of their former humanity by the disgraceful end they'd suffered, they were now nothing but grotesque ghouls, beings who took joy only in the failure, sorrow, and misfortune of the living. They were the drowned undead. The captain expressed his disbelief aloud. Who would have imagined meeting the undead in the middle of the open sea? Another crew member noted that, at least, heaven seemed to be granting them a brief moment before the inevitable collision. He quietly excused himself to write a letter to his wife and daughter. After quickly scribbling the message, he stuffed it into a bottle and cast it into the sea, praying that it might somehow reach them. His hands trembled so violently as he wrote that his script was barely legible. Sharona noticed and commented silently to herself that his writing, practically unreadable, was a sign of just how hopeless they all felt. She passed him, resigned. There was nothing left to be done. She decided she might as well have a drink while she still could, one final nip before the end. Gimli silently addressed Lady Minerva in thought, admitting her own despair. This was the end of her rope. Mora echoed the same dread, stating that these drowned undead were beings driven purely by envy for the living. Creatures with no reason, only hatred. A swarm of lost souls beyond negotiation. But then she paused. She remembered. They had someone on board who regularly communicated with the dead. Gail's response was matter of fact, not surprised by the encounter. Gimli noted how everyone else aboard expressed fear, but Gail's reaction carried a different nuance, almost casual. Sharona asked if he truly could communicate with them. Mora pressed the question. If the crew of the ghost ship were all undead, was there a chance Gail could dispel them by listening to their stories, like he had once done before? Gail agreed. This sounded like his sort of task. But Gimli cautioned him. Back then, they had been in a dungeon. This time, they were at sea, and the numbers were far greater. It wouldn't be the same. Did he truly have a plan for dealing with them? Gail confirmed that he did. Fortunately, he had taken the time to prepare some cursed gear in advance. As the rain poured, Gail carefully began arranging the cursed items he had powered up. Once he finished, he went to the captain. He explained that in a traditional ramming attack, it wasn't only the target ship that suffered damage. The attacking vessel often sustained serious structural harm as well. In the worst-case scenario, both ships could end up sinking. That's why such tactics had long since fallen out of fashion. Ships were simply too expensive to throw away. But a ghost ship, being crewed by the dead, would have no reason to avoid such recklessness. Gail pointed out that whether or not the ghost ship was planning to ram them, the fact that it was reaching out was an advantage. As long as he could make contact, he could unleash the full power of the cursed items he had armed. That was what mattered. Mora realized. So this would be like the time he dispelled undead by touching them, only on a massive scale. An entire ship at once. Gail confirmed it. He intended to purge not only the undead but the ghost ship itself. Gimli asked if such a thing was really possible. Gail said, in theory, yes. But they'd simply have to wait and see. Gimli replied solemnly. If it failed, the sea would become a nameless grave for them all. It would be either Gail's success or everyone's death. The captain agreed. Either them or the ghost ship. Sharona acknowledged that everything now depended on the curse crafter. Mora stepped forward and cast Terraformer on Gail, a spell meant to anchor his footing against the ship's deck in the rising storm. As the ghost ship loomed ever closer, it would prevent him from being thrown by the wind or waves. Gail thanked her. Mora declared that if their choices were death or the ghost ship's destruction, she would place her bet on the latter. Gail paused, then smiled. He accepted her faith with a nod before turning away. Mora watched him go, quietly thinking that she wasn't ready to be done with Gail just yet. Gail climbed onto the ghost ship. Its crew, faceless and grim, began to approach him. The vessel towered over their own crippled merchant craft, a former military ship, enormous and deadly. If it struck them, there would be nothing left. Gimli observed that reasoning with the ghost ship's crew seemed just as unlikely as reasoning with the Kraken had been. Sharana agreed. The enemy was too far gone. The captain shouted. They were about to collide. Everyone braced themselves. At that moment, Gail raised both hands. He stood tall and resolute on the deck of the ghost ship, rain falling all around him. His eyes locked with the approaching horde. He chanted a powerful spell. Superior Dispel. The words rang out, cutting through the storm. Gail stood firm, unleashing the full power of his curse-forged magic. Back on the merchant ship, Mora silently cheered him on. She poured her heart into hope, urging him to save them all, the living, the cursed, and even the undead. Gail stood face to face with the undead captain of the ghost ship. The ghastly figure met his eyes and gave a nod. As he smiled faintly, the entire ship shimmered with a strange gleam, as though acknowledging the moment. The two ships were now side by side. Gimli, watching the event unfold, questioned what was happening. The ghost ship had drawn up so close that it seemed imminent they would collide, yet it suddenly halted, frozen in place. She realized then. They had made contact, and rather than launching into an attack, the ghost ship had simply stopped moving. The captain noted the strange calmness. It was almost as though the ghost ship had come just to pay them a cordial visit. All of them looked around, trying to process what had just occurred. It was unmistakable now. The ramming maneuver had been avoided entirely, and at the very last moment. Had they tried to dodge it on their own, they would never have made it. Relief swept through Gimli. Somehow, they were safe. Mora looked upward and noticed a deeper change. The wind was subsiding, and the storm-tossed waves were settling. Sharana remarked that even the wrathful waters of the earlier storm seemed to be clearing a path for them. Inside the ship, the man who had been kneeling in prayer or sorrow rose and walked to the deck. Through the lifting mist, the ghost ship loomed before them, and the silhouettes of the undead crew were still faintly visible. Gail, facing the remnants of that cursed crew, raised his voice and gave a final command. All hands, salute. In an incredible spectacle, the undead began to dissolve like mist in the light, fading, evaporating, vanishing into peace. Those aboard Gail's ship, moved by the moment, followed suit and saluted the ghost ship. For a brief and final moment, Gail saw the ghostly captain once more, not as a specter, but as a man. In his human form, he stood tall and returned Gail's salute with one of his own, drawing his blade and offering a formal military gesture of respect. Then, just as silently, he faded away. The clouds above parted. Sunlight began to shine through. The sea grew still. Gimli stared out over the water, hardly able to believe what she had just witnessed. Mora echoed the disbelief. Even though it wasn't her first encounter with something extraordinary, this still felt beyond imagination. Someone turned to Gail, asking if those had been all the souls aboard the ghost ship. Gail replied, not exactly. Gimli and Mora both stiffened, suddenly alarmed. Were there more? Gail clarified. The force of his dispelling spell had been so potent, it had affected not just the ghost ship's crew, but other wandering spirits on the seabed as well. Spirits that hadn't even been part of this battle. The scale of the magic had gone well beyond what they'd anticipated. Gimli acknowledged the feat, but pointed out a practical problem. The sea might be calm, and the ghosts gone, but their own ship remained crippled. With no functioning mast and no wind, they weren't going anywhere. The situation hadn't changed in that regard. They were still stranded. Mora looked skyward again, watching the seagulls glide freely. She murmured enviously, what she wouldn't give to fly like them right now. Then Gail made a suggestion. Why not change ships? The group blinked at him. Confused, fidgeting, they asked what he meant. Which ship? Gimli grimaced. She didn't want to even entertain the idea, but in truth, they didn't have many options left. Gail smiled and pointed to the ghost ship. Disappointment and disbelief rippled through the crew. Gail, still smiling, declared that the ghost ship was seaworthy and perfectly capable of continuing their voyage. Despair settled in again. But then Gail revealed what had not yet been said. Before vanishing, the ghost captain had personally thanked him for defeating the Kraken, and as a token of gratitude, he had offered his ship to them. Mora and Gimli were dumbfounded. Some of the men asked in disbelief, were they really going to board this eerie, spectral vessel? Seriously? Gail reminded them. This was no ordinary ship, it was a naval warship. Despite its ominous past, it was a vessel of high capability. Sharana shrugged. If it was free, she'd take it. The ship they were currently on had been patched together, just barely. It was bound to sink eventually, no matter what they did. Gail agreed. The merchant ship had served them well, but it wasn't going to last. The old captain, heartbroken, laid himself over the battered hull of his ship, weeping and murmuring to it, his beloved lady, abandoned at last. The assistant, more pragmatic, said they had no choice. They'd begin moving the cargo right away. So to the ghost ship they went. By the next day, everyone was already hard at work, transferring supplies, preparing to continue their journey aboard a vessel once crewed by the dead. Mora and Gimli peered down over the railing. Below them, their former vessel, the old merchant ship, was slowly descending beneath the waves, its creaking frames sinking like an old soldier finally granted rest. It seemed to yield itself willingly, as though relieved to have fulfilled its duty. The assistant remarked that the heavy cargo load they'd been carrying had weighed it down to the point its waterline sat lower than it should, ironically making it just a little more stable in its final days. Mora, moved by the moment, shouted her gratitude toward the sinking ship, thankful it had lasted as long as it did. Then she and Gimli turned to their current surroundings and took it all in. Their hands rested on the rough, crusted railing of their new vessel, filthy, lined with barnacles and patches of seaweed. It wasn't just any ship, it really was a ghost ship, through and through. Mora sighed, hoping this would be the last twist in their already absurd and perilous sea voyage. Gimli replied dryly, recapping the chaos, stranded in open waters, nearly taken down by a ghost ship, and yet somehow, Gail had solved both crises alone. Even the legendary heroes of old would have struggled with that. It took someone like him, a master curse crafter, to do the impossible. Before she could finish the thought, Sharona interrupted with a shout of discovery. She'd uncovered new weaponry in the ship's hold, a military-grade crossbow and a genuine Imperial battle axe. She exclaimed that both had been submerged and forgotten underwater, but with a bit of polish, they'd be as good as new. What a haul! Gale then approached with his own find, a stash of fresh, undead materials he had collected. Mora wrinkled her nose at the claim. Fresh? They were undead remains, rotting, reeking, and unmistakably foul. The smell left no room for argument. Later, the ship's captains gathered to thank Gale and his companions for their efforts. Thanks to them, they were finally back on their original route. Gale explained that during the overnight cargo transfer, he'd taken the opportunity to affix various talismans to the ghost ship, enchantments designed to enhance its performance. The ship should now sail faster than anything else along that route. The three women exchanged glances and stared at him in disbelief. Mora whined that simply commandeering a ghost ship was already unheard of. Gimli added that cursing it afterward, enhancing it through necromantic means, was absolutely unthinkable. And now they were expected to just accept the ship and its mysterious trove of gold coins with no known origin? The assistant asked if that was truly the arrangement. Gimli responded that it was fine, as long as they kept their promise to prioritize the cargo route they'd agreed on from the beginning. That was all that mattered. The assistant reassured them it wouldn't be a problem. The captain chimed in, explaining that he'd informed the entire crew about how the ship had been acquired, and just who they had to thank for both the ghost ship and surviving the Kraken. Not a single crew member had voiced a complaint. They owed their lives to this team. Gale, pleased with the order of things, offered to explain how this new setup actually worked. The nautical curse infused into the ghost vessel, along with all the wonderful abilities he'd added to it. The captain and his men, wary, gulped nervously. No one was quite sure what abilities meant coming from Gale. Mora sighed knowingly, so it begins. Sharona chuckled, pointing out that Gale had already gone far beyond expectations the day before. This was simply more of the same. Gale laughed and launched into his explanation. By integrating undead components into the hull of this massive Imperial craft, he had transformed it. Now, it was equipped with formidable properties, rapid movement, and unsinkability. A sailor's dream, as the assistant exclaimed. But there was more. Should they ever come under attack again, the ship was now armed with a powerful catapult, one that hurled skulls as ammunition. The assistant became visibly more excited, thrilled by the idea that they now had the means to defend themselves even against pirate threats. Gimli, although impressed, decided to withhold any opinions on Gale's creative, if eccentric, design decisions. Gale, energized by the attention, announced that he had saved the best for last, the most unbelievable feature of the ghost ship, its navigation system. According to him, it could operate entirely on autopilot. Everyone stared in wonder at the claim, but Mora squinted, noticing something strange on deck. A shadowy figure was moving, directing the ship. It wasn't a mechanical device or some magical rune array. It was a ghost, piloting the ship. Mora called out the truth. This wasn't autopilot. It was a literal ghost pilot. Gale confirmed it proudly. Just indicate the direction and speak the name of the destination. The ship would handle the rest. The captain, half amused and half stunned, remarked at what a trick it was. With that, he prompted them to declare their destination. Gimli stepped forward and stated it clearly. They would be sailing north-northeast. The group exchanged looks, a subtle, quiet smile passing among them. Their course was set for the Forest of Darkness. The ship groaned, ancient timbers shifting as the spectral vessel began its slow but steady course forward. The forest loomed ahead like a shadow on the sea. The captain observed, amazed, it was really moving. Gail, as if not done yet, said he had one more thing to share. Meanwhile, the three women, Mora, Gimli, and Sharona, shifted uncomfortably behind him. Their expressions tightened. They sensed what was coming. The captain and his assistant waited expectantly. Gail then revealed the final detail, the full extent of the ship's curse. The women groaned. They had predicted this. The captain and assistant, suddenly alarmed, asked what he meant. Gail explained plainly. Once aboard the ghost ship, no one could disembark. Ever. They were cursed to remain on the vessel. The captain couldn't believe what he'd just heard. Gimli pointed out that there was little use in sailing to the Forest of Darkness if they couldn't even set foot on land once they arrived. Gail reassured them, saying he could lift the curse. He just had to dispel it manually. Mora narrowed her eyes and pointed out the obvious. Only Gail had that power. Without him, they were stuck. To their surprise, Gail then handed over a set of dispel talismans to the captain and the assistant, explaining that they'd allow them to break the curse when needed. Mora, exasperated, quipped that Gail sounded like some arrogant noble who, upon seeing starving peasants, offered cake. She asked aloud just how arrogant one man could be. Gail just grinned, unfazed, and told them that if they ever ran out of the talismans or needed more catapult ammunition, they could visit his shop, Gail's Cursed Goods, located in Farmage. The captain and assistant both admitted they'd definitely be needing more of those supplies. Sharona muttered that Gail was really working on his sales pitch now. Gimli, quiet until now, finally turned to her companions. She confessed something she'd been holding in for a while. She apologized. The Kraken attack, the ghost ship encounter, and every deadly situation they'd stumbled into, she blamed herself. It was her business with the Dark Elves that had dragged them into this mess. If not for her, none of this would have happened. Mora stopped her gently, telling her not to go on. Things had worked out so far. Gail added that everyone had made their own decision to follow Gimli. He himself was grateful. If he'd stayed home, he never would have gotten the chance to tame a ghost ship. It hadn't been easy, but for him, the journey had already been worth it. Sharona added her voice too. If the Demon King ever came back in full force, it wouldn't just be a problem for the Dark Elves. The entire world would be involved. And besides, if that happened, she'd never get to drink in peace again. She couldn't have that. The others laughed softly. They all smiled at Gimli. She wiped at her eyes, blaming the sea breeze. It gets in her eyes, she said. That's all. While they sailed, Gimli was struck by a memory. She called over Mora and recalled that Mora had once told her she hadn't been able to confess anything to Gail. Mora was caught unprepared by the reminder. She answered that, realistically, how could she have? The timing never seemed right with Gail. Gimli questioned her. So she wasn't going to say anything at all. Gimli said she felt deceived, joking that Mora should change careers from support mage to con artist. She laughed. Mora protested, telling Gimli to stop teasing. She explained that Gimli had seen Gail. He was always buried in undead findings, obsessing over cursed gear all night. The notions of love and hate seemed to have no place in his world. Everything with him was curses, possession, arcane mechanisms. Gimli joked again. There was Mora's real skill, love evasion. Mora repeated her request for Gimli not to make fun of her, but admitted it. She wasn't going to make excuses. She confessed she was afraid. Afraid Gail would reject her. Even now, just being near him gave her a kind of quiet happiness. But if she reached for more and it failed, things couldn't return to what they were. The group dynamic would break, and she might have to leave entirely. Gimli responded with a kind of understanding, noting that everyone had their own view of things. But while Mora hesitated, someone else could come in and capture Gail's heart. Mora scowled. Gimli reminded her. She herself was one of those someone else's. Mora called her cruel. As Gail's journey neared its end, a certain pair of brothers, thieves, finally reached the town of Farmage. They looked up and read the store's sign, Gail's Cursed Goods. Cursed? That hadn't come up before. Now what? One brother asked. The other said they had come all this way. They had to follow through. They entered. Inside, Liznette smiled, preparing to welcome customers. But something made her pause. These men weren't here to shop. One of the brothers noticed her reaction. So, she didn't know what this was. The other said there was only one thing left to do. With no witnesses around, they figured they could take their time once she was out of the way. A weapon was thrown. Lizette dodged. A rain of knives followed. She grabbed a table, using it and the countertop to block the assault. One brother was startled. She used the counter as a shield? Lizette confirmed, calling them what they were, thieves. She mentioned that she'd installed countermeasures for moments just like this. The other brother observed her. Quick, decisive. A normal person wouldn't still be standing. Lizette agreed. She was far from normal. She said she came from the dark. Pity, though, her health wasn't what it used to be. If she were well, she'd have already hurled one of their blades back. One brother pointed out it was 2 against 1. Not exactly hopeful odds for her. Lizette shrugged. She said that close quarters was her specialty. Then she moved. A swift kick. She grabbed one brother's arm, stepped back, swung a leg into his head. She seized the other's head and, in an instant, drove her knee into him. He coughed up blood. The first one tried again. She caught his arm with an elbow, followed up with a spinning elbow strike. She reminded herself, in them, how the bones in knees and elbows were natural weapons, sharp and solid. Didn't matter how strong someone was. They were fools to engage her unarmed. She glanced at their bodies, slumped to the ground. She asked if they were out of weapons. If all they could do was throw knives, easily read, easily dodged, they had no chance against her. One brother glanced to the side. Swords on the wall. He grabbed one, calling out that now he had a real weapon. His brother backed him, telling him to go for it. But something wasn't right. He looked again. That sword, wait. Was it cursed? Too late. The armed brother turned and slashed his own sibling. Blood sprayed. The wounded man cried out. What was he doing? He wasn't the enemy. The attacker answered. He knew. But his body wasn't listening. The wounded one shouted for him to drop the sword. He answered. He couldn't. His grip wouldn't release. Lizette watched it unfold with a grim smile. She said that when people lost their composure, they made mistakes they'd never otherwise make. Like grabbing a cursed blade without thinking. She had been pushing them emotionally the whole time, getting inside their heads. That edge, that psychological advantage, was something she'd learned the hard way. She remembered how she lost it against the undead, how Gail had stayed composed and beat her. Still, she had to give the brothers credit. They'd chosen a nice blade for her. The sword they'd pulled from the wall, that sword, was one with a blood-sucking enchantment. Every bit of damage it inflicted would return as healing to its wielder. Gail had once shown Lizette that sword and asked whether she was familiar with blood-sucking gear. She affirmed, noting it was the kind of equipment that converts a portion of the inflicted damage into healing for the user. Gail confirmed and added that this particular sword had an unusually high conversion rate. Lizette assumed he meant something like 20%, or perhaps 50%, a number she thought fitting for his standards. But Gail corrected her. This weapon went up to 100%. She was stunned. A complete conversion? That wasn't just unrealistic, it was madness. But Gail explained he'd used exceptionally rare materials, one of the key appeals of curse crafting. She looked at him in disbelief. The weapon in question, dubbed the Bloody Sword, was said to have been wielded by a man from a certain nation, a man who had murdered all of his blood relatives in a brutal succession dispute. Gail placed the sword back on its holder. Lizette pieced it together. Between the legend behind the blade and Gail's curse crafting, that was how such an unhinged effect had been applied. Gail acknowledged this and elaborated further. He'd also utilized the sword's original curse, which forced the wielder to attack the nearest target, even against their will. Lizette questioned the utility of such a curse. Gail pointed out that it was perfect for solo missions. There'd be no danger of attacking allies. And solo missions were often lonely endeavors. But this curse gave the user the drive to push forward in combat. Gail imagined scenarios, rebellions, rare moments of life or death struggle, where hesitation could cost everything. The sword would ensure there was no hesitation. Lizette agreed. In assassination work, even a moment of trembling could ruin a mission and get one caught. But a cursed weapon like this made such concerns irrelevant. It would move the user's hand whether or not they hesitated. That, she reflected, was a hallmark of dark element weapons. One would never find such effects in light element gear. Curse crafting was far more profound than most would ever know. She couldn't fault Gail for being consumed by it. Returning to the scene with the two brothers, she observed that the blade seemed especially thirsty for the blood of one's kin. Now that they had drawn it, they were unable to unequip it, and it would not tire. The cursed sword would keep swinging until its wielder's dying breath. The brothers screamed in agony. Lizette calmly took it all in, reflecting on the grim irony of it all. Though she appreciated a front-row seat to such a tragic little drama, she found the thought of cleaning blood off wooden flooring quite tiresome. Her mindset shifted from assassin to housekeeper. She tossed something their way, a dispel card. Their first visit to the shop, after all. If they got their wounds treated quickly, they might survive. She asked again, making herself clear. They were to leave immediately. The brothers, overwhelmed, apologized and fled. Left alone, Liznette muttered to herself. The sight of a pair of amateur thieves didn't rattle her. Her former line of work had exposed her to things far worse. Things that would harden anyone. Now, her heart was fused with darkness, even carrying traces of the Demon King's own element. She looked toward the sword. Gail had managed to defeat intruders without even being present. He was truly exceptional. She mused aloud, realizing that perhaps he had also protected her by proxy, even from afar. With that in mind, she vowed to protect the shop until his return. He needn't worry. Elsewhere, as Liznette made this vow, Gail and his party disembarked from their vessel onto a skiff attached to the ghost ship. Their destination was close now, and it was time to part ways with Captain Nick. The skiff moved forward, its oars propelled by a spectral shadow. Mora remarked on the uncanny autopilot. Sharona admitted it was helpful, though unsettling. Gimli agreed, it was unnerving. She noticed the looming terrain ahead. They were nearly there. Gail gave the command to halt the rowing. The three women grimaced at what seemed to be him issuing orders to the ghostly rower. Yet the skiff obeyed. Gimli descended first, declaring she would take the lead. They had arrived at the edge of the forest of darkness. The woods beyond seemed like a different world entirely. Sharona commented that Gimli wasn't exaggerating. It was deeply eerie. They entered the forest. All around them, dense underbrush stretched as far as the eye could see. The terrain, wild and untamed, offered no easy passage. Mora, feeling the strain, noted how quickly these untouched paths drained her energy. Sharona took the initiative, beginning to cut through the thick growth with the battle axe she'd acquired aboard the ghost ship, and asked Gimli to lead while ensuring the others followed closely behind. As they advanced, the group became alert to a presence, sounds in the brush, movement just out of sight. Sharona remarked that creatures seemed to be surrounding them. Mora acknowledged that they couldn't afford to lower their guard. Sharona, despite the unease, felt reassured by the weapon in her hand. Her thoughts were interrupted when she looked up and caught sight of a winged shape, a wyvern. Her astonishment barely registered before a thunderous footstep drew their attention to something even larger, a troll, its massive form looming ahead. Without hesitation, Gimli pushed them all down and motioned for silence. The troll scanned the area but failed to detect them. Gimli whispered a warning. No sudden movements, no noise. As long as they remained unnoticed, the troll would not attack. It paused momentarily, then continued on its way. Once the danger passed, Mora admitted that, compared to this, the sea seemed easier to hide in. Gimli cautioned them to stay alert. Navigating wilderness like this, or deep mountain paths, could be far more disorienting than one expected. People naturally chose paths of least resistance, subtly favoring one leg over another, shifting weight unconsciously, leading them in curves even when trying to walk straight. Over time, they could find themselves wandering in loops, unknowingly circling a single patch of forest. This phenomenon was known as tracing the wanderer's ring. Mora, humbled, regretted ever having underestimated the forest. Gimli reassured her it was a common error. Then she unfolded her map and made a quiet admission. She herself had fallen into the same trap. She was lost. Both Mora and Sharona were stunned. Gimli quickly silenced them with a hand to their mouths. Sharona protested. Wasn't this supposed to be Gimli's territory? Mora echoed the concern. Gimli admitted it had been a long time since she was last here. Sharona, increasingly anxious, asked what they would do now. Darkness was quickly falling. It wouldn't be dusk for long. Soon it would be full night. Gimli acknowledged the urgency. The forest of darkness could plunge into pitch-black obscurity almost instantly. She suggested that they bivouac, set up camp right there. Mora balked at the idea of spending the night in such a foreboding place. Sharona grabbed Gimli by the shoulders, demanding reassurance. Gimli, slightly defensive, asked if they were starting to doubt her. Gail, until now mostly silent, intervened. He pointed out that arguing wouldn't help. They needed to focus on finding a suitable camping spot. Sharona remarked with exasperation that he had finally decided to speak, though she couldn't deny that he was right. Gail offered to take the lead himself and told the group to follow. Sharona questioned whether he had any idea where he was going. Gail replied that he didn't have a plan exactly, but he was used to navigating through dim lighting. Gimli observed that the underbrush and uncertain footing didn't seem to slow Gail down in the slightest. Sharona commented on his hiking skill, noting how hard it was to match his pace. Mora added that he was used to exploring graveyards and ruins crawling with the undead, environments just as shadowed and treacherous as this forest. Gimli agreed, pointing out that dark, damp places littered with bones were practically home turf for someone like Gail. For him, even a gloomy forest posed little challenge. Gail, slightly ahead now, called out to them. He had spotted something. He believed there was water nearby. Sharona turned to Gimli, questioning whether Gail's assessment was accurate. Gimli admitted that she didn't know this part of the forest at all. Sharona groaned in frustration, remarking sarcastically on the reliability of their supposed guide. Mora, ever the voice of reason, defended Gimli by noting that even someone like her couldn't be expected to have every inch of the Forest of Darkness memorized. Gimli offered an earnest apology, explaining that she'd regain her bearings if she could just locate a familiar landmark. She scanned the area intently, but nothing stood out. Sharona, exasperated, reminded her that their current state of being lost was because of that very uncertainty. Gimli, acknowledging the fact, apologized again. Amidst the confusion, Gail focused on their surroundings. He urged the others to listen more carefully. Many of the plants in the area bore fruit, which suggested the presence of a water source nearby. Then came a telltale sound, splashes and dripping water. Mora's face lit up as she confirmed she could hear the flow of water. Sharona, somewhat grudgingly, acknowledged Gail's success in finding it through what had initially seemed like a guess. Gimli, looking further ahead, spotted a shallow valley. It seemed the water dipped underground and re-emerged from subterranean channels. Gail pushed through the foliage and led them to the source. He grinned as they broke through and found it, a freshwater spring. The three girls were wide-eyed with amazement. At the spring, Gail remarked on the quality of the location. Gimli examined the sandy soil surrounding the site and concluded that it was an ideal place to make camp. Mora readily agreed, and Sharona echoed her approval. Gail took their consensus as final. This would be their new campsite. The group celebrated. They each set down their packs, and Sharona took charge, reminding them of their earlier planning. At her prompt, they broke into their designated roles. Gimli scouted the surrounding area without straying too far, in hopes of recognizing a known landmark. Sharona, physically capable and dependable, busied herself gathering firewood. Gail and Mora took on the task of foraging for food. Mora remarked that they couldn't know how long they might be stuck in the forest. Their ability to gather food could mean the difference between life and death. During the foraging, Gail noticed fish in the water, confirming that the spring was safe. He decided to craft a makeshift fishing rod. Mora, curious, asked how he planned to do that. Gail explained that the area offered plenty of bait, and he could use the bones he carried with him. Mora gave a dry comment. Only a curse crafter would have bones handy. Gail casually snapped one in half. The marrow of dry, thick bones became fibrous when extracted, forming threads that could be used like fishing line. Often, the splinters were sharp enough to serve as hooks. He demonstrated how he attached a string, baited the hook, and tossed the line into the spring. A splash followed almost immediately. They watched the line with anticipation. The water stirred again. Gail reeled it in, revealing a freshly caught fish. Mora was stunned. It had taken only seconds. Gail explained that unlike sea or river fish, those living in isolated forest ponds tended to be less cautious and easier to catch. Mora was impressed by his self-sufficiency, recognizing the true breadth of his survival skills. Gail then reeled in a second fish, earning further praise. Mora, blushing and fidgeting behind him, showed interest in trying it herself. Gail picked up on her enthusiasm and asked if she wanted a turn. She excitedly accepted and asked how it was done. Gail gave simple instructions. Bait the hook, toss it in, and when she felt a bite, wait a moment. Since the hook wasn't particularly sturdy, she'd need to let the fish swallow it fully before pulling. Mora took hold of the makeshift fishing rod and cast the line into the water. She quickly felt a tug and noted the sensation aloud. Gail encouraged her to wait a little longer before reacting. After a moment, he gave the signal. Mora pulled sharply on the line, but nothing came up. The bait and hook were both gone. Frustration set in as she muttered in annoyance. Gail reassured her that such failures were normal on a first attempt and handed her another piece of bait. Determined, she cast the line again. This time, when she felt movement in the water, she responded more cautiously. She reeled it in, and this time, a large fish burst from the surface. Her eyes widened with surprise and delight. Gail remarked on the impressive catch, but before he could say more, Mora pulled him into an enthusiastic hug, overwhelmed with joy at her success. At that moment, Sharona returned from gathering firewood. Hearing the shouting, she had assumed something had gone wrong. Instead, she found Gail and Mora embracing and, flustered, apologized for intruding before quickly turning and leaving the scene. Both Mora and Gail, now embarrassed, called after her, their faces flushed. Later, the group gathered around a campfire. The scent of cooking fish filled the air. Gail checked the fire and declared the meal ready. Mora agreed, noting how good it smelled. They had simply roasted the fish with salt, but the flavor was wholesome and satisfying. Sharona commented on its simplicity and taste. Gimli agreed, adding that it made for a fine meal. Gail invited everyone to eat their fill, assuring them he could catch more if needed. As they ate, Mora asked Gimli about her scouting efforts. Gimli reported moderate success. She had determined their general direction but, due to the deepening darkness, hadn't been able to pinpoint their exact location. Sharona, meanwhile, announced she had worked out the night watch shifts. Mora agreed that sharing the burden would be safer and more manageable. Gimli concurred, noting that while dinner had been good, the day's hiking had left them all drained. Gail proposed another solution. Rather than rely solely on watch shifts, why not set some traps to guard them overnight? The three women looked at him in curiosity. To their surprise, they discovered that Gail had already prepared something within the forest. It was one of his impromptu curse traps, a fusion of paralyzing effects derived from the ghost ship's spectral bindings and the freezing energies of the icy waters where those spirits once dwelled. The women were astonished. They asked what kind of camp this had become. Gail, clearly proud of his work, explained that the curse was designed to activate the moment a hostile creature entered its radius. It would instantly freeze the intruder in place. Though hastily crafted, the trap was powerful enough to protect them for one night. Thanks to Gail's efforts, the three women slept through a night without monster attacks. Whether the eerie comfort of the enchanted safety net helped them relax, or whether the skeletal scarecrows placed around the perimeter unsettled their dreams, remained unclear even to them. Later that night, the entire group settled into sleep. As they rested, Mora found herself dreaming. In the dream, she and the others were standing before a striking woman, regal, composed, and dark-skinned. The woman acknowledged them with poise and grace, seemingly welcoming them. Though no words were exchanged aloud, Mora intuitively understood the message. They had come far, and now stood at the threshold of the Dark Elves' homeland. The figure in Mora's dream was dignified and serene, bearing an uncanny resemblance to Gimli, not just in skin tone and hair, but even in the shape of her eyes and the subtle curve of her ears. Before Mora could speak to her, the dream faded, slipping away as morning approached. At dawn, Mora recounted the vision to the group. She described the noble woman who appeared to greet them, noting again the resemblance to Gimli. Gail confirmed that he had seen the same woman. Sharona echoed them. She too had experienced the same dream. Gimli explained that the woman they had seen was Lady Minerva, the leader of the Dark Elves. Mora commented that her elegance had made an impression and guessed that the dream took place at a location called Promise Hill. Now that they were within the Forest of Darkness, she assumed the dreams were Minerva's way of acknowledging their presence and offering welcome. Sharona remarked with admiration that Gimli's leader had quite a talent if she could reach people in their dreams. Gimli confirmed it, saying they were close to Minerva's territory now. Sharona commented on Minerva's understanding nature and wondered aloud if, by visiting this Promise Hill, they might be able to meet her in person. No need for dream visitations then. Gimli agreed that it was possible. Later, the group resumed their journey. Mora reflected inwardly on their situation. Their supplies were dwindling, their bodies growing more fatigued. The peaceful night they'd had was appreciated, but it was clearly time to move on. They still lacked a clear destination, but staying where they were was no longer an option. After breakfast, a moment of frustration surfaced. Sharona complained that after 3 days of eating nothing but salt-grilled fish, she was completely tired of it. Gimli dryly pointed out that she had, in fact, eaten every one without hesitation. Sharona replied that, sure, the fish were a problem, but her biggest grievance was being out of alcohol. Mora tried to calm her, reminding her not to shout so loudly just because she was on edge. Gail brought the conversation back to practical matters. He proposed they recap their current status. Since establishing camp, they had attempted multiple times to find a path forward, but every route had led them in circles. Gimli admitted that none of this terrain was familiar to her, and they kept returning to the same area. Mora pointed out that while their camp had provided safety, they had made no forward progress at all. Sharona called it a full-blown crisis. Gimli reflected that they should never have deviated from their original route. In trying to save time by choosing a shortcut, they had only made matters worse. Gail reassured her. She had tried to look out for them, and no one was placing blame. Still, Sharona voiced her lingering confusion. How had they ended up lost in a place Gimli considered her home turf? Gimli admitted that she had completely forgotten just how vast the Forest of Darkness truly was. Gail pointed out the few positives. They had water, and for the moment, a food source, though the fish wouldn't last forever. He agreed it was time to move on. Sharona noted they couldn't treat this like some endless wilderness vacation. Gail echoed her sentiment, reminding her that she had a blacksmith's guild to run, and he hated the idea of leaving Liz to manage his shop solo. The thought of Liznette, likely snoozing from boredom due to the lack of customers, underscored his resolve. With their goals reaffirmed, Gail said they had to press forward, no matter how tiring it might be. Gimli quietly added that it would be a blessing if they could find a guide, someone who truly knew these parts, to lead them out. Gail suddenly came to a stop. He had caught sight of something, a flutter, like the movement of a cloak. He focused his gaze and believed someone had just passed through the area. Despite the dimness that lingered even during the day in the forest of darkness, his sharp vision allowed him to catch details the others might miss. Mora acknowledged the advantage of Gail's perception, while the three women immediately sprang into action. Without waiting, they darted toward the direction Gail had indicated. Their pace was fast and unrestrained, their eagerness leading the way. Gail, however, warned against rushing so recklessly. They were wasting vital energy with every hasty step. When they reached the location, they halted. A sight unfolded before them. An entire gathering of cloaked figures loomed in the distance. Some were gliding from the trees with an eerie weightlessness. Gimli approached one of them carefully, trying to speak and explain that they were lost. But Mora, inspecting the figure's lower half, noticed something peculiar. There were no feet at all. Then the figure twirled. Its disguise shed away in a ghostly swirl, revealing its skeletal form beneath. A skeleton, animated and armed. More than that, it wasn't alone. They were surrounded. These cloaked figures were no ordinary travelers. They were undead. And judging by their armor and regalia, Mora realized they were remnants of a long-lost royal army division, one thought to have been annihilated. Now, cursed, they wandered under someone or something's control. Sharona reacted with a jolt. This was not what she had expected at all. She tried to retreat, to abandon the encounter entirely. But as she turned to flee, another skeleton emerged, blocking her path. She recoiled in disbelief at the hollow-eyed horror, all bones, as she called it. The group was quickly encircled. Gimli, Mora, and Sharona had no choice but to fight. They drew their weapons and struck at the undead, who retaliated with silent, relentless aggression. In the chaos, a hand suddenly yanked Gimli back. Gail had arrived. He immediately invoked a dispelling incantation against the attacking skeleton. The creature was driven back, crumbling under the light of purification. Gimli's legs buckled from the tension, but she assured Gail she was unhurt. Looking at him, she was flooded with emotion. That moment, his presence, the timing, the strength, lodged itself in her memory. She realized then, she was truly falling for him. Gail focused on the battle, noting aloud how unusual these particular skeletons were. These weren't mere reanimated bones, they were cursed skeletons. Dispelling them was not only possible, but highly effective. More of them shambled forward, drawn to the commotion. Gail prepared another technique. From where she knelt, Gimli looked upward. As Gail's magic activated, the souls of the fallen skeletons responded. Their once malevolent spirits rose, drawn into a radiant column of light that extended high into the sky. It was purification, complete and awe-inspiring. Mora, having witnessed his power multiple times by now, still found herself astonished. She muttered that Gail's skill never ceased to amaze her. Sharona, meanwhile, commented on the almost surreal elegance of his combat style, like he was dancing a waltz among the undead, graceful and deadly at once. Gail then explained why the undead had surfaced during the day. Normally they would remain dormant, but in a forest so dense, with corrupted miasma seeping through the soil and an unnatural darkness polluting the air, it made sense. They had been roused. Sharona observed that Gail seemed unusually pleased about the encounter. He didn't deny it. In his hand, he held something, an object that shimmered faintly in the dim light. Mora asked what it was. He revealed that they were undead cores, left behind by the cursed skeletons. These small spheres were condensations of the curse itself. They were rare. Only monsters above a certain class produced them upon destruction. Sharona turned to Gimli, asking if she had heard of such things. But Gimli admitted it was news to her as well. Undead materials weren't exactly desirable in most circles. Her guild did purchase undead parts, but they fetched lower prices compared to typical monster drops. The hierarchy of value, as she described it, ran from undead at the bottom, to monsters, then metals, and rare items at the top. As for these cores, she wasn't familiar. Or perhaps she had heard of them, but never directly encountered one. Gail continued, explaining their use. With these cores, he could apply curses to a variety of tools, armor, weapons, scrolls, and more. The application didn't affect aesthetics or appearance, it was purely functional. But the possibilities were vast. With the right technique, he believed he could enhance all of their gear significantly in the future. Mora raised a concern. She suspected the gear enhanced by those undead cores would inevitably be cursed. Gail acknowledged it, affirming that they would indeed carry curses, but assured them he could moderate the effects. The three women gave him skeptical looks, pressing him with doubt. Was he truly confident in his ability to manage that? Gail reminded them that he had a means to absorb the cursed component of those enhancements himself, so long as the items remained within proximity to him. If they strayed too far, however, the curse would rebound, an event known as curse rebound. Sharona shuddered at the thought. She commented on how terrifying it was that he could forge gear so grotesquely powerful. Mora then realized the truth. This must have been how he had empowered Kush's party. No wonder they'd remained unaware that all the equipment they were using was cursed. Gimli interjected, explaining that this was simply how item drops functioned. Even if they were rare and valuable in Gail's eyes, to her and her guild, they were far less remarkable. Gail clarified further. These undead creatures dropped more than just rare items. Their existence, twisted as it was, stemmed from the emotions they retained from life. The cursed skeletons they'd fought were once soldiers, members of a royal army division that had attempted to flee the forest of darkness. Yet, their end was a tragic one, and their souls had been trapped here ever since, unable to escape. The remnants of that emotion had haunted the forest for centuries. This realization gave Gail an idea. He asked to see Gimli's map. After examining it, he believed he had figured something out. These cursed soldiers had dropped one final item, something different, something useful, the dowsing pendulum of sadness. Forged from the unceasing grief of the royal division doomed to wander the forest, this artifact responded to emotional energy. Gail gave the pendulum a command. Lead them to the homeland of the Dark Elves. The pendulum began to sway. Sharona remarked that it was weeping faintly as it moved. Its swings grew more purposeful. Gail interpreted it. It was guiding them. The pendulum had chosen a direction. They were finally going to find their way out of the forest. The group marveled. How could such an item exist? It was miraculous. But that wasn't the end of it. The undead soldiers were offering them their former warhorses, mounts to speed their journey. The group was stunned. They could now ride out of the forest, and with ease. Gimli felt a deep sense of emotional release. Relief so tangible it nearly overwhelmed her. They might finally reach her homeland. Mora and Sharona, however, were more skeptical. Undead horses? Mora quipped that she'd heard of beating a dead horse, but this was something else entirely. The eeriness of the creatures made her shiver. She clung to Gail, asking for comfort. He allowed it. Once mounted, they soon discovered the ride was far from smooth. The horses bucked wildly, tossing them around like sacks of grain. Gimli was momentarily confused. It felt like an earthquake. Mora noted that the chaos was beginning to settle. Then, she raised a question. What was a royal division doing so far into this isolated forest? Gimli answered. Back when the Demon King had been sealed, the kingdom had sent troops into the Forest of Darkness, hoping to claim and purify it. But instead, the soldiers became prey, devoured by the Elder Dragon. She had explained that once, back in the wagon, but clearly it hadn't sunk in until now. Sharona's thoughts caught up with her. Wait a second. If they were now in the territory of that same division, then that meant they were in the Elder Dragon's domain. Gimli looked forward. Gail stiffened. Not another tremor. This was something worse. A thunderous roar shattered the air. Its very sound warped the atmosphere. Gimli cursed her own complacency. She had let her guard down, too relieved to notice they had wandered into the dragon's lair. And now, the Elder Dragon had found them. A glow began to gather within the dragon's throat, blue flames swirling and building. Sharona hesitated, then realized what it meant. The dragon was preparing to unleash its breath. Mora panicked. They were about to be caught in a blast of true dragon fire. Gimli shouted, "Run!" The dragon opened its jaws. The breath attack roared out, scorching the earth. Sharona gasped. It was blistering hot. Gail confirmed it. It had incinerated their undead mounts instantly. Gimli noted their good fortune. They hadn't been the target, most likely just caught in the dragon's sweeping range. Mora added that the sheer breadth of the attack made it just as dangerous. Another explosion followed. Flames surrounded them now. There was no clear path for escape. Sharona cursed their situation. They couldn't just die like this. Mora agreed. They would not end things here. She called the others to ready their weapons. Gimli evaluated the situation. The dragon's breath alone could reduce vast swaths of land to ash. But what made the Elder Dragon the undisputed ruler of this forest wasn't only its flame, it was its armor. The creature's body was sheathed in scale plates, so durable, they may as well have been forged of steel. Mora prepared to attack. She summoned her full strength. Every bit of energy and effort would go into this strike. Sharona launched herself toward the dragon's head, planning to shatter its skull. She struck Bamboo Brainbuster. The dragon barely flinched. Its eyes met hers with an ancient fury. It roared. The force sent her crashing to the ground. Sharona groaned. Forget it. Even their finest weapons, imperially crafted or not, couldn't pierce this monster's defense. It was time to pull out her last resort, a secret dark weapon, one that might make the difference, an orichalcum dagger. Gimli stumbled backward. She held out the dagger. This had to work. She drove it into the elder dragon. The blade pierced the scales. No surprise. Orichalcum was the hardest known material. But even so, the weapon was too short. It was a shallow hit, not nearly fatal. The dragon countered, swiping in her direction. She dodged, narrowly avoiding the blow. A clean stab through hardened scale wasn't enough to bring the beast down. Mora struggled to her feet. She was drained, completely out of strength. Her magical reserves burned out from overextending her spell work. Too many buffs had pushed her past the limit. Gimli leapt into the air again and called out to Gail, telling him she was still in the fight, but he needed to look after the others. Gail rushed to Sharona and Mora. Now the group stood together again, facing the roaring dragon. The dagger remained lodged in the dragon's body, the wound fresh but far from critical. The beast roared in defiance. Gimli assessed the situation. Elder dragons were territorial to the extreme, ferociously prideful. Any intrusion into their domain was met with absolute force. That's why the royal division had been wiped out. They had, quite literally, walked into the dragon's den. She issued orders, fan out. Keep the dragon moving, don't give it a single target to focus on. Even an elder dragon, for all its strength, couldn't chase 4 opponents at once. They had to maximize the only advantage they had, numbers. But the encircling flames trapped them, limiting their options. Gimli knew this was only a temporary tactic. Then Sharona shouted. There was a break in the fire. A small space where the flames had died down. Mora saw it too. They could escape through there. Gail agreed, and they began to move. Gimli followed, but a dark unease crept over her. This stroke of fortune didn't feel right. It was too perfect. Elder dragons were not only wrathful, but intelligent. There was no way it hadn't noticed that gap in the fire. Gimli froze. This was a setup. A trap. A classic predator tactic. Herd the prey into a narrow line, then strike all at once. She yelled for them to stop. Too late. The dragon loomed behind them, mouth open, flame gathering once more. It was preparing to unleash its breath attack again. This time, with them all perfectly aligned. Gimli pushed forward, desperate to reach them before it was too late. Her thoughts raced. They were all going to be vaporized. Then, a voice rang out. Someone was shouting "Princess." A projectile streaked through the air. A dart slammed into the dragon. The creature faltered. The flames dissipated. Its breath attack ceased. The dragon was stunned. Everyone turned. What had just happened? Gail noticed it first. An explosion had struck the dragon. Mora gaped as several figures in hooded cloaks emerged from the smoke. They moved in swiftly, surrounding the group in a defensive formation. One of the newcomers explained. Their crossbow bolt wouldn't hurt an elder dragon directly, but the explosive charge was enough to throw it off balance, interrupting its breath. Another explosion followed. The dragon turned its attention to the newcomers. A commanding voice rang out. Fire at will. Arrows and bolts flew from all sides. The dragon was hit repeatedly, staggered under the onslaught. Gail remained unsure of who they were, but clearly, they were helping. Mora speculated. They had to be allies. Sharona remarked that their cloaks and armor reminded her a lot of Gimli's assassin gear. Gimli locked eyes with one of the hooded warriors. She recognized her. One of the figures removed her hood and addressed Gimli directly. Princess, you're safe. Gail noticed immediately. Their pointed ears, the unique color of their eyes, the dark hue of their skin. These were dark elves. The speaker bowed deeply to Gimli, apologizing for arriving late. Gimli answered calmly that she was unharmed, calling the warrior by name. Asgate. She asked how they had found her. Asgate said there would be time to explain later. For now, they had to focus on survival. She turned, took aim, and unleashed a strike that exploded against the dragon's head. The moment the blow landed, she gave the order to retreat. Smoke bombs went off, dense and disorienting. The dragon roared as it was swallowed in thick, impenetrable haze. Gail acknowledged it. They had made it out alive. Gimli exhaled. Relief washed over her. She turned to the dark elves and thanked them from the bottom of her heart. She explained she'd used up all her own smoke bombs back when they fought the Kraken. The dark elves responded formally. Yes, my lady. They explained that earlier they'd seen an intense number of lights shooting into the sky and had rushed toward the source. They never expected to find their princess in such danger. Gimli realized what they meant. The lights had been caused by Gail when he had dispelled the entire division of undead soldiers. Unexpectedly, that act had become a beacon that led her people to her. She turned to Gail. Once again, he had saved them. Again and again, he had stepped in when it mattered most. Saved by this man beyond all compare. Asgate turned slightly and glanced at Gail, intrigued. Sharona leaned toward Gimli and asked, were all these people her friends? Mora was puzzled. Why had they referred to Gimli as princess? Gail echoed her confusion. Was Gimli really the princess of the Dark Elves? Gimli gave a hesitant, slightly sheepish smile. Gail pressed again. Was it true? Mora admitted she'd had no idea. Sharona questioned what kind of strange princess acted like Gimli. Gimli, flustered, said nothing. Elsewhere, the same title, princess, was being called out. A carriage rumbled along a rural road. Inside, Kara leaned toward the open window, savoring the breeze. Vivian quickly moved to draw the curtains, snapping them shut. Kara asked why she did that. Vivian explained that if people saw inside, they'd immediately recognize Kara as the figure under royal guard. It was dangerous. There had been an attempt on her life not long ago. Kara downplayed it, arguing that letting in a little sunlight wouldn't hurt. Vivian firmly insisted Kara had to be more mindful. This journey, though grounded in tradition, had been hastily thrown together. Gathering the necessary security detail had been a logistical nightmare. The lodging arrangements weren't even fully settled. Kara had diverted the plan to visit a farming city instead, compounding the difficulty. Vivian asked if she had any idea how much time, labor, and money were tied up in this inspection tour. Kara replied that no one had asked Vivian to come in the first place. Vivian shot back that failing to accompany her would be dereliction of duty. Meanwhile, some local men in the nearby town of Farmage caught sight of the caravan. They noted the gold-embroidered curtains, an unmistakable sign of royalty. And that flag? Definitely the royal standard. They whispered in hushed voices. Could a royal really be out here, in this backwater? Farmage was the next town over. This was highly unusual. The guards glared at the onlookers, who quickly lowered their eyes and bowed. Direct eye contact with a royal was forbidden. It brought nothing but trouble. They muttered suspicions. Could this be about the recent unrest along the border? Because of the chaotic scheduling, the royal guard had been understaffed. Vivian had been forced to recruit additional manpower on short notice. Then the church had inserted itself into the operation, claiming it wanted to reinforce its relationship with the crown. Somehow they had learned of the trip and offered their paladins to bolster the royal guard. This complicated matters. Though both were powerful institutions, the church and the royal family were entirely independent. Neither held authority over the other, and their knights and paladins answered to separate chains of command. Vivian had reluctantly accepted their offer, given the urgency. She'd been put in charge of the entire security operation, which now consisted of a hastily assembled joint force. She worried deeply that conflict would break out between the two groups, especially with how rigid and proud the church's warriors were. Suddenly, the carriage lurched to a violent halt. The horses shrieked and the wheels screeched. Kara was startled by the jolt, and Vivian was instantly at her side, steadying her. Vivian demanded an explanation. Had something blocked the road? Had a monster ambushed the caravan? A guard approached and saluted. He reported that the royal guards and the church paladins ahead had broken into a fight, sparring with each other. Exactly what Vivian had feared. She stepped out to deal with it personally, telling the princess to stay safely inside. What she saw confirmed her worst assumptions. On the roadside ahead, men in royal armor and paladins in ornate church regalia were locked in combat. It was clearer than any monster attack. This was internal chaos. She stood stunned for a moment, appalled. What were they even doing? Vivian demanded an explanation for the chaos. One of the armored figures, Justin, the head paladin, stepped forward. He seemed relieved to see her, claiming it was too dangerous to proceed. He suggested summoning a team of priests from the church immediately. Vivian, growing impatient, asked what he was talking about. He surely knew that Princess Kara's inspection tour could not be cancelled at this stage. Where was this concern suddenly coming from? Justin insisted that the city ahead was cursed. He pointed to the lanterns affixed to the roadside poles, strange, ominous things. Vivian frowned as she finally noticed them. Their eerie glow was unmistakable. But Justin wasn't done. He gestured towards several unnatural, unsettling landscapes creeping into view. He declared the entire area cursed, and that the unnatural signs only grew stronger the closer they got to town. Vivian, though visibly unnerved, pushed back. Yes, it was eerie, but that wasn't justification for panic. She reminded him she'd seen worse. Corpses displayed on stakes in city squares. Whatever his opinion, they had to continue. If the paladins wished to abandon the journey, she wouldn't stop them. But what she could not tolerate was being stalled in the middle of open countryside over such minor concerns. Vivian turned to the assembled troops and issued a direct command. All forces were to resume the march toward Farmich. The soldiers obeyed without resistance. Justin, flustered, demanded to know if she had gone mad. He called after her again, "Lady Vivian." But the cold, unwavering look she gave him silenced him. Realizing he had no choice, Justin spat his frustration and reluctantly barked orders to the paladins. They would march too. Vivian returned to the royal carriage and apologized to the princess for the delay. Kara looked out the window. Vivian tried to speak to her, but the princess remained silent, her eyes wide, transfixed by what she saw outside. Vivian's breath caught. Lining the path into the town were rows of skull-shaped lanterns, an invention of Gail's. These ominous creations had sent Justin and his holy warriors into a panic. The royal guards, by contrast, paid them no attention at all. But then something else happened. Vivian informed Kara they would arrive soon, but the princess suddenly rose and stepped out of the carriage without a word. Vivian saw it coming. She muttered to herself that she had suspected this would happen. Kara stood on the road and turned in a full circle, marveling at the strange sights around her. Her voice was filled not with dread, but wonder. Her face lit up with unrestrained joy. She declared it all beautiful, unbelievably beautiful, and that she could hardly believe she was truly seeing it. Vivian stared, stunned. The royal inspection was now being led by a strange princess, utterly enraptured, delighted beyond words by the eerie, cursed town before her. Sharona was taken aback by the revelation of a hidden royal identity, stunned that such an important truth had gone unspoken. Gimli, amused, acknowledged that the secret had finally come to light. But Sharona expressed frustration. It wasn't a trivial secret, and it should have been disclosed. Gimli offered no argument, merely confirming the obvious. In spite of all the obstacles they had overcome, they had at last arrived, back in her homeland, the land of the Dark Elves. Their journey had brought them to its end. The group was struck with awe. Mora acknowledged the completion of their long and arduous quest. As Gale surveyed their surroundings, he took in the scene. A lifeless land, choked by decay. Trees stood withered, plants were charred and dying, and the thick miasma in the air cloaked everything. Scattered beneath this toxic shroud were the skeletal remains of great beasts, giants, monsters long dead. The remnants of an ancient city, steeped in ruin and sorrow, lay before them. This level of corruption was beyond anything they had previously encountered. Mora understood now why the former Demon King had chosen to build his fortress in this cursed place. Gale agreed, and added that if this site was host to one of those strongholds, it meant they were standing where another member of the Demon King's lineage had once dwelled. Sharona noticed the object in Gale's hand reacting, pulsing unnaturally. Gale suggested it was resonating with something nearby. Mora immediately recognized what it must be, the heart of the devil. She had been wondering where Gale had stored it, surprised that he had brought it along. Gale affirmed it proudly. Gimli confirmed that Mora herself had asked him to carry it. Asgate, suddenly moved, turned to Gale and seized him by the arm. He demanded to know where Gale had found it. Gimli intervened, urging calm. Realizing his outburst, Asgate apologized for his loss of composure. The artifact had overwhelmed him. What they were now witnessing was one of the most significant relics of their time, the true heart of the devil. The group reacted in hushed awe. But Gimli clarified. What they were holding was only a fragment. Its size, while small, was deceiving. The others were stunned. Only a piece? Then where were the rest? Who had shattered it? Asgate posed the question aloud. Gimli answered without hesitation. The Empire. They had taken the heart and scattered its pieces. The Dark Elves were stricken by the revelation. If the Empire had possession of the other fragments, then the threat remained. Asgate, consumed by fury and disbelief, cursed the Empire's desecration. Yet confusion struck him. Why was even this fragment here now, in their possession, when all past attempts to recover any part of the heart from the Empire had failed? Gimli summarized. Gale had broken the curse on it. That was how it had become free. Gale gave a modest smile, while the others stood in disbelief. Asgate could not believe it. How could a human undo the magic of the Demon King? Was this fragment even authentic? Gale turned toward Gimli, whose twitch in response conveyed her offense. She challenged Asgate. Did he truly think she could not recognize a forgery? Asgate, realizing his grave misstep, trembled and fell to one knee, begging her forgiveness. He tried to speak, but a new voice interrupted. A figure emerged, another dark elf, surrounded by his kin. Asgate immediately knelt, addressing him as chief. The elder welcomed the travelers warmly, grateful for their efforts to aid his people. Mora, somewhat sheepishly, pointed out their role in provoking an ancient dragon, which had ended in the destruction of a forest. She apologized for the damage. The chief only laughed. Controlled burns were sometimes necessary in their practices as well. The forest would regenerate in time, mere decades, which to their kind was inconsequential. A few decades were nothing to an elder of the Dark Elves. The chief then turned to Gail, addressing him by name, Gail Hamilton. Gail confirmed his identity. The chief had already been informed about Gail through Gimli's letters. According to her, Gail was a highly skilled curse crafter. Despite Gail's modesty, Gimli stood by her assessment. To the chief, witnessing Gail in person brought an entirely different gravity to the matter. He observed Gail closely, taking note of his composure even while bearing one of the Demon King's relics. At that moment, Asgate interrupted, addressing both the elder and the princess. He was taken aback by the revelation. This curse crafter was the one chosen to be their savior? He had received no such information. Gimli explained that the secret had been deliberate. The plan required discretion. With someone as impulsive and brash as Asgate had proven himself to be, the mission might have been compromised before Gail even arrived. Her words struck Asgate deeply. He stammered, trying to defend himself, but Gimli gently patted his head, commending his bravery. Despite everything, he had risked his life and saved them from the rampaging elder dragon. She expressed her thanks. Asgate was visibly moved, proclaiming his willingness to lay down his life if it would help end the crisis. Gimli then turned to the elder, indicating that they were ready to proceed. The chief agreed and instructed his people to guide them further into the Dark Elves' territory. He warned them that the surrounding area remained unsafe. Overhead, wyverns soared through the sky, living proof of the danger he spoke of. Mora noted their presence as a direct echo of the elder's words. Sharana confirmed, stating that even now the distant roar of the elder dragon still lingered faintly in the air. Before long, they arrived at their destination, a massive, towering castle. Gail remarked that they had finally made it. Mora, however, had expected it to be located a bit closer than it appeared. Sharana noted the scale made it difficult to judge the distance from afar. As they stepped inside, Sharana acknowledged that these were the renowned ruins of the Demon King's fortress. She reached out and touched part of the structure. Gimli confirmed its authenticity. Gail agreed, noting its solid construction. Sharana was surprised to find the material both sturdy and unusually light, unlike anything she had ever encountered. Mora, glancing over her shoulder, was startled to find the Dark Elves watching them intently. Embarrassed, she urged them to stop, saying they were making the outsiders look foolish. Sharana, confused, asked why. It was just curiosity. Gail agreed, wondering what the issue was. Mora, exasperated, muttered that all the Dark Elves cared about were their own interests. Gimli explained further. The Dark Elves' economy was largely sustained through forging items from such rare materials. While the ruins were valuable for their historical significance, the real wealth came from the material itself. Some of it occasionally made its way into the market, and they also used it in remnants of ancient alchemical practices. Sharana perked up at the word rare. Gimli noticed her reaction and smirked knowingly. Sharana reeled in shock as realization struck her. The material making up the castle, it wasn't ordinary. Stumbling slightly in disbelief, she asked for confirmation. Was this orichalcum? Upon realizing it truly was, Sharana clung to the wall in glee. Mora questioned her behavior, but Sharana was beyond caring. The entire castle, constructed from orichalcum, she was ecstatic. Giddy, she declared she would claim a piece for herself, laughing wildly in the throes of materialistic delight. Mora, utterly dismayed, asked if she could possibly be any more shameless. She turned to Gail, asking him to take a look. Gail, however, was preoccupied. He was examining an enormous skull, likely belonging to a troll. He busied himself with the remains of a massive creature strewn across the castle interior. Mora, unable to tolerate their behavior under the watchful eyes of their hosts, grabbed both Gail and Sharana and dragged them away. The Dark Elves were still watching. The chief responded with laughter, expressing pleasure at their enthusiasm. Just as Mora was preparing to complain, she caught sight of a young elf. All around them, other Dark Elves were watching the group intently. The chief explained that in a place with so little in the way of entertainment, the appearance of newcomers stirred curiosity. The people meant no harm. They were simply intrigued. Mora, in turn, addressed the child gently, acknowledging the commotion they had caused and offering a kind, reassuring smile. Later, the group sat down together on a mat. But as Mora observed their surroundings, unease grew within her. The situation wasn't as cheerful as it might seem on the surface. The elves around them appeared fragile, their bones thin, many of them wrapped in bandages. Signs of illness were evident. Worse still, she could actually see the presence of dark miasma drifting faintly through the air. The chief, sensing the unspoken concern, spoke of how this was still an improvement from the past. 1,000 years earlier, just after the Demon King had been defeated, conditions had been significantly more dire. The Demon King himself had acted as the force holding back the miasma that saturated the land. For him, miasma was not a poison but a vital essence, as natural and necessary as air. But after his sealing by the hero and his allies, that suppressing force vanished. With no one to contain it, the miasma began to seep out from deep within the earth and gradually overtook the region. Ironically, the very act of defeating the Demon King had exposed the world to a new, pervasive threat. In response, the Dark Elves began seeking countermeasures. Artifacts known as items of the Demon King series, remnants once part of the Demon King's body or power. Gimli elaborated that these items had originally been scattered across the globe to prevent any chance of the Demon King's resurrection. However, one of them had always been stored here, in their land. Since then, the Dark Elves had made it their mission to retrieve more of these relics. By gathering them at the site of the Demon King's former keep, they hoped to build up enough suppressive force to hold back the miasma. A side effect of this endeavor was the spread of Dark Elf agents across the world, establishing a covert network of information and influence. Mora now understood something deeper. That was the reason Gimli, though a princess of the Dark Elves, had been living at the frontier. She had become a guild master there, part of this far-reaching plan. But it wasn't without danger. As Gimli had explained before they departed on their journey, this approach risked playing directly into the Demon King's designs. Reassembling too many of his components might lead to his resurrection, and then they would find themselves enslaved by him once again. It was an impossible dilemma. Gather the items and risk reviving the ancient evil, or fail to do so and be consumed by the encroaching miasma. That was the cruel paradox that defined their history. The curse-laden artifacts were the very things they needed to survive. Their only hope lay in a nearly impossible task: extracting the benefits from these dark items while neutralizing the destructive effects that accompanied them. Somewhere in her heart, Mora recognized the contradiction. The effort to save their people was deeply entwined with the source of their suffering. The chief then turned his attention back to the present. To him, the arrival of Gail Hamilton was nothing short of destiny. At long last, they had found the one person who might possess the ability to unravel the long-standing curse afflicting their people. No one else in the world could do it. Only Gail. Mora reflected on the sensation around them. Though the miasma was clearly present in the atmosphere, she couldn't feel it affecting her body at all. Sharona pointed out that it was likely due to the artifact Gail carried. Something in his possession was actively suppressing the miasma's influence. The group began speaking among themselves, and the chief admitted he had several questions about the object in question. But for now, he set those aside to extend a formal and heartfelt welcome to all of them from the entire homeland. When Gail asked if he was sure, and Sharona jokingly inquired about refreshments, the chief responded warmly. Mora had a curious feeling. Whenever Gail received recognition or praise for his talents, it sparked a quiet happiness in her as well. The chief invited them to follow him deeper into the territory. As they prepared to move, Sharona's thoughts turned elsewhere, Lady Minerva. It struck her that they had not yet had the chance to meet with Lady Minerva. Upon opening the door, the three were immediately struck with awe at the sight before them. An extravagant feast laid out in front of them, with a vast assortment of dishes prepared. All around, the Dark Elves chattered among themselves, their eyes turning toward the newcomers. The chief gestured for them to sit wherever they pleased, indicating that the gathering would begin with drinks. Sharona, filled with anticipation, was especially eager for her first drink in ages. The drink went down smoothly, its quality unmistakable, and Sharona relished it with uninhibited satisfaction. Observing this, the chief laughed at her enthusiasm, noting her capacity for drink. The drink, elven in origin, had a refined quality that made it easy to enjoy. Seeing her enjoyment pleased the chief, who took the moment to move forward with formalities. He initiated a round of introductions and gestured toward Gimli. Gimli began by pointing out that the group had already met one of their companions, Asgate, a longtime friend from her childhood and one of their finest warriors in martial combat. She then introduced another key figure, Pato, their leader and the second most powerful official in their homeland. Pato, however, interjected with dissatisfaction at the casual tone of his introduction, requesting a more proper acknowledgement. Mora quietly noted Gimli's uncertain tone, while Sharona commented on her royal status as a princess, questioning the informal attitude. Gimli laughed it off, reminding them that this was her first return in quite some time. Pato accepted it in good spirits, choosing to extend his congratulations for her safe return. Gimli responded with gratitude. With the formalities moving on, it became their turn to introduce themselves. Mora presented herself as Gimli's friend. Sharona followed, mentioning her long-standing connection with Gimli as well. Pato acknowledged Sharona and expressed appreciation for the effort she had taken to make such a long journey. Finally, Gail stood up. His reputation had clearly preceded him, but he introduced himself formally as Gail, a curse crafter by trade. He described his work, creating cursed items, running a shop in Farmage where Gimli worked as a guild master, repairing and enhancing enchanted goods, and crafting talismans. His skills had earned him recognition from the local smith's guild master. Though his talents were acknowledged, Sharona had once criticized his poor aesthetic sense, which was privately noted. Then, she posed a question. If Pato was the second most powerful figure in this land, then the first must surely be Lady Minerva, the woman whose image had appeared in their dreams. The atmosphere suddenly changed. A silence hung over the group. Then Gimli confirmed it. Yes, Lady Minerva was the one they had seen in their dreams. Mora, who had also wondered about Minerva's absence, asked about her location. Gail inquired if they would be able to meet her. Gimli answered. Lady Minerva resided in the deepest part of the palace, within the dungeon at the very bottom. She had been confined there for centuries. It was she who bore the burden of the curses, the harmful side effects of the Demon King items that had been gathered. Her isolation ensured the curses wouldn't affect the rest of the population. Her sacrifice was the reason their homeland still stood. Lady Minerva, the most gifted among their people, was the only one capable of performing such a task. Sharona realized then that the dream wasn't simply a voluntary encounter. It was the only way Minerva could see them. The promised hill from their dream was not real, but a construct. A mental sanctuary formed by Minerva herself to preserve her sanity amid the Demon King's dark influence. Sharona expressed frustration, feeling they should have been told earlier. Pato, eyes lowered, showed remorse. But Sharona quickly withdrew her frustration, recognizing the burden Gimli had been carrying. She apologized for speaking out of turn. Gail acknowledged the seriousness of the situation but repeated his request. He still wished to meet Minerva, and he hoped they would guide them to her. Mora agreed that an introduction was necessary. Gimli responded with a smile and told them they would rest for the night and visit her in the morning. Later, the sound of splashing water echoed softly. The group was soaking in a bath, enjoying a rare moment of tranquility. One of them reflected that she hadn't relaxed like this since their last stay at an inn with hot springs. The fine food, excellent drinks, and soothing bath combined for an experience close to heaven. Gimli mentioned that soft, comfortable beds awaited them as well. Mora and Sharona simultaneously expressed their joy, overwhelmed by the luxury. After long days of harsh travel and rough camps, this moment felt like paradise. Still, they reminded themselves of the impending battle with the Demon King's curse. For now, they would enjoy the moment, rest their bodies, and keep their senses sharp. As water splashed again, the three allowed themselves a fleeting moment of peace. Sharona reflected on the Demon King items. The situation was undeniably thorny, dangerous, and complex. There was some logic in scattering them as widely as possible. Doing so would, at the very least, delay or prevent the Demon King's revival. Mora acknowledged that strategy but recognized its inherent flaw. It disregarded the immense danger these relics posed. In the wrong hands, these artifacts could become strategic class weapons, tools for tyranny or conquest. Gimli affirmed the risk. The Empire, for instance, had once treated the heart of the devil as an invaluable treasure, locking it deep inside its national vaults. Sharona considered that perhaps one of the early motivations behind the Dark Elves' quest to collect the items was precisely to prevent them from falling into such hands and being used to topple nations or incite global chaos. Gimli admitted that was certainly part of it. The Dark Elves also had a secure place to store them, but her thoughts had turned grim. Now she feared that the very chaos they had hoped to prevent might be exactly what was about to unfold. The others turned to her with concern. Gimli stood up, signaling the end of their conversation in the bath. They had lingered long enough. It was time to return. After bathing, they returned to their quarters and called out to Gail, apologizing for taking so long. They let him know that the bath was now open and ready for him. But Gail was busy, preoccupied with materials he had discovered in their surroundings. He mentioned a specific item he was eager to create. He had never encountered phantom trees like those before. Gimli acknowledged his sharp eye. These phantom trees were rare enough to deceive even wyverns like the one they had encountered earlier in the forest. Sharona noted that although the group was being treated like royalty here, Gail seemed more captivated by the rare and valuable materials he was uncovering. Gail, immersed in his work, chose to delay his bath. With everyone gathered again, Gimli steered the conversation back to the core issue. As a guild master, she emphasized that the Demon King items were a global concern. Not even the legendary hero and his companions had managed to completely resolve their threat. It remained a quest unconquered for 1,000 years, an enduring danger with no easy solution. Mora raised the question of whether it was truly possible to lift the curses from the Demon King items that Lady Minerva was guarding. Sharona reminded them all that they were discussing ancient, millennia-old curses. Even with Gail's skills, she would not fault him if he failed. Gimli, however, brought up a significant fact. Gail had already succeeded in uncursing and safely altering a fragment of the heart of the devil. That alone was a considerable achievement. But that fragment represented only a portion of one single Demon King item. Meanwhile, Lady Minerva was in possession of much more than that. She held 4 major components: the left arm, the torso, the wings, and the head of the Demon King. Mora asked for confirmation. Was it truly 4 items? Gimli confirmed it. And yet, even those 4, alongside the heart of the devil, were still not enough to form the complete body of the Demon King. Sharona pointed out that other parts, such as the right arm, must still exist somewhere. Gimli agreed, but she stressed that each part, even in isolation, posed a monumental threat. And when brought together, they didn't simply add up in danger, they multiplied. The parts fed off one another, amplifying their peril exponentially. She warned that the combination of 4 such items created a threat dozens of times more potent than any one piece alone. The situation was so volatile that Gimli wasn't even sure it was safe for them to approach Lady Minerva at all, given the overwhelming presence of the Demon King's cursed components in her custody. The wings of the devil are configured for long-range assault, delivering deadly attacks from a distance. The left arm functions as a mid-range weapon, capable of striking with overwhelming force before the enemy can close the gap. Should one manage to survive these 2 layers of offense, the head of the devil awaits, an inescapable threat in close-quarters combat, impossible to avoid once engaged. The threat range is thus complete, near, middle, and far, offering no vulnerability to exploit. The torso of the devil compounds this by acting as an impenetrable wall, resistant to both physical and magical forms of assault. It stands as an unyielding bastion of defense. Upon hearing this, Mora and Sharona became visibly tense, unsettled by the implications of facing such integrated and layered power. Gimli noted that much of this was still technically hearsay, yet the weight of the threat was no less real. Sharona tried to draw Gail's attention to the topic, but he was wholly absorbed in crafting a new item, utilizing materials he had obtained earlier. He had not been listening. Mora informed him of the situation, that Lady Minerva currently possessed 4 of the Demon King's relics. At that, Gail reacted with visible surprise, stunned to learn that the number was so high. Mora questioned why he appeared so excited about something so perilous. Gimli could see clearly what was going through his mind. The implications of such dangerous relics meant something entirely different to Gail than to the others. While they felt dread, he saw challenge, and perhaps opportunity. In her heart, Gimli quietly acknowledged that this strange man might indeed be the final hope her people had left. Later, deep within the castle, the group entered a new level. A chilling atmosphere settled around them as they descended. The deeper halls invoked an oppressive presence. Pato expressed deep gratitude for their continued resolve, as they now approached a place long abandoned and avoided, the underground basement of the Demon King's castle. The door that led below creaked open by itself, releasing a long, eerie groan that echoed through the corridor. The sound reverberated upward from the depths, like a whisper from a buried age, 1,000 years of decay and suffering coiling and writhing below. It was, in its own twisted way, a cry of ecstatic hunger. The air of the surface, fresh and unfamiliar, greeted the darkness below as though welcoming new prey after an eternity of deprivation. Into that abyss ventured Gail and his companions, their way lit only by the faint glow of a lantern. Beside them walked Gimli, Pato the Elder, and Ascate, who took up the rear as their protector. The labyrinth beneath had been constructed long ago by the Demon King himself. Yet even that legacy had crumbled. Only portions of the underground structure remained stable and passable. Pato informed them that, before they reached Lady Minerva, there was ancient history he wished to share, tales and truths left untold until now. The party paused, unease growing with every step into the darkness. Pato began to recount the forgotten past. The tale began with a rupture in peace, the moment when the tranquil life of the Dark Elves was shattered by the sudden appearance of the Demon's Gate, a portal connecting the surface world to the shadowy depths of the Dark Realm. Sharona looked around and observed how vast and majestic the place was. Gimli had never seen it with her own eyes before, but she knew that when the Demon King was defeated 1,000 years ago, both the basement and the upper citadel were destroyed. Mora considered the fact that the Demon King's castle must have been even larger than what they were now seeing. Sharona reflected on the impossibility of how such a structure could have been built. Gimli recalled an old story, that the Demon King himself had created it by solidifying the overflowing miasma. It was said to have begun decaying immediately after the king's end. The chief explained that the Demon King could never be completely defeated, and therefore this space would never truly disintegrate. Sharona noted with sarcasm that such power would indeed be necessary, for otherwise such a massive construction would have collapsed long ago. As a blacksmith, she knew well that this structure was physically impossible to exist by natural means. Mora pointed out how the miasma thickened the deeper they descended. Gimli confirmed it, remarking that without Gail's modified sixth of the heart of the devil, their hearts and minds would already have been corrupted. With each step, even walking itself was becoming progressively more difficult. Mora grew uneasy and clutched Gail's shoulder. Later, the chief told them about the Demon Gate. The moment it appeared, it had unleashed an army of the Demon King's monsters, overwhelming the once lush forest with cursed pollution and transforming it into a hellish wasteland where every unprotected creature perished. The gate, it was said, still remained hidden somewhere deep within the basement, its malice never having faded. Mora considered whether they might encounter the Demon Gate as well, not only Lady Minerva. The chief recounted how the Demon King, even in defeat, had not been entirely eradicated, cursing the world and striving to recover the body parts needed for his revival. Gimli added that it had been Lady Minerva, once the Demon King's reluctant assistant, who finally put an end to his lingering influence. When Minerva realized that the remains of the Demon King were once again attempting revival, she sought to prevent another catastrophe by taking the curses upon herself. This had been her way of protecting the Dark Elves and ensuring that people across the world would no longer live under the terror of the Demon King. Gimli's eyes filled with tears as the others turned toward her. Gimli continued, describing how Lady Minerva gathered each part of the Demon King's corpse and placed them upon her own body. Her eyes clouded, her hearing diminished, and her body grew heavy and stiff like lead. When Minerva accepted that no one could reach her anymore, she resolved to act to prevent the curses from ever threatening their homeland. She descended into an isolated chamber deep below, carrying the remains of the Demon King with her. Sharona wondered what Gimli truly expected to find here, whether she believed Gail's magic could somehow identify all the fragments of the Demon King. Gimli hesitated, pausing in her thoughts, while the chief turned his gaze upon her. Gimli closed her eyes as Sharona, Gail, and Mora silently waited for her answer. The group stood still in the oppressive air. Gimli's uncertainty surfaced, her words coming as if she were relying on chance. Sharona noticed the shift in her tone from a moment earlier, while Mora wondered whether Gimli might be trying to influence the outcome. Gail acknowledged their concerns, but reminded them that he had reached this point fully aware of the nature of the items they were handling. Regardless of the odds, he had resolved to carry out the task before him. Mora accepted that worrying would accomplish little, especially when they might be powerless to help in any case. Although dwarves like Sharona were supposed to be accustomed to mines, caverns, and confined places, the atmosphere here was so unnerving that even she could not avoid a flicker of pessimism. Still, she forced herself to remain steady. Mora, however, could not shake her anxiety. The thought weighed on her. There were 4 pieces of the Demon King, and even a single mistake would bring catastrophic consequences. In most cases, a failed dispelling meant suffering the full backlash of the curse. Whoever attempted it would be subjected to the entirety of the malice bound within. Mora faltered mid-step, realizing what that meant. To her, it was the culmination of everything those relics had inflicted upon the Dark Elves over the years, now threatening to rebound onto Gail alone. Fear etched itself into her face as she muttered for him not to push himself too far. Distracted, she spoke without realizing she was addressing a statue beside her. The sudden correction of Gail's voice, coming from another direction, startled her. She turned sharply, growled at him in frustration, and then froze again. A shiver ran through her, and when her eyes locked upon the form before her, she shrieked. The gargoyles' looming presence confirmed that what she had mistaken for stone was alive. Gail recognized them as demon statues, while Sharona observed that they were spread throughout the chamber. She noted their grotesque appearance, with every detail from the monstrous faces down to their leathery wings rendered with disturbing precision. She stepped closer, studying one more intently, but was jolted when its head snapped toward her. Her cry cut through the air as she realized that none of them were mere statues. They were real gargoyles. Around them, the other figures stirred and began to move. One by one, the statues shook free of stillness and revealed themselves as a swarm, the servants of the Demon King. Their forms were carved like demons with bat-like wings, and true to their nature, they rose together in unison, attacking as a pack once intruders were detected. Their wings beat the stagnant air as they took flight, the sheer number signaling their refusal to let the group pass unhindered. The chief affirmed that their appearance was the very reason this path was guarded. He ordered Asgate to meet the threat. Taking the command as a signal, Asgate surged forward, his falchion of orichalcum raised high. He charged straight at the nearest gargoyle, shouting as he thrust the blade forward, seeking to pierce its skull. The weapon found its mark and drove through the head, but to Asgate's shock, the gargoyle slipped free, unharmed, and soared away. In that moment, Gimli understood. Gargoyles were undead, possessing no true bodies to strike. Physical attacks would not destroy them. They would only toy with their opponents, scattering and regrouping, wearing them down until resistance faltered. The gargoyle loomed above them, swooping past as they dodged out of the way. Its massive body rushed toward the door, and in that moment Sharona realized how unervingly nimble these creatures were. In the span of seconds, the gargoyles had surrounded them. One crept behind Gail and lunged toward Sharona, but Gail pulled her back and unleashed a dispelling force, dissolving the creature. Sharona caught her breath, spared by his intervention. Gimli reflected on the nature of cursed beings, wondering if the root of most monsters, even demons, lay in curses themselves. Mora observed that Gail's ability extended even to demons, not only the undead. He confirmed it, as long as he could perceive their story. Sharona was startled by this revelation, that Gail could even communicate with demons, and her expression turned into a grin as she saw the glimmer of a way through their predicament. Above them, the gargoyles circled in the air, their wings creating a constant oppressive current. Sharona urged Mora to strengthen her, declaring that she would draw the gargoyles' attention, leaving Gail to dispel them one by one. Gail accepted the plan. Gimli offered to act as bait as well, and Mora suggested they show the enemy the full extent of their teamwork. The moment she spoke, Gimli began chanting multitask, while Sharona invoked Sylphide Force, her body surging with speed. She darted forward, her eyes locked on the demonic figures. Her dash was so fast it drew astonishment from the chief, who witnessed how her speed outstripped even the agility of the gargoyles. Sharona signaled to Gail that it was his turn. He activated his magic circle, uttered the words of switch, and the gargoyles crumbled under the spell. Sharona and Gail exchanged a sharp high-five before splitting to take on the remaining enemies. Gail dispelled another one as Sharona rushed toward a different target, their rhythm flowing with practiced ease. Nearby, the chief and Asgate observed. Asgate muttered that he could do nothing against such creatures, but the chief insisted that he look more closely at the way Gail, Sharona, Gimli, and Mora dismantled their opponents with precision. One by one, the gargoyles fell until none remained. The group stood victorious. Sharona marveled at how far they had come, remembering how they had once been no more than a haphazard band. Mora agreed, recognizing how their sense of teamwork had grown, while Sharona laughed about choosing a proper party name once they returned home. Gimli reminded them that their success had ultimately relied upon Gail's power to dispel the gargoyles. She did not realize that Asgate had overheard her words. His eyes darkened with jealousy, for he could sense that their princess's attention seemed drawn more toward Gail than himself. The chief stepped forward and declared that the horde of gargoyles had been the last of the guardians. Sharona likened them to mid-bosses before the final enemy. At that, the chief announced that they had finally arrived. Before them towered an enormous door. He called it one of the most taboo places in the Demon King's forbidden basement, once the very seat of the Demon King and now the resting place of their mother, their founder, their revered leader. The colossal door began to creak open in answer to the dark elf's call. Dust billowed as the hinges groaned, and a surge of black mist poured forth. The stench of corruption filled the air. Sharona and Mora covered their noses, while Gail's eyes narrowed at the sight. The darkness was blacker than any shadow Mora had ever seen, and the miasma exuded such a concentrated curse that she felt her lungs tighten as if she were drowning. She could scarcely imagine that a woman could exist within such suffocating darkness. Gimli warned them that they would not be able to endure this miasma for long. Even now, if it were not contained so deep within the castle, the entire population of their people would have already been consumed. The chief agreed, noting that even with their natural resistance, they would not survive prolonged exposure. Mora shuddered as she stood before the door, her mind turning to Lady Minerva. She imagined the woman choosing to walk into this abyss alone, allowing the curse to pierce and suffuse her being. Even if it had been for her people, even if it had been to atone, The thought of remaining alone in this endless, suffocating dark was unbearable. The idea of enduring it alongside multiple fragments of the Demon King's body seemed unimaginable. The thought horrified her to the point of muttering to herself that such a fate was too cruel. Sharona remarked that if this place was not hell itself, then nothing could be called such. Gimli confirmed that it was true, but insisted that without Minerva's sacrifice, the Demon King would have risen again and conquered the world. As they stepped across the threshold, their eyes fell upon the distant sight of a throne. A figure was seated upon it. Gale's eyes widened, and he wondered if the form before them was indeed Lady Minerva. As they stepped into the chamber, the torches lining the walls ignited, their flames not ordinary fire, but black wisps flickering to life. Gale recognized them as black flames, and Gimli identified them as fragments of emotion, fueled by accumulated curses. They resembled the skull lights Gale had once crafted. Each one sparked into existence as the party advanced, filling the chamber with a cold, bluish-black glow. The light revealed the silhouette of a figure upon the throne, a demon-like outline looming in the haze. From the base of the throne spread sprawling roots of shadow, thick and gnarled, crawling outward across the floor like veins of corruption. Within the glow of the cursed flames, Minerva's form became visible, though only faintly. Mora remembered the vision within her dream, when she had encountered Minerva as a woman of extraordinary beauty and grace, unlike anyone she had ever seen. Sharona too recalled that same impression, but what stood before them now was wholly different, an audience not with a savior, but with something that resembled the Demon King himself. The figure seated upon the throne bore fragments of armor, once belonging to the king. The chief explained that with all of the Demon King's remnants grafted onto her, Minerva had become the vessel through which the king could once more attain a physical form. Mora questioned whether Minerva was still alive, and before them was the answer. Her body seated on a throne, nearly swallowed in writhing tentacles and pulsating growths, the walls and floor themselves shuddering as though they too had become living flesh. Gimli confirmed that Minerva was alive. The sight nearly drove Sharona to retch, and Mora had to steady her. As a blacksmith, Sharona recognized the toll that curses inflicted upon the body. She could discern, even from a distance, the layered effects lashing through Minerva's existence. Unceasing pain, bleeding, decomposition, self-healing twisted into grotesque cycles. The weight of countless torments clung to her like chains, and endless punishment meant only to degrade and humiliate. Sharona could perceive the extent of them all, but hesitated to give voice to what she saw. It was beyond what any person should ever endure. The black elves turned their eyes toward her as Sharona continued, her voice trembling with fury. What she saw was madness incarnate. Minerva kept alive, only to be racked with agony, her pain feeding something insatiable. Upon her head rested not a crown of gear or metal, but a mass of congealed malevolence, clumps of pure evil clinging together. Striking the wall with her fist, Sharona cursed the sight with rage. Gimli explained that each fragment of the Demon King, by its mere existence, spread its curse into the world. They corroded all they touched simply by being. It was for this reason that she had dedicated her life to studying both the fragments themselves and the possibility of finding someone who could dispel them. Her plea now was desperate, for someone to save Lady Minerva. Her words reached out toward Gale. Gale stood transfixed, his eyes fixed upon the throne. He whispered in awe at Minerva's form. At that moment, the figure stirred. Minerva twitched, then rose from her throne. Mora recognized that she had noticed their presence. Sharona, however, sensed no welcome in the movement, only something heavy and foreboding. Asgate called out to her, his voice breaking with grief at the sight of her condition. But Minerva did not move beyond her stance. He smiled at her stillness, until his eyes caught something: wings. From Minerva's back, the wings of the Demon King spread outward. With a single motion, they flapped, generating a deafening boom. A shock wave roared through the chamber, the sonic blast tearing across the air with destructive force. In the space of that instant, Asgate vanished from where he had been standing. Gimli cried out for him, searching, but only the sound of crumbling stone answered her. The wall behind them had shattered. Asgate's body was slammed against the wall, his back crushed against the stone. He coughed, barely able to move. From Minerva's throne, the writhing tentacles slithered toward him, extending with a sickening life of their own. Gimli's voice trembled as she realized he had been smashed into the wall in an instant, held there not only by force, but by the sheer curses saturating the air. Mora's thoughts spiraled. This was the overwhelming power of the Demon King's relics, an impossible weight to withstand. Minerva's wings unfurled again, a single flap sending tremors through the chamber. Gimli noticed it was no longer only one wing, but the right as well, bracing for what would follow. The tentacles snaked closer toward Asgate, the sight filling her with dread. Sharona caught the movement and knew they could not defend against what was coming. The wings flapped again, unleashing a crushing wind. Mora reacted quickly, signaling to the others. Gail shouted for them to get behind him, warning that the blast would deflect. The group rushed toward him, huddling close as he cast his cloak wide, the heavy fabric sheltering them. The roar of the gale filled the chamber, a sound that rattled through bone and marrow. Behind the safety of the cloak, the others glimpsed what lined its interior. Countless tools of Gale's cursed craft. The cloak was no mere garment, but a repository of artifacts, a patchwork of items forged and bound to curses. Their combined properties bolstered his resistance to all the elements: fire, water, wind, earth, even light and dark, and guarded against every conceivable affliction: poison, fatigue, fear, hallucination, pain, and even instant death. Sharona realized how thoroughly Gail had prepared, asking if he had assembled all of it the night before. Mora corrected her. This was no last-minute effort. Gail lived surrounded by such creations, cloaking himself in them constantly. Gimli, watching, wondered uneasily if his collection might be even more dangerous than the Demon King's parts themselves. With the winds repelled, Gail surged forward, charging toward Minerva. She raised her hand, and it transformed into a monstrous claw, the Demon King's left arm. The strike lashed forward, but Gail met it, batting it aside. Sharona cried out encouragement, while Mora's eyes widened as thorns unfurled from the arm, extending like dual whips. They lashed outward, converging on Gail from both directions. Gimli screamed that no one could dodge such an attack. The impact struck, but Gail did not fall. He remained standing, though the pain made him wince as he clutched his head. He murmured that the pain was tolerable, that he could endure it. Sharona was astonished at his resilience, marveling at his ability to brush off what should have been fatal. Mora, however, could only watch as Gail reached the very base of Minerva's throne, now standing at her feet. Gimli muttered with dread, reminding herself of what she had said the night before, that the Demon King's torso nullified both melee and magic attacks. Any strike against it, whether blade or spell, would be rendered meaningless, like splashes of color erased beneath rivers of black ink. Yet Mora countered with quiet conviction. What Gail was attempting was neither a physical blow nor a spell. It was not even an attack. The assault from Minerva had ceased. Gimli whispered her unease, aware this was no welcome, but perhaps something deeper was at war within Minerva. Gail extended his hand slowly, reaching for her head. Somewhere in her mind, perhaps a conflict raged between the Demon King's control and Minerva's own lingering will, her faint hope for salvation. Whether that was naive optimism or truth, none of them could say. Gail placed his hand upon her head and spoke the word of release. A burst of light erupted as he invoked the dispel, a radiant force meant to break through. For an instant, hope flared, but then the dark tentacles rose and smothered the light, swallowing it whole. Gail's eyes widened in shock as his attempt was consumed. Gimli's heart sank as she saw the darkness devour the spell. Her legs gave out, and she collapsed to her knees, whispering that she had known this would happen. Sharona cried out in desperation, demanding if that meant there was truly no way to save Minerva. Mora's face was frozen in horror, realizing that if the dispel had failed, the backlash of the curse would now return to strike Gail. The looming shadow of the curse swelled above him, ready to crash down. Gail muttered about chance, likening it to dice thrown by fate. Black mist spread across his hand. He confessed in a whisper that he had not expected this outcome. Then, before anyone could move, the darkness above him poured down like an avalanche, swallowing his figure and pinning him against the ground. Mora, Gimli, and Sharona froze in terror at the sight before them. Gail stood in the center of a storm of miasma, thick and pitch-black, as if the very air itself had been drenched in despair. The oppressive darkness surged and twisted around him like living shadows, hissing with malevolence. Yet Gail remained still, calm, unfazed by the chaos that surrounded him. All around, the battlefield was in uproar, but he didn't flinch. And then, suddenly, the miasma began to fade, thinning into wisps before vanishing completely. Mora gasped in disbelief. The curse that should have rebounded upon Gail simply didn't. Sharona and Gimli exchanged stunned looks. Gimli's voice trembled as she reasoned that the Demon King's curses must not work on Gail. But even then, Gimli added grimly, Gail hadn't actually dispelled the curse. He had only neutralized it, which meant the fight had ended in a draw. And a draw, in this case, was as good as defeat. Their forces had lost. Gimli fell to her knees, fist clenched so tightly her knuckles turned white. Gail flexed his hands, They were tingling, faintly numb. So a regular dispel won't cut it, he muttered to himself. It had worked fine when he was dealing with just a fragment of the demon's heart, but this time, this was the real thing. A piece of evil, and the true source of it were worlds apart. His muttering caught the others' attention. Mora, Sharona, and Gimli turned toward him at once, startled. Gimli asked sharply if he had something stronger than a normal dispel. Gail nodded. Back aboard the ship, he had used a superior dispel, a wide-range technique capable of purging multiple targets at once. But there was another spell, one designed specifically for the most tenacious, soul-deep curses. It was called Ultra Dispel, a spell that demanded far more from him than any regular one. It drained both body and mind to the brink. He had hoped he wouldn't need to use it, but there was no longer any choice. He raised both hands, his gaze fixed on Minerva's cursed form before him. Her armor, blackened by the Demon King's corruption, seemed to pulse faintly with malice. Gale took a deep breath, closed his eyes, and placed his hands upon her helmet. In a low voice, he invoked the words, Ultra Dispel. The air trembled. The ground beneath him hummed. It was a spell reserved for only the highest-level curse crafters, a purification that reached even the darkest corners of despair. Gale focused every fiber of his being on the head armor before him, his power pushing deep into the layers of curse that wrapped around Minerva's soul. Everyone watched in silence, Sharona, Mora, the village chief, Gimli, and Asgate, holding their breath. And then, slowly, the armor cracked. The demonic darkness peeled away like old paint flaking from metal. A faint light emerged underneath. With one final surge, the helmet fell apart, revealing the serene, pale face of Lady Minerva. Her eyelids fluttered open. Gale stared completely spellbound. Mora gasped and cried out that he had done it, that Gale had actually dispelled the demon's headpiece. Gimli, trembling with relief, observed that Minerva was barely conscious but still alive. Sharona, voice soft with awe, murmured that she might just survive after all. Then she gave Gale a side glance and added dryly that he probably couldn't believe it himself. Gale blinked, almost dazed. No, he said, that wasn't what he was thinking. He was just struck by how beautiful Lady Minerva was. He'd met her once before, in a dream, but the real thing, standing before him now, was beyond comparison. His heart gave an involuntary flutter. Sharona rolled her eyes. That's what he's thinking about right now. Mora, frowning, reminded him that Ultra Dispel consumed a tremendous amount of energy. There was no way he could repeat that 3 more times and still stand. Gimli agreed. They might be able to save Minerva, but not if it meant destroying Gale in the process. The 3 women looked at him with the same mix of worry and exasperation. Sharona finally asked what he intended to do next. Gale gave a tired smile. What do you think I'm going to do? If there are curses to break, he would be there to break them. Because that's what he was, a curse crafter. And this was what he did. Gale placed his hands on Lady Minerva's armor, his expression solemn and focused. The faint glow of magic began to radiate from his fingertips as he whispered the words to Ultra Dispel. The air trembled faintly, humming with the resonance of a powerful enchantment. Cracks spread along the cursed armor, and with a metallic clatter, the corrupted piece fell to the ground, its dark energy dissolving into harmless mist. Without pausing, Gale moved to the next piece. He touched the armor on her back, then the breastplate, each time chanting the same incantation. One by one, the cursed fragments loosened and dropped away until finally, Lady Minerva sat there, free at last from every remnant of her 1,000-year curse. Gale exhaled heavily, shoulders heaving. His breath came short, each word catching as he admitted to himself that 4 Ultra Dispels in succession was pushing his limits. His hands trembled faintly. Sharona, watching from nearby, asked Gimli if that meant the 1,000-year curse had been completely broken. Gimli stammered before nodding. Yes, it was. It was over. Mora, eyes wide with disbelief, remarked that something so ancient and dreadful had been undone in an instant, and by a single man, no less. Gale turned his gaze toward Lady Minerva, who was seated before him. Her eyelids fluttered open, slow and heavy, as though she were waking from a dream that had lasted centuries. Her lips moved, her voice fragile and soft, whispering gratitude. Gale, still catching his breath, gave a faint smile and answered her. A small, gentle laugh escaped Minerva's lips. The sound was light, almost foreign to her own ears. She remarked that she hadn't spoken to anyone for such a long time, the words trembling between relief and disbelief. Then, her gaze shifted. Her eyes fell upon Gimli. Gimli stiffened instantly, tears welling before she could stop them. Minerva smiled, her voice tender as she called to her. The sound of her name spoken by that voice, after so long, broke whatever composure Gimli had left. She stumbled forward, tears streaming freely as she reached out her hand. Their fingertips met, and for a moment the world seemed as still. Minerva murmured that back at Promise Hill, she could only meet Gimli for the briefest moments within dreams. Her will had been faint then, barely strong enough to reach across the veil. But now, Gimli's voice trembled as she answered that this was no dream anymore. Mora, standing off to the side, wiped her own tears, unable to hold them back. A soft smile curved Minerva's lips before her body sagged, exhaustion overtaking her. She eased down onto the ground, explaining weakly that she was simply tired, that it was just the after-effect of the curse's cleansing. Her cheeks had taken on a soft, rosy hue as she slipped into unconsciousness, her expression peaceful. Gimli gathered her in her arms, holding her tightly, whispering words of relief through broken sobs. After 1,000 years of waiting, Minerva was finally free. Sharna wiped her nose and grinned, clapping Gail on the shoulder. She praised him for never letting them down, and the two shared a triumphant fist bump. Then she turned toward Mora, half teasing, asking how long she planned to keep crying. Mora, voice thick with emotion, protested that she couldn't help it. Gail chuckled, reminding her that it was a happy moment for everyone, not just for Gimli. Mora nodded through her tears, agreeing, but added softly that it wasn't only that. Her hand reached out, touching Gail's. Gail blinked, glancing down at their joined hands. Mora's eyes were filled with concern. She asked if he was all right, clearly worried. 4 ultra dispels in rapid succession would have broken almost any other caster. Was he certain there wouldn't be any lasting damage? Gail admitted that he was completely drained, his limbs heavy, his mana nearly spent, but otherwise, he felt fine. Tired, yes, but not broken. Mora's shoulders relaxed with relief. She smiled, saying she was glad, truly glad. And without thinking, she pulled him into a warm embrace. Gail let his eyes close for a brief moment, then murmured her name. He reminded her that Asgate and the Elder were still pinned to the wall by their own curses. As much as he appreciated the comfort, he still had work to finish. So, in a weary voice, he asked Mora if she could let him move, just for a little while. Gail released the curse that bound the chief. The old dark elf bowed deeply, saying he could never thank Gail enough, but Gail brushed it off. What mattered more, he said, was that if they could properly use these cursed relics of the Demon King, they might be able to purge the land of all its miasma. The chief regarded him with awe, calling him the savior of their people. Gail continued, explaining that if they truly intended to purify the cursed items, he wanted to analyze, improve, and recreate them. Mora observed that they would need a few artifacts set in specific places to cleanse the miasma. Gail nodded, saying they could even decorate them. Sharna gave him a doubtful look, asking if that was really necessary. Gail then raised his voice with excitement, declaring that they would mass-produce them. Sharna and Mora instantly objected, panicking at the thought. Sharna groaned that she couldn't keep up with Gail's reckless ideas, and Mora wholeheartedly agreed. Gimli just laughed, saying that sounded exactly like something Gail would do. Gail then turned to Asgate, apologizing for making him wait up against the wall. Asgate told him to get on with it. Gail placed his hands on the cursed bindings and dispelled them in a flash. Inside Asgate's mind, disbelief swirled. They had spent their entire lives trying to break that same curse and never succeeded, and yet Gail made it look effortless. Mora sighed in relief and said they should leave this eerie place. Gimli agreed, noting that now the curse was broken, this deep, shadowy cavern would likely never see another visitor. The chief turned to Asgate, asking if he was all right and requesting his help for Lady Minerva. Asgate didn't answer. When the chief asked again, Asgate replied that nothing was wrong. It was just that since they had ventured so far, he wanted to examine a few things before departing. The chief approved, but cautioned him not to overdo it. Sharna noticed the irritation on Asgate's face. Clearly, he didn't appreciate being told what to do. Gail then offered to carry Lady Minerva himself. The chief hesitated, worried that Gail must be exhausted after so much spellcasting. Mora laughed and said Gail was far stronger than he appeared. Carrying one woman would be nothing for him. Sharna asked about the Demon King's artifacts, offering to carry them herself, now that their curses were gone. Gail refused, saying he would take those too. He carefully wrapped the relics in cloth, slung them over his back, and lifted Lady Minerva into his arms. The chief looked on, astounded that Gail could so easily carry both a sack containing 4 cursed artifacts and a woman at the same time. He remarked that Gail never failed to surprise him. Once they returned to the surface, he said they would gather everyone for a grand celebration. The 1,000-year curse of the Dark Elves was finally broken. He declared that this day would be remembered as the beginning of a new age, one where songs of the 3 great dispellers would be sung for another 1,000 years. Sharna cheered in excitement, declaring another party was in order. She was desperate for a drink after all the tension. already imagining the taste of elven ale. She jokingly asked Gail if he had something that could instantly transport them to the surface. Gail laughed, saying nothing that convenient existed. As Lady Minerva rested in his arms, she drifted into a light sleep. Memories from long ago surfaced, warm fragments of a distant past. She dreamed of a man holding a sword, shouting a battle cry. Brave blade. Lightning burst forth from the weapon. The ground trembled, and with a single, thunderous strike, the demon's head was severed. Lady Minerva had collapsed to the ground, barely conscious. She watched through dimming vision as the man stood before her, surrounded by an aura so bright and powerful that it repelled every attack, every spell, even the Demon King's barrier itself. He had shattered the king's ambition completely. With all her magic drained into the Demon King, she no longer had the strength to rise. She looked up at the man and told him to kill her. After all, he was the hero, radiant, untouchable, and just. But the man sheathed his sword instead. Lady Minerva blinked in disbelief, asking why he wouldn't finish her off. The man simply asked her why he should. That one word, why, echoed in her mind. It infuriated her. He dared to ask her that? After everything she had done? Rage and confusion twisted together in her chest as the dream dissolved into the darkness. The man before Minerva remained calm and unshaken. Minerva, on the other hand, continued speaking with defiance, declaring that they were demons, and the fallen figure beside her was the king of their kind. Naturally, she thought the man would finish her off. If he were to later display her corpse to the masses as a warning, she would have no complaints. Instead, the man quietly walked toward her. To her surprise, he did not draw his sword. Instead, he knelt down and gently lifted her into his arms. The man smiled at her as he carried her, and behind him, his companions looked on with warm, approving smiles. Minerva's thoughts churned in confusion. What was this man doing? Then a darker thought crossed her mind. Was his intention to defile her before killing her? Was that his plan? She laughed bitterly at the possibility. But the man spoke with composure, saying he would neither harm nor violate her. He told her that before arriving there, he had visited the homeland of the Dark Elves and spoken to her people about many things. Minerva was stunned that a human hero would even care to listen to Dark Elves. The man went on, explaining that one could not become a first-rate adventurer by slaying monsters alone. A true hero, he said, must speak with the people of every town and village he visits. Knowledge and understanding, he believed, were shields stronger than armor and paths brighter than any sword could forge. It was because of this, he said, that he knew Minerva had been forced into aiding the Demon King, not out of loyalty, but to protect her own species. Now that the king had fallen, there was no longer any need to serve him. The man smiled once more and told her they should return to the homeland of the Dark Elves. In Minerva's mind, that was the first and last conversation she ever had with that hero. Later, she would hear that he had died young. Even though Gail was no hero, the expression on his face as he worked reminded her of that man, the same gentle conviction beneath his strength. Mora, looking at Lady Minerva's sleeping face, asked if she was imagining it or if Minerva had just smiled a little. Gimli softly remarked that she must be having a pleasant dream. Indeed, Minerva's lips curved faintly in her sleep. Meanwhile, far behind them, Asgate lingered in the cavern where the battle had taken place, watching the group disappear into the distance. He muttered under his breath that he would rather be consumed by miasma than breathe the same air as Gail any longer. His gaze drifted to the throne, and memories surfaced, the sight of Gimli embracing Minerva, with Gail standing beside them. A surge of rage welled up in him. He clenched his jaw, kicked at the stone floor, and cursed. Everything that should have been his, had been taken by that man, Gail. The thought festered in him, black and bitter. He spat Gail's name in disgust, saying he could not bear to see his face. If breaking the curse meant relying on Gail, then perhaps it would have been better if the curse had never been broken at all. The words caught in his throat. Asgate froze, realizing what he had just said. He drew in a sharp breath, shaken by his own bitterness. That was when he noticed something strange, a small hole in the wall behind the throne. Curiosity overtook him. He grasped the heavy throne and strained to move it aside, revealing the hole more clearly. He peered into the darkness beyond and felt a chill. The air that seeped through was foul and cold. His heart pounded. Could it be? The Demon's Gate, hidden here all along? The story said it had been somewhere inside the Demon King's castle, but now it made sense. Lady Minerva hadn't merely been bearing those curses. She had been sitting there to guard this gate, ensuring no one would ever approach it. A sudden movement caught his eye. Something within the darkness stared back at him, an eye large, unblinking alive. Asgate stumbled backward in horror as the eye blinked and fixed its gaze upon him. The air grew heavier. Then a voice echoed, not from any mouth but directly inside his mind. The voice praised Asgate for opening the demon's gate and awakening him from his long slumber. The being introduced itself as the third eye of the demon. Asgate's face twisted in disbelief. He muttered that one of the Demon King's remnants had been sealed within the gate all along. The third eye explained that when the hero had slain the Demon King, his body had been torn apart, but this eye had managed to escape into the demon's gate just before it was sealed. It had remained there, waiting, biding its time. While the hero had been distracted by his conversation with Minerva, the eye had fled unnoticed. Now, it regarded Asgate with a knowing sneer. The resentment that burned in Asgate's heart, the envy and hatred festering within him. It could sense it all. The third eye said that such powerful hatred made Asgate the perfect vessel. Asgate demanded to know what it meant. The third eye's voice deepened, echoing temptingly in his mind. It urged Asgate to accept the demon's third eye within his body. If he did, the eye promised, Asgate would gain immeasurable demonic power beyond anything human. At the beginning of Chapter 50, Gail and the others were walking through the interior of the castle. Gimli remarked that it was exactly as the Elder had described during their journey, noting that the Demon King's castle showed no signs of collapse. The Elder confirmed this, and added that he imagined it would soon be crawling with gargoyles once more. Gimli reacted with surprise at this idea. The Elder went on to explain that gargoyles were much like mold, moss, or mushrooms, things that continued to grow relentlessly in damp forests. Upon considering this comparison, Sharna felt thoroughly disgusted by the imagery. While this conversation unfolded, Mora observed the sleeping Minerva being carried by Gail. She commented that the burden truly appeared heavy on him. Gail acknowledged that it was certainly not light. Sharna then asked whether he wanted her to take something off his hands, and Mora offered to carry part of it as well. Gail thanked them both, but insisted that he was managing fine. Sharna pointed out that he did not need to shoulder everything alone, reminding him that they were all companions. Gail reassured them that it was all right. Sharna and Mora exchanged glances. Gail then reflected that carrying the load made everything feel incredibly real to him, expressing amazement at the fact that he now possessed 4 fragments of the Demon King. In response, Mora and Sharna gave him disapproving looks. Gail burst into laughter and cheerfully described how the pressure felt like a pleasant, warm embrace enveloping his body, even suggesting that it was strangely calming. With renewed enthusiasm, he continued walking forward. Quietly, Mora whispered to Sharna that perhaps they should simply let Gail carry everything for the entire journey, and Sharna agreed with her. Later that night, the sound of firecrackers bursting echoed across the sky. Another explosion followed, this time above what appeared to be a stadium. As Sharna gazed upward, she grinned and expressed how impressive the sight was. Mora, also watching the fireworks, remarked that they were beautiful. Gimli said she was pleased to see them enjoying themselves, and both Mora and Sharna noticed her waving at them. Feeling embarrassed, they blushed. Sharna thought to herself that Gimli really could look like a princess, while Mora found her undeniably cute. Gimli thanked them and looked back up at the sky, explaining that the flaming blossoms were the result of technology originally developed for warfare. It had been created as an alternative to magic, so that the Dark Elves could survive, intended at first to take lives and repel monsters. Now, however, it had transformed into a means of illuminating their joy on this day of liberation. The people had come to call it Flowerworks. Mora commented that she liked the name. Gimli chuckled and said she was certain this was the first time it had ever been used for something other than war. At that moment, they heard laughter nearby. Mora noticed Lady Minerva standing beside the Elder and observed that she appeared to be doing well, though she did not expect her to have made a full recovery yet. Sharna agreed and then pointed out that the true centerpiece of the celebration was elsewhere. Together, they turned their attention toward the crowd that had gathered. Gail was crouched on the ground, writing intently on something. He expressed confidence that he could draft plans, take precise measurements, analyze the materials, and significantly improve upon the designs. Mora remarked that she had always known Gail was extraordinary, but now he was even dismantling curses left behind by the Demon King. Gimli laughed softly and admitted that although she herself had asked Gail to do all of this, even she was genuinely astonished by what he was accomplishing. Sharna looked toward Gimli and remarked that, in her view, Gimli was free now as well. Gimli reacted with confusion. Sharna clarified that she meant Gimli had spent her entire life thinking about how to free her people, and now that goal had finally been achieved, so Gimli should be able to do whatever she wished. Gimli muttered to herself about the idea of doing whatever she wanted, scratching her head as she admitted she was not even sure what she ought to do. She reflected that it was, at least, a rather nice problem to have. Mora suggested that until Gimli figured out a plan, she could simply continue living as she normally did. Gimli questioned what normal meant in that context. Sharona replied that it could mean running her small guild, for example. Mora added that she could also think up more foolish quests. Gimli acknowledged that they were probably right, then leaned toward them and asked whether they were trying to provoke her. Both Sharona and Mora denied it at once, then looked at each other and burst into hearty laughter. Sharona stood up, raised her cup, and loudly declared a toast to Gimli finally shedding the thrall that had bound her, urging everyone to cheer. She then called out to Gail, telling him to stop fooling around with cursed materials and to come join them, announcing that he was the real star of the occasion. Gail looked up from his writing in confusion and replied that they should allow him to finish just one more thing first. Later, Gimli sat alone somewhere high up, enjoying the sound of the wind rushing past. Nearby, Sharona, Gail, and Mora were animatedly discussing something, clearly having fun. Gimli, however, was lost in her own thoughts. Minerva approached and commented on how exciting the event had been. Gimli noticed Lady Minerva and immediately knelt before her. Minerva told her that kneeling was unnecessary. She laughed lightly and remarked that she enjoyed the fresh air and the pleasant breeze. Gimli fell silent as the festive night continued around them. Together, Gimli and Minerva looked down at the people below. Minerva apologized for everything that had happened. Gimli responded that there was no need for an apology and said that Lady Minerva had suffered more than anyone else. Minerva told Gimli not to behave so servilely around her. Gimli acknowledged this, but before she could say more, Minerva smiled and gently patted her head. Minerva told her that Gimli was a very well put-together daughter and suggested that at least when they were alone, Gimli could call her mother. Minerva smiled warmly at her. Gimli's eyes sparkled as she agreed and called her mother. They embraced. Gimli felt Minerva smiling as she held her. Minerva then spoke of her past, explaining that she had been born a princess of a cursed people. Because she possessed a natural resistance to miasma, she had taken on the Demon King's cursed items herself, even while bearing children. Among them all, Gimli had been the most boisterous, something Minerva was sure Gimli already knew. Gimli's eyes filled with tears. Minerva laughed softly and added that Gimli had cared for her mother more than anyone else had. Minerva went on to say that now that she was here, her nights had become peaceful and that they could finally bask in their freedom. She told Gimli that she should live however she wanted as well. Gimli replied that she intended to, though she admitted she had not yet come up with any concrete plans. Minerva suggested that Gimli try living with the person she wanted to be with. Gimli reacted with confusion, but Minerva then asked whether Gimli was in love, specifically with Gail Hamilton. Gimli's eyes widened, and her face flushed a deep red as she vehemently denied it. Minerva grabbed her hand and remarked that Gimli could not fool her mother or anyone else because it was that obvious. Gimli continued to deny it, adding that Gail was human and would die far sooner than she would. Minerva replied that this was precisely why dark elves were blessed with near-eternal life. She added that the Demon King and his fragments were similarly eternal, and that while the 1,000-year curse had been lifted, the threat of the Demon King still remained. Minerva gazed upward and continued, noting that humans lived much shorter lives, mere blinks of an eye by comparison. Even Gael, the great man who had dispelled the Demon King's curses, could not overcome the limits of his own lifespan. She pointed out that Gael's unique skills would need to be passed on, and asked whether Gimli agreed. Gimli admitted that Minerva was right. Minerva then stated that this could be achieved by Gimli bearing Gael's children. Gimli was stunned, and as realization dawned, she stammered in disbelief at the idea of Gael's child. Minerva calmly confirmed that Gimli had heard correctly and expressed her eagerness for a lovely, healthy child. Gimli protested, telling her mother that she was leaping far too far ahead. Gimli paused and looked back toward Gail, Sharona, and Mora, then drew Minerva's attention to Gael and the people surrounding him. Minerva understood what Gimli was trying to convey. As Minerva followed Gimli's gaze, she began to see what her daughter meant. Sharona was one matter entirely, but Gimli then focused on Mora, who was visibly blushing in Gael's presence. Gimli pointed out to Minerva that Mora was far from being someone who could be easily dismissed. Minerva responded with the suggestion that Gimli would not mind if Gael were to have 2 or even 3 partners, adding that there was nothing indecent about such an arrangement. Gimli reacted by scrunching her face and explaining that Minerva's generation viewed such matters very differently from their own. She added that humans were generally quite chaste, just as they had been centuries ago, aside from a few rare exceptions. Gimli further noted that there was yet another woman back in town who was clearly making advances toward Gael, and that there was no telling what else he might have been involved in. Minerva replied that even so, Gimli still had feelings, and that she did not resent Gael. Gimli clarified that it was not that she hated Gael at all. Overwhelmed, she buried her head between her arms in frustration. Minerva smiled gently and patted Gimli's head in reassurance. While the celebrations continued outside, something very different was unfolding within the Demon King's castle. The third eye questioned Asgate about why he felt so lost. Asgate looked at the floating creature before him, recognizing it as something strange and unsettling. He understood that much on an intellectual level, yet he could not comprehend why he felt such unbearable anguish, as though he wanted to tear his own heart from his chest. He then admitted that he had always been in love with their princess, Lady Gimli. Asgate recalled the first time he had met the princess when they were children. At that time, the elder had remarked that Asgate was close in age to the princess and had asked him to serve as her loyal confidant. The young Gimli had run toward Asgate with unrestrained excitement and taken his hands, thanking him with a radiant smile. That smile had caught Asgate completely off guard. Asgate had always known that his social standing made those feelings impossible to act upon. Even so, as long as the princess belonged to no one else, he could remain at peace, especially since seeing her smile was the one thing that brought him the greatest happiness. In battle after battle, Asgate had always emerged victorious, and Gimli would watch him with admiration, declaring that no one could compete with him anymore. Those words, and her praise, had filled him with pride. Even when Gimli was far away, the memory of her smile lingered constantly in his mind. Eventually, he was able to see her again, but he noticed something had changed. Gimli's smile was no longer meant for him. It was now directed at Gail. That ridiculous human had inserted himself where he did not belong, standing beside Gimli as though he had every right to be there, speaking to her with casual familiarity. Asgate felt that Gail should have known his place. As these thoughts poured out, Asgate found himself gasping for breath. For the first time, the sight of Gimli's smile brought him nothing but pain. The reason was unmistakable. That smile was meant for Gail Hamilton, a man of a completely different race. Asgate could not tolerate even the thought of Gail taking the princess from him. Seeing the two of them together made everything painfully clear. Gimli was his sole source of joy, yet to her, his presence meant little more than that of anyone else. He felt like nothing more than an indistinguishable face in the crowd, no more significant than a pebble by the side of the road. Overcome with frustration and envy, Asgate shouted Gail's name and raged at the fact that the princess needed Gail, while he himself was consumed by jealousy. He collapsed to the ground in fury, tears filling his eyes as he looked up at the third eye. The third eye responded by suggesting that since the princess had been given to someone else, Asgate should simply take her back. Asgate reacted by questioning the idea of taking Gimli back, then turned his eyes away as he acknowledged that Gail possessed enough power to dispel the curses afflicting the Demon King's artifacts. In response, the third eye proposed that if Asgate could not defeat Gail in direct combat, then he should instead lure Gail to his own death. It explained that the space concealed beyond the throne was where the true Demon King's castle resided, a realm in which the king's fragments displayed their true value far beyond what was possible on the surface. Asgate muttered to himself, wondering whether by taking possession of the third eye and drawing Gail past the demon's gate, he could remove him from the equation entirely. The third eye observed Asgate's unsteady state and questioned whether he had truly resolved himself to this course of action. Asgate clenched his palm and reflected that his rational mind warned him against claiming the third eye for himself. However, the dark emotions he had suppressed for so long were on the verge of bursting forth uncontrollably. He felt that it would be more unbearable to continue watching Gimli smile at Gail rather than at him. He concluded that he would rather see her expression twisted into a grimace if it meant making her his through sheer force alone. The third eye expressed its agreement and went on to explain that Minerva had once claimed the Dark Elves had been coerced into lending their power, but that the truth lay elsewhere. When Asgate asked what it meant by this, the third eye described how, during their first raids through the forest, Asgate's Dark Elf ancestors, who had known little beyond the woods, had experienced the greatest shock of their lives. Over time, that shock had transformed into exhilaration. Asgate's eyes widened as the third eye elaborated, describing the thrill of dominating those weaker than themselves and the intoxicating rush of burning down cultures painstakingly built over generations. Enchanted by this siren call, they had allied themselves with the monster race and flocked to the Demon King in great numbers, spreading violence and corruption across the land. The third eye asserted that only through merciless evil could one attain ultimate joy, and that Asgate was a direct descendant of those very people. Asgate acknowledged that if this was true, then accepting those goals required no further justification. As memories of Gimli's smiles resurfaced in his mind, he admitted that he was exhausted from enduring unreturned feelings for so long. The third eye responded with apparent sympathy, stating that it understood him, that the sincere emotions Asgate had buried deep within himself and the tireless efforts he had made had gone unrewarded, not because of any failing on his part, but because of the world itself. It declared that the time had come to correct this injustice, and that, with the right power, such a correction was entirely within Asgate's reach. Asgate then equipped the third eye of the demon. He released a harsh breath and opened his eyes, which immediately began to tremble. His body collapsed to the ground as he groaned, tentacles surrounding him slithering as his form convulsed. Dark shadows spiraled through the air as he screamed in agony. Meanwhile, far away in Farmage, Lizette prayed. She muttered to herself about how vexing the situation was, lamenting that all she could do now was stand there each day, facing in Gale's direction and offering prayers for his safe return. Frustration welled up inside her as she reflected that she should have forced Gale to take her along. The loneliness of being unable to see him weighed heavily on her, and she berated herself for missing that chance. Suddenly, her heart throbbed violently. Lizette clutched her chest as her heart began to throb more violently, its rhythm accelerating beyond her control. She muttered to herself that this was exactly what Gale had warned her about. She still had not fully shaken off the lingering effects of the heart of the demon. She knew that in her current state she would only have slowed the others down on their journey. Yet at the same time, the enhancements the heart had granted to her body and abilities were nothing short of breathtaking. The results had multiplied her capabilities dozens of times over, an experience so overwhelming that she still could not fully comprehend it. It was power on an entirely different plane. The madness simmering within her was also unlike anything she had ever known before, far beyond ordinary instability. What frightened her most was the realization that the heart of the demon she had equipped was only a fragment, 1/6 of the whole. When she imagined someone like herself at that time, driven by a clear purpose and deliberately taking up a piece of the Demon King to wield it for personal ambition, she could only speculate how monstrous the power granted by such a fragment would be. Elsewhere, Asgate struggled for breath, gasping as his body adjusted. The third eye praised him, noting that many who attempted to equip it perished before even succeeding. But Asgate's unwavering discipline had forged both the body and spirit necessary to fully accept the Demon King's power. Asgate grinned, admitting that it felt good to have his achievements acknowledged, even if the recognition came from a manifestation of the Demon King itself. Still, he questioned what the third eye stood to gain by granting him such immense power. The third eye dismissed the need for such discussion, stating that it would be crude to raise the subject now that Asgate had taken it in. Their fates were now fully intertwined, and in time, Asgate would come to understand the answer not through intellect, but through his heart. Asgate pressed a hand to his throbbing forehead, where a horizontal line formed before splitting open to reveal an eye. A third eye had emerged in the center of his brow. Asgate marveled at the power surging within him. He had never felt so omnipotent. He had devoted an immeasurable portion of his life to mastering the martial arts. Yet even at his peak, he had never approached the heights he now occupied. He reflected that this must be what the Demon King's fragments were capable of granting. A brilliant light suddenly flared, followed by an explosive discharge. The wall struck by the blast crumbled apart. Asgate laughed, delighted by the overwhelming and absolute nature of the power, now wholly his own. He smiled and turned his gaze toward the throne. The Demon King had once sat upon it, and afterward Lady Minerva had secluded herself there. Now, Asgate believed that he alone was worthy of claiming it. Having experienced what it felt like to sit upon the throne, he wondered what awaited beyond the Demon's Gate, a domain he now considered his own. Meanwhile, somewhere outside the castle, the sound of iron clanging echoed through the air as something was being forged. Gale exhaled deeply as he worked. Sharona arrived and observed that he seemed to be working hard. Gale acknowledged her presence and explained that he had pleaded with the Dark Elf Forge Master to let him borrow the space for a short time. Sharona teased him, remarking that it was unfortunate he and she had to share a bedroom, alone together with such an attractive woman. Gale smiled and responded that he did not care about that at all. The remark struck Sharona unexpectedly, and she turned her back to him. Gale remained completely unaware of her reaction. Sharona's heart pounded as heat rushed to her face, and she found herself blushing intensely. In Sharona's mind, she thought that she might need to accept it soon. She was not entirely sure when things had begun to change, but as she reflected on it, she realized that it was starting to look very much like she was in love with Gale. Just as that thought settled in, Gale suddenly appeared behind her and asked how she was doing. Sharona was startled by his sudden presence and responded hesitantly, her voice catching as she sniffled and forced herself to regain her composure. She then tossed an object toward him. Gale asked what it was. After catching it, he remarked that it felt surprisingly light. Sharona proudly revealed that it was his very own orichalcum, or rather, an inferior imitation of it. She noted that he could not possibly produce true orichalcum in a single day. Gail questioned what she meant by calling it an inferior copy. Sharona explained that she had come to realize something while crafting it, remarking that it felt as though it occupied about half of Gail's domain, though she did not yet fully understand why. Gail remained confused and asked what orichalcum had to do with him. Sharona explained that she could tell the material was demonic in nature. Only a tiny amount could be extracted from the Demon King's castle, and once refined, it was reduced to an even smaller fragment. She demonstrated this by picking up a hammer. When Gail asked what she was doing, Sharona slammed the hammer down onto the table, causing it to crumble apart. Gail reacted with surprise. Sharona explained that, by any reasonable measure, the material was incompatible with all other substances. It was nearly impossible to shape, no matter whether it was struck, frozen, or battered repeatedly. She admitted that she did not know what to do with it anymore. Because of that, she had spoken with the Dark Elf Forge Master about how to handle the material. According to him, it needed to be placed in a miasma to soften it, though she did not fully understand what that entailed. Gail was shocked to hear that she had processed it using miasma and asked whether he could borrow the material. They proceeded to place it into a barrel, and the machine in front of them began to operate. Gail stated that they would test it out. He retrieved the barrel containing the chunks, which soon began to melt down. Gail observed that the master forger had been right. Sharona commented that Gail made it look effortless, then added with some frustration that it was surely cursed now. Gail replied casually that of course it was, and that there was no reason it should not be. Sharona reacted in exasperation, remarking that while Gail might not mind cursed junk, she wanted ordinary orichalcum to work with, something normal. She had thought that asking Gail would give her guidance, but now it seemed hopeless. She described the entire process as an unbearable pain. Gail thought that was a rare sight to see Sharona looking so completely lost. He gently patted her head and told her that he could help her process the material anytime and would do his best not to curse in the process. He offered her a reassuring smile. Sharona's eyes widened, and she quickly looked away, saying that while the offer was kind, she could not bother Gail for help every time. Secretly, her face flushed red. Gail told her that she did not need to worry about that. Sharona immediately protested, insisting that she had her pride as a smith to consider. She added that she had once heard a story among the legends of dwarf forgers about someone who had succeeded in crafting orichalcum entirely on their own. If she wanted to prove that the legend was true, she needed to figure it out by herself. She did not want to rely on Gail's help next time. Gail apologized, thinking that there was nothing he could do to assist her with that. Sharona quickly clarified that she did not mean it that way. What she meant was that simply being able to vent to Gail like this already helped her feel better. She paused after saying that. Gail smiled and responded that if that was the case, then it was great. Sharona paused again, then gathered herself and indicated that there was something she wanted to tell Gail. Sharona's face flushed red, while Gail remained completely unaware of the reason. He asked what she wanted to tell him, and Sharona began to stutter. She tried to explain by pointing out that the two of them were craftsmen from different fields. During the time they had spent chatting about various aspects of their work, she had begun to realize that those moments were among the most enjoyable experiences of her life. Gail responded with a bright smile and expressed that he felt the same way, finding those moments fun as well. Sharona continued by noting that Gail had known Mora the longest among them, and she was certain that he had earned Gimli's full trust by now. She added that he would also be taking care of Liznet for a while. However, she believed that she and Gail were quite compatible with each other as well. Whenever she saw him in the forge, devoting everything he had to crafting cursed items, it inspired her to refine herself further. She stuttered again, fidgeting as she went on, and quietly conveyed that she thought it would be nice if they had a relationship in which they both made an effort to support and elevate each other. Gail fell silent, then reacted with confusion, indicating that he had not heard the end of what she said. Sharona thought to herself about how oblivious this cursed crafter truly was. She decided to drop the subject and suggested returning to work. She stretched her arms while Gail stood there, still confused. Sharona let out a sigh, and in her own mind, she ended up brushing off her true feelings as a joke, recognizing it as a bad habit of hers. The sound of clanging metal echoed through the forge. Sharona asked Gail how his work was progressing. Gail paused and explained that he had reached something of an impasse. Sharona muttered that this was rare. Gail clarified that the situation was not impossible, but that the materials needed to be fully stable, as applying effects to unstable materials could be dangerous. The materials themselves also carried a host of inherent effects, some of which could harm everyone nearby. Sharona acknowledged this and commented that while it might be easy for Gail to dispel such effects, they were dealing with items related to the Demon King. Gail confirmed this and explained that he was still trying to work certain things out. He mentioned that he had a stockpile of useful tools back at his shop, but being on the road made things more difficult. Sharina tried to piece this together and stopped him to clarify. She realized that Gail had tools back home capable of working on items made from the Demon King's materials, and at the same time she noted that she herself needed to finalize her own refining process soon. She observed that Gail seemed to be running short on supplies. Gail agreed and remarked that he could return home, though it would take some time. Still, if he stayed there long enough, he might be able to figure things out regardless. Sharina asked why he was so confident and questioned whether he could truly work with materials made from Demon King parts. Gail replied that he believed he could. Sharina muttered in response to his uncertainty. She reasoned that whether he finished his work at home or here, the outcome would be the same, and the travel time would make it roughly equal either way. Gail agreed that it was a tough decision. Sharina commented in annoyance that it all came down to her pride as a craftsman, given the trouble she was having compared to how smoothly things seemed to go for him. Gail acknowledged this, but explained that he wanted to do the work properly, as something about the current situation felt off to him. While he could make do with the materials he obtained from the gargoyle below, he wanted something just a little better. Sharina remarked that his reasoning made no sense to her. Gail then picked up the cape, noting that it was really coming together. Sharina reacted sharply, warning that he should not take out the cape made from the demon's wings. The cape emitted a sound like a heartbeat. Sharina muttered that it seemed to have a heartbeat, almost as if it were alive, and she questioned whether it was truly safe to bring something like that back to Farmage. At that moment, someone behind them asked if they needed anything. It was Asgate. Asgate stated that he was not addressing the dwarf, as he had business with Gail at the moment. Gail asked if Asgate meant him, and Asgate confirmed it, noting that it sounded like Gail was in need of materials. Gail admitted that this was indeed the case. Asgate offered that if Gail did not mind what he had gathered, he was willing to give it all to him. Gail became visibly excited at the offer. Asgate dismissed any hesitation, stating that there was no need for their savior to be modest. Gail's eyes widened as Asgate presented the items, asking whether they would be of any use. Laid out on the table were the formidable child's core and the bones of a marvel demon. Asgate added that Gail would be able to find even better materials deeper underground. He asked what Gail thought and offered to tell him where to find other items if he needed anything else. Gail immediately rushed forward, eagerly accepting and asking Asgate to guide him there. Before Sharina could interject, the door shut right in front of her. In her mind, she cursed Gail for being such a complete pushover. The moment someone dangled materials suitable for cursed goods in front of him, he followed like a loyal lapdog. Thinking back on Asgate's expression, she muttered to herself that something about him felt off, as if there was some ulterior motive at play. Yet Gail had already marched off with the man without a second thought. She inwardly berated him as a fool. Someone then called out to Sharina. Mora asked why she looked so troubled, her brows knit together. Sharina acknowledged both Mora and Gimli. Gimli noted that it was not just the two of them present, and Minerva soon appeared as well. Minerva explained that since waking up she had been busy handling matters involving her compatriots, and she had finally hoped to sit down and talk with Gail. Sharina responded that Gail would likely have been happy to see her, but unfortunately a young dark elf had just come by, and Gail had left together with him. The three women reacted with surprise at the mention of someone young. Sharina tried to recall the name, and said that Gimli would know him. Asgate. Gimli was taken aback, and asked whether Asgate had taken Gail away. Sharina confirmed this, explaining that it happened after Asgate showed Gail the materials. Minerva gasped at this revelation. Gimli turned to her, and Minerva explained that those materials could only be found in a very specific place. When Gimli asked what she meant, Minerva stated that it was beyond the Demon's Gate. Minerva then asked Gimli whether, after rescuing her, Asgate had left the scene together with him. Gimli replied that Asgate had stayed behind on his own for a while to explore the area. Minerva seemed to understand. Mora asked if Minerva was implying something. Minerva confirmed that she was. She explained that there had been a Demon's Gate at the place where she was found. Asgate was a remarkable individual, a prominent figure within their realm, but that stature had also fostered an excessive sense of pride within him. Among all those who celebrated Minerva's return, Asgate alone had failed to attend, which had troubled her. Asgate had devoted himself entirely to locating the Demon King's remains. If such a proud man saw an outsider, particularly a human, succeed where he himself had failed, it was possible that he had taken it badly. Minerva then proposed another possibility, as a faint memory from the distant past surfaced in her mind. She recalled the time when she spoke with the hero who had defeated the Demon King and freed her. She had sensed several tiny fragments of the Demon King's scattered body as they flew away, escaping through a gate to another realm. However, exhausted from the battle and soothed by the relief and gentleness of the hero's embrace, her guard may have been lowered enough for her to dismiss the sensation as mere imagination. Minerva reflected on the question of whether, When the hero scattered the Demon King's remains across the world, a tiny sliver might have crossed over into another realm. Gimli grew uneasy and attempted to call out to Minerva, but Minerva drew everyone's attention instead. She warned the three of them that she sensed a great trial awaiting them ahead, one even more formidable than the ordeal required to dispel her curse. Minerva reflected on how factors such as stature and physiological urges, sudden temptation, or even an extreme degree of restraint could draw out aspects of a person that seemed utterly foreign to their usual decent and sensible nature. The Demon King possessed not only overwhelming power and authority, but also a cunning and insidious talent for manipulating the hearts and minds of others. Once before, the Demon King had used those very traits to trample over everyone without resistance. Minerva feared that the same danger lay within the Demon King's scattered remains. Those fragments were capable of cursing a person's body and seizing control of their mind. Even with Minerva's formidable mental strength, she herself had barely managed to suppress her own destructive impulses. At any moment, those impulses could have eroded her sense of self and twisted everything she cherished. The promised hill that Gimli saw in her dreams when they first met had been an escape Minerva deliberately constructed for herself, a mental refuge that allowed her to cling to her sanity. But if a young dark elf were to open the demon's gate by chance and encounter whatever remnants of the Demon King still lingered there, the demon's seductive whispers could seize his mind in an instant. Minerva concluded that they could not hesitate and that they had to depart immediately, returning to the basement of the Demon King's castle. Meanwhile, within the Demon King's castle, Gail followed closely behind Asgate. Gail was struck by the sight of numerous additional gargoyle statues lining the area. Asgate regarded this as nothing unusual in a place so deeply stained by miasma, and he doubted that such a sight would unsettle a cursed crafter like Gail. Though Gail felt hesitant, Asgate reassured him, explaining that the gargoyles would not attack this time. Gail examined the statues more closely and was surprised to find that Asgate was correct. He wondered why that was the case. Asgate explained that beyond this point lay a long-hidden dungeon, sprawling deep within, packed with demons capable of producing the very materials he had shown Gail earlier. Gail found himself nearly overwhelmed with excitement. Together, they stood before the throne. Gail realized that the dungeon lay there, and Asgate confirmed that it extended beyond the throne itself. He remarked that secret dungeons hidden beneath or behind royal thrones were practically standard for demon castles. Gail admitted that he had never explored such places before and had no real sense of what was considered normal. Gail moved the throne aside and uncovered the gate beneath it. The atmosphere immediately felt familiar to him. Asgate recalled the moment when the wall had cracked open in the past, the place where he himself had been restrained before. Returning their stirred memories he could not ignore. He then praised Gail, acknowledging that Gail's actions in the decisive battle had been truly magnificent. Gail listened as Asgate reflected on that moment, when the fate of the dark elf race itself had hinged on Gail's success. Calling it a final battle was no exaggeration. Asgate remembered how he had been caught instantly by the demon's wings, pinned helplessly against the wall, unable to move. All he could do was watch as Gail proceeded to dispel the Demon King's remnants one by one, while the princess looked on in near disbelief. In that moment, Asgate had been reduced to a mere observer, humbled and painfully aware of his own helplessness. Gail reacted with surprise as Asgate's expression shifted into a grin. Asgate reflected that now, by some twist of fate, they had been granted a second chance, a second round. Asgate smiled at the thought, while Gail was left confused by the implication. Gail asked Asgate what he meant by a second round. Asgate draped an arm around Gail and urged him forward, intent on stepping in and seeing what lay beyond the demon's gate. Together, they crossed through. Gail set foot in the other realm and passed beyond the gate, his eyes widening at the sight before him. They stood still for a moment as Gail took in the scene, which resembled a dried-out wasteland, nearly barren in every direction. Spotting the bones of a marvel demon nearby, Gail broke into a run toward them. Asgate recalled that there had once been a cemetery in that direction. Gail froze at that statement, pressing for confirmation, wondering if this was truly where the even better materials Asgate had mentioned could be found. Asgate affirmed it and motioned for Gail to follow, offering to guide him. Gail's enthusiasm surged fully at that point, and he expressed his gratitude as they continued onward. The sky above them was plain and empty. They eventually stopped before an unusual feature in the ground, a massive hole. Gail peered down into it, recognizing it as a gigantic sinkhole. Asgate explained that it was filled with an eerie darkness that no light could penetrate, leading to the realm the Demon King had once called home. It was known as the Toller of Hell, named for the belief that the screams of those who wandered into it echoed like the tolling of an ominous bell. Gail murmured to himself that it truly was a graveyard. From behind him, Askate quietly reframed it as Gale's graveyard. Gale turned back in shock as Askate called out his full name. At that moment, the third eye opened. Gale was startled and questioned what was happening. Askate revealed that it was the demon's third eye, and that in this outer realm the Demon King's remnants were amplified to their maximum power. Even with Gale's abilities, this situation would not unfold as it had before. This fragment of the Demon King would not be dispelled. Askate calculated that at this distance and timing, there was no one who could evade what was about to occur. This was the moment he had been waiting for, a guaranteed strike and an instant kill. The heat ray of death was unleashed. A blazing, flashing mass slammed into the spot where Gale had been standing. Gale was struck and fell, and behind him yawned the dark, gaping hole.